well. And they are potentially stranded in the middle of the road. Everybody else on their way, as you can see. Burgess already stretching his legs clear of Oliver Barker. Everybody else sweeping through on towards Agostini. Oh, and there you see, sadly, a couple of very damaged racing cars. The safety car is poised ready to go, but the track is blocked, so the red flag comes out. Such frustration there for Steve Burgess. He made a lightning start and had leapt into a fairly commanding advantage. With the damage cleared and the marshals doing an excellent job, the cars are quickly regridded for the restart. And away we go, and that time around a much better start for Oliver Barker. Got another car that's stranded further back. That's Mark Richards, but it's Barker who leads into Richards the first time. Second place Burgess, third is Christian Jeffrey. Another great getaway from Brian Murphy as he slots through in fourth. This time around they all stay out of trouble and head towards the hairpin for the first time. And sprint on towards Palmer that will feed them on towards Agostini. Steve Burgess though immediately right up there with Oliver Barker. Plenty of good wobbles as ever in the midfield. Spencer Bourne looking to make a little bit of progress in the dark number 8 car as Dominic Jackson scythes to the inside of Brian Murphy. He should have made the move stick there. Richard Baxter again shuffled down the field as Jerome de Sadler getting used to the power and grit of the SR3. He's cleanly away and well up in the midfield. This the fight at the front of the field. Now Oliver Barker doesn't have to win this race to claim the championship. A good finish should do that for him, but of course we want to claim the crown with a checker flag as Jack Manchester darts to the inside of Brian Murphy as well. And Manchester, there's some smoke there. I think he's got some bodywork rubbing against a rear tyre as he pounds down the Bentley straight in towards Brundle and Nelson and then towards the bomb hole. So the leading trio trying to stretch away from Dominic Jackson. Steve Burgess doing an excellent job here. He's right in that turbulent air behind Ollie Barker into Coram. And then towards the flick at Murray's that will bring them through towards the end of the lap. Barker just consults his mirrors, has a little bit of a look at where Steve Burgess is. They accelerate past the pits and the pit boards along the centre straight. Burgess tucked up right behind Oliver Barker. Through Richards they go, really quick right-hander. You can just use a little bit of a camber, then the road just spurts away from them into the hairpin. Constantine up once more, and certainly Ollie Barker not running away with it. At this stage, Burgess was about 500ths quicker than Barker in qualifying, so nothing between them there. They've got Christian Jeffrey behind them, and Jeffrey, who's been successful on occasion this year in the Radical European Masters, had a great weekend at the Hungaroring back in July. And he's there in a very solid third. He's got Dominic Jackson tucked just behind him, and this leading quartet now beginning to ease away from the rest of the field as Brian Murphy and Jack Manchester do battle behind. Into Oggies, and then Williams will feed them out on to the Bentley Straight. Snetterton 300 circuit really suited as well to the characteristics of the Radical SR3, so the drivers can use the huge amount of aerodynamic grip and really enjoy the very, very short braking zones. Through Brundle and Nelson, Barker just trying to open up a little bit of daylight over Steve Burgess. He's pulled himself a car length or two. Burgess has got Christian Jeffrey filling his mirrors but not causing any undue threat at this moment. Oh, lovely shot there. The angle of the cars through Coram, you can really get a sense of the aerodynamic forces at play. Amount of buffeting as well the drivers get in the cockpit as Dominic Jackson is steadily homing up onto the tail of Christian Jeffrey. Now, Jackson qualified in 5th. He's made a good start and he's certainly got the pace to run with this leading group of cars for the moment. The challenge being, however, it's one thing to catch the car in front, quite another to find your way past. Also bouncing back well from a difficult start, Richard Baxter. He has got John McLeod as well behind him. Quick glimpse of Jerome de Sadler, and then some super tussles going on throughout the field. And that's the beauty of the Radical Challenge, is that wherever you are on the grid, there's always somebody to have a little bit of a battle with. as they pick their way out of the hairpin. Looks like it's Tom Harvey who is trying to carve his way up, gain a little bit of ground. Return then to the leading quartet as they accelerate towards Hamilton. Ollie Barker beginning now to build a little bit of a buffer over Steve Burgess, so this could be interesting. The really close battle is the one for third, because Christian Jeffrey has got Dominic Jackson right with him now. Jeffrey's got to get a good run onto the Bentley Straight, because the run towards Brundle Nelson does give a little bit of an opening. Tom Harvey looking to try and carve his way through if he possibly can. It's Mark Crader who's just in front of him, and they're also joined by a couple of other cars as they head on to the Bentley Straight. The race leaders already towards the bomb hole. Christian Jeffrey, the way he's withstanding the pressure from Dominic Jackson is now by starting to hustle Steve Burgess. So this could be interesting through Coram. Then we've got the slight gap back to Brian Murphy. He has still got Jack Manchester with him. Fortunately, whatever it was that was rubbing on that tyre for Manchester appears to have been ground away. Jack, another of the drivers in the field who we've seen on occasion in the Radical European Masters this year. Consistent front runner in the Supersport class in that championship. Using all of the grip through Riches. Jackson trying to hustle up onto the tail of Christian Jeffrey. Jeffrey, however, not having any of it. Just sticking to the racing line. As soon as he starts to drive defensively, that's when he'll open the door to Dominic Jackson. If he can just stay behind Steve Burgess, follow what Burgess is doing, much more he can do. Now Burgess would appear to be a little bit closer to Ollie Barker, because last time we saw them, Barker was about 5 car lengths clear. That has come down to only about 1 or 2 car lengths. Meanwhile, challenges further back, John Caldwell coming under a little bit of pressure from Adrian Watt. That's a tussle, I'd imagine it's going to go all the way to the flag. Leading quartet out of Williams on to the Bentley Straight. As we return to the Mark Crader and Tom Harvey tussle. It's Mark Richards who's tucked up just behind them as well, in a very similarly liveried car to that of Mark Crader. These 3 cars have been together now for several laps, as indeed have the leading quartet. As they spurt out of the bomb hole on towards Coram Curve. All the while, of course, the race time is steadily ticking away. For Oliver Barker, with an eye towards the championship, the name of the game this weekend is staying out of trouble. Where his type of charge starts to come into a little bit of jeopardy is if he has a disagreement with a tyre wall. For Steve Burgess, however, it's all about winning and getting as many points as he can in each and every race. And again, he just has a little bit of a look to the inside of Ollie Barker. Barker, though, rebuffs the pressure. Oh, and the problem, around goes Tom Harvey. Round he goes again. He's going to lose a lot of time and ground. Meanwhile, John McLeod coming under a little bit of pressure as well from Elliot Goodman. Jerome de Sadler looking to try and join that group as well. Some dust being kicked up from various earlier adventures towards Agostini. Can still pretty much throw a blanket over the leading quartet. It's a great race. But at the moment they're all shadow boxing. They're all just waiting until the latter stages to really launch that challenge. Because again, Barker just trying to open up a little bit of daylight, if he possibly can, over Steve Burgess. Burgess, though, whenever Barker pulls clear, it only seems to take him a lap or so to reel that gap back in. Likewise, Dominic Jackson, just from the poise of that number 4 car, would appear to maybe have the legs over Christian Jeffrey, but as yet hasn't found a chance to get through. Meanwhile, Brian Murphy is being challenged. It's Barry Liversidge who's just trying to dart to the inside. Meanwhile, Mark Crader and Mark Richards, part of this train as well. As Murphy's just slipped down the order a little bit as the race is unfolding. Crader having a look to the inside Barry Liversidge. Not a lot of space there for Mark Crader. Crader, like many of the drivers in this field, a graduate of the Radical SR1 Cup. And Mark Richards tried to fight past as well. Crader's the inside, it leaves half a door open to Richards. And that's well defended from Mark Crader. had to position the car absolutely perfectly. The race leaders into Richards, still very closely bunched. This time around, it's Jackson who was just dropping back, and he's dropped back further still. A huge lock-up for Dominic Jackson on the way into the hairpin. That means he's going to really lose ground all the way to Agostini, which is the next heavy braking point. And that gap has opened out to about 7 or 8 car lengths, up into 5th place now. Has come Jack Manchester. He is being pursued by Richard Baxter. John McLeod continued to have a good tussle with Elliot Goodman. Jerome de Sadler likewise in pursuit of Spencer Bourne. So all these battles that formed in the first couple of laps of the race still running together as we head towards the latter stages. The cars in the field are absolutely prepared and turned out. It's one of the characteristics of the championship. Very high standard presentation of the cars as they go to the grid. Sadler still trying to look for any opportunity to overhaul Spencer Bourne. Sadler flies right foot to throttle down the Bentley straight. He'll get a little bit of benefit in the toe from Bourne in front of him, but then the braking distances of these cars so short with the aerodynamic grip available, really de Sadler would need to be alongside to challenge through front, and Nelson's not quite in a position to do that. Oh, lovely though as he slides the car coming out, just tries to close up. Now here is Steve Burgess, who really has closed up to Ollie Barker, and he's leaving it late now. Barker consults his mirrors. They come out of Murray's onto the centre straight. The pit boards will tell them that there is not long to go at all as they head into the final lap. And Burgess has got a good run here on Barker, who tries to shut the door, but Steve Burgess goes for it into Richards. Brilliant move that from Steve Burgess. Beautifully executed. So they came out of Murray's, he was with him, and Barker just couldn't fight it. Good news for Ollie Barker though is if he stays in second, he's going to claim the championship in about 2.5 miles time. That was a wonderfully executed move from Steve Burgess. That's a slightly less wonderfully executed move from Mark Richards, but he should rejoin. Towards Agostini, still the leading quartet, all bunched up. Dominic Jackson might yet have one more opportunity to try and zip his way through. We'll see whether or not that is the case. Just a couple of corners to run, and Burgess already has pulled out about 3 car lengths or thereabouts, and that means that Ollie Barker is going to have to find some pretty substantial, one would suggest. Meanwhile, Elliot Goodman and John McLeod still running as one. They're being joined by Spencer Bourne and Jerome de Sadler. De Sadler just kicks up a little bit of dust as they head on to the Bentley straight for the final time. Just 1 corner to go though for our race leader. The battle is now for second. Christian Jeffrey's shaken off Dominic Jackson. He's right with Ollie Barker as they head out of Murray's for the final time. The checkered flag is waiting. It's been a really enjoyable race this in the Radical Challenge, and it is going to be victory for Steve Burgess. Second place in the championship to Ollie Barker, with Christian Jeffrey completing the podium after an incredibly hard fought tussle around the sinuous Snetterton 300 circuit. Let's have a check then at the final result. Burgess wins it from Barker and Christian Jeffrey. Dominic Jackson there throughout in 4th. Jack Manchester finishing in 5th, clear of Richard Baxter. John McLeod did hold off Elliot Goodman and Spencer Bourne, with Jerome de Sadler an excellent 10th on his debut.
Fantastic win, and what a move at the end there.
Yeah, it was a do or die on the last lap. I thought, well, you know, I knew Ollie had to think about the championship and might be a bit more conservative, so yeah, I just went for it.
And you're obviously happy with the result there.
Yeah, brilliant, yeah. You know, I made hard work of it off the start. I bogged the start, and I think I had the pace on Ollie, but just trying to get past him around here is quite difficult with the downforce loss when you go close behind the car in front. But no, we did it, which is the main thing.
Ollie, so a bit of a move from Steve at the end there.
Yeah, it was a good move by Steve. We both got a good start. I managed to just get ahead of him at the start of the race, and I managed to pull away for a bit. And then he just sort of caught up to me, and obviously I had the championship to consider. And I saw him coming up the inside of me, and I just thought, you know, let's not try too hard to keep him behind. So really pleased to pick up the overall championship today. It's only my second year racing, graduated from the SR1 Cup last year where I came second, and so to win the SR3 challenge this year is just fantastic really. I just want to say a big thanks to the team, Nielsen Racing. They've done a great job of preparing the car, and I just also want to say a big thanks to all my friends and family that have come along. I've had lots of support all season, and so I'm over them and really pleased to have got the championship.
Third position in the podium for the first race, Christian.
It was really good, man. After bouncing back from the crash in Brands Hatch, we got a new chassis for this weekend, and the guys did a really good job of putting it together, and we have the pace to be top 3, which is good.
So, Jerome, race 1 done. How did that go for you?
It went really well, so I wanted a top 10. I got my top 10. So I finished 10th. It's better than nothing. The first start, there were quite a few incidents, so we had to restart the race. I had all the pressure of starting again, and it's a little bit different to get off the line than the SR1, so I'm not that quick off the start yet. But great, I was on pace, 10th place. I was keeping up with 3 other guys, so it was fun.
Okay, so have you got any strategies for the second of the sprint races yet?
Yeah, so I really need to focus on my start because I lost a couple spots there. We're going to change the setup on my car to something that is going to help me. I felt better yesterday, so we're going to change that back, and that's the strategy. Continue pushing.
Well, let's see how he gets on in the next programme, and also Hull finished second in this championship. Join us then as the Radical Challenge continues.
We've got a green flag now being waved, sort of not quite at the back of the field, but partway down. 5-second board has been shown. Red lights are on. Engine notes are rising. Off go the red lights. Off go the car. And our pole sitter, Shane Kelly, just stuttered away from the start again, and he's been swallowed up by the rest of the pack, and it's Chris Dittman that's going to have the inside line of Robbie Watts as they head down towards Riches, and in fact he's made that move stick before they've even got there. So our pole sitter is having a nightmare of a weekend so far because he's been swallowed right up. Look at that spray as they head down towards Wilson's for the first time. There's no question that it's got to be wet, judging by the amount of spray coming off there. Chris Dittman, thankfully, his wets are paying off this time at the moment. He's jumped up into first position from 3rd on the grid, and I think it's Robbie Watts that will be sat there in 2nd position as we wait to see them appear down at Brundle and Nelson for the first time. But Shane Kelly would easily be down in sort of 6th or 7th position is my suspicion. Keep an eye on Jacopo Sebastiani, who started pretty much out of position down in 6th place there. 2 of the pit stops have come back out already.
Yeah, that's Richard Purcell then that's still waiting down there, I think, isn't he? Tony Bishop, by the way, also had a really poor start from further down the order, so he's now pretty much at the back of the pack as the front of the pack are making their way through Coram, and the fight is on here for 2nd place. Robbie Watts running right out to the edge of the track, trying to find some grip. Remember, in the wet, that is where the grip is. It's not on the traditional racing line, so you'll see in these conditions drivers getting nowhere near the apexes of the corners, trying to find a little bit of grip and traction. But it is indeed going to be Chris Dittman, as it was yesterday, leading the early going. Robbie Watts 2nd, side by side for 3rd then. Round the outside is going Jacopo Sebastiani, trying to get around the outside of Kian Carey, but Kian Carey will hang on to that 3rd place in towards Riches. Sebastiani is 4th, 5th place for yesterday's winner James Heffernan, then 6th place for Shane Kelly, so he dropped all the way down to 6th by the end of the opening lap. I think he's actually gained a couple of positions. I think he was further back than that. Then it's Gino Yussi in 7th, 8th place then for Mark Harrison, 9th for Tony Bishop after his poor start, and 10th for George Lyon. We still are waiting for, well, Stuart Wiltshire went through after his pit stop in 13th place, some 18 seconds off the race lead.
And I'm wondering whether we had an issue there for the number 18 car, David Gillette, because he's just gone through now, and I wouldn't expect him to be that far off the pace. Look at everybody arriving down at Brundle and Nelson, and it looks like Jacopo Sebastiani has managed to make that move up into, what will that be? That will be, is that 2nd or 3rd? It'll be 3rd position, won't it? So it looks like he's managed to get past Kian Carey, and there's various squabbles, not just with each other's car, but for traction by the looks of it, down at Brundle and Nelson. And I just love the sight of those rooster tails as through come our leaders. Still, Chris Dittman has got quite a comfortable lead at the moment before we drop back to Robbie Watts, who's going to now see the white and turquoise car of Sebastiani, number 6, starting to close in on now. He's broken past Kian Carey. Behind that it is Shane Kelly and the number 8 car, yesterday's victor, James Heffernan, going side by side. And I think they're still side by side as they're going all the way round Riches. Surely that's not the best way to do that. and I couldn't tell the colours on the camera,
I
unfortunately.
think it's Heffernan back in front. Shane Kelly went right round the outside of him at Coram and took 5th place away, but then was a bit slow on the exit of Murray's, and so Heffernan came right back at him, and it is James who's back in front. So James Heffernan back into 5th place. Already, by the way, Jacopo Sebastiani has closed what was at the line a 9/10 of a second gap to Robbie Watts. That's nothing by the time they reach Wilson, so he's visibly quicker than the second place man. And I reckon if he got in clean air, possibly he's quicker than the race leader Chris Dittman as well, who already has arrived at Nelson and headed towards the bomb hole. It's nose to tail for 2nd through to 6th place. Robbie Watts is a bit of a cork in the bottle here as he defends that 2nd position. He'll be slow off the exit of Nelson, but it's a brave man. He'll go up the inside into the bomb hole, but clearly Jacopo Sebastiani is a brave man, because that's exactly what he did.
No, Sebastiani's span. He's gone pirouetting round and round. I believe it's him because it looks like a very light colour, isn't it?
Yeah, he's not there anymore. Well, I said that was a brave move to make, and it was perhaps a little foolish. I think he's rejoined, hasn't he? But down in 6th place.
Shane Kelly's just done the move again on Heffernan, but Heffernan's now switching back, and he's just squirming trying to get the noise pedal down there as they came onto the centre straight out of Murray's, and he's managed to make it so that it's now Shane Kelly up ahead of Heffernan, but I don't think that one's done. But it really looks as if Sebastiani was trying to get that move done as quick as possible, because he could see, you call it, Robbie Watts has been a bit of cork in the bottle. It looks like his car is really struggling to handle. When you watch him going down into Brundle and Nelson on the screen there, he is really going deep into both corners. I think he's really struggling to handle with that car. But Sebastiani's got it all to do again, because he's back to 6th. Where he started.
Yes, but he's already got up into nearly 2nd place once already, so I'm sure he'll be able to get there again. Might also keep an eye on Shane Kelly now. He's into 4th place. He's chasing after a podium finish. He was really quite frustrated, I think, yesterday that he missed out on a podium. Only 4th place in yesterday's race was Shane, having been supposed to start on pole position, so he'll be out for redemption. Say, look at Jacopo Sebastiani really throwing the car through Brundle and Nelson. You could see that compromised his exit speed up towards the bomb hole that time around, so he needs to be careful. Just rein it in a bit, Jacopo. You've got plenty of time left, 9 3/4 minutes still to go. There's time for him to reach the front runners, who are approaching Murray's once more.
And they're all taking the wide line now, aren't they, through Coram, making sure that they're kicking up that fabulous-looking rooster tail to keep their wet tyres in the optimum condition. Through goes our leader, Chris Dittman, just pulling further and further away, because Robbie Watts is a cork in a bottle, but not so much now, because there's gap between him and Cian Carey. Cian Carey's now under pressure from Shane Kelly, our pole sitter, looking towards the inside at Riches, but not quite able to do it, and he tucks himself back in again. Now, has that compromised his exit, or is he going to be looking for a challenge down towards Wilson? It looks like it, because Cian Carey's gone to the right to stay defensive, but looking at Wilson, is he going to go round the outside? He's going to put him on the inside for the left kink. They're struggling to get the power down, aren't they? It's going to be so close, and I think he's still trying to do it.
I think he went through, but they were both so slow, even off the corner, that it's James Heffernan who got a run on the pair of them, so we can't quite, we can see the rooster tails on the back straight, we can't quite see the cars themselves, but I reckon when they arrive at Brundle, James Heffernan will be right there with them. Right, there's Robbie Watts in 2nd, and is that Heffernan now into 3rd? I think he got past the pair of them, didn't he? So James Heffernan's now 3rd, Shane Kelly is 4th, and Cian Carey all the way down to 5th place, but I thought that James Heffernan had a good run out of Chapman Corner. He did, and he is now up into 3rd place. He is the man who's going to try chasing after Robbie Watts now.
Yeah, really, you could see how hard it was for them to get the power down when they were side by side with the wet conditions there, and Heffernan all on his own was able to just take his optimum line and take the speed through, not worry about another car potentially making contact.
Spin at Wilson, sorry, Chris, one of the cars towards the tail end of the field.
Yeah.
Is that Richard Purcell possibly, who has gone off? Either way, the car is rejoining. They were running at the back anyway, and they're now very much at the back of the field. Oh, yellow flags at Murray's as well, I see on the screen.
Oh yeah, there's a spinner there. It's just rejoining the circuit. He says trying to work out who I think that's going to be. Is that potentially Tony Bishop? I think it may be.
Yes,
Tony
he hasn't
Bishop.
come through. Yes, absolutely right. The white and fluorescent yellow is Tony.
Judging where that was sort of on the outside of the circuit after they've exited Murray. So I think again that was the power element.
And the other yellow car now of Adrian Holey's just rotated I think down at Murray's too, having a nice little battle was Adrian with the number 66 machine of Malcolm Scott. Well, Malcolm comes through, but not Adrian.
This is going through Brundle and Nelson again. Robbie Watts is back to being the cork in the bottle, and I think he's suddenly forced the two cars behind him to go side by side as they head towards the bomb hole, and he has, because that's enabled Robbie Watts to escape again. They're going to be absolutely cussing him. He's causing a nightmare as they come through Coram at the moment. Our leader already onto centre straight. Here comes Robbie Watts, and is he going to be monstered at the moment? That looks like Heffernan, isn't it? I think that sat there.
Kelly, I think.
Oh, is it?
I think Shane Kelly's back ahead of James Heffernan now.
Wow, so Robbie Watts is causing it all to change behind him, isn't he, really? You're right, it is. Shane Kelly. Fantastic job there from pole position. A bad start. He's looking towards the inside, but closing that door quite late there was Robbie Watts, and then moved back towards the outside. Cool, that was a bit close, that one, wasn't it? Especially with the spray, that means that it's going to be a little bit tricky to see, but Robbie Watts still sits there as the nuisance in the bottle but as they head up towards Morris, but it looks towards the outside. Shane Kelly is going to have the inside line. The spinner for Robbie Watts.
Oh, what a shame. I think they might have just banged wheels there as they tried to get onto the line into Chapman, and Robbie ended up getting fired out of the queue, didn't he? Now watch for James Heffernan, because that will have held Shane Kelly up as well, and we've seen already Heffernan has been quite strong out of Wilson and Chapman on the previous lap, so he might be able to find a way back ahead now. Let's see. No, Shane Kelly's still second then, but very sideways. Heffernan third, and that man again, Jacopo Sebastiani, is right back with them in fourth. Khan Carey's there in fifth. Any two of those four drivers could fill out the bottom steps of the podium.
Yeah, it looks as though Usi's ahead of Robbie Watts as well now, so that's a good handful of positions lost by Robbie Watts with that spin. I agree, it looked like probably contact, plus we've already seen it is clearly so difficult to get back on the power at that point of the circuit. And big gap now. I think that Robbie Watts just got past Usi again around the outside of Coram. Leader's gap is just growing. Through comes Shane Kelly, the number 11 car in second position. 14.875 is the lead. Heffernan, number 8, is sat there in 8th. Jacopo Sebastiani is up into 4th now. Kieran Carey down to 5th position in number 19. Robbie Watts sits there in 6th with it all to do again.
Well, and the man on the move now is James Heffernan, because he's reeled in Shane Kelly for second place, and he fancies his chances of getting one step higher on the podium, I think, doesn't he? The two cars behind them are Sebastiani and Carey. They're equally as close together, and Robbie Watts, as you say, did get back ahead of Genio Usi at Coram on the previous lap, with inches to spare between his outside wheels and the outside edge of the track. If you get a wheel on the grass through there in these conditions, you are a goner. So that was very close stuff for Robbie Watts. All bit of traffic getting in the way there of Sebastiani, and it's still getting in the way, and so Kieran Carey will try and get the run towards the bomb hole. Will they be able to get past the slower car there? Answer is yes, thankfully. So the back marker did get out of the way in the end, and so they're both able to find a way past. But look at what that's done. It's allowed Shane Kelly and James Heffernan to pull a huge gap now over Sebastiani and Kieran Carey. With only 4 minutes left, that might be their chances of a podium gone.
Well, I'm guessing somebody's dropped something off the pit wall, because we got a yellow flag at sort of pit entrance, and then a green flag showing just up.
No, there's a car there. There's a car stopped up against the pit. I can see a helmet. Who it is, I'm not sure. Who's not come through?
It looks like one of the yellow cars, doesn't it?
Pass. All I can see is the driver clambering out, but clearly the car, I'm assuming, has conked out and pulled up against the pit wall.
I think that's Malcolm Scott.
Red flag.
Oh, that's a real shame, but I think it was Malcolm Scott. So we got 3 minutes 39 remaining.
That will be a result, I think, now, won't it? Because we've gone past three-quarter distance. My maths isn't good enough to work that out. I think we have, haven't we? Just about gone past three-quarter distance. So I would imagine that we're not going to see a 3.5 minute restart. So that is a shame, because that was all developing quite nicely in the fight for the lower steps on the podium. Shane Kelly, incidentally, just did the fastest lap of the race as well, 1 minute 18.854. But, of course, the results will go back a lap, so that won't count. So that fastest lap never happened for Shane Kelly, unfortunately. Today, wet tyres were, I think, the only real choice, weren't they?
Yeah, looking at the track this morning, it was a lot wetter than yesterday, but then the sun came out and it was like, oh God, not again. So, but no, we got out there and it knew it was the right choice, but I had my tyres from yesterday, which were very worn, but spun on the green flag lap, which of course wasn't ideal. So, but luckily didn't drop to the back, so I could regain the position. So, got a good start. Shane stalled, unfortunately, but just missed him, and then got a good run on Robbie, and then from then got the head down and got a good gap at the first half of the race, and then just controlled it from there. So I had a lot more pace in the bag, but just controlled it to the end, really.
I've done a couple of people on the outside into first corner, and that sort of got me on to, I think, 4th or 5th. So but then you're dicing in traffic for a little bit, and it let Chris get away. So once we released it after we got past Robbie, I think the pace was good. But when you're in the spray there and it's so sketchy out there, it's not like it's really wet or it's really dry. So we're just struggling with the grip everywhere. But it was good fun having the dice. But yeah, we're P2. We got the podium we wanted to for yesterday. So we're front row for tomorrow, this afternoon, so we can get on with it.
Great fun, and I messed it up at some point, and I spun. I was trying to pass Robbie, and then as I spun, I thought, okay, maybe one car is going to pass me. No, 6 of them or 5 of them went by, and that it went really uphill from there. But managed to get through.
Welcome back to Snetterton for the final race of the 2017 Radical SR1 Cup Championship. We caught up with a few of the front-running drivers before the final race of the year got underway.
Championship in the bag, 3rd on the grid. Are you going to take it easy in this race?
Definitely not. I have nothing to lose, so I'm going to push as hard as I can, try and win it. It's going to be hard. Christian is quick. He's getting a new car, new tires, and he's a very good race car driver. So I'm starting from 3rd on the grid. If I get 2nd, I'm happy. If I can get 1st, it's even better.
But you'll keep pushing.
I keep pushing. I have nothing to lose. I won the championship, so now it's all fun and games, and see how far I can push myself to try and win this.
So tell us how you're going to approach the start.
This one, definitely a bit more clutch control, a bit more revs. I'm also going to calm it down. I think I tried a bit too hard on the first one, and that probably caught me out with the clutch positioning. So this one, keep it calm. I've got experience of how it goes now, 2nd race. Kind of know roughly what it's about and what to expect from the car. So yeah, I think we'll take it a bit easier and just get it off the line for this one.
Just push as hard as I can, see if we can bring home a win, but I'll be happy with anything. I'll be happy either way.
For the last race of the season, and Christian Jeffrey starts from pole position. Alongside is number 22 James Pinkerton, hoping for better fortunes. Row 2 of the grid is Jerome de Sadlier and Andy Chittenden, with Rob Courtnidge and Andrew Ritchie on row 3. Nigel Payne has Rob Ladbroke for company on row 4, and Peter Devlin is on his own on row number 5. The 5-second board is held aloft, and for the final time this year, the red lights come on the gantry for the start of a Radical SR1 Cup race. Christian Jeffrey on pole position. It's a better start there from James Pinkerton from the outside of the front row. The grid going nowhere is Andrew Ritchie, who was hoping for a good race because mathematically he could still overhaul James Pinkerton to 2nd in the championship, but a stall on the grid, and James Pinkerton heading into the lead at the first corner probably now means that James Pinkerton is looking secure in 2nd place overall in the championship, and he's got the jump on race 1 winner Christian Jeffries. They head into the braking area for Wilson for the first time. James Pinkerton from the outside of the front row of the grid taking up the early lead in this race. He will have also got the extra championship points as though he'd qualified on pole position, because Christian Jeffrey is not eligible for those. So James Pinkerton through the left-hander at Palmer. Christian Jeffrey in 2nd place. It is going to be Jerome de Sadlier there in 3rd place, and 4th place looks as though it's Andy Chittenden who's there in 4th position at this stage. The sunlight glinting off the cars as they head down and in towards the braking area for Agostini. And after Andy Chittenden, who's there in 4th place, it's Rob Courtnidge in 5th place, and the light green and black car is Nigel Payne, who completes the top 6. So they're all safely through the first third of a lap, with James Pinkerton, the car number 22, looking to try and make good his escape and also make amends for those problems that befell him in race 1 of the weekend, where he was on pole position, the lights went out, the chain snapped, and well, ultimately he scored 0 points, and that almost gifted Jerome de Sadlier the championship in race 1 of the weekend. So the 3rd place car already the champion for this year. Lead 3 just breaking away at this stage, and James Pinkerton doing exactly what he wants to do, try and finish the season on a high point, forget about the problems of race number 1 and secure a victory in race 2 if he can. He works his way through the left-hander at Brundle, through the slightly tighter right-hander at Nelson. Christian Jeffrey having to stick his elbows out because Jerome de Sadlier is right with him, and Andy Chittenden has very close for company now, the number 56 car of Rob Courtnidge. So those two are still together. James Pinkerton, though, just starting to build the advantage. He saved the tyres in qualifying for the racing, didn't get to use them in race number 1, so he should have a fairly good set of Dunlop boots to use in this one. Look at this fight that's going on for 4th and 5th place. Andy Chittenden, number 48, under enormous pressure from Rob Courtnidge, who might pick up a bit of a toe this time as they head onto the centre straight. First lap completed, Pinkerton leads, Christian Jeffrey in second place, but under pressure from the champion who sits there in third place. Fourth place, Andy Chittenden has got Rob Courtnidge for company, and Rob Courtnidge having a quick look up the inside. Andy Chittenden wise to it this time though, because that's where Rob Courtnidge overtook him in race 1 of the weekend. So Andy Chittenden was not going to let it happen for a second time. He hangs on to fourth, but for how much longer? Because he's under enormous pressure. Equally as much the race 1 winner, Christian Jeffrey, cannot shake away the champion for this year, Jerome de Sadlier, the Swiss driver, absolutely in his Dunlop wheel tracks as they carve their way through the left-hander at Palmer and then propel themselves down the short straight that brings them into the heavy braking area for the left-hand hairpin at Agostini. Ideal conditions here at Snetterton, and well, Jerome de Sadlier looking to try and work his magic if he can. At the moment, he sits behind the new Generation 2 Radical SR1 in the hands of the man from the Caribbean, as they then just turn their way through the left-hander at Hamilton. All of the time, it's just allowing race leader James Pinkerton to build an advantage. It's not coming out by much, just a few feet a lap, but it's going the right way as far as the race leader is concerned, largely because these two cars in second and third place are just slowing it up just enough. And this time Christian Jeffrey runs wide coming out of Williams. That slows his momentum all the way down the Bentley Straight, and surely he's going to get his pocket picked here. Yet Jerome de Sadlier goes through and up into second place, and the race 1 winner with the slightest of mistakes drops down into third position, and that is all you need in one of these cars because they're all absolutely identical. Very sideways this time coming out of Nelson is Jerome de Sadlier, having just taken up second position. Got a little bit sideways there as he applied the power a little bit too much, had to correct it with a handful of opposite lock, but he's gathered up the moment, hasn't lost a great deal of time. Again, you can see the tail end of the car moving around. We did hear from Jerome after qualifying that even his set of race tyres had still had a bit of use, and maybe it's those tyres now that towards the end of the season, because you are limited to the amount of tyres you can use over the course of a season in Radical SR1 Cup to keep the costs down and keep it a level playing field. Maybe those tyres are just starting to feel it now as we head towards the final race of the season. Leading 3 having got away, Andy Chittenden is still under pressure from Rob Courtnidge for what is 4th and 5th place. Nigel Payne is a little bit further back, and I think he's got the recovering car of Andrew Ritchie starting to close in on him. 4th and 5th place battle pretty much rooted together as they head onto the brakes and turn their way in towards the right-hander at Wilson. You can see just how fantastic the conditions are here. We're in late August, but beautiful sunshine in Norfolk, and well, Andy Chittenden and Rob Courtnidge will have other things to think about other than the weather as they turn their way round through Palmer. They've still got to try and sort out who's going to finish 4th and who's going to finish 5th in this race. Trio already safely heading into and out of Agostini, and now that he's up into second place, Jerome de Sadlier, what can he do about catching the driver who was his main championship rival, James Pinkerton? At the moment, since taking up second place, he's just pulled away a shade over Christian Jeffrey, but isn't particularly closing up onto the coattails of the race leader. 4th and 5th place still very busy though. Andy Chittenden still under pressure from Rob Courtnidge. There's also another good fight going on just further back from them as well, which is Nigel Payne, who is coming under pressure from the recovering Andrew Ritchie, who stalled when the lights went out and is now starting to pick people off as race wears on. Onto the Bentley Straight goes the 4th and 5th place battle, with now James Pinkerton. You can see the gap that exists between himself and Jerome de Sadlier, with Christian Jeffrey there in 3rd place. 4th place is still Andy Chittenden. Rob Courtnidge picking up a little bit of a tow, but not enough so as to really close the gap as they head down towards the bottom section of the Bentley Straight. So the top 5 still remaining exactly as they were, but for Rob Courtnidge, he is absolutely in a position. Any slip up at all from Andy Chittenden, and the number 56 car is there and is ready to pounce at this stage. Rob Courtnidge, who we have seen finish on the podium once so far this year, that was at Donington Park at the previous race meeting. As things stand, he's down in 5th place and well, a long way adrift of a podium position at this stage, but desperate to try and work his way through and ahead of Andy Chittenden, and this time heading out of Murray's. Looks as though he's got a good run on the car this time. We saw him do a great overtake in race 1 on the run up towards Ritchie's corner, and Andy Chittenden will be watching his mirrors. He'll need to try and potentially move over to take a defensive line in towards Ritchie's. The two of them absolutely together through the right-hander. Chittenden still hanging on to 4th place. Rob Courtnidge, despite his very best efforts, still remains there in 5th place. And is he going to be close enough to have a look at the inside coming into Wilson? No, he's just too far away. Closed the gap on the brakes, but again, he's not close enough so as to try and squeeze his way through and up the inside. James Pinkerton still leading, still with Jerome de Sadlier in second place, and Christian Jeffrey just starting to fall away a shade more now in third place. Then that gap back towards this squabbling pair, which is Andy Chittenden, still under pressure from Rob Courtnidge, who again, is he going to have a look this time? No, closing again on the brakes, and Rob Courtnidge almost pushing Andy Chittenden around the corner. They're so close to each other. Great driving between the pair of them. And well, who is going to come out in fourth and who's going to come out in fifth at the end of this one is still very much up for dispute. Running a little bit wide, missing the apex at the left-hander at Hamilton was Rob Courtnidge. That cost him another car length to Andy Chittenden there. And gathers up what was just a very small moment, just didn't quite nail the apex, the car in fifth place. And now he's got to try and work his magic round through Williams and close up on the straight again as they head down towards the braking area for Brundle and Nelson, which is where the lead trio are already negotiating. Here comes that fourth and fifth place battle. Rob Courtnidge enjoying the advantage of the hole in the air that's being made by Andy Chittenden. Closes a little bit again towards the end of the straight, but just simply isn't close enough as they head in towards Brundle and Nelson. So it's still Andy Chittenden in fourth place, still the charging Rob Courtnidge there in fifth position. And these two needn't worry too much about who's there in sixth at the moment, because Nigel Payne and Andrew Ritchie are still slowing each other up as they squabble over what will be the final place inside the top six. So round through Coram in towards the braking area for the left-hander at Murray's. You can see just how close it is and the pressure that Andy Chittenden is continually under from Rob Courtnidge, who again gets a good run this time coming onto the centre straight. And there's problems for Andy Chittenden. He holds his hand aloft as he comes over the start-finish line, and Rob Courtnidge is able to squeeze his way through, and Andy Chittenden is slowing coming up the centre straight, and surely is going to be destined for retirement. His best bet will be to pull the car off to the left-hand side, which is what he's doing. Sensible driving by Andy Chittenden immediately after the pit wall, and number 48 car, rather frustratingly for him, heads into retirement. So that is not the best way for Andy Chittenden to end his 2017 SR1 Cup season with a retirement. As for second and third place, well, Christian Jeffrey a few moments ago was falling away from Jerome de Sadlier. Well, maybe he's just taken a breather, maybe he's allowed the car to come back to him, the tyres have cooled off a little bit, maybe the pressures have dropped. Perhaps now in what are still warm conditions, the engine now has just cooled down a bit, and now it looks as though the man from the Caribbean is starting to charge back up onto the coattails of the Swiss driver, who was a little bit sideways that time coming round through Oggy's corner, and that pushed him wide on the exit of the corner, and Christian Jeffrey is able to sneak up the inside when they get towards Williams' corner. This was where Christian Jeffrey made the mistake earlier on, and this time he doesn't run wide coming out of Williams, so he's back up into second place, and that small mistake from Jerome de Sadlier cost him the position. He dropped from second down to third in a very similar manner to Christian Jeffrey's small mistake, costing him the similar position. And now de Sadlier's fighting back. He's got the inside line for Brundle, and that would give him the outside line for Nelson, but he's already through. So great driving from this pair. Small mistake from Jerome de Sadlier, but he's corrected it, and by the end of the lap he's back up into second once more. All of this squabbling though is just allowing our race leader James Pinkerton to begin to pull away. Jerome de Sadlier looking as though he's driving on the very ragged edge here. I suspect those tyres have probably done enough racing over the course of this season. You can see the tail end of the car is very loose indeed. Gets a little bit sideways again coming out of Murray's corner. That is going to allow Christian Jeffrey to try and close in as they head onto the centre straight. Jerome de Sadlier squeezing him but fairly as they come onto the straight, so Christian Jeffrey sits behind. That's another lap chalked into the book as they now head on to the last lap of the racing season, and Jerome de Sadlier is really going to have to stick his elbows out here if he wants to hang on for second place. He suggested that he was not going to give up trying. Whilst he was already the champion coming into this race, he ideally wanted a win. Well, for the moment he's got his hands full just hanging on to second place, because race 1 winner Christian Jeffrey is almost pushing him around the corner. The Gen 1 car ahead of the newer shape Generation 2 car that was launched at Rockingham earlier on this season, and as they then turn their way through the left-hander at Palmer for the final time, James Pinkerton is now a long way up the road in the lead of the race, and still weaving from side to side is Jerome de Sadlier, trying to make it as difficult as he can for Christian Jeffrey, who is not in this for championship points. He's just a guest driver this weekend, but he's making a real impact at the wheel of that new car. So pretty much together, up towards Hamilton again they'll go. Jerome de Sadlier is going to have to really drive the wheels off this car. You can see the car sliding wide almost as he turned his way through Hamilton. Every time the car looks as though it's on the ragged edge, but I'm sure it's beautifully in control as far as the Swiss driver is concerned. And Christian Jeffrey is going to have, at least a couple more rolls of the dice. One of them will be down the Bentley straight and in towards the braking area for Brundle and Nelson. The other one could be at Murray's, or potentially the charge to the line that might sort this one out. James Pinkerton is away and gone in the lead of the race, but who's going to finish second in the final championship race for the 2017 season for the Radical SR1 Cup? It is still Jerome de Sadlier, the champion for this year. Christian Jeffrey's had a spin, he's lost the tail end of the car heading through Brundon and Nelson. So hard was he trying, and well, that has now done it. He will recover and still hang on to third place, but that small mistake, so hard was he trying on the very ragged edge, has dropped him a long way away now after the spin from that man there, Jerome de Sadlier, who stitched up the championship earlier on in the day, and he's going to come through and finish second in the final race of the season. The final race which is won by James Pinkerton, so he will finish as the runner-up in the 2017 championship standings. It is the champion, Jerome de Sadlier, that comes through and finishes in second place. But what a race and what a battle he was having with Christian Jeffrey, who finished in third place, and I'm sure will be very pleased indeed with a couple of solid performances in his debut in the SR1 Cup Championship. Fourth place will go the way of the car that's just coming over the start-finish line now. That's Rob Courtnidge, who finishes in fourth position. But for James Pinkerton, the day might not have started the way he wanted, with a retirement from pole position and ultimately losing out on the chance to battle for the championship. But it's finished in the best possible fashion. He claims a win from Jerome de Sadlier in second place and Christian Jeffrey in third. Rob Courtnidge was fourth, ahead of Andrew Ritchie in fifth. Nigel Payne, Rob Ladbroke and Peter Devlin complete the top 8 for the final race of the 2017 season. Happy looking drivers pulling in towards the Parc Ferme area here at Snetterton, as Jerome de Sadlier takes a well-earned drink by the look of things after a pretty frantic race. Others discussing the finer points of the race as well, and a handshake from the champion to the championship runner-up James Pinkerton.
I've had such a good season. Race one's just one of those things that's happened, so luckily I got a really good run, just pushed as hard as I could, and yeah, really happy.
So the drivers heading up onto the podium for the final time this season. Christian Jeffrey, Jerome de Sadlier and James Pinkerton claims the last win on what was a superb 2017 championship season.
Listen, it's been awesome. It's a super great learning curve. Enjoyed it. Ready to think, ready to try and move up now. It wasn't easy. I think, I cruised through the first half of the season. The second half, James became much quicker. Gave me a run for my money, but yeah, it was good in the end.
So some great scenes on the podium for the final time in 2017 in the Radical SR1 Cup. We've seen great racing, we've seen the launch of the new Gen 2 car, and we've got some exciting things to come in 2018 as well. Join us for more next year.
Here we go now for this rolling start for this, the SsangYong Racing Challenge. 15-minute race. They had one yesterday. They've got 2 of them today. Michael O'Brien, 94, is going to have the inside line. It looks like it's being bump drafted by Matt Kelly. Surely Matt Kelly was ahead of Harry Webb before they even got to the line there. So we'll have to see how that one plays out. So Harry Webb is going to be on the outside of Matt Kelly, 42. All the while, that is allowing the 94 car of Michael O'Brien to sort of just start moving away. But it was a good move by Harry Webb round the outside. He's back into that second. It looks like Matt Kelly's possibly compromised as they head up towards Wilson. He's going to be on the outside, and I'd imagine that's 24 Lewis Grant that's going to be trying to make a move. Now, has he been able to do it? This is where we need to sort of have a look. It's tricky because a lot of them are white with blue writing on, so it's a bit harder to pick some of these out. Some are a bit more obvious, as you can imagine. The 2 green cars are brothers, but it is 94 Michael O'Brien, our pole sitter, that is in the lead. Harry Webb in second, 42 Matt Kelly sat there in third position with what I believe is Lewis Grant putting pressure on the number 24 car as they make their way down toward Brundle and Nelson. In fact, it looks like Matt Kelly's lost a position. He's down to 4th there, and so when they come back round and we are able to establish if it's definitely number 24 Lewis Grant that has moved up into 3rd place and is now going to be looking to see if he can put pressure on Harry Webb and Michael O'Brien. This is going to be very interesting for these guys, because you can imagine with the weight of these cars and the nature of them, the braking takes a bit longer to actually do for these. So now they're in these wet conditions, they've almost got to learn it all over again. This is the first time that most of these cars, possibly even all of these cars, have even touched the track, let alone the drivers going in them. The cars themselves are brand new, out of the box. Awesome job by everybody. Here they come across to complete their first lap, 94 from 2, and it is Lewis Grant in third position, switching towards the outside as they head down towards Rich's. Harry Webb's just sort of trying to make sure that he can get over as far as possible to the left without making contact to take his line, and it looked as though Matt Kelly was under massive pressure in that 42 vehicle, and from number 15 Broster, but Broster wasn't quite able to do it as they make their way down towards Wilson. Obviously they all close right back up on each other as they get under the braking, and it looks like Matt Kelly may have got a good start, but he's just sort of fallen away from these front three at the moment.
It's all very close though, isn't it? Once more, the SsangYong Racing Challenge providing some great racing. Back down the Bentley Straight they go, and the fight is on for second, I think that was, wasn't it? Harry Webb trying his best to defend from Lewis Grant on the run down towards Brundle and Nelson. They were a quarter of a second apart at the start of the lap. They're probably a quarter of a truck length apart, but Harry just about hanging on. He's a bit tight on the run into Nelson though, so watch for the exit speed here from Lewis Grant to try and get alongside towards the bomb hole. That's not really an overtaking opportunity, and he realises this and settles back in line. What this is doing though is it's allowing Michael O'Brien to extend the margin out in front. Michael was third in yesterday's race, was very keen, I think, to have a cleaner start to the race, which he's done, and get out in front and pull away. But look at what a sight this makes. We've got the top 7 cars in one long snake as they make their way through Coram, through Murray's and back onto the pit straight. I think this is going to be the order of the season really for the SsangYong Racing Challenge. Close quarters racing, big packs of cars getting themselves fairly close together. Couldn't be much closer for second place as once more Harry Webb has to defend the inside. Lewis Grant with a great slipstream down the pit straight. He's got his nose ahead, he's got most of the truck in front into Rich's corner, and he makes the move stick. So Lewis Grant moved back into second place.
Yeah, of course, I forgot that it was actually those two that were having the great battle for the lead yesterday. Michael O'Brien was on pole position virtue of his fastest lap in the race yesterday, which I do think is a good way of doing the second grids, and so in actual fact Michael O'Brien is trying to scamper off into the distance, leaving those two to fight again. But Lewis Grant is now up to second. What's he going to be able to do? Harry Webb sort of came on even stronger second half of the race yesterday, and that may well still ring true, but at the moment not only has he lost that second place, he's just dropping back a little bit. I wouldn't go as far as to say he's into the clutches of number 42 Matt Kelly just yet, but and Matt Kelly's bringing Broster with him in number 15, who again was involved from memory in a lot of the fights until he had a moment, I think it was up at Wilson from vague recollection, that suddenly put him out of the reckoning with everybody else. But
sorry, the amount of curb being taken there by, I think that was the 89 machine of Matt Smith through Nelson. The truck was way up on two wheels, looked for all the world like it was going over. He just about gathered it together.
That's what we like to see. They're having, these things are off-road cars, so we want to see them being thrown around this circuit fantastically well. This is allowing Michael O'Brien 94 to still just start breaking away, continue breaking away from everybody else, but I'm interested to see what Lewis Grant is going to do. But I don't think he can discount Harry Webb just because he's made that move. The number 2 car is going to try and find a way to close in. Still got that little bit of damage on the back corner from yesterday, I see, albeit that the light's not hanging out anymore. 42 Matt Kelly under growing pressure from the number 15 of Glenn Broster as they make their way up towards Wilson for the 4th time. Number 22, no working transponder. That's the one of the green cars. That's Simon Waugh. Simon Waugh being the older of the two brothers, Luke Waugh being slightly younger. As they make their way onto Bentley Straight, it's kind of the top 3 are now actually looking like they're fairly equidistant, aren't they, the 3 of those? But they certainly have left Matt Kelly and Broster behind.
Yeah, seems to be the case. I am having some difficulty with this button today, aren't I? Yes, that does seem to be the case, absolutely. The top 3 just inching away. But if those 3 start to squabble a little bit more over those positions, then that will bring the others into play. What's happening really is Lewis Grant, now he's into second place, is escaping from Harry Webb and going after the race leader Michael O'Brien. He set the fastest lap last time around with the number 24 truck in second place, 1 minute 34.431 compares to yesterday's fastest lap set by Michael O'Brien of 34.694. So they are also going now a couple of tenths quicker than they were yesterday. You'd expect that, though, with a new series. Of course, they're going to get quicker and quicker, aren't they? Through Coram, back down into Murray's. He's not quite close enough yet, is Lewis, to have a go for the race leader, but he's definitely closer to the leader than the third place man, Harry Webb, is to him. So no longer equidistant. The gap is shrinking between the top two. He'll have a nice little slipstream down the front straight now and up towards Riches once more.
But look how it's changed again now, isn't it? That it's now second and third that are close together. And I think that's the nature of this racing, is it just ebbs and flows. It's no wonder that this is big in over in New Zealand, these cars that are racing. So it is back to our leader, O'Brien, 94, just managed to escape. Thanks again to Sam Massingham. Another tweet just come through to #SNCombox. Track's drying up nicely now by Murray's. Lovely warm breeze down here. Imagine it's nice and warm up in the box. It would be, but the with the air conditioning on, it's quite nice up here. But no, but it is a nice warm breeze out there now, and it's glad to see. You were the bringer of bad news last time, Sam. You're the one that told us it was raining, but it's not now. It's dry. We've got a pit visitor as well. That is the number 10. Is that Rebecca Jackson? It is. So the writer, although it looks like, unfortunately, she's going to go straight past us here, isn't she? So Rebecca Jackson's car, unfortunately, going straight into retirement. I just love looking down into that cockpit. They look like they're going to be great fun to drive. So thanks for your tweet, Sam. Keep them coming in. Anybody else? #SNCombox. And we'll be able to read about any announcements, any photos of what's going on out there. We can't see it, but thanks, Sam. I hope you're enjoying it down there at Murray's. And don't get wind burnt, let alone sunburnt. Don't get wind burnt down there if that wind's nice and warm. As you can now see the cars coming right in front of you if you're down at Murray's, because it is Michael O'Brien still in the lead, and it has sort of ebbed and flowed that he's now managed to pull away from Lewis Grant, number 24, sat there in second place, who it's fallen back towards Harry Webb, but not totally into the clutches. But now as they make their way down towards Riches, it's gone the other way, that it looks as though the second place car of Lewis Grant was starting to close in a bit on our leader, Michael O'Brien. Bit of a gap between them and the next car, which is still 42, Matt Kelly, that is holding on with that white, red and black vehicle from the number 15 of Glenn Broster. Now, I know Andy ran down to see whether he's able to find anything out, but no, he's missed her. She's gone, she's disappeared straight down to try and get that ready, presumably, for the third race. So I suppose it makes sense. You'll be a bit gutted about that one. Do go and have a look at everybody in the SsangYong Musa. They're down sort of almost behind Murray's, on the other side of the access road in there. They're all lined up. Great hospitality they set up. Southfield's Trackside, Tim Naylor, the director of Southfield Trackside, which have Suite 51 at Donington, are doing the hospitality for them down there, and it does just look like they really set something up. So if you're looking at getting into racing of any description, do go and have a chat with them and see how you can do it. It is a very affordable route into motorsport, this, by all accounts. It looks like Harry Webb maybe made a little bit of a mistake somewhere, because he's completely lost contact with the front two there, hasn't he? It's not suddenly that Lewis Grant has caught up with Michael O'Brien. I'd say that's about the same, which is why I'm wondering whether Harry Webb made a small mistake there that has just meant he's lost contact, but he's not really fallen into the clutches of Matt Kelly just yet. Oh, we lost all the timings. I didn't see that one happening. We normally get the warning and I missed it, didn't I?
Yes, well, too much going on out on the track, really, isn't it, to take your eyes off it? Yes, I did try and catch Rebecca, but she's headed straight to the paddock, and as you mentioned, they are based right at the far end of the paddock, so there's no chance of getting to her. Natalie Burt, though, had also been to the pit lane. She's rejoined, but has lost, I think, at least one lap, maybe 2 laps, as a result of that pit lane visit. So a few running into some difficulties. Out onto the Bentley Straight are going the leading three. It's nose to tail for fourth, though, isn't it, look, because Matt Kelly and Glenn Broster have got themselves right together now. They are less than a truck length apart, well, less than a truck length apart as they go out onto the Bentley Straight this time. So we'll wait to see whether there's a potential for a move being made down to the other end of the straight into Brundle and Nelson. He's certainly close enough. He's drawing alongside Glenn Broster. It'll be the outside line for the left-hander at Brundle, but as we've seen several times already this weekend, that gives him the inside for the right-hander at Nelson. That's where the leading three are. What's going on for fourth? Is it going to be Broster? Oh, they make contact. Glenn Broster gets out wide through the grass. What a shame that was. He's doing some real off-roading now, but going the wrong way. And, well, Matt Kelly on the inside, Broster on the outside. It's very hard, even in a small car, to run side-by-side through Brundle. These things take up most of the road, even when they're single file. So I guess contact was almost inevitable. And, unfortunately, it is Glenn Broster who was trying to make that move and had almost made it, hadn't he, round the outside. But he's the one that loses out.
Yeah, that and it's difficult to even apportion any kind of blame there in reality, because they were side by side, and it would have been the inside line for Matt Kelly. So because he'd gone defensive deliberately, and as Glenn Broster just tried to sort of take it around the outside, he will have pinched over a little bit. Matt Kelly's still going to be sat there. He didn't have to sort of suddenly concede that inside line. But the bad news is that I'm guessing that Matt Kelly's sustained some damage, because he's just pulled into the pits as well down here, and so whatever that contact was, he's obviously pulled in. He actually pulled into retirement yesterday as well. So it now means that we've got up into 4th position is the 84 car of Gavin Pell, and 89 is Matt Smith. Sorry, Matt Smith is in 4th. Gavin Pell, 84, is in 5th position. Glenn Broster's recovered and still sat there in 6th position, so he hasn't lost too many positions with the demise to the pit lane of the 42 car of Matt Kelly. And he's making his way down, and I suspect even after all of that, Matt Kelly will still speak, because he's a very cheerful chappy, and he'll always be happy to have a word. And it looks like our leaders are now up dealing with a back marker as well, that I'm imagining is the number 9 car of Natalie Burt, who also came into the pits. Now, she actually works for SsangYong and has only just got her racing license. Literally, this is the first thing, and it's basically a reward and recognition to be able to come out here and race. So a great thing by SsangYong doing this. Now, is this actually now the lead 2 that have joined together, because Harry Webb's obviously sat there in 3rd. They've got past the back marker, and so this must be the lead 2. Now let's just wait till they come into sight to make sure they're in the same order, because as I say, unfortunately they're white with blue writing, so impossible. It is 94 that's still in the lead of O'Brien, but 24 Grant is now right with him, so got absolutely compromised as they came through. Black and white warning flag for 94 O'Brien as he comes across there as well, presumably track limits. Well, if he did go exceed track limits, it sure as heck doesn't look like it did him any advantages, because he's now got so much pressure from Grant as they make their way into Wilson for the 9th time with 1 minute 50 remaining. So this will be their penultimate lap as they make their way onto the Bentley straight. Harry Webb basically just now dropped away from them in a grandstand seat. See these two fighting, and it's sort of settled down a bit. Doesn't look like a challenge. Is that you, Andy? No, I thought I heard Andy breathe in, who's going to have an interview with Matt Kelly, but I don't think he's managed to get him just yet.
No, I'm down at that end of the pit lane. Matty's out of the truck, but just trying to evaluate his body language really and see whether he is up for a chat. The car,
yeah, he'll be fine.
The car, it's easy for you to say up there, you don't have to go and talk to him. The truck looks pretty much in one piece, it must be said. So let's see if we can just grab a quick chat with Matt. I'm sorry, it's the 2nd day in a row we've had to do this mid-race. What happened this time?
We were just having a bit of a race. I don't know the guy's name, but we were sort of getting it on. He'd had a lunge down the inside at the end of the straight a couple of laps before and bounced across the grass and came across the front of me and left the circuit the other side. And then this time he tried to go around the outside, which I was cool with. But if you're going to go around the outside, you then can't go to the inside curb because my car was there. So we've bent the steering now. I don't know. It's fun-ish.
It is a shame it should end like that. How bad is the damage though? Do you think you'll get it out for race 3?
It wouldn't have been safe to carry on because the wheels pointing towards each other now like a cross-eyed guy, so I don't know. Hopefully nothing's broken, they can just straighten it and off we go, but you know, it's all part of the learning curve.
Absolutely. Thanks for having a chat, Matt. I'm sorry that it once more has been during a race that he would much rather have still been a part of. But so there we go. Broken steering arm for Matt Kelly, but hopefully he'll have the car back out for race 3.
Such a shame. So yeah, not quite as cheerful as Hussein. So they're on to their final lap now, and it was still 94 O'Brien that has the lead from Grant, but it keeps threatening to be very, very close. And there's another battle between two of them just going down the back straight, and I'm imagining that's Pell and Broster. So Broster trying to defend from the 84 car of Pell. Pell is still behind, but looking to get a good run. It definitely looked like a major pinch. Sam Massingham tweeted into #SNCombox, wasn't Harry Webb Cliff Richard's real name? I've no idea. He's definitely wired for speed. That's terrible. Leaders coming down for the final time into Murray's, and I'll have to wait till they come back into our sight to know for definite which one's which. As I say, they've both got exactly the same livery until they're close enough to see different sponsors on the side, and it looks like one of them just got a slightly compromised exit onto the start-finish straight. It's actually number 24 that's done it, so it was a switcheroo. Michael O'Brien was slow out onto the start-finish straight there, so through to take it at the last knock-ins there. It was number 24, Lewis Grant. It happened just out of my sight with the media box in the way there, so I'm not sure exactly what happened, but definitely compromised 94, Michael O'Brien, because all of a sudden number 2, Harry Webb, was mighty close to them. So 24 Grant from 94 O'Brien to Webb, and also it means that Matt Smith, 89, did manage to hold off the chasing number 15, Broster, and Pell came through in 6th. Number 11, War in 7th. Number 7, Murray in 8th position.
So we are now ready. So Harry Webb then up on. Well done, Michael. Back onto the podium. One step higher this time around. Then Jacob Paul. Yeah. And one L. Thanks. Well done, Lewis. Scorpion's history yesterday was the first win.
Are a double race winner here at Snetterton. Again, though, not that easy. There's constant pressure, isn't there?
No, this time, luckily at the second corner there was no trouble. Managed to pull a wee gap from Harry at the start and work on picking up Michael, and then there was a back marker which kind of got us closer together. On the last corner, Michael missed the gear, unfortunately, and so I took full advantage of that and took the race win again, so chuffed.
Had he not made that little error then, do you think you could have found a way through? I mean, you were leaving it late.
I don't think so. I think if it wasn't for that little error, Michael would have had it. I mean, I probably wouldn't have gained much in the straight. He had a good run out, so I don't think there'd have been any chance, but luckily it happened, so in my favour.
It's great fun racing. It's great to watch as well, isn't it? Everyone's so close together, and the majority of the grid, I think, could get up there and fight for the top positions.
Yeah, I mean, it is really close, competitive racing. Everyone's doing quick times. So yeah, it is a really good championship. Really chuffed. The car's really great to drive.
Small in stature, so we should be able to squeeze you as close together as possible for the photos.
Yeah, this is my first ever racing weekend. I've never done anything like this before. I decided to join the Radical SR1 Cup as opposed to some of its competitors because it's the fastest form of racing you can get at this level. As a complete novice, this is the quickest we can go, and it's the biggest learning curve. The car teaches you so much about car handling. It's so beneficial. This is why I chose it.
Before today, I'd only done 3 track days, and this is my first real race. The thing I really like about the SR1 is it's a proper racing car. It's quick, and it's a good value for money race series. And Radical provide all the supports that a novice like me needs, because otherwise coming into motorsport can be a very daunting thing for a novice.
The man that sits on pole position, Jerome Desadlier, was on pole position for the race earlier on today, but as the lights went out, Jerome went nowhere, and as a result of being on pole position, then found himself having to do lots and lots of work to work his way back up through the order. Row 3 of the grid is number 10, David Thompson, and 51, Andrew Ritchie, and row 4 is 48, Andy Chittenden, and alongside him is number 22, James Pinkerton. Row 5 is number 5, Peter Devlin, and 95, which is David Tagg, and on the 6th row on his own, car number 71. Another 20-minute race, 5-second board goes up. Jerome Desadlier sitting on pole position, Rob Ellis alongside. Red lights are on, revs begin to rise, and as the lights go out, which they do now, very slowly away is car number 56, was it, which is Rob Courtnidge, who's going nowhere. Car number 95 is also stalled on the grid as well, which is David Tagg, but it is going to be, by the look of things, Rob Ellis that takes up the lead of the race, and in second position, that looks as though it's Jerome Desadlier that's there in second place. The cars that struggled off the line have now got themselves going, but Jerome Desadlier might drop down to third place here if he's not careful. No, not quite. So down into the braking area for what is Greg
Graham Hill bend. Let's just have a quick look. Is that Richard Baxter that leads? It is. It's Richard Baxter that leads. Jerome Desadlier there in second place, and now I can see the black flashes to Rob Ellis's car. He is there in third place. When they're all facing away from you, they're all white. It's not particularly easy, is it, Chris?
It's not, absolutely. And where Rob Courtnage had the stall on the line, which is a real shame because he was one of the ones that was getting into the mix, certainly lap time wise, and closing in on a few of the sharp end drivers, but he also bolted and held up the number 48 Andy Chittenden from behind him, who of course went launching off of it absolutely fine and then had to throw the anchors out the back to stop himself from going into the back of Rob Courtnage, so it's compromised his race as well.
So we'll see those two cars, I'm sure, pick their way further up through the order, but it's just going to take them a while longer to do it. And as we say, before the red flags came out in race number 1, we'd very much got the top 6 all together. So with Richard Baxter leading the pack at this stage, the pack just about to turn its way through the left-hander at Stirling's corner. What is he able to do in this one? Because Richard Baxter in the race earlier on today was able to post what was second position. Well, at the moment he's out front and leading the race, but for how much longer by the look of things? Here they come over the start-finish line. Richard Baxter leads the race. Jerome Desadlier there in second position. Third place is Rob Ellis, the race winner from earlier on today, and fourth place just going through. It is going to be David Thompson in fourth place, James Pinkerton in fifth place, and as you suggested, the delayed Andy Chittenden, car number 48, completes the top 6.
So he's so frustrated after being on the third step of the podium for the opening race. He's got it all to do. Now we do know that means he can, but you've got to assume the best that he can be aiming for is the bottom step of the podium, but now he's got Jerome Desadlier up there, is that he's going to be really hard pushed to get it up even onto the podium, to be honest with you. So it's all mixed up, but Richard Baxter from the second row in that 88, that was a cracking start that he got.
Yeah, fantastic start. Of course, he's had a season and a bit of racing these cars already. He's now graduated largely up to what is the Radical Challenge Championship, for which he's competing in a Radical SR3, and as I said earlier on, he is one of 2 or 3 drivers amongst this pack that has previous experience of racing on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit prior to this weekend, and he's converted what was a 4th place start to the early race lead in this one, and has a 0.6 second advantage between himself and Jerome Desadlier behind, or that's what he did have. That has been eroded by the Swiss driver over the course of this lap, because it's very much now nose to tail for the lead of the race as they went round through Stirling's that time through, and you'll see as they come up towards Clearway's corner, yeah, nothing to choose between the pair of them. Onto the brakes, Jerome Desadlier closes up under braking onto the coattails of Richard Baxter, and as they now thread their way through Clark Curve and over the start-finish line, the fight is on for the lead of the race. If these two delay each other, don't rule out the fact that Rob Ellis, who is, a couple of seconds adrift, could begin to catch up as well.
Well, absolutely. I mean, as the great Murray Walker always said, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. And we saw that with Desadlier when he, sort of off of his poor start in that first race, he managed to catch up with that sort of gaggle of 5 cars, but he wasn't able to really start picking them off. Okay, the red flag came out before he had a good few more laps of trying it, but it isn't that easy to do. So he's there in second at the moment. He's being held up by the leader, Baxter, number 88. But, as you say, is it going to start bringing the rest of the pack into the mix?
Yeah, great fight for 4th and 5th going on. David Thompson, number 10, under huge pressure from James Pinkerton, who's looking to try and pick his pocket. If those two hold each other up, Andy Chittenden and the number 51 car of Andrew Ritchie are all within touching distance as well. So keep an eye towards that 4th, 5th, and then almost 6th and 7th place squabble. Jerome Desadlier closing the gap on Richard Baxter on the first flying lap, posted the fastest lap of the race we've seen so far, 1 minute 37.234. 1 minute 37.234. They were down in the 1 minute 35s earlier on. It was actually Jerome Desadlier in race 1 that posted the fastest lap of the race as well, and well, he's charging to try and get himself right onto terms with Richard Baxter, who's having none of it at this stage, because the two of them still very much together turn their way what is the 3rd time through Stirling's and back into our sight at Clearways in a few moments time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reality, isn't it? We know that Jerome Desadlier is able to lap about 1.1 seconds quicker than everybody else, I think, is where we saw it sort of pitched at. So we know he's got it there to be considerably faster, and absolutely he's done it. He's into the lead and he's now pulling away.
Yep, so Desadlier goes to the top of the times. Squabble though for 3rd and 4th still very much together. Number 12, the white car but with the black flashes up the centre of it, Rob Ellis, being hounded by car number 22 James Pinkerton, who at one stage over the course of this weekend we didn't think was going to be competing. So it's great to see James out there and potentially on for a podium spot.
And even when we knew he was competing, we had no idea what number.
You know, we didn't.
But yeah, he's up there. What is he in fourth position? And he's actually pressurising to try and pass Ellis, isn't he? Of course, the race 1 winner.
Yeah, so Rob Ellis is going to have to stick his elbows out a little bit if he wants to try and hang on to it. Jerome de Sadlier all of the time, though, is starting to build the advantage in the lead of the race. Let's just guide you down through the order at the moment. Number 3, Jerome de Sadlier leads the race by 1.6 seconds from 88 Richard Baxter, who's got almost 6 seconds in hands now between himself and number 12 Rob Ellis in 3rd place, who's being kept very busy by the 4th place guard, number 22 James Pinkerton. In 5th place is number 51 Andrew Ritchie. 6th place is number 56, which is Rob Courtnidge. 7th place is number 95 David Tagg, having a good run this time through. 8th place is number 5, which is Peter Devlin. 9th place is number 71 Nigel Payne, and he is the last of the runners at the moment because of course we lost those 2 cars, both with rear damage, to the pit lane.
So 9 of them still running. De Sadlier starting to canter off into the distance. It was 1.624 the last time he came through. It doesn't, if it's probably gone out, but not masses. He's not stamping his authority quite that we saw earlier, and he's just still lapping in the 137s compared to, what did we say we got in 135, didn't we? Yeah, 135.8. So he's clearly still driving well within himself. Although when we interviewed one of the drivers earlier, they said it's a little bit slower out there this afternoon on the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. That was Mike Newbold, wasn't it?
Yes.
Or was it Tony Wells? No, Tony Wells was suggesting it was a little bit slower, was he, than earlier on? So it may well be that. I mean, it's quite warm out there, so maybe the if not the ambient temperature, then certainly the track temperature just means that maybe it's just gone beyond the ideal sweet spot for everybody. As down towards the bottom of the Cooper Straight goes that fantastic fight that is occurring for what is 3rd and 4th place, isn't it? Rob Ellis still managing to hang on to the position at this stage. Car number 22, James Pinkerton, though, is just not going away, is he? He's actually the quicker of the 2 cars, I suspect, if he could get past Rob Ellis.
Yeah, and he's got to find. We've seen quite a few of them look as if they're in challenging positions, but not necessarily throwing one up the inside. They're almost kind of braking as late as they can, and I get the impression it's almost a case they're trying to take as much momentum onto certainly the big straight out the back down towards Hawthorns, but not quite able to do it at the moment. So he sat there as he went across the line. 0.380 was the gap, and harassing, I think, is probably the appropriate way of saying it, as our leader comes down towards us for what will be the 6th time, and this will be half race distance, 10 minutes 12 seconds remaining. Through goes the number 3 car of Jerome de Sadlier. That gap now back to Baxter is 2.672, still only 0.4 that he grew that by.
Yeah, so still going the right way, though, as far as he's concerned. As for the fight for 3rd and 4th, that has just opened out by another 1/10 of a second. So Rob Ellis still under pressure from James Pinkerton, but James isn't quite close enough this time to have a nibble either at Paddock Hill Bend or on the run through Druids Corner. We've also got the cars in 5th and 6th place very much together. Number 51 is Andrew Ritchie sitting there in 5th place. He's got Rob Courtnidge's number 56 car sitting fair and square in his mirrors, and Courtnidge might have a quick nibble here. Up the inside he goes at Graham Hill Bend, brakes very, very late, gets the car just about turned into the corner. It tries to wash out wide on the exit, but he gathers it back up, and now it looks as though trying to return the favour was going to be the car of Andrew Ritchie, but he couldn't quite squeeze his way through. So shuffle in the order. Rob Courtnidge is up to 5th position. Andrew Ritchie, number 51, drops down to 6th.
That was a bit more than a nibble in the end, wasn't it? That was a proper dare move, throwing it up the inside. Of course, Courtnidge, he's the one that stalled on the start, wasn't he? So he's recovering back through the field, and he's a man on a mission, and he was certainly lapping quicker than Ritchie, but he's also lapping quicker than Pinkerton and Ellis. But is that just a bit too much of a gap? We're talking about 4.5 seconds he'd have to make up there. I think he's got the bit between his teeth. He's going to be trying, and he's got not far short of half the race to do it.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time still just to see whether he might be able to improve in terms of position. So we've got 9 cars still out there and running, following the retirement of car number 10, David Thompson, and number 48, Andy Chittenden, as Jerome de Sadlier goes through and really starts to pile on the pressure and ask a few questions of those behind, building the lead advantage to now almost 4 seconds, largely because he's just posted the fastest lap of the race we've seen so far, 1 minute 36.690. He's the only driver down into the 1 minute 36 second bracket, and that lap time is actually almost a second quicker than anybody else has managed in the race so far.
Yeah, well, not surprised. It's about a second, 1.1 that we saw he was quicker. But Courtnidge, not only has he got past Ritchie, and even whilst making that pass on Ritchie, he's still lapping 1.2 seconds quicker than the two cars in front of him, Ellis and Pinkerton, the number 12 and number 22 cars. The gap is now down to 3.9 seconds. So I think he is. If he can keep reeling them in at this rate, he's going to be on the back of them before we get to the end of this race.
Yeah, certainly. I suspect that will be the case. Let's just keep an eye on that one. As you say, it's 3.89 seconds, so let's call it 3.9 and see how much that gap diminishes by as Rob Courtnidge looks to try and close up on James Pinkerton and Rob Ellis, respectively. So our race leader is about to come through shortly and conclude what will be lap number 8. He's just about to turn his way through Stirling's any second now, so through the left-hander at Stirling's and then down the straight towards the braking area for Clearways, where he will reappear back into sight. There'll be traffic before too much longer to deal with, the first of which will be car number 71, Nigel Payne. He will have to work his way through. And let's have a look. There goes now car number 71, the light green and black car of Nigel Payne, that retired from race number 1 with steam coming from the car. It was that was the car that brought about, I think, a safety car period, wasn't it? And now he's going to receive the blue flags, I would guess, on the run up towards Druids, because the race leader is very much bearing down on him. Jerome Desadlier, though, having built the advantage, can afford to take his time, can't he, to pick his way through the traffic?
It looks almost as if Ellis and Pinkerton knew that Courtnidge were coming, because they've both just put in personal best times there. Safety car is out. Okay.
Let's have a quick run down through the order. Car number 3, Jerome Desadlier, leads under safety car conditions here at Brands Hatch from number 88, Richard Baxter, in second place. The race 1 winner, Rob Ellis, number 12, there in third position. Fourth place is 22, James Pinkerton. Fifth place is number 56, Rob Courtnidge. Sixth place is number 95, David Tagg. Seventh place is going to be the number 5 car just over the start-finish line now, which is going to be Peter Devlin. And 8th will be the last of the runners, which will be car number 71, Nigel Payne, who's there in 8th position.
It looks like they're not sure down there either. They've got a green flag and a checkered flag ready, so they're basically hedging their bets to see where we're going to get to time-wise, and they're going to have to play this totally by ear, aren't they, once it comes back round, to see when they come across the line. It only needs a second left on the clock, and they'll let them go green, but they are getting the checkered flag ready just in case.
Checkered flag being ready, green flag being
Payne's
ready.
been waved through as well.
And here is the safety car, which
they are going to do it.
Will peel its way into the pit lane this time through with 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Yeah, we're going to get one more racing lap in, aren't we? As over the start-finish line they'll come. There's back markers possibly to deal with on this lap. There's no overtaking until they go over the start-finish line. Richard Baxter looks to try and get on with it straight away, but Rob Ellis is not that far away. They've got the light green car of Nigel Payne just up the road that could play, inadvertently, a pivotal part in the outcome of this race as they head in towards the braking area for Druids Corner. Richard Baxter trying round the outside of Jerome Desadlier. Now needs to close the door on Richard Baxter, which he just gets done in time. Nigel Payne blends out of the throttle and allows the top 5 all to squeeze their way through. Sensible driving by Nigel Payne, so they can now roll their sleeves up, Chris Dawes, and slug it out on the final lap.
That's absolutely brilliant by the car of Payne there to stay completely out of the way. He could see this fight going on. They basically have a fight between 3, a fight between 2, so it's Pinkerton and Courtnidge. Now, we knew that Courtnidge, if that gap had been eroded, he was going to be desperately trying to get into in contact with Pinkerton. Unfortunately for him, it was Pinkerton and Ellis that he was chasing, but Ellis has disappeared off with Desadlier and Baxter. Pinkerton is then a little bit further back, so Courtnidge is the best he can really try to do now is get up one more position.
So they're just threading their way through Hawthorne already, starting to work their way through Westfield. Then from there, of course, they start to head downhill before they climb uphill towards Dingledale and Sheen Curve, which is where they are at the moment. So here comes our race leader, Jerome Desadlier, looking as though he has managed to reassert himself back into the lead and has built, what, half a dozen car length advantage between himself and Richard Baxter, largely because through the middle part of the lap, Jerome Desadlier has gone quicker through that second sector of the lap than anybody has done so far in the race. Checkered flag is being ready. The Sunoco checkered flag is about to fly, and it is going to be a win for the Swiss driver. Jerome Desadlier comes through and claims top honours in race number 2 for the Radical SR1 Cup. Richard Baxter in second place, and race 1 winner Rob Ellis in third place. James Pinkerton in fourth place. Rob Courtnidge comes through and finishes in 5th position at the wheel of car number 56. 6th place should be car number 95. Before him, though, of course, we'll get the lapped car coming through, number 71, in the hands of Nigel Payne, who will be classified in 8th.
Thank you.
Well done, Jerome.
I'll wait, you're all right.
I thought I could breathe a little bit, manage my tires, but I saw the guys coming on real hot. I knew that with the restart I couldn't mess it up because these two gentlemen are a little bit quicker than me in sector 1, I felt. So I was just trying to block, and in the back, I could get some speed in the fast corners. So yeah, it was a great race. I'm very excited.
Absolutely delighted. I mean, that was such a cool race. Jerome's being really humble. I mean, I think his fastest lap was almost a second quicker than mine. And, I'm just delighted to have been able to stick on the back of him. So it was mega. I love being in P2. I mean, that'll do for now. I'm still chasing a win. Maybe next time.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as good a start as the first race. Richard had a blinder, went straight past me on the outside, which was quite upsetting. But, these guys are super quick. And, it was great fun. It was a bit of a battle. And, but that's all part of the fun, right?
Race number 2's another sprint. Hopefully we'll get the full 20 minutes in this time. Newbie Jerome is on 13th position again, but there's been a little bit of a switch up front. This grid's based on the second fastest qualifying times. So Ollie Barker is on pole position with Steve Burgess just behind him.
Let's have a look then at the top 10 on the grid with Ollie Barker and Steve Burgess on the front row. Richard Baxterby hoping for a better start from third as he shares row 2 with Mark Richards. That's Dominic Jackson and Tom Gladys on row 3. Christian Jeffrey, podium finisher in race 1, and Jack Manchester, Elliot Goodman and Brian Caldwell completing the top 10. Lights are on as we get ready for the final sprint race of the season. Away we go. It's a good start from Ollie Barker. Also a lightning getaway from Christian Jeffrey, slightly less lightning getaway for Brian Harvey as he gets pushed the grass. Brilliant stuff from Manchester, who boldly looks to force to the inside of Richard Baxter into Riches. That was aggressive stuff. and Baxter chops straight across Manchester's bows as they head towards the hairpin for the first time, but Manchester is there in third. Jerome de Sadler gets pushed down a little bit wide in the midfield shuffle, but they are all cleanly through the first couple of turns, as already Ollie Barker looks to try and stretch away from Jack Manchester. Good scraps behind. Mark Richards right up there with Richard Baxter. Christian Jeffrey trying to squeeze his way through as well. Behind, it's 3 or 4 wide. Everybody's just looking for a little bit of ground as they can. Spencer Bourne, part of that scrap as well, as is John Caldwell. Through Hamilton and the front of the field already beginning to just try and stretch its legs somewhat. Real battles are in the midfield as they head onto the Bentley Straight for the first time. Everybody looking to gain ground in the early stages for the field just spreads too much. Barry Liversidge also showing strongly, but for Ollie Barker, this a much more commanding start to the race. He got this jump, but this time Steve Burgess is being very much preoccupied with the progress of Jack Manchester. As the top 10 all jinking through, as Dominic Jackson looks to try and get into terms with Jerome de Sadler, and it's Jackson who's really lost out at the start of the race. He's lost several positions, and the challenge here at Snetterton, if you don't get away too well, it's such a narrow run towards Riches that you can't defend it, you'll lose a lot of ground. Meanwhile, fight for second accelerates through, heads up to Riches once more. Jack Manchester, after that assertive start to the race, still hovering behind Steve Burgess. Manchester using the road, couple of wheels out over the curb. Same for Christian Jeffrey in 5th position, just behind Mark Richards. On towards Palmer, and then sprint towards Agostini. Just a little bit of line there for Steve Burgess. He'll have still carried the momentum. He's only lost a couple of hundredths of a second, but it just gives an indication to Jack Manchester, if he can keep highly on the pressure, he might be able to force some sort of error. Manchester pursues Burgess towards Hamilton, and there's the gap back to the fight for 4th and 5th. Ollie Barker still just trying to extend that advantage. Again, Burgess just moving the car around a little bit as Brian Caldwell busy battling with Jerome de Sadler. De Sadler certainly getting involved in the thick of the action this weekend on his debut in the Radical Challenge. The same for Brian Murphy. Not quite as good a start to this race for him. And he has got Tony Barwell tucked up behind him as they head down the Bentley Straight. Meanwhile, Jackson still trying to make a little bit of progress, and Jackson is a little bit marred in the midfield as a look from Murphy to the inside of Spencer Bourne at the bomb hole. Doing very well to overtake there. It means that Murphy actually may be overcommitted, lost some momentum on the exit, coming under threat through Coram. No such dramas for the leading group of cars. And now that Barker's built that buffer, he's just able to control the pace, drive to a lap time, not overexert the tyre, not overexert the car, just do what he needs to maintain that buffer. Meanwhile, Elliot Goodman really has got his work cut out, keeping Dominic Jackson behind him. And as a result, they are both closing on to the terms of John McLeod. McLeod in the white car, then Goodman the dark and silver machine. Dominic Jackson the all-white car, or all-black car rather, the all-white helmet. Effects commentators too, as on towards Agostini. Jackson thinks of having a look to the inside of Elliot Goodman. Can't quite do it. And the sprint towards Hamilton. And these cars so evenly matched as well. Oh, Jackson just out over the curve. He's trying to line up for a little bit of a look into Oggies. Goodman sees it coming, just preemptively covers the inside line on the way in. Doesn't leave a Radical SR3 RSX's width to the inside, so there's nothing doing there for Jackson. Down the Bentley Straight. Challenge though for Dominic Jackson is, with an eye towards second in the championship, that even if he's able to clear Elliot Goodman, Steve Burgess, who won the earlier race, is right at the front of the field, second position, and Jackson's got to pass a glut of cars to elevate himself up to the podium. Into the bomb hole. Over the rims of the track, you can get a sense of the buffeting that the drivers get behind the wheel, and drivers really do need to be in good physical shape to get the most out of these cars. Out of Murray's, on to the centre straight once more. And this is a good tussle between two of the quickest drivers in the championship. Meanwhile, Richard Baxter trying to close up to Christian Jeffrey. We've got John McLeod, and despite all the efforts of Dominic Jackson and Elliot Goodman, they're not really quite on terms with threatening McLeod. There's a big plume of dust gets kicked up by Jackson as he just runs wide coming out of Rich's. And part of that as well for Jackson is he's right in the turbulent air from the car of Elliot Goodman in front. It just means that he's driving through the buffeting. The car's gone understeer and possibly push him out wide on the exit of various corners. Also means that he's just going to be asking a little bit more of his tyres than maybe he'd want to be, and certainly that he would be if he was running in clear air. Through Agostini. It's a very closely matched trio. Jackson's really good through Hamilton. He just seems confident to carry a little bit more corner speed in, carry it through the turn, and that just allows him to overlap with and possibly challenge on the exit. Down the Bentley straight on towards Brundle and Nelson once more. Meanwhile, Christian Jeffrey is right up with Mark Richards, so that could be an interesting tussle to watch for as well. We've got McLeod under threat now from Elliot Goodman. John McLeod is just going to have to keep an eye on what's going on in his mirrors, because for Elliot Goodman he might be forced to make an overtaking move just to keep Dominic Jackson behind him, as Jackson again looks to try and pull the trigger through Coram, but he's not going to be close enough to look to the inside into Murray's. But he gets an excellent exit, and this could be Jackson's best opportunity of the race thus far, because he's a car length adrift as they come onto the centre straight. Already Elliot Goodman immediately moves to the inside of the road. Jackson follows him. And Dominic Jackson, he's got the momentum, could slingshot to Rich's. He can't quite do it, as Goodman closes up to McLeod as well. McLeod moves across, preemptively takes the inside line for the hairpin. Goodman covers the inside as well, and he's going to be tight on the exit. This is an opening for Dominic Jackson. He should be able to carry just a little bit more on the way towards Palmer. And he does, but it's not quite enough to secure the overlap, so they remain as they were, out of the left-hander on towards Agostini. John McLeod punches the hole through the air. Elliot Goodman and Dominic Jackson just behind him, then Jerome de Sadler, and he has also got Brian Caldwell for company, so this could very quickly become a quintet. As they head towards Hamilton, this is where Jackson just really likes to carry the speed. Again, he does so, uses absolutely every millimetre of the road. Closing right up behind Elliot Goodman. What Goodman is doing so effectively is just positioning his car in all the right places at all the right times, which means there's not been a clear-cut opening yet for Dominic Jackson to burst through. And now, as they all get delayed a little bit behind John McLeod, those gaps ahead really opening up. So for Dominic Jackson, it's urgent for him to get past these two cars and see if he can close some other gaps down to make a little bit more ground before the checkered flag. Front of the field, the order remains unchanged. Ollie Barker from Steve Burgess and Jack Manchester. Through Coram Curve, meanwhile, for this tussle. Sadler and Caldwell trying to close up. There's the fight for second. It's just opened up a little bit. Jack Manchester, having been very close to Steve Burgess the last time we saw him, it's dropping back. That won't help it at all. Ollie Barker, meanwhile, this a champion's drive, in command of the race at the front of the field, not pushing any harder than he needs to. John Caldwell and Brian Murphy having a great tussle further back. They have got Spencer Bourne and Tony Barwell right with them. Barwell in Yule's black car. Oh, just slithering a little bit wide. There goes Caldwell. That's going to open the door maybe to Murphy. We'll find out momentarily as they sprint towards Palmer. Meanwhile, Dominic Jackson has found a way past Elliot Goodman. It was a long time coming, and he's got through. His next target is John McLeod. Hopefully for Jackson, that is going to be a slightly easier task than overhauling Goodman. As they head towards Oggies, Jackson just tries to get the overlap with McLeod. Sees if he can force McLeod, perennial Radical competitor, into maybe going a little bit offline as they head on to the Bentley Straight. Doesn't manage to do that on this occasion. But Jackson, we've seen time and time again throughout the course of this race, very good through Coram. Out of Brundle and Nelson. Again, Jackson gets on the throttle, fraction of a second earlier than John McLeod, towards the bomb hole. They use the camber of the road. Jackson always slides the tail of the car towards Coram. McLeod darts in. Meanwhile, Christian Jeffrey still busy battling with Mark Richards. However, the word, there you see it, 5-second penalty for Richards for exceeding track limits. So this move from Christian Jeffrey as he darts the inside of Mark Richards, it gives Jeffrey the position on the road that he'd already now gained on the timing screen. So disappointment for Richards. Nonetheless, he's been going very strongly. There's also a risk here that Mark Richards, given the proximity of Richard Baxter, may lose out to Baxter as well in the final equation. So that promotes Jeffrey up to third. Not third, fourth rather. It promotes potentially Richard Baxter up into fifth. Mark Richards, in adjusted time, shuffling down into sixth. However, if Richard stays with Christian Jeffrey, they might just be able to open up a few seconds over Baxter as they head towards Hamilton. Getting fairly deep into proceedings now as well. Christian Jeffrey, no real chance to chase down Jack Manchester. He's 10 seconds adrift of Manchester. Now here's the battle. John Caldwell has essentially got half the field queued up behind him, including Mark Trader, who's at the tail of that train. He's trying to overhaul Tony Barwell, who in turn is attempting to demote Spencer Bourne. And John Caldwell, don't look in his mirrors, because if he does, you'll see nothing but darkly coloured Radical SR3. So, out of Oggies into Williams and onto the Bentley Straight they go. Very closely matched quartet. All in pursuit of Brian Murphy. And it's Murphy who's just been able to build himself a little bit of a buffer. Not much of one, as they head out of Brundle and Nelson towards the bomb hole. It's Tony Barwell. It's right in the middle of the queue. We'll head into Coram Curve though without any drama. Meanwhile, last lap time for Ollie Barker. We've not seen an awful lot of him, but he has controlled this race absolutely to perfection. Jerome de Sadler has been again in the thick of the action, but once more looking set for a top 10 finish and has got a good buffer over Brian Murphy, John Caldwell. Now we've also got Barry Liversidge looking to join in that queue as well. Tom Gladys. The leading trio spreading down the Bentley Straight. And Barker's just maintained that couple of a seconds advantage over Steve Burgess that he built in the first couple of laps. Negotiates the bomb hole. He's just got Coram and Murray's to go. We'll hope to have no drama whatsoever. And certainly looks as if that's going to be the case, as Ollie Barker accelerates out of Murray's for the final time. The checkered flag is poised, ready and waiting, and it's going to be a win for Ollie Barker. Second place to Steve Burgess, and Jack Manchester, after a tenacious drive, completing the podium. Honours in the final sprint race of the year, going to the champion. But it's not settled just yet, because Spencer Bourne has found a way past John Caldwell late on. Caldwell looking to fight back any which way he can. Somebody with a damaged rear wing as well. That's not going to help them. Into Murray's the final time. Let's hope they're all cleanly through. Indeed they are. It's going to be the sprint to the line. Bourne can't afford to miss a beat here, because John Caldwell is right with him. And Caldwell, though, he has to follow Spencer Bourne through as they take the flag. Great racing again all the way through the field. Check then at the final result. Oliver Barker wins from Steve Burgess and Jack Manchester. Christian Jeffrey in fourth. Richard Baxter in 5th after Mark Richards couldn't overcome that 5-second penalty. Dominic Jackson in 7th from John McLeod, Elliot Goodman, Jerome de Sadler once more inside the top 10. Trophies and champagne on the podium.
That was a much better race for you, wasn't it, Ollie?
Yeah, that was enjoyable. Got a great start again. Managed to pull away from Steve, which I was quite surprised about actually. And then it was just a matter of maintaining the gap. Pressure was off obviously in this race, having secured the championship. So it was much more enjoyable, and I just managed to keep nice, consistent times. And it was actually quite a straightforward win in the end.
On the podium, not quite first this time.
No, unfortunately not. No, I didn't get a very good start, and Ollie got a bit of a gap to the first couple of laps, and I couldn't seem to peg it back this time. So it was a good race, but I'm happy with second. It's some good points, but yeah, maybe for the last one.
Was there anything that you did particularly differently this time?
I ran some new tyres on the outside of the car where Ollie chose to save them to the final. So for the first couple of laps I was sort of trying to get the tyres up to temperature, whereas he was just away. And then later in the race I couldn't pull him back in, unfortunately.
To go from 8th to 3rd in race 2, can't ask for anything more.
And what about for the endurance race?
Yeah, I think we should be in a good place. I mean, I got no time penalties. It's just, you know, I think I'm at the front with these guys, so it's just keep it clean, keep it fast, keep it consistent, and we'll see if we can get a result.
And obviously fired up Jack Manchester, but can he claim honours in the final race of the season? Find out in our next programme.
Race 2 of the weekend here at Snetterton on the 200 circuit for the Mini 7 Championship. Race 1's anything to go by. This is going to be so exciting yet again. Grids are formed up based on their fastest lap times of that opening race, which sees number 5 Lewis Selby in pole position, alongside him 77 Andrew Davini. The red lights are already on for a 20-minute race, and off they go pretty much as one, side by side. What a fantastic sight to see all these classic minis out there racing. One of my personal favourites. And there's an insight why. Look at this. Andrew Davini from second on the grid has managed to get into the lead and putting Lewis Selby back into second, and frankly everybody else in third. And look at that, all the different lines as they try to keep the momentum going round the corner. Andrew Davini sat there in the lead at the moment, but as they come down to Wilson's for the first time, no one having a massive look up the inside there for the lead, but it does look like the Kieran McDonald in number 8 was trying to, was he defending or was he making a pass? He did start 4th on the grid, but he looked a bit further back there. Bit of dust being kicked up as they go onto the Bentley Straight for the first time, and then they fan out. They make that circuit look so wide, don't they? So they can take whichever line. And Selby, oh, and I thought he was about to sweep round the outside, but not quite able to do it there. He tucks them in behind Davini. But look at that, there's a challenge there by last year's champion, number 1, Ashley Davis, moves it up into 3rd position, gets past Kieran McDonald, who had got back up into 3rd position, is now into 4th, where he started. So it's all happening as you'd expect within this minis, and I don't think it's going to settle down anytime soon. Going round Coram, then the front 2, amazingly, have managed to make a bit of a scamper away at the start from everybody else. And it is all to play for. And look at that, number 37, Gareth Hunt, diving up the inside there of the 49 car of Ross Billison. And number 25, Joe Thompson. Don Berger up there. That looks like he's made up some good positions. But Davini already looking to go a little bit defensive, but it's not needing to because Selby's far enough behind in 2nd position. He can take his race in line as they just drift it round Riches. A fantastic sight. Down towards Wilson's we go. Davini's got a little bit of daylight at the moment between himself and Lewis Selby, but for how long, especially with last year's champion lurking. And look at that, Sparks up into a good position there. Charlie Budd, and he's just managed to demote Kieran McDonald, who's lost all kind of momentum, which means the number 2 car of Spencer Wanstall has got past, and Gareth Hunt's trying to have a go as well. As they fan out again along the Bentley Straight, heading down toward Brundle and Nelson's. It's so difficult to tell who's in the lead, and it looks like an old switcheroo dive up the inside by Selby. Not quite on, but look at that, lurking in the background, Ashley Davies, car number 1. He's now joined right onto the back of these 2. They'd scampered away from everyone, but a great reel-in by Ashley Davies there as they go through the bomb hole, head towards the long right-hander of Coram. They've kind of settled themselves line astern at the moment, but don't expect it to stay that way for long. Davini still trying to hold Selby back into the left-hander of Murray's onto centre straight. Ashley Davies got a good run there onto the start-finish straight. Is he able to carry that momentum all the way along this to them? Long start-finish straight down towards Riches. Davini just putting himself in the middle. It looks like they're going three abreast now. Is Ashley Davies going to have the inside line? Is Selby going to have the fast outside line? They're still side by side. Selby does the switch to the inside of the three, and they're heading along the straight towards Wilson. Look at this, three abreast, fantastic. Selby's going to have the inside line. Ashley Davies just nosing ahead. Davini settling in behind the three of them, so it's all changed. Selby into the lead, Davies up to second. Davini loses 2 places, down into 3rd position, and has lost momentum by being off the racing line and has just dropped away from the 2 of them. But you can see the speed that Davies is taking along the Bentley straight. Selby looking to take the defensive line already, unsurprisingly, but as they come towards the left-hander of Brundle, then Nelson, it's still side by side through the left-hander, which puts Davies on the inside for Nelson. Boom, up into the front he goes. Oh, an exit stage right for somebody. Who's that there? I think that's Wanstall, isn't it, that's just gone. Get your passport out, let's get you back on the circuit, keep fighting. It is, it's number 2 Wanstall. He kept it out of the barriers. Goodness me, I bet that was heart in the mouth moment there. I think is that Joe Thompson, 25, he's come out just in front. But look at this, Sparks joining in. That's a good performance. 2015, 12, 11 and 10 champion, and he's up there on the back of this gaggle, which actually means that's, I think, is that Charlie Budd actually that's just ahead of him. So it's rapidly becoming a 5-car train for the lead. Once they get onto the straight, that front three just managed to slipstream with each other and break away, and they fan out again as they make their way towards the right-hander, and it's Selby on the outside. Oh, no, that was a late switchback attempt. I don't think that was a defensive move. I think he was trying to make a challenge, not realising that Davini was nearly alongside. As they all get different braking points down towards Wilson, it's still Ashley Davies just about in the lead. Oh, and Davini's got a good run round the right-hander of Wilson's, but not quite able to make it count. That's compromised him onto Bentley straight, and it looks like number 3, Charlie Budd, got a good run onto the straight here. Great to see the Billy Whiz signs, stickers on these cars as well, as we look at the S-Class Championship having a great fight there. That's the 765 of Simon Martin. And we flick back towards the lead, fanning out all of them. Now that's rapidly becoming a lot more than 3, a lot more than 5. I think we're rapidly becoming about 7 or 8 cars that are going to be joining in this fight. 7 cars is the exact figure. What a great sight. Ashley Davies, last year's champion, had an opening round to forget at Castle Combe, but so far this is looking very promising for him. He's in the lead, he's trying to break that tone, he's leaving Davini in the clutches of Selby and Charlie Budd, but they could help each other and start reeling him in as they make their way round the left-hander of Murray's. Charlie Budd definitely there trying to get involved, and it looks at the moment as though Paul Spark in 35 is just a little bit away and needs to be wary of Kieran MacDonald, the number 8 car sat there, but just in front of him, is Hunt, the number 37, Gareth Hunt, the Tigger livery car, as I like to call it. Bit of a drop back, and we see, and this is the joys of the mini racing fights all the way down through this field. We see Don Berger desperately trying to keep Joe Thompson behind him. At the moment, just about managing to do so. Down towards Wilson, it's the number 2, the recovering Spencer Wanstall off his grassy moment, keeping number 49 Rob Billison behind him. And look at this, Berger and Thompson all over the back of each other. That's kind of allowed the others just ahead of them to escape, and it looks like the 25 car Joe Thompson's got a great run onto Bentley straight there. As we look back at the lead pack, and Davini switched towards the right-hand side, their right-hand side, our left, as we look at it. Is he carrying the pace through? Ooh, I thought he was going to be up the inside of Ashley Davies. That daylight that Davies had has just disappeared, hasn't it? It's right on the back of him now as Davini, and Selby's back to play again. There's no getting away from it. The minute you think you've built up any kind of comfort blanket, it's been ripped away from you. It is the 7 of them line astern, the front 3 in particular, with nothing between them, round the right-hander of Coram, onto the brakes for the left-hander of Murray's, onto the centre straight. It is still Ashley Davies from 77, Davini 5, Lewis Selby just sat there in 3rd position. Not to forget that Davini has opened this season with 2 second places at Castle Combe and a win here already this weekend, so he's going to be getting involved, and sure enough, there he is as they come down towards Ritchie's. He's desperately trying to put a move on Davies, and he's swept round the outside straight into the lead. What a fantastic move. He's up into the lead again, but Davies isn't going to settle for that, as the two of them have just managed to shake off the toe for now of Selby. As we look back at this great fight for the S-Class, and you can see Cooper's desperately trying to find a way to close in on Sean Tarleton. The 791 car currently has the lead in that S-Class, as the overall leading cars come down towards us here at Brundle and Nelson, that wonderful shimmering sight of Bentley Straight with this eclectic mix of minis charging towards us, fanning out. Is Davini still in the lead? He is just about. Davies settled in behind. I waited for a second because I thought that Davies was going to come charging around the outside there. He's tucked himself in, and up into third now goes number 3, Charlie Budd. Selby's down to 4th now, so it's all changed behind them as well. Oh, and a very wide line there by Davini. He's chopped across the nose to make sure that he's able to keep that lead at the moment, but that was a bit of a rough moment there. He just about kept it. He's still in the lead. Is that going to compromise both of them and put them back into the clutches of the bloodthirsty pack behind him? And there again, a slightly wide line as he exited Murray's onto the centre straight. That has really given Davies a good dose of momentum onto the start-finish straight as they go charging up to complete yet another lap, and it looks like Charlie Budd, number 3, sort of having a sneaky peek up the inside. He's not able to do it, but what about these lead two? Somehow Davini keeps it, in a very wayward Ashley Davies there just hung the back end out, and someone else has gone very wide there. I'm not sure who that was at the moment. We'll have to wait and see. Was that Spark possibly? We'll have to see when they come back round again. He kept it going, but he lost a few positions. There's Sean Tarleton in 791, leading the S-Class ahead of number 7, which is Justin Cooper. That is a switcheroo compared to their starting positions on the grid, so great performance there by Sean Tarleton. As the leaders look as if they're potentially threatening 4 abreast, they've not quite done it. Davini still in the lead, and Charlie Budd's up into 2nd, Ashley Davies 3rd, but not for long. Oh, bump, there's a little bit of contact there as they exit Nelson's onto the straight before they get to the bomb hole. That has really compromised Charlie Budd. Somehow Ashley Davies maintains that 2nd. Selby right on his rear bumper now in that 3rd position, with the 35 car of Paul Spark, the multiple champion, still sat there ready to pick up the pieces if at all possible. But poor Charlie Budd in number 3 just hung out to dry a little bit there. Kept it on the straight and narrow somehow, but it has lost in a few positions. All the while, this has allowed Davini to go escaping towards the front of this pack. Again, I will say for now, because we've seen that happen numerous times. Ashley Davies isn't going to let that settle, and he's got Selby just behind him, but whilst they're fighting, they're also giving each other a slipstream to try and close on Davini. And in fact, look at the stage that it's put him at, is that he was threatening Davini. He's gone to the outside. Has that now compromised him and allowed Selby to dive up the inside? No, it hasn't. Davies is still sat there in 2nd. Davini still has the lead. A little bit of bonnet wobble there by Cooper, but he's gone into the lead of the S-Class. That doesn't seem to be affecting him in the slightest. Tarleton dropped back, and we look towards the rear end of this S-Class battle. And again, as I said before, it's great to see fights all the way through. 707, Roland Parsol battling with 771 Affleck there. And we look at them coming across this bunch to complete yet another lap, and it's the 767 Simon Martin just at the back of that trio of cars trying to get involved in this battle. No one wants to be left out. They love fighting these cars, these drivers, and they are just one of the best sights to see fighting, throwing around the corner, cocking their rear wheel as they go round the corner. A sight I remember as a child watching racing and fall in love with motorsport. So it is 707 that's leading that battle. That's Roland Parsol ahead of Julian Affleck, ahead of Simon Martin, as our leaders come through to complete another lap. And it looks like it's Ashley Davies in the lead. So we've lost Davini. Andrew Davini has pulled into the pits with a problem. Oh, what a shame. After fighting so hard to be in the lead, he's out of the race. But it hasn't split open this pack. It just means they're 1 less than they were before. Goodness me, such a shame for Davini. And look at this, the S-Class fight, so involved with each other. They're actually closing on that gaggle in front of them, I think, and it is at the moment the 700 car, Justin Cooper, that just about has the edge. But Tarleton's now looking up the inside, coming in into Wilson's, and he's done it. He just drifted that up the inside. good performance there by 700 Justin Cooper, because he saw that one come in. He knew it was too late to close the door. There's no point taking each other out. Tarleton goes into the lead of the S-Class. Back to the overall lead of the race. And look at that, it's now Paul Spark, 35, that's up into second position. Selby down to third, but still fighting every which way he can. And is he now putting himself up the inside when they get into Coram? And it looked like Kieran McDonald, number 8, just got a little bit out of shape there. And look at that, still all the way round Coram, side by side. Selby just about had the lead over Spark, but not for long. Spark's back up into second, and now it looks like 37. Gareth Hunt is throwing it up the inside in the Tigger liveried Mini, but they're still side by side. Charlie Budd, number 3, after being hung out to dry earlier in this race, has said thank you very much, I'll get involved. They're going 3 abreast yet again along the start-finish straight. How has it played out? It looks like possibly Gareth Hunt has got the edge up into third, but no, it's McDonald that's done it. Sweeps up into that third place. 4-wheel drifts around the right-hander of Riches, and it's all happening, but goodness me, Selby's way out of the picture at the moment. I wonder whether there's a problem with his car. He looks as if he's going a bit slower than he was going earlier. That'd be a shame if there's a problem with that car as well. Charlie Budd, meanwhile, number 3, managed to get past Gareth Hunt there. As we look back at the S-Class battle, still raging. It looks like Cooper got back ahead of Tarleton, but Tarleton wasn't going to settle for that. Tarleton throws it back up the inside, round the right-hander of Riches, and they're still going at it. Wilson, Tarleton still just about has it in 7.91. Fabulous when you've got 2 classes and they're fighting like this all the way through the race. The S-Class just as much alive as the overall one. And in fact, this is a battle for what I think is probably the last 3 places in the S-Class, but it's still as captivating as the rest of it. Martin just there taking a slightly watching brief from Affleck and Parsol at the moment. Oh, and a very wide line there by the number 2 car. Spencer Wanstall's had a very grassy race this time, but again kept his footing and did a great job to get it back onto the tarmac as our lead race goes 3 abreast again. Charlie Budd somehow threads the eye of a needle between all of them and jumps straight up ahead of Spark and McDonald. Goodness me, I think that's up to 3rd position for him as the S-Class is still raging. Tarleton's just managing to hold back the 700 car of Justin Cooper, but he knows he can't rest yet as this feud that was raging we saw earlier with Wanstall. Wanstall's at the back of that, back into the front of that train. He is. It's the number 2 Wanstall ahead of 25, Joe Thompson, number 19. So where did he start? Tom Sanderson started on the back of the grid, and he's up there in this fantastic battle now. What an outstanding comeback. Ahead of Billison, who has ahead of him Berger. So, wow, well done, Tom Sanderson. It's great to see he got the car out there and is fighting hard. Ashley Davis, look at the lead that Ashley Davis has. Charlie Budd has no rest. He's got a Spark just behind him, going 2 abreast, and Spark's trying to throw that round the outside, taking the momentum line, really. I think that's the best line to call that one, but Charlie Budd is hanging it out onto the brakes for Wilson, and he's just got on the brakes that little bit earlier than Spark. Great job by Paul Spark. Remember, he started 12th on the grid, so a great performance by him as well. Charlie Budd now under pressure from number 8, Kieran McDonald, who started on the 2nd row. Ashley Davis has got to be absolutely ecstatic with this. He's in the lead and he's scampered away into the distance, watching this great fight going on behind him. As we look back to the S-Class, and it's Parslow keeping Affleck behind, but Affleck's looking up the inside as they go to the left-hander of Murray's onto the centre straight, and Affleck's managed to get past. Great move there by the 771 car of Julian Affleck, but has that compromised onto the straight? It looked like it possibly was going to in a very wide line there. I think is that Sanderson? I think it is. Yes, it is. Number 19 Sanderson desperately trying to move up yet another position, see if he can get past Spencer Wanstall. But that's probably just cost him a little bit and put him back into the throes of Joe Thompson. As we saw behind that, that was the lead battle for the S-Class, is only just behind that. Through goes our leader, Ashley Davis again. Paul Spark in 35, Kieran McDonald and Gareth Hunt. Gareth Hunt looking like he was basically bump drafting Kieran McDonald there. Kieran McDonald trying to keep him behind. Little puff of smoke, and that's because they've dived up the inside of Spark. Spark had no answer there. He's dropped down a position, so 2nd is still number 3, Charlie Budd. 3rd now is Kieran McDonald in the number 8. Paul Spark in 35, followed by Gareth Hunt. Wow, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Throw a hanky out, they'd all touch it. It's as close as that. but not for our leader, as he already turns left into Brundles, as this second, third, fourth, fifth battle comes raging down towards us. Charlie Budd trying to keep Kieran McDonald behind him. Paul Sparks sat there just in third in that train, fourth overall. Gareth Hunt sat there trying to see what spoils he can take through the bomb hole, side by side. Gareth Hunt's going to be on the outside though of Paul Sparks. Paul Sparks just got to brave it out. He's got the inside line. As this battle further down in the S-Class is still raging between these three. I think even if they got split up, I reckon they'd wait for each other to keep battling. Oh, and Tom Sanderson has indeed moved up another place. On a very wild ride there for number 25, Joe Thompson. But he got it tamed. He's still glued to the back of that fight, which is good to see. Talking of fight, here's this one for second, third, fourth and fifth. And there's the checkered flag. A great victory there for Ashley Davis. And coming towards the line, it's Charlie Budd, number 3, from Kieran McDonald. And I think Paul Spark managed to take 4th position. 5th goes to Gareth Hunt. And then 6th will be the ailing Lewis Selby. What a shame that he lost power off the back of that car. And Tom Sanderson, great performance to come through in 7th position. 8th was Spencer Wanstall. 9th, Don Berger. 10th, number 25, Joe Thompson. And this was the fight for the S-Class. And it was taken just about by Sean Tarleton, the 791 from Justin Cooper in 700, which was actually 11th and 12th overall. 3rd was 742 Ben Butler in the
Congratulations, Sean. A double race victory, but I just had a quick chat with him there off mic, and he was... Congratulations, Kieran. 3rd place finish, a consistent day. And congratulations, Charlie. 2nd place finish, a hard 4th. 2nd place could have been any one of. To Ashley Davis. Ashley gets up onto the top step, gets to the bottom of the public, and he's very happy with that indeed.
Yesterday you made life hard for yourself, didn't you really? Qualifying didn't quite go to plan. You salvaged 5th. This was much more like it then.
Yeah, we were having a few issues yesterday with the engine. Unfortunately, run the beer in, so I was lucky to finish. But today's a lot better. We put our spear in, and yeah, what a fight. A serious bit of racing there. It was really close. Luckily, I broke a gap when I started battling again, but very good, close racing that was.
Probably one of the best races I've had since joining the Sevens. Like you say, I could have been first, could have been 7th. I didn't know what was going on. There was a bit of contact that put me on the grass and dropped us back a bit. So but I'm glad I managed to fight back and get the 2nd.
After last night, I don't know if you know, I mean, engine was fully out. It was ridiculous. But before I forget, Rob Selby behind me, driving the car, everything. He passed away from cancer. So this is Rob Selby.
Nicely done, nicely done. And what a way to do it as well. I mean, it's always nice to be part of these big scraps that you get within Mini 7 racing. That was one of the biggest, as Charlie was saying, that we've seen in recent times.
I can't even remember how many were in the back. I think at times going to first corner, it was, I don't know, 3 or 4. You didn't know where the turn is. Like, I'm about to be tapped out of the way. But yeah, everyone was clean. It was as clean as it could be, but extremely close.
So, Sean, you are a double class winner within the S class. That one was quite tough, though.
Yeah, that was hot. Tyres were going off towards the end. It was getting pretty slippy. So yeah, glad to keep in front. It's to and fro in. So yeah, just had to keep my head cool, even though the tyres had gone, and keep it on the road. So yeah, it was awesome.
Welcome to round 2 of the Radical SR1 Challenge from Rockingham Motor Speedway. Now, for most of these drivers, it's going to be their first time racing here. So let's hear some of their impressions of the track.
I really like this track. I don't know, the rhythm works for me. I had a couple days here with my coach, and it kind of paid off. It felt good. I went fast, and yeah, I'm really happy with the result.
My legs were going to jelly halfway round. Had a couple of spins on the brakes. Don't know where I'm going to find much more time than that, to be honest. Yeah, lots to take in.
Finished up P3, which I'm really happy with. Didn't know I was actually racing until 9 this morning. So yeah, a quick learning curve. The track's incredible. The banking's absolutely terrifying. Just trying to stay away from the wall. But it's really good fun. Yeah, it's a good track. So yeah, happy.
I was pleased because I got P6, which is midfield, and I improved on my lap times from testing by a few seconds. So far I'm pleased with how it's going.
Let's look through the grid for the first race of the weekend then. It's Jerome Desadlier that sits on pole position, and alongside is David or Sven Thompson. Row 2 of the grid is James Pinkerton and Andrew Ritchie, with Mark Crader lining up alongside David Tagg on row 3. Row 4 is Nigel Payne and Chris Hall, who's driving the new Radical SR1, and Peter Devlin lines up alongside Craig Thompson on row number 5. The cars are on the grid, and it is the red lights that will be coming on now. Jerome Desadlier sitting there on pole position, and he gets away slowly by the look of it, the pole sitter. Not quite as slow as the likes of Nigel Payne and David Tagg and Peter Devlin and Craig Thompson in the background, who when the lights went out didn't go anywhere. So Jerome Desadlier down into second place as they turn their way through turn 1 for the first time and start to head into the braking area for the Dean hairpin. And already Jerome Desadlier looking to try and retake up the lead of the race that he lost when the lights went out. They turn their way through the right-hand hairpin. It's Andrew Ritchie that leads. Jerome Desadlier looking to try and pull a move if he can, but can't quite work his way through on the exit of Dean Corner, so he'll sit behind as they head round through Yentwood now, and they flick their way up from there, very slightly uphill and out towards the far reaches of the circuit at Piff Paff. So Jerome Desadlier at the moment having to give second best to the number 51 car in the hands of Andrew Ritchie. Andrew Ritchie, who we saw finish in the first of the races at Brands Hatch, just outside of the top 6. He's leading here, but Jerome Desadlier's got the inside line down the Steel Straight. They go side by side through Graceland's Corner, but it is the Swiss driver that just gets his nose ahead, and that's delayed Andrew Ritchie a little bit and now puts him under pressure from Sven Thompson. The number 10 car looking to try and dive its way up the inside, yet through goes David or Sven Thompson, who runs the Nielsen Racing team. So up to second for Sven, down to third, having led the race in the early stages, is Andrew Ritchie, and now coming under pressure is he still from James Pinkerton's car. James Pinkerton's car, the white car, but with the lighter blue and the darker blue lens covers to the front lights on it. Through the Brook chicane for the first time. From there it's back up onto the banked circuit at turn 4. Jerome Desadlier already looking to try and pull away. He won the last race that we had at Brands Hatch. In third place, coming under huge pressure, is Andrew Ritchie. James Pinkerton sniffing around, looking to try and pick the pocket, move himself up into the podium places nice and early on in this race. But for the moment, it looks as though Andrew Ritchie has just about got the upper hand over James Pinkerton as they again head onto the brakes, turn the car in towards the Dean hairpin and start to accelerate away again up through the gears. 1340cc Suzuki engines working hard as they then head onto the brakes and turn their way through the right-hander at Yentwood. Great fight going on for third and fourth place, but it's still the white car with its red flashes of Andrew Ritchie, the white car with the lighter and the darker blue flashes of James Pinkerton, that sits behind in fourth place. So through Piff Paff, then after they've gone through the sweeping left-hander, it's a very short straight, the Steel Straight, before they're then into the left-hander at Graceland's Corner, drops away on the apex of the corner, so you need to be careful so as not to run wide coming out of the corner, and certainly the front two are getting away now from this pair for third and fourth position. Andrew Ritchie is late on the brakes as he dare be, down through the gears, still with the number 56 car of James Pinkerton firmly in his wheel tracks. And as they then accelerate their way onto the School Straight, James Pinkerton, he finished fourth last time out at Brands Hatch. He had a fifth in the first race, a fourth in the second race. He hasn't had a podium as yet and will be dearly liking to try and work his way through and grab the opportunity if he can. But for the moment, Andrew Ritchie, sensible driving, just positioning the car where he needs. This time, James Pinkerton takes a slightly tighter line coming out of the Brook chicane up towards turn 4. Almost looked as though he was going to overlap, but that wasn't to be. Here's another good fight going on. This is David Franklin, who made progress from the tail end of the field, fighting away with Nigel Payne, and not that far behind is David Tagg as well. The LB drivers are all fighting away for what I think is the lead of the Fangio Cup at this stage. As by the look of things, David Tagg looking to squeeze his way up the inside of Nigel Payne. Couldn't quite manage to pick the pocket of David Franklin as well. So it is the number 91 car that just lies ahead of that little group, David Franklin. Then behind him now is number 95, David Tagg, with the light green car. That's the easy one to spot in the hands of Nigel Payne. So the 3 as 1 up towards Chapman Curve, turn their way through the right-hander, and then from there they disappear out towards the far reaches of the circuit up at Piff Paff. But for David Franklin, he's still hanging on to the position at the moment, despite the very best attempts of David Tagg to try and get himself right into contention. Great squabble going on amongst the Fangio Cup competitors. This is going to be for something like 5th, 6th and 7th overall at this stage. Either way, they're having a great little battle, and at the moment it's still being headed by David Franklin, who'd started 11th on the grid, got a much better start. Others struggle to get the car off the line, but now David Franklin's under pressure from David Tagg, who's drawn himself alongside coming out of Tarzan. David Franklin has the inside line still as they come down the School Straight for the next of the corners, which is the left-hander at the Brook chicane. So it is still just David Franklin that hangs onto it from David Tagg, then the green car of Nigel Payne. As over the start-finish line, we still get this great fight going on for what is third and fourth position. It's still Andrew Ritchie doing great things to try and keep at bay James Pinkerton. James is still more than within touching distance. Any slip up at all from Andrew Ritchie will see James Pinkerton steal the place. But there's been no chink in the armour as yet for Andrew Ritchie. Again, nice and neat and tidy. Work their way out of the Dean chicane, or the Dean hairpin rather, then through what is Yentwood, climb the hill up towards Chapman Curve. Whilst this great fight still going on amongst the Fangio Cup competitors, David Franklin cannot shake away the number 95 car of David Tagg. Then the Mountain Dew liveried car of Nigel Payne's not that far away. 3 still has 1, and the next of the cars beginning to close in as well. So through what is Chapman Curve. Then from there it's up towards Piff Paff, where they thread their way through the never-ending left-hander. This is where the front runners are, already exiting Piff Paff and round through Gracelands and in towards the braking area for the Tarzan hairpin. All of the time, James Pinkerton trying different things at the wheel of car number 56, trying to get the overlap on the car of Andrew Ritchie, and he's almost got the overlap this time down the Skull Straight. He's got the inside line. The door can't be closed by Andrew Ritchie, so James Pinkerton does eventually go through and take up third position, down to fourth for Andrew Ritchie. Led on the first lap, but he's now out of the podium places. And the car that sits behind him, by the look of things, looks as though it's Mark Crader that's begun to close in as a result of all of that squabbling going on. So there's third, there is fourth, Andrew Ritchie. Not that far behind is the fifth place car, which looked as though it was Mark Crader, as they turn their way through turn 1. And all of this is very much playing into the hands of the leading pair, Jerome de Sadlier and David Thompson, who's got daylight between themselves and this little battle that's still going on. Andrew Ritchie thought for a moment there he might have the opportunity to instantly retake the place back on the brakes, but wasn't quite to be. So he still follows the new third place car, James Pinkerton, through Yentwood, before they then climb up the very subtle incline up towards Chapman. Elsewhere down through the order amongst the Fangio Cup competitors, number 91 David Franklin has now lost a couple of places, and he's falling under pressure from Craig Thompson, who is a younger brother of David, or Sven Thompson, who's currently running second in the race. So David Franklin, who was leading the Fangio Cup, has dropped down through the order. As we look down towards David Franklin, who's still got his hands reasonably full at this stage. They're fighting away for places outside of the top half dozen. So David Franklin, long-time Radical racer, still managing to keep at bay the white car with its subtle yellow and silver flash to the front. Onto the brakes comes David Franklin, up towards Tarzan, turns his way in towards the right-hand hairpin with Craig Thompson closing in all of the time. There's one car that's had a spin there on the exit of the corner, and that looks as though it might be David Tagg that's had the spin. He's getting recovered, he's going in the right direction, the engine is still fired up and he works his way along the Skull Straight, but I think that was David Tagg who was knocking on the door, if not already leading the Fangio Cup, and he's now dropped himself right the way down through the order, has left himself a big old chunk of work to do. Over the start-finish line comes David Franklin, still under pressure from Craig Thompson. He's had a busy race so far, as David. Craig making his debut in the Radical SR1 Cup, can't quite manage to squeeze his way through at turn 1, so opts to sit back behind once more. And as he then sits in the slipstream, what might he be able to do on the brakes heading up towards the Dean hairpin? The answer is not a great deal. No, just maintains the gap between the pair of them as they turn their way through the right-hander. Just up the road from this little pair is the light green and black car of Nigel Payne, who is currently hoping that he might be able to hang on to a top 5 place, as the squabble between David Franklin and Craig Thompson still continues as they head through Chapman once more, right out onto the far reaches of the circuit at Piff Paff. Great little fight going on. Whilst out the front, of course, we've still got Jerome de Sadlier looking to build the advantage, and a reasonable advantage he's built up so far. Down the Skull Straight through Gracelands Corner, despite the fact that Craig Thompson has continually over the course of the last few laps been rather close to David Franklin. He's not as yet had any opportunity to try and pull a move as yet. David Franklin driving well, Craig Thompson sitting with him, and this might be an opportunity here if he can get the power on coming out of Tarzan Corner. Almost has drawn himself alongside, but even if he does, he's on the wrong side of the circuit unless he switches back and tries to outbrake the car ahead. No, so opts to sit behind. So the two 1340 Suzuki powered cars turn their way through the Brook chicane, and then from there they'll be straight onto the power. Craig Thompson takes a slightly tighter line coming out of the Brook chicane and up towards turn 4, which now has drawn him alongside David Franklin, and he should have the inside line as they head in towards turn 1. Yep, so through goes Craig Thompson, place gained over David Franklin. And now David will look to try and return the favour if he can. So safely through turn 1. Brake lights come on. At least they do on Craig Thompson's car as he then turns the car and spins, heading in towards the Dean hairpin. He'd done all of the hard work, and unfortunately the tail end of the car just crying enough, and that has caused David Franklin to be delayed slightly, which has dropped David Franklin back into the clutches of the recovering car of David Tagg, number 95. We saw a spin for David coming out of the Tarzan hairpin a few laps ago. Well, he's worked tirelessly hard again, and is now looking to try and promote himself up into what would be, if he could get past David Franklin, it would be second in the Fangio Cup, because the Fangio Cup for the older drivers is currently being led by number 71 Nigel Payne, and this is now the squabble for second and third in the Fangio Cup, albeit what I think at this stage is going to be 6th and 7th overall. Safely out of Graceland's corner, they head down towards Tarzan. David Tagg's having a quick look up at the inside of David Franklin. David Franklin sees him coming, takes a wide sweep around the right-hander, but that's it, job done. As far as David Tagg is concerned, he's gained the place and is back up to now what will be a place inside the top 6, but more importantly, leading the Fangio Cup, which is a sort of a championship within a championship for some of the older drivers that we've got out in the SR1s this year. That is a spin, and that looks like that might be Mark Crader's car, possibly. Can't quite tell from the angle that we're looking at. So here comes our race leader over the start-finish line with safety car coming out. So all of the advantage that was been built up by Jerome de Sadlier is all going to evaporate, and not a great deal following what is, Mark Crader's car. It's just not come through at the end of that lap. So his car being towed out of harm's way. So should be a brief safety car period. The lights are already out now on the safety car. We're about to go back to green flag racing. So Jerome de Sadlier will decide when he wants to get back on with it once more. The safety car will turn its way into the top of the pit lane just before they head up towards turn 4, and we'll be able to get the race back underway once more. Jerome de Sadlier will lead the pack away. It's David or Sven Thompson sitting there in second position as they come over the start-finish line. James Pinkerton's there in third place. Fourth place is Andrew Ritchie, so that's the top 4 all over the start-finish line. And there is Andrew Ritchie in that 4th position. Let's see what he might be able to do now to try and get right back up onto terms with James Pinkerton, because he had, before the safety car period, just fallen away a shade more. He closes, but can't quite squeeze his way through on the brakes up at the Dean hairpin. He was coming from a very long way back, so the top 4 having broken away. 5th place is number 71, that's Nigel Payne. He leads the Fangio Cup at this stage, at the wheel of the light green car. You can just see him in the background of the shot, as our race leader is already back on with it and starting to pull away again. So Jerome de Sadlier, who claimed victory last time out at Brands Hatch, he qualified for both races on pole position at Brands Hatch, but stalled when the lights went out in race number 1 and had to spend the rest of the period fighting his way back up through the order to finish ultimately in 6th place in the first race of the season. He won the second race of the season, say from pole, and set the fastest lap as well. And at the moment he's potentially on course to repeat that feat. He qualified on pole, that carries an extra championship point. He is leading the race, that would be a maximum of 40 championship points, and he has at this stage set the fastest lap. In second place though, David Thompson is coming under huge amounts of pressure from James Pinkerton as they turn their way through the Brook chicane. Now can David, or Sven as he's more likely to be known by most people, hang on to that position, because he's coming under great amount of pressure from James Pinkerton, who is looking one way, looking the other. You can see Sven just watching his mirrors, seeing exactly where he needs to position the car so as to try and prevent James Pinkerton working his way through. For James Pinkerton, already he's in third place. That would be his best result of the season so far. For Sven, he is currently in second position. That is without question his best result of the season so far, because he finished just outside of the top 6 at Silverstone last time out. Wheel of the number 10 car, as they now thread their way once more out of Yentwood up towards Chapman Curve. The top 4 looking fairly equidistantly spread at this stage. Number 3, Jerome de Sadlier leading from number 10, David Thompson, from this car here, which is James Pinkerton, who turns his way through the almost never-ending left-hander at Piff Paff. But at the moment his aspirations to climb another step on the podium are sort of starting to evaporate a shade. He's falling further away from the number 10 machine. So onto the brakes, in towards Tarzan they'll go. And that's a problem by the look of things for Craig Thompson, whose car is slowing out on circuit. We saw him having a great battle, but it all seems to have come rather undone towards the tail end of this race. Here come the leading 4 in towards the Brook chicane. The order still remains the same. Still Jerome Desadlier from David Thompson, from that car there James Pinkerton, and then the white and red car of Andrew Ritchie. But looking at the gaps between them all, with just a lap or so to go, I don't think, barring any mistakes, we're going to see a great deal of shuffling in the order, because the respective positions seem to be set now as our race leader turns his way through the left-hander at turn 1, and then we'll head on to the brakes and bring the car down from almost maximum speed into what is a very slow corner, the left-hand Dean hairpin. It's not an overly tight hairpin, it's just a difficult one when you're approaching at such great speed to get right, but for the moment Jerome Desadlier has done superbly well. There's Peter Devlin, car number 5. He's having a busy little fight at this stage. That is David Frankland that sits just ahead of him. They are fighting over what is 8th and 9th position overall in this race. Peter Devlin looks to try and draw himself alongside, but by the look of things, outbraked himself heading in towards the Dean hairpin. So all of the hard work done to catch came undone rather there. Just a bit too late on the brakes, and David Frankland can at last take a breather. Here comes our race leader, Jerome Desadlier. You can see the tail end of the car still bouncing around on the curbs there, and he just had to correct it with a little bit of steering input, but it looks as though it is going to be a fairly dominant victory for Jerome Desadlier. When the lights went out, he might not have got off the line that particularly well, but since taking the lead of the race, he built the margin. The safety car came out, which eroded it, and he's been able to rebuild again on that one. Sven Thompson, though, in second place, is not as yet done and dusted with James Pinkerton, who is still getting ever closer, but as Jerome Desadlier comes out of turn 4 up towards the start-finish line, he takes the checkered flag and wins round 3 of the 2017 Radical SR1 Championship. From David Thompson in second position, James Pinkerton in third, and Andrew Ritchie will come through and finish in 4th position. So for Jerome Desadlier, that is win number 2 out of race number 3 in the season, and he will be very pleased indeed with that, particularly as his main championship rivals Rob Ellis and Richard Baxter aren't competing this weekend at Rockingham. Confirmation of the results said Jerome Desadlier claims the win, from David Thompson in second place, and third place goes the way of James Pinkerton. Andrew Ritchie was there in 4th, ahead of Nigel Payne, who won the Fangio class. David Tagg was in 6th place, with Chris Hall, David Frankland, Peter Devlin and Craig Thompson completing the top 10. Well, our drivers will head to the podium. 3 very happy drivers on the top step of the podium. Let's hear from the top 3.
It was a really good drive. I want to thank the 20 fans over there that are sitting. Thanks for watching, guys. And it was a great race. It was quite quick. The car felt good. And yeah, hopefully we'll do the same in race 2.
I know there was a certain section of the track where he was quicker than me, so I just had to try and make it count elsewhere. Target was to keep it on and finish.
Yes, yeah, so Andrew Ritchie was impossible to pass. Really good defensive driving. Eventually got past, which was good. Just tried catching David, but yeah, his driving was incredible, so I don't think I was going to get past him.
We can try and turn that round, can't we, for race 2?
Yeah, hopefully. I'll try my best. Yeah, that wall's very scary, though, so try and stay out of the wall.
Lewis Grant and Michael O'Brien make up the front row of the grid, and as the guys, we are away and racing, and it's the pole sitter Lewis Grant who gets his nose ahead. He's being shoved down towards turn 1 by Michael O'Brien, who will try and slot through into second place. The white truck with the yellow rear, he does it. So Harry Webb drops down 1 position into 3rd place on the run now up towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time. Bentley Straight is where they are now, though, for the first time, and Lewis Grant trying to make good his escape if at all possible. He won both of the first 2 races, did Lewis, and now he wants to try and seal the hat-trick. Down towards Brundle and Nelson we go for the first time in this 15-minute race, and Lewis Grant, the white number 24 truck, leads the way. Harry Webb, the yellow truck with the rear back end, is there in second place. Everybody filing through more or less okay. A few very adventurous lives being taken by trucks further back in the pack, but they're all through cleanly and up towards the bomb hole in Coram. It's nose to tail for the race lead. Here comes Harry Webb. He wants to get the lead away if at all possible through Coram corner, down towards the end of the first lap, and Lewis Grant runs very, very wide through Coram. That'll put him on the tight inside line for Murray's, which means he stays ahead for now, but will Harry Webb be able to cut back to the late apex and get a run down the pit straight? Let's wait and see. They duck out of view briefly behind the media building. They'll soon be back into our sight, though, and it's absolutely nose to tail. Top three trucks as one. Lewis Grant, second place is going to be Harry Webb. Third place then for outside front row sitter Michael O'Brien. Then it's fourth place for Glenn Broster, fifth for Smith, sixth is Pell, and Matt Kelly already seventh, having started down in 11th place on the grid. So great stuff this has been from Matt Kelly. He'll be hoping, though, really just for a clean run in this one. Oh, someone running out a bit wide. That was Glenn Broster, I think, in fourth position as they came out of Riches. Bit of shuffling going on there, though. That looked to me as though that was the 89 truck of Matt Smith running wide through Wilson. The 84 of Gavin Pell got past him, and now Matt Kelly is trying to do likewise. Down the Bentley straight they all go. Has Matt been able to make the move stick? Yes, he has. So Matt Kelly moving nicely up the order here, picking this way past them one by one. Leaders about to approach Brundle and Nelson. Still the same order between the top three. Then Grant from Webb from O'Brien. They're being reeled in slightly, though, I think, by Glenn Broster, who's next in line in fourth and uses all the curb through Nelson. Gets way wide over the curbs on the exit of the corner as well. As a result, does Glenn. He keeps it going vaguely in the right direction up towards the bomb hole for the second time. We completed how many laps in the earlier races? Race 1 we did 10 laps, race 2 we did 10 laps, so you'd imagine that in race 3 we'll also get 10 laps completed. And who is going to lead the end of the second one? Because it's once again as close can be between Lewis Grant and Harry Webb, but Lewis is just about putting his SsangYong in about the right places to keep the identical car behind him of Harry Webb at bay. Harry, though, is less than a truck length behind as they make their way up towards Rich's corner again. Defensive line being taken by Lewis Grant. Harry Webb goes to the outside. He's going to try and get the switch back on the extra corner here. Watch for the extra momentum that he'll carry, he hopes anyway, on the run towards the Wilson hairpin. No, he couldn't get across to the inside line, and instead it's the third place man Michael O'Brien who's attacking him. Out onto the Bentley straight we go again, just being kicked up by several of the trucks now as they make their way out onto that part of the circuit. But Harry Webb, who really does want to try and get himself a race win if at all possible, is just starting to slip back ever so slightly now. I think at the start of this particular lap on the run down towards Brundle this time around, yes, he's now having to defend his second position more than he's able to attack for the race lead, so needs to try and get his head down here and get after Lewis Grant. This is what we saw in both of the first two races, really. Harry Webb in the early goings, the Formula 4 racer Harry Webb, early on in the race able to go with race leader Lewis Grant, but as the race goes on, Lewis seems to assert his authority and just finds a bit more pace, perhaps looking after the tyres better or brakes. Of course, these things will take quite a bit of stopping, and with new trucks, new vehicles like these, then you're never quite sure how long components like the brakes are going to last. Out of Murray's again, back down the pit straight. 3 laps about to complete. Glenn Broster, by the way, in fourth place. Fastest lap of the race, and you can see he is closing in on the cars in front of him across the line this time around. And it's no, it's not a fastest lap quite. It's only a couple of tenths off his previous best, and he's quicker on that lap than all 3 of the trucks in front of him. Matt Kelly, by the way, is up into 6th place now. He's ahead of Matt Smith, so now his next target is Gavin Pell in the number 84 machine. Out onto the Bentley straight again. Outside of the top 6 or so, Matt Smith 7th, we mentioned. Then it's the 2 Wars. It's Simon Waugh ahead of Luke Waugh, 22 ahead of 11. Then it's the number 7 machine of Tony Murray, the number 10 of Rebecca Jackson, and Natalie Burt in only her 3rd ever motor race, running in 12th position. Leaders back down through Brundle and Nelson, snatching brakes, sliding around. They're really starting to find the limit now in these machines. The fastest lap in qualifying was 35.1. In race 1, they went fractionally slower. Still a 35.1 though was the fastest lap. In race 2, a 34.4. In this one, the fastest lap so far is a 35.3. So we'd imagine they'll keep on getting quicker as they get to grips with the cars. And we're side by side for the race lead now. And it looks like we've had a change. Yes, Harry Webb has gone through on the inside at Coram. Lewis Grant finds back on the inside, though they almost make a bit of contact through Murray's, but Harry Webb has made the move stick. He is through now into the race lead. That sort of came out of nowhere, really, because he wasn't that close half a lap ago, but he's closed back in through the second half of the lap. He moved his way into second, and now he's gesticulating to Lewis Grant in the mirror, saying, work with me, don't race me, push me, and that's exactly what's happening. They're bump drafting their way down towards Riches. Lewis at the last second looks to the inside, but that was never really likely to work, so they sort of worked together for half a straight, and then Lewis decided, actually no, I want to try and come back through if I can. That that has meant that the third place man, Michael O'Brien, has closed right back in again on the run towards Wilson Hairpin. The big stop, the hardest braking point on the track. That means it's the best overtaking point on the track. Glenn Broster still with them in fourth. This is by far and away the most competitive of the three SsangYong Racing Challenge races we've had so far this weekend. The first two have been pretty competitive. This one, though, they are absolutely nose to tail through the first four positions, and still just over half the race to go. Slipstream City now down the Bentley Straight. Can Harry Webb hang on, or will Lewis Grant be able to attack again down towards Brundle and Nelson? It really has been Murray's Corn where we've seen an awful lot of the overtakes taking place over the course of the SsangYong Racing Challenge races this weekend. And is that going to be where we see the next challenge? Harry Webb a little bit wide there through Nelson, just hurts his exit speed slightly up towards the bomb hole and Coram. This is the fifth lap of the race. And it is Harry Webb then in the lead. Lewis Grant in second. He lost that lead at Murray's Corner on the previous lap, and now he wants to try and get it back if possible. Third place for Michael O'Brien. Fourth place Glenn Broster. No change of position this time, or is there? Well, Michael O'Brien thought about going up the inside of Lewis Grant. Looks like that's maybe the one part of the circuit, Chris, where Lewis is struggling slightly on the brakes in towards Murray's. He lost the lead there a lap ago, and Michael O'Brien thought about making the same sort of move on him this time.
Yeah, and obviously I've just come up to see the fact that Harry Webb's got himself into the lead, and that I'm loving the sight that we've got all four of them absolutely joined together. Broster's been there or thereabouts for most of the weekend, hasn't he? But he's sort of had bad luck. He's been involved in incidents in the previous two races. At the back of that chain of four at the moment, Harry Webb doing well at the front. I thought it was interesting. I came up just as you were saying he was trying to get them to work together. How many times have we suggested that the cars should be doing that? They just won't do it, will they, at all? They're born racers. They just want to fight each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Working together is a bit of an alien concept, really, isn't it? But in theory, it is quicker. Two cars working together will make for quicker lap times around a place like this, but getting them to do it is another matter. Leaders nose to tail again down towards Brundle, and you can really see there that Lewis Grant was gaining in the slipstream. Well, I can't remember whether it was Lewis or whether it was Harry after race one. I think it was Harry said that the slipstream effect actually wasn't that strong in these things. Well, I beg to differ, because look at the way that Lewis Grant has drawn alongside in towards Nelson. It didn't work that time, but that was an absolute textbook slipstream, that wasn't it? Down the back straight, he closed in, he drew alongside, just couldn't quite get late enough on the brakes to make the move stick.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looked as though that was slipstream rather than mistake. I mean, I don't know whether maybe they were just a bit compromised, because you get the impression there's a degree of momentum required on these as well. So maybe Harry just didn't get the ultimate Wilson's and Chapman curve sequence as he went through there that compromised him all the way down that Bentley Straight down toward Brundle and Nelson's. But as they come onto the centre straight for what will be, this is going to be their sixth time with just under 5.5 minutes remaining. This bump drafting pretty much, and jumping out towards the left-hand side goes the 24 car of Lewis Grant. He's going to be on the outside by the time they get to Richie's, but is he going to get the move done before he even gets there? Harry Webb's going late on the brakes, and he's going to stay there on the inside, and they're staying side by side.
Oh, I hope they both emerge to the other side of Richie's Corner. They do, and I think that on the inside line, that was probably Harry Webb that made that stick, wasn't it? Up towards Wilson they go, all four of them back together now, because Glenn Broster is once again a part of this, but that was brilliant stuff from Harry Webb. It looked for a moment or two once he lost the lead like Lewis Grant might have the pace to pull away. Absolutely not been the case though. Onto the Bentley Straight. Guess what? There's more dust being kicked up as they run out over the edge of the track through Chapman onto the longest straight on the circuit, and Harry Webb just about clawed his way back through. The question is, can he stay there for another 4.5 minutes? Because Lewis Grant's already proven that he's a pretty good racer. He made a brilliant move up at Murray's a few laps ago to take the lead in the first place. That may be where we see him make his first real challenge to take it back again.
Yeah, and I mean, he almost suggests that he needs to be wary of the 94 car of Michael O'Brien just behind him, because he's been in the thick of it all weekend in these races. But frankly, at the moment, it looks as if Michael O'Brien's kind of, possibly even by choice, taking a bit of a watching brief, because there's so much going on between these front two. It only takes a little bit of contact that will compromise the speed, not just for the corner they're in, but potentially for the next couple of corners, and that's when Michael O'Brien can really take the spoils. But at the moment, it looks as if it's actually Lewis Grant, the second place car, that just got a slightly compromised Coram and Murray's that time round. But the good thing is it doesn't last for too long, does it? Because he's now starting to close yet again, and I do agree with you that looked like some serious slipstream in then.
Looking at the inside then into Richie's. That was some serious bravery required to make that one sit. But yes, I absolutely agree. That's definitely slipstream that's taking effect. Maybe there's a bit more wind now. The wind has definitely picked up slightly. That might be having a slight effect.
Sorry about that. I had beans for lunch.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but you know, back out onto the Bentley Straight, moving swiftly on. It is still 4 for the lead, and you sense that that's really not going to change now for the remaining 3¼ minutes of the race. They're going to stay absolutely together. It's now just a case of which order they are going to finish in. It is at the moment Harry Webb that has the lead, the truck with the yellow rear. The other 3 cars near enough identically liveried, so good luck picking them out from a distance. We'll do our best to keep you abreast of what sort of order they've got themselves into, but it's definitely Harry Webb that led on to the Bentley Straight, and at the end of it, he's still there in front.
Great battle as well for 5th and 6th, isn't it? 84 Pell and 42 Kelly. Good to see that Kelly was back out there again.
Glenn Broster, sorry to cut across. Glenn Broster made a right haul because of Brundle and Nelson then, ran way too wide to the left, was too tight into the right, and went a country mile onto the grass, so he's now no longer a part of that fight for the lead.
I do love that. My dad used to say he's made a right haulix of it.
Well, there are worse ways I could have described it.
Yes, it keeps us out of trouble if we use that. And look at that, I said about the Pell and Kelly battle, and still that's raging all the way around Coram. I thought that Kelly was looking up the inside as they went round Coram of Pell. They're a bit easier to pick out, aren't they, with their red and black and grey liveries as well as the white. But here comes the other one that's fairly easy to pick out with the yellow flashes at the back. That is Harry Webb that's got that lead, and he's just managed to stretch his leg with the new fastest lap of the race that time round. It's not by a lot, is it? He's only 3/4 of a second ahead of Lewis Grant in that second position. Michael O'Brien just lost contact with Lewis that time. We know that Broster already had because he'd run wide as he exited Nelson. He's not managed to fall back into the clutches of the battling duo of Pell and Kelly at the moment, but I don't think he's going to manage to sort of reattach himself to that 3 for the lead.
No, it's looking unlikely because the pace is remarkably evenly matched, isn't it? The top 3 have all been into the 34s at one point or another. Of course, Harry Webb, as you mentioned, did that on the previous lap at 34.695. Is that now the fastest lap? Let's have a look. Race 2 was when we had our previous best lap. That was a 1:34.3. So no, we're still about 4/10 of a second away from a new lap record, essentially, is what it will be, because, of course, this is the first appearance of the SsangYong Racing Challenge at Snetterton, the first appearance anywhere for the SsangYong Racing Challenge in the UK. So whoever sets the fastest lap today will have the official lap record as we leave our first round of what has already been a brilliant start to the challenge. A great second half of the race being put together here by Harry Webb, because we're about to come through to start the final lap, and he's built up now well over a 1 second advantage. I'd say now the fight really is between Lewis Grant and Michael O'Brien for second place. Oh, and one of them's just spun. Is that Michael? I think maybe that's just lost it going into Murray's, and he's pointing the wrong way. Is Lewis Grant still there in second in the number 24 car? He is, isn't he? So it's Michael O'Brien that's rotated. I didn't see the start of that. I saw the car coming to a standstill. He's now got going, but how many places has he lost? Glenn Broster comes through in 3rd, 4th place for Gavin Pell, 5th place for Matt Kelly, and it's down to 6th. It's 6th for Matt Smith, so it's 7th for Michael O'Brien. He will be kicking himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's that spot that you sort of voiced about, that being really challenging for these big vehicles as they come down towards Murray's, and they're still turning towards the right and on the brakes before they're able to start turning left again. So it's a real challenge, and I think that's what unstuck Michael O'Brien that time round. As they go down Bentley Straight for the final time, we look to see their roofs, and it's that yellow flash towards the rear of the car that tells us that Harry Webb, car number 2, is still there. And I would suggest at the moment, he says rather nervously and meekly, is that he's in control of this now. It's his to lose as he goes through the left-hander of Brundle, then right-hander of Nelson, and still there is Lewis Grant in the number 24. He can't totally discount him, but he's not really in striking distance as it stands at the moment. They're going through the bomb hole, and they'll come charging into our sights again at Coram for the final time. It will be a 10-lap race.
One of them's gone missing. No, sorry, excuse me. I beg your pardon. I'm half a lap behind. I forgot about Michael O'Brien. You know what? It's been a long weekend. Leave me alone.
Yeah, and I'm doing your trick of juggling the electronics here as well now. But here they come onto the centre straight for the final time, and it's Harry Webb's going to take the victory as he comes towards the checkered flag. Car number 2, Harry Webb, comes across the line, takes the victory. He had to work very hard for that. Lewis Grant comes through in second, and then it's a bit of a gap for this trio of cars that are they're going for it, and it is going to be Broster, but Pell in the 84 car was desperately trying to find a way through to see if he could get onto the podium. He wasn't quite able to do it, so the 84 Pell comes through in 4th. 5th is Matt Kelly in the number 42 car. Then it is the recovering, it's Matt Smith in 89 that comes through in 6th. It's 7th for the recovering Michael O'Brien, 94. He's going to kick himself, and through goes number 11, which is Luke Waugh. A bit of a gap for slightly war-wounded number 22 there, which is Simon Waugh. And then side by side, look at this.
I see what you did there. That was a nice one, the war-wounded.
After a dramatic second race, he manages to work his way up and gets 4th in race 1, 5th in race 2. Now it's on to his 3rd step on the podium for this one. Breaks up that one for the 3rd time. And his turning leads that one, but just wasn't. So, she is our driver of the day in the Sanyong Racing Challenge. Driver of the weekend, really. 3 races, Tuesday, 1 yesterday. And it's Natalie who comes home with...
We got a good start and sort of picked them off, but I think we were a bit stronger at the end than everyone else. We sort of held the lead, but it was a good race, yeah.
Great racing out there, isn't it? And you and Lewis seemed very evenly matched. There was a bit of to and froing in the middle of the race. You had the lead, he took it back, you got it back again. Nothing really to choose.
No, it was very close. I think it was just sort of who was in front was at best, so I thought it's best to keep there.
2 race wins and a 2nd placer. Pretty good weekend.
Yeah, chuffed with the results this weekend. That last race with Harry, it was good, trying to hold him off, but there was just no chance. Just went too wide in the last corner, and he managed to get up the inside of me, got the lead, and that was it. So, plus defending from Michael wasn't easy as well, so it was a bit 2 things at once, too much. So, still happy with 2nd place. So.
Congratulations, Glenn. 2 race finishes inside the top 6, and now you're on the podium for race 3. Got to be happy with that.
I'm surprised. Issues with brakes all weekend. Happened again. O'Brien spun in front. I don't know how I didn't hit it, and somehow managed to come through.
It was a dramatic second race as well, wasn't it? You got a bit close to comfort with Matt Kelly. The racing is close, but I think generally speaking, fairly clean.
Yeah, it's a matter of opinion. I thought I'd left enough room, but obviously not.
Welcome back to Silverstone for race 2 of the weekend in the Radical Challenge Championship. Hot and humid conditions out on circuit. Some fantastically close racing in the first race of the weekend. We can now look forward to race 2. The grid then it lines up with Bradley Smith on pole position, and alongside is Danny Keeley once more. Row 2 of the grid is Jack Lang and Oliver Barker. And row 3 of the grid is Jack Manchester and Dominic Jackson. Richard Baxter lines up alongside the reigning champion Steve Burgess on row 4. And it's Sean Byrne and Stuart Maloney that complete the 5th row of the grid. All of the cars in order. We're just awaiting the green flag, which is waved now at the tail end of the field, which means that the red lights will come on, and then we'll get race 2 of the weekend underway with Bradley Smith and Danny Keeley both sitting there on the front row of the grid. The lights go out. Bradley Smith gets a little bit of wheel spin to start with. It's not a poor start from him. Yellow flags further back suggest somebody's stalled, and we're almost 3 wide heading up towards what is Copse Corner, and Danny Keeley, Bradley Smith and Jack Lang were all together turning in towards the corner. Looks as though Danny Keeley had almost got his nose up the inside of Bradley Smith, but who's going to lead as they head up towards Maggots? It's Bradley Smith that has got the lead of the race. It's Jack Lang in 2nd place, and despite his very best efforts and what was a much better start than race 1 of the weekend, Danny Keeley finds himself in 3rd place. Oliver Barker's there in 4th place, and the light blue car is Jack Manchester in 5th, under pressure from Dominic Jackson in 6th place, and down to 7th for Steve Burgess. So as they thread their way onto the Hangar Straight for the first time, Danny Keeley looking to try and defend from the white and blue car of Oliver Barker, who jinks alongside him and briefly thought about the outside line. 3 wide further back, Steve Burgess sweeps his way around the outside of Dominic Jackson and the light blue car of Jack Manchester. Fantastically brave stuff from the reigning champion, and 2 places gained there. He'll be hugely pleased with that. Dominic Jackson still side by side with the light blue car of Jack Manchester, but very close indeed, and it does look as though Dominic Jackson has indeed been able to hang on to the place. Jack Manchester sitting right behind, and then it looks as though it's Stuart Maloney that heads up the next little pack of cars, but you can see it is just one enormous train of cars that goes in front of the wing building and up towards Abbey, with Bradley Smith yet again, race 1 winner, out front and leading the race again from the orange car of Jack Lang in 2nd place. And Danny Keeley, despite losing a place at the start, it was a substantially better start than race 1 of the weekend, and he's in the podium places and can try and see whether he might be able to pick off current championship leader Jack Lang coming into this weekend fights further down through the order. Richard Baxter sticking his elbows out. He's trying to work his way through and past number 64, which will have Brian Harvey on board for this second race of the weekend. Brian currently leading the team championship out on circuit at the moment. He's the first of the cars that is shared amongst drivers and is sandwiched between, by the look of things. Ahead of him is the car of Christian Jeffrey. Behind him is the light blue and pink car in the hands of Richard Baxter. He's comfortably leading the team honours as Richard Baxter tries to squeeze up the inside there. Couldn't quite work his way through. So it is still the number 64 car that hangs on to the position in the hands of Brian Harvey. Up towards completion of the first lap. Through Copse Corner goes our race leader. It is Bradley Smith that still continues to lead the race. Steve Burgess is a little bit further down through the order, but has this queue of cars sitting behind him. He's just overtaken some of them. So we've got one car that's retired off on the inside. And I think that might be Barry Liversidge, possibly, that retired on the inside of Copse Corner on lap number 1. Also, John McLeod did not come through either. So it's a couple of cars that have clearly had issues on the first lap. The rest of the field, though, threading their way through Beckett's Corner and on towards Chapel Curve and the Hanger Straight. And you can just see there's a little bit of smoke. That's Dominic Jackson's car that's got a little bit of smoke coming from the tail end of that car. So whether that is bodywork just rubbing, it looks as though it is coming from the tyre area. So there might have been just a little bit of bodywork that's catching one of the control slicks that all of these cars run. Not hampering his progress at this stage, Dominic. But he just needs to be careful that that doesn't start to cause him a problem as the race continues to wear on. So through the Vale, up towards Club Corner come what is still a squabbling pack of cars. There's Christian Jeffrey going well again once more. So a driver who's been racing out in the Caribbean at Bushy's Park in Barbados in the Radical Challenge that takes place out there, but has been going superbly well in the UK Championship as the race leaders are threading their way back in towards the braking area for Village Corner once more. And by the look of things, that is Sean Byrne pulling a move there, trying to squeeze his way through and past Stuart Maloney. So place gained, was it? No, not quite. Sean Byrne didn't quite get the job done there, had a very good go at it, but couldn't quite unlock the door to a gain of position. So he's going to sit directly behind the car as they head onto the Wellington Straight now, and might this be the opportunity for Sean Byrne to squeeze his way through and gain the place over Stuart Maloney. Now he's not close enough again as they head up towards the braking area for Brooklands. It's not going to stop him showing the nose of the car at the inside of Stuart Maloney though, but Stuart Maloney's got the move covered. He clips the apex of the corner, nice and neat and tidy through Brooklands and through Luffield. So the Irishman, rather frustratingly, just has little choice but to sit behind at the moment as they then start to thump the accelerator, shift up through the gears over the start-finish line to complete another lap. So through go the leading half a dozen. There's Steve Burgess, number 1, going through. Dominic Jackson, Jack Manchester, and then that squabble between what is Stuart Maloney and Sean Byrne, fighting over what is 7th and 8th places at the moment. The Irishman sitting there in 8th position. Through what is Maggots and up towards Beckett, they sweep their way. Number 15, Jack Manchester, going well in this race. Started in 5th on the grid, is currently running in 6th position by the look of things, and 2nd place is getting tasty now. Jack Lang having to defend heading up the Hanger Straight, because again he has got Danny Keeley very much full in his mirrors. We saw a great charging race from Danny Keeley following his poor started race 1, and he's hugely keen. The body language of the car will tell you he wants to press on, as does this man here who leads still. Bradley Smith out front and leading, claimed victory number 3 of the season in race 1 of the weekend, and in the early stages of race 2 is again just starting to build up that advantage between himself and the orange car of Jack Lang, who's still being kept very busy by Danny Keeley in 2nd place, and Oliver Barker in the blue car sitting there in 4th position. Through what is Farm up towards Village Corner, the heavy braking area for the right-hander they'll go. Jack Lang nice and neat and tidy. Need to be careful not to run wide coming out of Village Corner, which then compromises potentially your run through the loop, and then equally as much compromises your run all the way out of Aintree Corner and onto the Wellington Straight. So it's a very important corner, the loop and Village, because it gives you that momentum all the way out of that corner through and all the way down to the braking area for the left hand at Brooklands. But Jack Lang still hanging on to the position at this stage. These two cars aren't dropping that far away from the race leader, who is just turning his way through Luffield now. So it's Bradley Smith with a small advantage. Jack Lang and Danny Keeley very evenly matched for 2nd and 3rd position, just 4 or 5 car lengths between the pair of them as they head round through Woodcut Corner once more. Then a little bit of a gap back before we see the blue car with its white flashes of Oliver Barker, but all 4 of those leading cars are all on the start-finish line at the same time. A little bit further back, Steve Burgess in 5th place as they sweep their way out of Copse Corner. Nice and neat and tidy from Danny Keeley, Lots of momentum coming out of Copse Corner in towards Maggots, and then the twists and turns, the sweeps through the right and then the left, and the right again at Beckett's, that then turns left again and brings them up towards Chapel Curve. And this is a hugely important corner again, because you can pick yourself up into the slipstream of the car ahead. Jack Lang tries to break the toe on Danny Keeley. Danny Keeley wide, so that moves back across the circuit. It's not blocking from Jack Lang, it's just trying to break the toe of the car ahead. Danny Keeley jinks out, and he's going to try the outside line as he at Stowe Corner to maybe try and cut back on the exit. And they are going to be side by side coming out of the corner almost. No, Jack Lang just gets the move covered up as they head down in towards the braking area for the Vale. So it's still Jack Lang that hangs on to this very slender advantage he's got for himself in what is second position, as Danny Keeley now tries to squeeze his way through up the inside as they head up towards Club Curve. They're side by side over the start-finish line. Jack Lang trying to squeeze Danny Keeley as much as he can towards the pit wall before he then jinks out to take us wider run in towards Abbey. And Danny Keeley has gone through by the look of things at Abbey. There's Bradley Smith, our race leader, and Danny Keeley is indeed now up into second position, despite the very, very best efforts of Jack Lang to try and hang on to the position. He's had to yield from second down into third and is now under pressure yet again, this time from the car that sits there in fourth position, that being the blue car with its white flashes in the hands of Radical SR1 Championship graduate Oliver Barker. Onto the Wellington Straight they come yet again, and again Jack Lang is just having to move the car around to try and cover off anything by Oliver Barker. They head neatly onto the brakes and turn their way through the left-hander at Brooklands. Now that Danny Keeley has been released into second place, let's see what he might be able to do to try and A, pull away from the pair behind, and B, potentially close up on race one winner, number 21 Bradley Smith, who is still out front and leading in the early stages of this one. So another lap about to be completed by our lead pack of cars. There goes Bradley Smith leading, healthy advantage between himself and Danny Keeley in second place, pulling away from the orange car of Jack Lang in third, then Oliver Barker in fourth place. It looked as though it was Steve Burgess who was there in fifth place at the moment, that being the blue car with its yellow flashes that's just at the tail end of the shot. There is Steve Burgess now, yet the reigning champion from Nottingham, and it's going to be Dominic Jackson that completes the top six at the moment. The rest of the cars feeding their way through. Good to see that Spencer Bourne's car is back out following his race one retirement, and there is a place gained for the number 80 car. Peter Tyler and Tom Gladys sharing that car, able to squeeze their way through it ahead of Mark Richards, so that will be place gained. As up towards the top part of the circuit through Stowe come our leading pack of cars. Oliver Barker there in fourth place, just doing a little bit as he did in race one, taking a breather, I would suggest, for the moment, and just allowing the car ahead to begin to pull away for the split second. Big spin there, and managed to catch the moment. Car number 80, Peter Tyler and Tom Gladys sharing that car over the course of the weekend, but it's pointing back round in the right direction. No harm done, as this is another good little fight that is going on, and this is Stuart Maloney, car number 16, with the black car in the hands of the Irishman Sean Byrne right behind him. Sean, who is new to Radical Racing this year, is adapting beautifully well, very quick is he, and at the moment he is looking to try and mount a challenge for what would be 8th position as they thread their way through the right-hander at Abbey and head then up towards what is the newer infield section that was built as part of the Grand Prix circuit, some 5 or 6 years ago now. Christian Jeffrey still going well at the wheel of car number 61. Haven't seen Christian on the podium as yet in any races so far this year, but he's improving race by race. And there is number 64. That is the car of Brian Harvey, who still is the leading car in the team's championship at this stage, albeit he is running down in something like just outside of the top 10 in 11th position, I think, currently. Pack of cars sweep their way through. Big spin for Richard Baxter heading round through Brooklands Corner. So Richard Baxter has to try and gather up the moment. Will get going again, but you're going to see he's going to lose several places as a result of that. And I think, was that even Spencer Bourne that was able to squeeze his way through? So that's going to drop Richard Baxter down outside of the top 15. He's going to be mid-teens by the end of this one. Another driver that graduated out of the Radical SR1 Cup a few seasons ago. Over the start-finish line comes our team leading car, Brian Harvey. Just behind him is number 66, which is Brian Caldwell, going well in this race. Brian had a bit of a tough race one. He was handed a penalty for transgressing circuit limits, but he's going better in race number 2 as they thread their way again round through Beckett's, and from there squeeze the accelerator up through the gears and start to work their way onto the Hangar Straight, which at the top section has Stowe Corner, which is where Oliver Barker is threading his way through now in 4th position. So Oliver Barker still pushing on in 4th place. The rest of the field that were just heading around through Beckett's now head up to the top part of the circuit. Christian Jeffrey still going very well indeed. Still with the leading team car sitting right behind him, that being Brian Harvey. And these cars are going to be fighting away for what are positions just towards the outside of the top 10 currently. So Christian Jeffrey looking to try and keep pushing on in what is 10th position for him, 11th place for Brian Harvey. As they thread their way over the start finish, a pack of 5 cars, isn't it really, heading up towards the area of Abbey, where they throw the car in. Very, very quick right-hand corner is Abbey, flat out through Farm Curve, and then you're onto the heavy braking area for Village Corner, where they all bunch up again. Brian Harvey getting ever closer to the coattails of the number 61 car. Hasn't as yet been able to work his way through, but I'm sure Brian will be equally as conscious of that. He is fighting away with cars on circuit, but it's 2 separate championships within one in reality. You've got the solo championship and the team championship for drivers that share their cars over the course of the weekend, and that is being comfortably led by the number 64 car. Further down through the order, by the look of things, that is Brian Caldwell under pressure, just about managing to hang on to the place as they turn their way through the left-hander at Brooklands. Number 66 car hangs on to the position. Elliot Goodman couldn't quite squeeze his way through there, but it was a good attempt. And then the next of the cars behind is number 80, which is Peter Tyler and Tom Gladys. I suspect it's Tom that's behind the wheel in this race. The overall race leader, though, still pushing on. Bradley Smith building an advantage between himself and everybody else. And in these conditions here at Silverstone this weekend, it is so hot that the drivers are getting a real workout, the cars are getting a real workout, particularly the tyres are getting a real workout as well, but everybody is coping with these unbelievably hot conditions superbly well, and there's still some fantastic fights going out on track, not least of which is Christian Jeffrey still trying to fend away Brian Harvey. Steve Burgess heading through shot at Stowe Corner. He is still pushing on, still sitting there in what is currently 5th position, not really making inroads into anybody else at this stage. Then we should get, Christian Jeffrey still fighting away with Brian Harvey, and the next 2 cars thereafter will be Brian Caldwell still having to stick his elbows out and try and hang on to the position. Elliot Goodman looking as though he's sitting directly behind him. The next of the cars thereafter will be Brian Caldwell's brother, John Caldwell, so 3 cars together. Brian gets a little bit sideways that time coming out of the Vale and up towards Club Corner. He's able to gather the moment, hasn't cost him a great deal of time as they head then up towards the flat out right-hander at Abbey and then flick left at Farm Curve. Some great fights going on. We're well past the halfway point of this race, and one of the best battles is this one here, coming into towards the braking area for the loop. John Caldwell almost had his pocket picked there from the car behind, couldn't quite squeeze its way through, turn onto the brakes and then up towards what is the loop, and there's a little bit of contact there. John Caldwell just gets tagged from the car behind, is able to gather it up, and therefore there is no opportunity to squeeze its way through for Mark Maloney. So Mark Maloney still sitting behind what is John Caldwell all of the time, whilst the battles still continue on track. This is still the fight between Stuart Maloney and Sean Byrne. They have been locked together lap after lap after lap, and there is still very little to choose between them as they're about to thread their way over the start-finish line. So through Woodcut Corner, you can see the heat haze indicating just how hot it is here at Silverstone today, but Stuart Maloney doing a fantastic job of keeping Sean Byrne, the Irishman, at bay. Despite everything that Sean Byrne has thrown at it, including the kitchen sink, he has not been able to unlock the door to a change of places yet. So through Maggots, up towards Beckett's Corner they'll go. Still fighting over what is 8th and 9th places at this stage. Whilst out front, Bradley Smith is still making good his escape by the look of things. This is a great little fight though. Sean Byrne will pick up a bit of the slipstream from Stuart Maloney, but it won't be sufficient enough so as to give him an opportunity as they head up towards Stowe Corner. He's just too far away. So up towards the right-hander at Stowe they'll go. The number 16 car of Stuart Maloney, the number 18 car, the black car with its subtle green flashes to it, in the hands of Sean Byrne sitting directly behind. And then, of course, onto the brakes and in towards the Vale. Sean Byrne, his best result of the season so far was 5th place at Spa last time out. But at the moment he is having to make do with being down in 9th position at the moment. He's bottled up behind Stuart Maloney, and despite his very best efforts, just cannot try and find any chink in the armour. Here's our race leader. Bradley Smith still leading. Looks like the gap between himself and Danny Keeley is just coming down a shade. Danny Keeley's still on the best part of 4 or 5 seconds adrift at this stage. But it is going the right way as far as the second place car is concerned. That's more to do with probably Bradley Smith in these hot conditions, just driving the car quick as he needs to, but not too quick. Over the start-finish line goes our race leader. There is now, you can see in the distance, the red and yellow car of Danny Keeley in second place. Jack Lang still sitting there in third place at the wheel of number 2, and fourth place is still Oliver Barker. The second of the two blue cars in fifth place, just out of shot there, was going to be the car of the reigning champion Steve Burgess. So the top 4 looking as though they're fairly equidistantly spread, with Steve Burgess just that little bit further adrift in fifth position. And well, Jack Lang, big mistake by Jack Lang, heading around through Beckett's corner, all through the gravel. And is he going to get the car stopped in time before it makes contact with the barriers? Well, he did, but that car sort of seemed to turn in towards Beckett's and then go straight on for Jack Lang. And for poor old Jack Lang, I suspect that might be his race run there. There's Richard Baxter, number 88. He had a spin earlier on in the race and is now trying to work his way back up through the order, and is finding that task rather difficult at this stage. Chipping away, but he is not gaining lots of places. This car here, though, of course, has just gained a place. That is now up to third position for Oliver Barker. Those problems that befell Jack Lang means that number 22, Oliver Barker, is now up into third position, having his first season of racing in the Radical Challenge Championship. And Oliver Barker now comfortably in third place. Steve Burgess, the second of the two blue cars, sitting there in fourth position. But Bradley Smith is now just about to start his last lap of the race. We saw him claim victory in dominant fashion in race number 1. Race number 2, it has all largely gone to plan for him. Danny Keeley is still closing the gap, but is just too far away, surely, as they enter this last lap of the race. So it does look as though it's potentially a double victory here for what is Bradley Smith in races 1 and 2 of the weekend at Silverstone. That was exactly what he did at Donington Park in the first couple of races of the season. So he is on course for another victory, making it 4 for the season so far. For Danny Keeley, he is on for his best result of the year so far. You can see the gap between the pair of them. Oliver Barker is also on the hanger straight at the same time, but nobody is close enough to anybody else on this final lap, barring any sort of problems. And what has been a very, very hot and very difficult race, I would imagine, for the drivers. Onto the brakes, in towards Vale, up towards Club Corner comes Bradley Smith, and then is about to work his way out of Club, past the wing, and onto the final half of the lap here at Silverstone. Not troubled at all, he could just afford to stroke the car home by the look of things. Further down through the order, there's still some fights going on. That's Rod Goodman fighting away with Leon Aaron Bailey's car. Another run of the cars that runs in the team championship, the number 11 car, but they are down towards the tail end of the field, almost fighting over last place, as Bradley Smith is safely negotiating the loop for the final time and is about to accelerate his way onto the Wellington Straight with just a couple of corners to go. Brooklands, Luffield and Woodcote Corner to go, and that is all that stands between himself and a double victory in the first of the 2 races here at Silverstone, making it 4 victories for the season so far. So through the left-hander at Brooklands goes Bradley Smith. Didn't compete at Spa-Francorchamps out in Belgium last time through, but instantly back in the championship and instantly back to winning ways for the 3 times former Radical champion, including, of course, that European Championship that he took a few years ago. Bradley Smith accelerates the car towards the checkered flag, and it is going to be the top step of the podium once more for the number 21 car. Bradley Smith comes through and claims the victory in race 2 of the weekend. Danny Keeley comes through and finishes in second place. He'll be absolutely delighted with that, I'm sure. Third place will go the way of Oliver Barker, with fourth place going the way of the reigning champion Steve Burgess, who finishes in fourth, just ahead of Dominic Jackson in fifth place and Jack Manchester in sixth. And this is the fight for what is now 7th and 8th position following the retirement of Jack Lang. Stuart Maloney fighting away with Sean Byrne. They're as good as going to be, I think, nose to tail as they come up towards the checkered flag. Can Sean Byrne squeeze his way through? No, not quite. Stuart Maloney, by the skin of his teeth, hangs on to 7th place, and it's going to be Sean Byrne that crosses the line in 8th position, with Christian Jeffrey, I think, through in 9th. Confirmation of the results then. Bradley Smith does claim a second win of the weekend from Danny Keeley in second place and Oliver Barker in third. Steve Burgess, the reigning champion, is fourth, ahead of Dominic Jackson and Jack Manchester, with Stuart Maloney, Sean Byrne, Christian Jeffrey and Brian Harvey completing the top 10. Let's hear from the drivers.
So race 2 out of the way, and Bradley won an impressive win.
Yeah, definitely. That was much harder work. Really, really hot today. I saw Danny and Jack having a good scrap behind and thought, now's the time to get the head down. And yeah, just tried to break away and it worked.
Breakaway he did. There was over 5-second lead.
Yeah, no, definitely. It was hard work though. You know, it wasn't easy. You know, it's just so hot. We also saved the new tyres for the last race, so hopefully we'll be a little bit stronger then, and yeah, we can just sort of get our heads down and go forward.
First weekend in the Radicals, I had a little test about 2 weeks ago at Donington, first go, and then Royal Motorsport decided to join the team, and yeah, what can I say? They've done a good job. I've done a pretty good job, and we're on the podium. So,
Race 2, winner of the T-Class. Brian, fantastic race there, good battles.
Thanks very much, yeah, really enjoyed it. My son sort of struggled a bit with grip yesterday, so I went out there a bit nervous, but soon found the grip, even though it's a little bit warm. I think there's a lot of oil went on track yesterday, so yeah, very good.
Welcome along to Donington Park for the start of the 2017 F3 Cup season. Well, these cars could really stretch their legs on the 2-mile national circuit that we're on. Let's guide you through the grid for the first race of the season. Car number 11, Shane Kelly, the runner-up in last year's championship, will sit there on pole position. Alongside will be car number 19, Cian Carey, the Irishman. Row 2 of the grid will be Jacopo Sebastiani and number 7, Robbie Watts, with row 3 being Stuart Wiltshire and James Heffernan. Tony Bishop and Peter Venn on row 4, and 66 Malcolm Scott and Dave Gillett line up on the 5th row. Watch out for the reigning champion, though, George Lyne. He had an off in qualifying, only completed 3 laps and will start from the very tail end of the field. The red lights are about to come on, the revs begin to rise, and we're about to get the 2017 F3 Cup season underway at Donington Park. A great start from pole position from Shane Kelly. Very slow away and going nowhere is Tony Bishop at the moment. He eventually gets the car fired into live, but he's a long way adrift of the rest. But it is going to be Shane Kelly that leads. Jacopo Sebastiani has come through into 2nd position, and that looks like Robbie Watts was able to slot himself through to 3rd place. Here's George Lyne for the tail end of the field, already working his way through and past Mark Harrison as we ride on board through Craner Curves. Up the inside of Peter Venn, another place gained, and then as he hits the apex at the old hairpin, he's looking to try and get through as many cars as early on as he can in this race, all of the time whilst this man here is hoping that he's able to pull away. Not at the moment. Jacopo Sebastiani is sitting there in 2nd place. Robbie Watts, number 7, the man from Thundersley, there in 3rd place. He's close as they head up towards the double apex blind entry right-hander at Coppice Corner. Can't quite squeeze his way through as yet, and therefore just had to sit behind the London-based Italian as they head down the exhibition straight onto the brakes and flick right and left in towards Roberts at the conclusion of lap number 1. So through Roberts chicane they'll go. It is going to be Shane Kelly out front that leads. Jacopo Sebastiani there in 2nd position, but he's still under pressure from Robbie Watts, who sits there in 3rd position. 4th place at this stage, just menacing in the background. That looks like it's Stuart Wiltshire that's there in 4th place, so he's come up from 5th on the grid. It's Cian Carey, the Irishman, who initially got a good start, but he finds himself down in 6th at the end of the first lap, as now Robbie Watts is starting to attack for 2nd place. Is he able to find a way through? Not on this occasion as they head through the Craner Curves, so still remains in 3rd position at the wheel of his Dallara F311. So harking back to the 2011 British Formula 3 or European Formula 3 Championship season, works his way through McLean's Corner. All of these cars that are newer built, those between 2005 and 2016, all sit in the Cup class, whereas the Trophy class, which we see one car out in this weekend, Adrian Holy, that caters for cars that were built between 1981 and through to the end of 2004. And all of the time, Shane Kelly now starting to just build a very slight advantage between himself and Jacopo Sebastiani, who sits there in 2nd, but he's still under this pressure, isn't he? Robbie Watts is just not letting him go at this stage, and the man from Thundersley, who claimed 4 wins in the championship last year, is hot on the heels of Jacopo. Further down through the order, that's a shuffle for position. That's Richard Purcell, who's managed to squeeze his way through and ahead of Adrian Holy, the man from Harrogate, say the sole representative in the trophy class this weekend. But for our race leader, he is now starting to pull away from this pair. Jacopo Sebastiani and Robbie Watts still close to each other, but you can see the amount of daylight between first and second just starting to increase now. Robbie Watts turns his way through the right-hander at McLean's corner. He has been closer in the early stage of this race, so he is just dropping away a shade more. Not a great deal at this stage, as they now turn their way through Coppice corner. Let's see whether he might be able to pick up a little bit of the toe on the straight. No, it looks as though he's just a bit too far away. The top three looking fairly equally spread, aren't they? It is the man from Wolverhampton that leads the race, Shane Kelly, who this time last year at Donington Park managed to start his season in the best possible fashion with a treble win. There's the Irishman, Cian Carey, moving up to F3 Cup this year. He's looking to try and close in on the car that sits just ahead of him. That's James Heffernan. So the number 8 car of James Heffernan, the meat in the sandwich. He's looking to try and squeeze his way through past Stuart Wiltshire, but the man from Malden's having none of that. So Heffernan just needs to be careful. He needs to attack and defend at the same time here. Down through the Craner curves, they'll work their way as further down through the order. That's number 66, Malcolm Scott, going wheel to wheel with Peter Venn. Peter Venn looking to try and stick his elbows out, and is he able to hang on to it? Looks as though he just did there, yet. So the man from London hanging on to the place, as now James Heffernan looks as though he's coming under a bit more pressure from Cian Carey. This is for 5th and 6th position, and now that they're squabbling, that might just release the car at the front of this little trio, that being Stuart Wiltshire, the opportunity to pull away. So it's 3 for the lead. It's a trio for 4th, 5th and 6th places. Now, is Cian Carey going to be close enough this time as they head in towards the Robert chicane to squeeze away through and past James Heffernan? No, it is still the number 8 car that hangs on to 5th position. Frustrated Irishman Cian Carey sitting there behind in 6th place. Over the start-finish line they'll go. He'll pick up a bit of the toe as they come down the Wheatcroft straight, but again, he's not quite close enough, so the order still remains the same at this stage, with Wiltshire there in 4th place, James Heffernan in 5th place, Cian Carey there in 6th position as they start to press on down through the Craner curves once more. So still got this great fight going on. And elsewhere down through the order, this is the fight for 7th place. Number 66, Malcolm Scott, coming under pressure from the blue and white car. That will be Peter Venn that sits behind, and there's a queue of cars behind them as well. That will include the slow starting car in the hands of the man from Whipsnade, Tony Bishop, there at the wheel of his white and Dayglow blue car. But Malcolm Scott doing a great job of keeping everybody at bay, and there's a little bit of smoke coming from the tail end of that car. Not entirely sure all is well with Malcolm Scott's car, so we'll keep an eye on that one, the man from Upminster. Let's have a look as he heads up into the braking area for McLean's corner. Yeah, there's definitely something coming from the tail end of that car. Peter Venn is now really right up onto terms with him. He's also got the slow-starting Tony Bishop, who's made great progress. He got off the line almost last, didn't he? But the number 4 car now really starting to work its way up through the order, and this is a great fight that's going on. Who is it? We've got Malcolm Scott, we've got Peter Venn, we've got Tony Bishop, then we've got Dave Gillett, and is this time Peter Venn going to squeeze his way up the inside of Malcolm Scott? No, we're not. After Dave Gillett, then we've got Mark Harrison, and then the next of the cars is number 49, Richard Purcell. So that is a great little, 6-car battle heading over the start-finish line now. Sort of 3 and then a slightly larger gap and then another 3. Richard Purcell, number 49, having a quick look up the inside of Mark Harrison. Can he squeeze his way through? The ever worsening car of Malcolm Scott still at the front of this little train of cars at this stage, but I do fear that all is not well. It looks more like steam rather than smoke, because it's not hanging around in the air as much as you would expect smoke to. Whatever it is, it's not going to help him, but at this stage it doesn't seem to be overly hindering him either. Right, up towards McLean's corner they come, and it does look now as though Peter Venn has gone through, so 1 place lost for Malcolm Scott. He now needs to defend from that car there, number 4, because Tony Bishop is absolutely in his wheel tracks onto the brakes. They turn their way through the right-hander at Coppice corner. Well, Tony Bishop is right up onto terms. Then it's Dave Gillett who's not that far behind. Then you see Richard Purcell and Mark Harrison, so they're all still together. Tony Bishop looks one way, decides better of it, takes a wider line as he can in towards the first right-hand element at Roberts corner. And as they now squeeze their way onto the start-finish line, Malcolm Scott looking as though he's struggling for pace a little bit here, because he's got Tony Bishop looking to try and draw himself alongside on the left-hand side. That's the outside line for Redgate corner, but he sweeps his way through, and again you can see that steam or whatever it is just coming for the tail end of Malcolm Scott's car, and surely the water temperatures in that car will be rising. Either that or he's depositing oil around the circuit, so it looks more like it's steam than anything else, and it's just starting to hamper his pace now. He's lost 2 places. He's now got cars still queuing up behind him, the next of which is going to be Dave Gillett. So it's the man from Harlow that's next to try and pick the pocket of Malcolm Scott if at all he can. And if the door is left open, he'll be straight through. Richard Purcell, the man from Stockport, won't be that far behind either. Here is Cian Carey. He's got himself ahead of James Heffernan, so we've had one change for order. So the Irishman goes through now ahead of James Heffernan. So order is still as it was at the front. Shane Kelly still leading from Jacopo Sebastiani and Robbie Watts, but Cian Carey will now be up into 4th place. Here's Richard Purcell having a look at the inside of Dave Gillett. The two of them side by side through Robert Chicane. Good driving by both, just about giving each other enough room, as Malcolm Scott, by the look of things, is indeed heading for the pit lane. Whatever the problem is, that has hampered his progress. And for Richard Purcell, well, he is now at the front of the train. He's got Dave Gillett looking to try and squeeze his way alongside. The two of them still side by side. They were side by side through Roberts. They're side by side through Redgate Corner. Great driving from both of them. Not quite sure who's going to come out on top. Number 4, Tony Bishop, now that he has managed to gain some places, is looking to try and close in on the next car ahead, as over the start-finish line comes what is still the battle for 2nd and 3rd. Jacopo Sebastiani has not been able to pull away particularly far at all from the number 7 machine in the hands of Robbie Watts. Jacopo won one round of the F3 Cup last year. That was at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, whereas for Robbie Watts, he claimed 4 separate wins, and they came at 3 separate circuits, if memory serves me correctly. Wasn't here at Donington Park, which is Shane Kelly, our race leader, made it a treble victory to open up his season in 2016. And you can see he's already starting to pull away yet further from this pair behind. So here comes the squabble for 2nd and for 3rd position, as this man here, Shane Kelly, out front and leading the race at this stage. Through the right-hander at Coppice he will go. The man from Wolverhampton, in the car that's prepared by the students studying motorsport engineering there, leads the race. Dave Gillett just ahead of this little battle. Richard Purcell side by side with Mark Harrison through Redgate Corner. Can the man from Worcester make it through? It looks as though he's just about squeezed his way through. And is the Magic Motorsport car going to gain the place? Well, yeah, Richard Purcell sticking his elbows out. He's having none of it at this stage, but Mark Harrison eventually is able to squeeze his way through. Place gained for Mark Harrison. Place lost, unfortunately, for Richard Purcell. As for Peter Venn, well, he is still circulating under this huge pressure from Tony Bishop. This will be for what is 6th and 7th places at this stage in the race. And as they work their way onto the exhibition straight, Tony Bishop has put himself in prime position to have a quick look up the inside here, coming into the braking area for Roberts Corner. Peter Venn defends a little bit, but doesn't squeeze Tony Bishop too much, so they work their way out of the left-hand element of it, back over the start-finish line, and well, here it may well be another opportunity on the run up towards Redgate Corner for Tony Bishop, sitting well and truly behind the slipstream of the number 9 car. And is he able to work his way through? Not on this occasion. So the Dallara F311 stays still behind the F308. And as they thread their way down through the Craner curves once more, fabulous place to spectate from, a wonderful place to drive a car around Donington Park, but the Craner curves is one of those corners, isn't it, in UK, if not world motorsport. Up towards what will be McLean's corner, onto the brakes, in towards the right-hander. Peter Venn having to still work tirelessly hard to try and keep at bay the man from Whipsnade. As yet, Tony Bishop has still not quite been able to unlock the door, has he? Through Coppice Corner, once more onto the exhibition straight, and well, last time through, Tony Bishop, I think, was a little bit closer. He's just fallen away, so I don't think he'll do a great deal this time, other than follow Peter Venn through the right and the left flicks, as they still continue to squabble over what is 7th and 8th positions. And the laps are getting chalked up all of the time as well. In the background, here is now a fantastic fight for 2nd and 3rd place. Robbie Watts has really reeled in Jacopo Sebastiani over the course of the last lap or so. And can the man from Thundersley in Essex try and squeeze his way through into 2nd place? There's also traffic up the road that we'll need dealing with before too much longer. Philip Jeans at the wheel of car number 17, the man from Mundham, is the next that they're going to catch. And Philip takes the correct racing line through Redgate Corner. Maybe just compromised Jacopo Sebastiani a little bit. But on the way out of the corner, is he going to be able to squeeze his way through? No, for the moment, Philip Jeans, I don't think quite has seen that the faster cars are bearing down on him, and this might be the opportunity here for Robbie Watts to try and squeeze his way through. The Raw Motorsport car, Volkswagen engine, looking to try and squeeze his way through and past Philip Jeans. Jacopo Sebastiani is eventually able to pass the back marker through Swans Curve. Robbie Watts does it on the brakes through McLean's. So 2nd and 3rd place is now released from the grasp of the slower traffic for the moment, because there's more traffic that needs dealing with. Here is the next of the squabbles trying to work its way through and past the back markers. And that is Malcolm Scott, and he needs to get on with the job very quickly because he's got the Irishman, Cian Carey, absolutely with him now. Doesn't matter where you look, there's either battles going on or traffic to deal with. For Jacopo Sebastiani, it is the latter. It's traffic to deal with. He needs to try and work his way past Richard Purcell. Thankfully, he should meet him on the start-finish line. So, yeah, Jacopo Sebastiani through and past the number 58 car of Richard Purcell. Robbie Watts will squeeze his way through as well before they get towards Redgate Corner. So more back marker Lapri dealt with. And all of the time, extending his leading margin out front is Shane Kelly, whilst he is working his way also through traffic. Here is the number 9 car of Peter Venn. He is now looking as though he is circulating in 8th position because Tony Bishop, number 4, has been able to go through whilst we were looking at some of the other battles that were going on. And again, now that he has gone through, Tony Bishop starting to pull away a little bit. Tony qualified 7th, had the poor start, and is now back to his starting position of 7th place. So it's been a long old race for Tony just to get back to where he was before the lights went out. And here is now our race leader, Shane Kelly, about to put another lap on Dave Gillett as he threads his way through the Robert chicane. Further down through the order, a lap adrift now is Mark Harrison, fighting away still with Richard Purcell. They've been pretty much inseparable for the whole of the race so far. But for Shane Kelly, he is now looking good for a potential victory here. So he started his 2016 campaign with 3 wins on the bounce at this equivalent meeting last year, and he's looking good for at least victory number 1 of the season, because Jacopo Sebastiani and the car that he's doing battle with, Robbie Watts, are just too far away at this stage. So Shane Kelly neatly through what is the old hairpin, and now pressing on up towards Schwantz Curve. He's now pressing on into the latter stages of the race. He's built the margin between this pair here, that being Jacopo Sebastiani and Robbie Watts, who he certainly won't be able to see in his mirrors. Tony Bishop also now starting to pull away, now that he occupies 7th place, pulling away from the white and blue car of Peter Venn. And further down through the order, it looks as though there's another little battle just coming up towards the breaking out for Roberts now. This will be Mark Harrison, who's had pretty much a race-long fight, hasn't he, with number 49, Richard Purcell. Richard just behind at the wheel of the yellow car with its red flashes, sitting very much on the gearbox of the man from Worcester. And those are now the cars that are a lap behind this man here, Shane Kelly, pressing on, turning the car that's engineered by the students of the University of Wolverhampton through the right-hander at Redgate, and then starting to propel himself downhill through what is Craner Curves and in towards the old hairpin. Onto the brakes, down a gear, put the car in towards the right-hander. Here is George Lyne from the tail end of the grid. He's just been able to squeeze through and ahead of James Heffernan, and James didn't put up a great deal of defence there and is already losing time, and by the look of things is destined for the pits, so problems for James Heffernan. That's an enormous shame for the man from Abbots Langley, and that now moves George Lyne up another place now. We are now on the last lap. George Lyne from the tail end of the field will be up to 6th. But this man here is on course to replicate what he did for the first race of 2016, and that is claim a win at Donington Park. So Shane Kelly heads onto the brakes, flicks his way right and left at Roberts for the final time and accelerates his way towards the checkered flag. It's a win for Shane Kelly in round 1 of the 2017 F3 Cup. He and the students from Wolverhampton University will be very pleased with that. Jacopo Sebastiani comes through and finishes in 2nd place, a race-long fight that he had with Robbie Watts, who comes through and finishes in 3rd place, and they were just ahead of Cian Carey as well. So confirmation of the results. The win goes the way of Shane Kelly. Jacopo Sebastiani was 2nd, ahead of Robbie Watts in 3rd, with Cian Carey, Stuart Wiltshire, George Lyne, Tony Bishop, Peter Venn and Dave Gillett completing the top 10. Let's hear from our race winner on the podium.
After Snetterton last year, it's a bit of pit on the day, but I think, yeah, clean sheet, we worked hard and they deserve everything.
Yeah, I mean, they work incredibly hard and incredibly passionate about it. We heard about it from you last year.
Yes, it takes ages to hug everyone.
Yeah,
there's so many of them.
That's a nice problem to have, right?
Oh, the guy is very good. This guy is fighting quick.
Yeah, it's not fair, is it?
This is his house.
Yeah, good race, good opening account. Here tomorrow, so just keep chipping away and
right on the tail of Jacopo towards the end of the race.
Yeah, I got past him a couple of times. We were side by side, but going into the chicane, it's just, two don't go into one, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
welcome to the Radical Challenge Championship. We are for our 4th meeting here at the banked oval track of Rockingham Motor Speedway. So it's something a little bit different for our drivers this weekend, and in particular those who are visiting from the Caribbean.
We're just coming over, we just decided to choose a few events. Fortunately for this one, Silverstone and Rockingham are back to back. The next one is going to be at Snetterton in August, so we'll be back over for that. So it's really a matter of selecting what we can do, but we still work, so it all has to work with, everything has to come together.
How do the championships differ, obviously being here in the UK versus when you're doing the championships in the Caribbean?
The grids in the UK are far larger. The competition level is far higher. Obviously for us, all the tracks are new most of the time, so we need to get into it and then race it. But the competition is a lot higher here in the UK.
Qualifying's just taken place and current solo leader Jack Lang finds himself 2nd on the grid. 7th on the grid with his highest qualifier yet is Spencer Bourne. Spencer, I know you're just about to go and get yourself ready for the first race today. You had your highest qualifier so far?
Yes, I did, yeah. So I'm very happy with that, yeah. So I had a bad weekend at Silverstone last weekend, really. And so it's nice to get a result, yeah.
And so how are you going to play it? What's your feelings for race 1?
Race 1, probably just try and keep my position, really. I've had pretty bad starts for the season, so I'm hoping to get a decent start, keep my position to turn 1, keep out of trouble, and then sort of see if I can make some positions up during the race.
Do you like Rockingham as a track?
Yeah, I do quite like Rockingham, yeah. So I've had a couple of test sessions here, so yeah, it's an interesting track.
Good luck, I'll let you go. Well, we're halfway through the Radical Challenge now, and it rolls in to Rockingham Motor Speedway. Race 1's just about to get underway. We've just had that chat with Spencer Bourne, so let's see how well he does after doing really well in the qualifying.
Thanks, Michelle. Yet the cars lining up on the grid. Let's have a look at the way they line up. Bradley Smith sits on pole position alongside is the current championship leader Jack Lang. Row 2 of the grid is Oliver Barker and the reigning champion Steve Burgess. Brian Caldwell and Christian Jeffrey on row 3. Spencer Bourne and Mark Crader on row 4. And the Bajan driver Stuart Maloney on row number 5 alongside the all-black car of Dominic Jackson. Pole position on the right-hand side as we look at it. Jack Lang on the outside of the front of the grid at the wheel of the orange car. Red lights are on, red lights go out now. Fantastic start for the outside of the front row of the grid for Jack Lang. Slow away is Bradley Smith. That means that he's going to get his pocket picked by both Steve Burgess and the second of the blue cars, that being Oliver Barker. So from pole down to 4th as they turn their way through turn 1 on the oval and then down the short straight before they head onto the infield section of the circuit at the Dean hairpin. It is going to be Jack Lang that leads the race. Side by side almost for second position is Steve Burgess and Oliver Barker. There's a spin further back. That's kind of a 66, which is Brian Caldwell facing the wrong way. There's another car in the background that's had to take to the grass as well to rejoin, but the race continues with Jack Lang out front and leading the race, the current championship leader from the reigning champion as they turn their way through Chapman Curve and up towards the sweeping left-hander at Piff Path. From there it will bring them down the Streel Straight and in towards Gracelands Corner, with already Jack Lang looking to try and build a subtle advantage between himself and the pair of blue cars that lay behind. Only now does Brian Caldwell get going, car number 66. He was the car that rotated at the second corner in reality, the Dean hairpin. And here is number 21, Bradley Smith, looking to try and attack and defend at the same time. Oliver Barker ahead of him, Christian Jeffrey sitting directly behind him at the wheel of the number 61 machine. And you can see just how busy it is down the Skull Straight in towards what is the Brook chicane that brings them back onto the banking at the exit of turn 4. They'll go. Jack Lang about to chalk lap number 1 into the book. He leads the race at this stage from Steve Burgess, number 1 in second position. That's the blue car with the yellow flashes. The blue car with the white flashes of Oliver Barker, who's in third, and then Bradley Smith, who claimed all 3 victories at Silverstone, sitting there in 4th place at the moment. He's claimed 5 wins so far this year. Didn't appear at Spa-Francorchamps, Belgium, for rounds 4, 5 and 6, but was back with a vengeance at Silverstone. He's looking for a solid weekend here. At the moment he's 4th. He qualified on pole, but the slow start has hampered his progress in the early stages of this one. Through the right-hander at Yentwood, where the cars just climb uphill slightly before they turn their way through Chapman Curve. Great fight going on for second and third between the 2 blue machines. Steve Burgess just fending away Radical SR1 racer from last year, Oliver Barker. who is going very well, I've got to say, in the course of his debut season in the Radical Challenge Championship. This new car to him, a lot more power, a lot more aero, a lot more grip than the Radical SR1 he's used to, but he's adapted beautifully well and is now under pressure from what is Bradley Smith, who's having a quick look up the inside. Oliver Barker just got the door closed in time there. Bradley Smith was so late on the brakes that Oliver Barker just got the car anchored up and turned into the apex in time. So through the Brook chicane, yet again they'll work their way. They flick right, they flick left, they flick left again as they then turn their way up onto the banking and start to accelerate and go up through the gears. The Suzuki engine working hard as they head over the start-finish line and complete yet another lap here at Rockingham. The order inside the top 4 still remaining exactly as was. Further down through the order, there's still some fantastic fights going on, and what is a very full field of cars again this weekend. 25 cars having qualified this morning, and 3 of those at it like hammer and tongs for 2nd, 3rd and 4th position. Number 1, Steve Burgess in 2nd, number 22, Oliver Barker in 3rd, then the pole sitter Bradley Smith sits there in 4th place. Not that far away also is the yellow, green and white car of Christian Jeffrey, another driver from the Caribbean. He's a driver that's doing the full 2017 championship season. As the field of cars thread their way through Chapman Curve and start to head out onto the far reaches of the circuit once more at Piff Paff Corner through the sweeping left-hander that brings them up towards the Steel Straight. Here is number 8, Spencer Bourne, fighting away with Dominic Jackson coming up towards Shot. Also, this is number 10, John Caldwell. He's not that far behind. John, having qualified 14th quickest, is turning his way through Tarzan. John, brother to Brian Caldwell, who had the spin on the first lap. Number 8, Spencer Bourne, we've heard from him earlier on today, having his best qualifying session of the season so far, and at the moment on course for what could be potentially his best result of the race season so far. He's got Dominic Jackson right behind him at the wheel of car number 4. Dominic qualifying down in 10th place. For Spencer, of course, so in 7th position as they feed their way over the start-finish line. This huge train of cars, all very much nose to tail. There is number 88, Richard Baxter, who went well at Silverstone but hasn't gone particularly well here. He's behind that car there, which is number 57, Brian Murphy, and they'll be fighting over places that are just outside of the top 10 currently. Brian Murphy looking to equally as much close up on the next batch of cars ahead. That's number 52, which is Mark Richards. He's having his own little squabble with number 28, Elliot Goodman. So cars all beginning to close up on each other. Elliot Goodman under pressure from number 52, Mark Richards, who's got Brian Murphy closing up. Brian Murphy under pressure from Richard Baxter, and now the all-white car has joined in as well. That's Konstantin Gukiev who has joined in. So a little quintet of cars threading their way through Piff Paff, down the short steel straight that will bring them in towards the left-hander at Gracelands Corner. Some great little battles going on midfield. There's also some great fights going on at the front as well. Up towards the braking area for the right-hand hairpin at Tarzan now come Richard Baxter under pressure, very much so, from Konstantin Gukiev, who might give himself an opportunity here. No, he puts the power down too early coming out of the Tarzan hairpin, leaves a couple of black lines on the tarmac as the Dunlop tyres cry that there's too much power going down for them to be able to cope, and Konstantin Gukiev will have to try and find another place where he might be able to squeeze his way through and past that light blue and pink machine in the hands of Richard Baxter. Here's the squabble for 2nd and 3rd place. Steve Burgess in 2nd as Oliver Barker tries one up the inside in towards the Dean hairpin. Through he goes. The reigning champion saw him coming, opted not to turn into the corner, avoided contact, so it's still the blue car from the blue car, but it's the blue one with the white flashes. Oliver Barker that's now up into 2nd place, and down to 3rd goes Steve Burgess, who's going to have to stick his elbows out. Bradley Smith, the pole sitter, is still there in 4th place. When the lights went out, Bradley didn't get the best of starts. He's down in 4th place and hasn't made any progress since the beginning of the race. The top 4 still very much together as well. The orange car of Jack Lang still leading the race. Then this little trio of cars just that little bit further behind. Barker from Burgess, from Bradley Smith as they head on to the brakes and in towards the Tarzan hairpin. Bradley Smith has a quick look up the inside of Steve Burgess, who is hugely keen, having just lost one place, not to lose another. So Burgess, the number 1 machine, hangs on to what is 3rd position. 4th place is still Bradley Smith, and 5th place now beginning to close in, I would suggest, which is the white car with its green and its yellow livery, which is going to be Christian Jeffrey. So safely out of the Brook chicane, back up towards turn 4 again. They thread their way over the start-finish line, and well, the gap between 1st and 2nd is definitely coming down. Jack Lang will be starting to feel the pressure now. Oliver Barker has put himself in prime position to attack for the lead of the race before too much longer. Here comes number 4, Dominic Jackson, over the start-finish line. He's still fighting away with Spencer Bourne. Spencer still looking for his best result of the season so far. And at the moment, he's fending off Dominic Jackson, who we've seen great things from throughout the course of this season, Dominic. We haven't seen a win for him as yet so far this year. In fact, we've only seen one single podium for him, and that came at the final race at Silverstone. So he'll be hoping that he might be able to pick the pocket of Spencer Ball, gain a place, and then mount a challenge later on over the course of the race. But for the moment, it's still a black car with its purple livery. Spencer Ball just ahead of Dominic Jackson, who thought about it at Piff Paff, but then realised it's perhaps not the best of overtaking opportunities. The battle for the lead of the race is most certainly on. Up towards Tarzan now come. Jack Lang leading, Oliver Barker in second place. Since getting past Steve Burgess, he really has closed the deficit that existed between himself and, of course, not just the race leader, but the championship leader at this stage, number 2, Jack Lang, as we ride on board through the Brook Chicane. Hard on the accelerator, up through the gears goes Jack Lang. He looks in his mirror and then sweeps across to take as wide a line as he can into the flat-out left-hander at turn 1, where the cars do not even lift. They are flat through that corner before they're then into the heavy braking area for what is the Dean Hairpin. More squabbles going on the School Straight. This is for places outside of the top dozen or so, and we're pretty much nose to tail for the lead of the race. Jack Lang under pressure from the charging Oliver Barker. We're side by side for third and fourth up towards what is Yentwood corner. Steve Burgess having to defend the inside line from the charging Bradley Smith, so they're sort of paired off now in reality. Jack Lang under pressure from Oliver Barker for the lead, then a gap with Steve Burgess under pressure from Bradley Smith for what is third and fourth position. You can see they're dropping ever further away now, the third and fourth place battle from these two as they round Graceland's corner and start to head into the braking area for Tarzan. Oliver Barker just showing the nose of the car, then he's having a look up the inside, comes from a long way back, and there didn't seem to be a great deal of defence put up there by Jack Lang. We ride on board once more, tries to attack. We're side by side on the School Straight. Oliver Barker just with his nose ahead. He's also got the inside line for the next corner, and that is Bradley Smith slowing down on circuit, was in fourth position. Bradley Smith slowing down, the squabble for the lead still on, but the lead has changed. It is Oliver Barker that has now taken up the lead of the race as we ride on board now with the second place car of Jack Lang. Back over the start-finish line, another lap completed. Oliver Barker leads from the number 2 car of Jack Lang. Here's what happened to Bradley Smith up the inside of Steve Burgess at the Tarzan hairpin. Contact made between the two. Steve Burgess gets rotated through 180 degrees, and leaving the scene is Bradley Smith with what I suspect is probably some kind of suspension damage. Fingers crossed Steve Burgess will be able to continue. Since taking the lead of the race, well, Oliver Barker really has started to build the amount of daylight, an ever-increasing amount of that between himself and Jack Lang. Elsewhere through the order, we've still got some great battles going on. This is number 28, Elliot Goodman, mounting a challenge onto Mark Crader, whilst Mark Richards sits not that far behind him. But out of the Tarzan hairpin and onto the School Straight comes our race leader, Oliver Barker, looking to try and close in on what for him would be victory number 2 of the season. Jack Lang not with a great deal of response at this stage, his car just struggling for a little bit of pace relative to new race leader. And this has been a change of order as well. Konstantin Gukiev now, the all-white number 9 car, through in ahead of Richard Baxter as they head round through Tarzan. Konstantin looked to miss the apex there, runs wide as well coming out of the corner, so Richard Baxter is able to instantly return the favour and take the place back. So the blue and pink car goes ahead of the white car, and behind them that looks like Steve Burgess, who has, by the look of things, been able to continue in the race. Up towards the braking area for the Dean Hairpin come the 2 men from the Caribbean, Christian Jeffries and Stuart Maloney. Yellow flags being waved there, though, because we've got 2 cars off and on the grass, one of which looked like Barry Liversidge, the other one looked like Rod Goodman. So those 2 cars not in the safest of places will, by the look of things, bring about the safety car. I'm not surprised, because they were very much in harm's way. So all of that hard work having been done by Oliver Barker to build the margin has all been eroded to not a great deal. So weaving from side to side, under safety car here at Rockingham, it is Oliver Barker that leads. Jack Lang is second, Christian Jeffries is third, Stuart Maloney is fourth. The black and purple car Spencer Bourne on for a season's best in 5th place. The light blue car Jack Manchester in 6th place. 7th place is number 4 Dominic Jackson, and that looked like the black car with its yellow flashes. That will be John Cordwell, who will wrap up the top 8. So green flags fly, we get racing back underway here. Good restart from the front 3, Oliver Barker, Jack Lang and Christian Jeffrey. Then a slightly larger gap before we see Stuart Maloney there in 4th place. Spencer Bourne under pressure in 5th place as Jack Manchester, the light blue car, isn't quite close enough to do anything through turn 1 at the restart. Might have a go though as they head in towards the braking area for the Dean Hairpin. Jack Manchester takes a wider sweep in towards the hairpin, try and cuts back on the exit of the corner. Spencer Bourne still hanging on to the position, but as they head down the straight, I think Jack Manchester might be able to squeeze his way through. Further down through the order, there's a change. Number 64, Tom Harvey, gaining a place over what is Mark Maloney. And here now we've got Spencer Bourne. Yeah, he did lose out to Jack Manchester, the blue car having gone through. And Spencer Bourne is going to have to try and stick his elbows out to try and keep John Caldwell from squeezing his way through. John Caldwell's car largely black, but it's got those yellow flashes down the side of it. Spencer, who was really happy with the way things went in qualifying, sitting there in 7th position, is hoping that he can still have a season's best finish here, but he's under pressure from John Caldwell, who's asking him a few questions as they turn their way out of Tarzan. And there's a slowing car, and that is Oliver Barker all of a sudden that's slowed coming out of Tarzan. So Oliver Barker, the race leader. Now what has gone wrong for poor old Oliver Barker? He was on course for a race victory, and well, the car has ground to a halt on the way out of the Tarzan hairpin, part the way down the School Straight, and that is an enormous shame for Oliver Barker. It does now mean that Spencer Bourne and John Caldwell are going to be fighting over what is going to be 5th and 6th position. Spencer Bourne's really going to have to work terribly hard here to keep John Caldwell at bay, who's having a quick look up the inside as they head in towards the Dean hairpin. John Caldwell does go through on the brakes on the way in towards the corner. Spencer Bourne will try and fight back on the way out, but no, he's lost the place, and for poor old Oliver Barker, he's clambering out of his stricken car, which is still under localised yellows, but that car is not in a safe place at all, right on the exit of the corner and right on the racing line. So I do think we might have possibly another safety car period as a bare minimum coming up here. In the meantime, the race still continues. John Caldwell having picked the pocket of Spencer Bourne. They come through the left-hander at Graceland's corner and are in the yellow flag zones at the moment, so there should be no overtaking down through this part of the circuit. So all the drivers just sticking to be in line of sight. In fact, red flags coming out, so red flags do come out, and with the red flags coming out so late at the end of the race, that means that we go back a lap, and that actually will mean that Spencer Bourne retakes the place over John Caldwell. So what is unfortunate an early end to the race will be huge fortune for Spencer Bourne. He should, on the official results, retake the place as we go back a lap before the red flags came out. So the cars are making their way down into the pit lane area, where I'm sure they'll all be ushered in towards the paddock, because we are past 75% distance of the race, and the results then are confirmed as follows. Jack Lang takes the win from Christian Jeffrey in 2nd place and Stuart Maloney in 3rd. Jack Manchester in 4th. Spencer Bourne does take 5th place from John Caldwell in 6th, with Tom Harvey, Mark Maloney, Dominic Malone and Mark Crader completing the top 10. So 3 happy-looking drivers make their way onto the podium after race 1 at Rockingham. Let's hear from the top 3.
Jack, that's no doubt helped maintain your lead, really.
Yeah, great. Our rivals had a bit of a bad race, so that helps us claim some more points. Just need to work on trying to find a little bit more pace for the second race, but yeah, it's going well so far.
First podium, best result of the season, so far so good for the day.
How many races have you done so far? Because you're over here just especially for the season, aren't you?
Yeah, so it's the first season I actually committed to do the entire series, and I'm actually going to do some of the European runs off to Hungary next week, so looking forward to that too.
Stuart, all that positivity paid off, didn't it?
It did, great. I couldn't ask for more. Very grateful for the podium. It feels like a victory, so very happy.
Well, this is your second race?
Yeah, second race, yeah. So it's great. No, very happy. I mean, obviously there was some attrition in the race, so that helped. We were there sticking with the guys up front, so it was good to know that. The car had good race pace, but couldn't ask for more.
Well, a great result for Jack Lang, extending his lead. But I have to say, fantastic result as well for our visitors. Both Christian Jeffrey and Stuart Maloney from the Caribbean, both ending up on the podium here at Rockingham. We've got more racing to come, which is good news for Ollie Barker, who I'm sure will be back and fighting.
Welcome along to Snetterton in Norfolk for round 13 of the 2017 Radical Challenge Championship. Beautiful conditions for racing, and as we're just past the halfway point now of the championship, let's catch up with some of the front runners in the standings.
Going into this round we're leading the championship by over 50 points, so it's a nice margin, but it's still not quite where we want to be. We want to be beating our rivals this weekend. Only think about the championship last weekend of the meet, and we just want to focus on trying to win as many races as we can still. From 9th it'll be tough, but all we need is a good start, and we're back in the race.
Yeah, it was brilliant to get pole. Tricky conditions out there. I really enjoyed the changeable conditions, so I'm happy. Whatever happens, I'm happy. We've done some good dry testing over the last couple of days, so we've got a good setup that works for the car. One of my main competitors, Jack's, quite a long way back down the grid. This is an important weekend for me to catch some points on him. So hopefully we can go and get a good result and obviously see where he finishes.
Let's have a look at the grid then for the first race of the weekend. Oliver Barker, who we've just heard from, starts on pole position, and the reigning champion, Steve Burgess, is alongside. Row 2 of the grid is Dominic Jackson and Richard Baxter, with row 3 being comprised by Jack Manchester and Brian Murphy. Jason Rishover and Mark Richards are on row 4, and Jack Lang, the championship leader, has Sean Byrne for company on the 5th row of the grid. Green flag waves at the tail end of the field. The 5-second board is held aloft. The red lights are about to come on the gantry for the first time this weekend for the Radical Challenge, and as they go out, which they do now, good start from both front row men. Slow away was Dominic Jackson, and a good start from Jack Manchester, was able to draw himself alongside Dominic Jackson, and he's now alongside Richard Baxter as they head up towards Ritchie's for the first time. We ride on board with Jack Lang, who didn't get away that badly, but he looks as though he's still got some work to do here, having qualified 9th, the championship leader. He needs to try and get himself right up onto terms with his main championship rivals, which are 1st and 2nd respectively in the race in the early stages. All of the field just carving their way out of Wilson for the first time, but it's Oliver Barker that leads the race from Steve Burgess in 2nd place. Jack Manchester's in 3rd place. Dominic Jackson is in 4th. As we ride on board with Jack Lang, who at the moment has got his hands rather full, trying to pick his way through the order. And as for Jack Lang, he's going to be down there in 8th place at the moment, and is in danger of losing a place to Sean Byrne, who's trying all the way around the outside by the look of things, heading round through Agostini. Down the short straight that brings them up towards Hamilton. Side by side goes Jack Lang through the right-hander at Hamilton, and manages to at least maintain his position. So the leaders now just threading their way out of Oggies and up towards Williams for the first time. Jack Manchester in 3rd place, under pressure from Dominic Jackson, who sits there in 4th position. All the rest of the field all just working their way onto the Bentley Straight for the first time. There goes number 80. That is the Black and Dayglow car in the hands of Peter Tyler. He's busy squabbling away, as are the cars in 2nd and 3rd place. Almost side-to-side contact between Jack Manchester as he tried to prevent Dominic Jackson from working his way through. We ride on board with Jack Lang, as all over the grass has gone Brian Murphy, and there's a spin for Jack Manchester also coming out of Nelson. So Jack Manchester all on the grass, rally crossing his way back onto the tarmac. Brian Murphy was all over the grass, I think, on the way in towards Brundle and Nelson, but the leader, no such worries for Oliver Barker as he carves his way out of Murray's for the first time and looks in his mirrors to see exactly where Steve Burgess is, the reigning champion. The answer is not that far behind him as they head over the start-finish line. Oliver Barker's had 1 win so far this season. Steve Burgess has claimed just 1 win also so far this season. For Oliver Barker, it came at Spa-Francorchamps. For Steve Burgess, it was at Donington Park. Man who lies 2nd in the championship, Steve Burgess, looks to try and get himself right up onto the coattails of Oliver Barker, just locking the brakes on the run in towards Wilson, who still sits there in 2nd position, with Dominic Jackson sitting that little bit further back in 3rd place. The 2 blue cars, the one with the white flashes is Oliver Barker, the one with the yellow flashes is Steve Burgess, and recovering from a spin down at Wilson, that's the Bajan driver, that's Stuart Maloney, who we did see on the podium earlier on this season. He grabbed a couple of podium places at Rockingham, but he's now right down at the tail end of the field and has got a chunk of work to do. The leading pair up towards Hamilton, then they flick their way through the left-hander at Hamilton before diving onto the brakes and turning in towards the right-hander at Oggies. Oliver Barker still with a car and a half length advantage between himself and Steve Burgess in 2nd place, as they then thread their way on towards Williams and head down the Bentley Straight. So it's Oliver Barker, Steve Burgess, then the gap before we see Dominic Jackson there in 3rd position. 4th place is Richard Baxter, but he's under pressure now from Jack Lang, who qualified 9th and is now up into 5th position, the championship leader. The orange car starting to get ever closer to Richard Baxter's machine. The leading pair, though, up the road and looking to try and maintain that advantage they've got between themselves and the all-black car of Dominic Jackson that sits there still in 3rd place. So they head round through Coreham, the never-ending right-hander, on towards the brakes and up towards the left-hander at Murray's that completes what is the 2.9689 mile lap here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit. And Oliver Barker looking to see whether he might be able to hang on to what is still a very slender lead in the race. Steve Burgess is just not going away. Dominic Jackson in 3rd place. Richard Baxter under pressure from Jack Lang as they fight over what is 4th and 5th position. And at the moment, Jack Lang just can't quite unlock the door, can he, to 4th place? He's very, very close as they head round through Richie's corner. The braking area for Wilson might present an opportunity, but Richard Baxter looks to have got that covered as they head onto the brakes and in towards the right-hander. So the number 88 car of Richard Baxter still hanging on to 4th. Jack Lang charging his way from 9th on the grid up to 5th, desperate to try and make a little bit more progress here, but the Radical SR1 graduate Richard Baxter is having none of it at this stage. He's keeping the runner-up in last year's championship right behind him, but now Jack Lang's just about, I think, going to get the job done this time as they head up towards the braking area for Agostini. Jack Lang's on the inside line as they head towards the left-hander, and through he goes to take up the position. So Jack Lang up to 4th, Richard Baxter down into 5th place, and we'll see as to what further progress Jack Lang might be able to make over the course of this first sprint race of the weekend. 2 sprint races and an endurance pit stop race to come for the Radical Challenge Championship as they turn their way through the right-hander at Oggies. And already, since taking up that 4th position, Jack Lang is just able to build a slight advantage between himself and Richard Baxter, who qualified 4th and is now down into 5th position. The leading pair are still very much together, though. Steve Burgess moving around to try and distract Oliver Barker. Now, Oliver Barker having none of it. He checked his mirrors and then was just able to focus again on the road ahead, making sure he got the braking area right, down at the bottom of the Bentley Straight, through the bomb hole, up towards Coram. Still the 2 blue cars, Oliver Barker and Steve Burgess 1st and 2nd respectively, as they head up towards the conclusion of yet another lap here at Snetterton. So out of the left-hander at Murray's, up through the gears, over the start-finish line goes our race leader. This is another good fight going on further down through the order. This is Spencer Bourne fighting away with that car there, car number 61, which is Christian Jeffrey. Right behind Christian Jeffrey was Mark Crader, and then the recovering car, the light blue car of Jack Manchester after his spin. He's looking to try and work his way back into contention. Oliver Barker, however, is just heading in towards the braking area for Wilson, with a slightly bigger gap again, I would suggest, between himself and Steve Burgess. So Oliver Barker just inching away from the champion from last year. And as they flick their way through the left-hander at Palmer, yeah, the amount of daylight just beginning to open up between 1st and 2nd place for the first time in this race, with Dominic Jackson looking fairly secure in 3rd position. Not really under any pressure at all from the car in 4th place, which is, of course, the car that's had to charge its way from 9th on the grid, that being Jack Manchester. Big mistake, running wide goes Mark Crader. That allows Spencer Bourne to squeeze his way through, and yeah, just ran wide onto the dusty part of the circuit there, did the number 20 car of Mark Crader, and Spencer Bourne was able to just instantly work his way through. And now Mark Crader's got to try and get the dust off those tyres and try and keep Peter Tyler at bay, because the number 80 car, the black with its day-glow flashes, is sitting right behind Mark Crader after that. Just very small mistake. Christian Jeffrey under pressure, the charging Jack Manchester looking to try and squeeze his way back through. It was a great start when the lights went out from Jack Manchester, but that spin down at Brundle and Nelson dropped him down through the order, and now he's looking to try and gain a place. He's running nearly side by side with Christian Jeffrey onto the Bentley Straight, and by the look of things, Steve Burgess has now closed back up on Oliver Barker. The gap that was extending between 1st and 2nd seems to have been eroded again, and Steve Burgess has got himself into prime position here to sit in the slipstream of the race leader as they go over the start-finish line. So another lap completed. Oliver Barker still continuing to lead as they head up towards Ritchie's corner. Steve Burgess might have an opportunity possibly on the brakes as they head in towards Wilson, but he's just too far back. So it's still Barker from Burgess, 1st and 2nd place. Then the black car of Dominic Jackson is there in 3rd place. 4th place will still be Jack Lang, with Richard Baxter completing the top 5. But the leading pair still very much together through Palmer. Any slip up at all from Oliver Barker, and Steve Burgess is poised and ready to pounce. And if these two squabble much more, keep your eye towards the background, because the black car of Dominic Jackson seems to be closing in now. So the leading pair just starting to get caught by the charging car of Dominic Jackson, but that's largely because they're that close to each other. They're slowing each other up, and there is Dominic Jackson, you can see, closing, ever closing on the lead 2 through the right-hander at Oggies, and then from there it's up towards the right-hander at Williams that will bring them back onto the Bentley Straight, just briefly raising the dust on the exit of Oggies corner, as did Dominic Jackson in 3rd place. And onto the Bentley straight yet again they'll go. Oliver Barker will check his mirrors. He will try and move to try and break the slipstream that he is making for Steve Burgess. Steve Burgess, of course, will close in the toe that he's getting down the Bentley straight, but again, he's just not quite close enough. And of course, the closer you get to the car ahead, the more it then affects your aerodynamics through the corners and overworks the tyres, perhaps raises the engine temperatures as well. So Steve Burgess needs to try and work out exactly where he might have the best opportunity to get past Oliver Barker. There won't be many of them, and if there is one that he can work out, then he needs to seize it instantly. Gap closes between the pair as they turn their way through Murray's. Back over the start-finish line. Oliver Barker still continuing to lead. Steve Burgess still not having given up his aspirations to take the lead of the race. Whilst further down through the order, there's still some other good battles going on by the look of things. The number 10 car just going through shot there. That's the car in the hands of John Caldwell. He's got the car of Stuart Maloney behind him now. Stuart, of course, had that spin early on in the race down at Wilson and is having to work his way back up through the order. Christian Jeffrey side by side with Brian Murphy. Spencer Bourne looking to try and make it 3 wide as they head onto the centre straight. The black car is Spencer Bourne, the red car is Brian Murphy, the white and yellow and green car is Christian Jeffrey, and the three of them absolutely together heading up towards Ritchie's, whilst the leading pair are heading in towards the braking area for Agostini. 'Twas ever Oliver Barker that leads the race, but still the slenderest of advantages between himself and the number 1 car of the champion from 2016, Steve Burgess, who sits there in second place, and still not that far away is Dominic Jackson, but he's not really making any inroads into the leading pair. So through Oggies up towards Williams very shortly, they will again work their way. Oliver Barker, having qualified on pole position by about 0.4 of a second quicker than Steve Burgess, just seems to have things under control at this stage. Spencer Bourne, car number 8, fighting away with Christian Jeffrey as they head out of Agostini. They're fighting away for positions down towards the bottom and just outside of the top 10, and they've actually opened up daylight between themselves and the next little trio of cars that sit behind. But Spencer Bourne is going to have to watch his mirrors here, because Christian Jeffrey is hugely keen to try and pull a move if he can. Christian we've seen on the podium earlier on this season, that was at Rockingham. For the moment, he's down towards the bottom of the top 10, and there's another place gained as well. Mark Richards, great move up the inside of Peter Tyler, and he's able to squeeze the number 52 car through in ahead. So place gained for Peter Tyler. As for Christian Jeffrey, he's still having to be content sitting behind the black and purple car of Spencer Bourne as they head through Brundle and Nelson, and then from there a quick squeeze of the throttle up through the gears and in towards the right-hander at the bomb hole. But Christian Jeffrey is still not quite as yet able to thread his way through and ahead of Spencer Bourne, who is just making sure he's hitting all of the apexes and getting off the corners cleanly, and therefore it makes it very, very difficult for the car behind to gain any sort of advantage whatsoever. The rest of the field just threading their way round through what is Coram and in towards the braking area for Murray's, of which John Caldwell, by the look of things, is coming under pressure from the next of the cars that's going through, and that's the number 31 car that is in the hands of Rod Goodman, the metallic blue car. So those two cars fighting away down towards the tail end of the field, but still busy enjoying themselves here. Our race leader, though, Oliver Barker, has yet again, by the look of things, just started to open up the daylight between himself and Steve Burgess, who's fallen away to the tune of another couple of car lengths by the look of things. So Oliver Barker, probably with the largest advantage that he's had in the race so far over the number 1 car in the hands of Steve Burgess, who's still working as hard as he can, but he just isn't able to hold the gap anymore. The gap is extending. You can see the lead 3 on the Bentley straight together. Jack Lang that little bit further adrift in 4th place, and also the light blue and pink car of Richard Baxter was in the same shot as well, right in the distance, so at the other end of the Bentley straight, as he still sits there in 5th position. Up towards the bomb hole again goes our lead pair of cars. Steve Burgess dropping ever more away from Oliver Barker, and as they then turn their way round through Coram, which really works those tyres on the left-hand side of the car, onto the brakes and through the left-hander at Murray's, up towards the conclusion of yet another lap, and for Oliver Barker, he's closing in on victory number 2 of the season. So another lap completed, over the start-finish line he goes. Elsewhere down through the order, this is Mark Crader fighting away with Mark Richards, the two Marks together, both in very similarly liveried cars. And by the look of things, Mark Richards has got the inside line heading up towards the bomb hole. Yep, gains the place over Mark Crader. So Mark ahead of Mark, albeit the order between the pair has now swapped, and right behind them is Peter Tyler as well at the wheel of the black and Dayglow car. So three-way fight going on between both of them, and this will be for 13th, 14th and 15th positions at this stage. And by the look of things, Mark Crader is also in danger of losing a further place as well. Peter Tyler looking to try and work his way alongside as they head onto the centre straight. Opts to go behind, pick up a bit more toe and slipstream, jinks out from behind to try and get the right-hand side on the run in towards Ritchie's corner, and may well have made it through possibly. The race leading pair, though, in the meantime, are just turning their way out of Williams. Oliver Barker still stretching the advantage between himself and Steve Burgess in second position. A flash of the lights from Oliver Barker as he begins to close in on the black car just up the road. That's the back marker. That's Richard Stables, who is a very experienced driver, been racing Radicals for a good number of years, but Oliver Barker just briefly flashing the lights to forewarn him that he's on his way, and he can't really afford still to be held up, because Steve Burgess, whilst he's dropped back a little bit over the course of the last few laps, he's still not that far away. So Oliver Barker needs to make sure he's decisive, working his way through the traffic. Richard Stables, is he going to see him coming? Oliver Barker is going to have to sit behind Richard Stables through Murray's corner, and now he should be able to squeeze his way through and past as they get onto the centre straight. So over the start-finish line goes Oliver Barker. This is another fight that's going on further down through the order. That's Sean Byrne, the Irishman, who has got Elliot Goodman firmly fixed in the crosshair, wants to try and work his way through and ahead of Elliot Goodman. But for the moment, he's just got to be content to sit behind and see as to whether somewhere else around the lap there might be the opportunity. Here's the charging number 52 car of Mark Richards. Having picked off Mark Crader a couple of laps ago, he's now pulled away from him and closed right onto the coattails of the number 8 machine in the hands of Spencer Bourne. So those two ever closer to each other as they head round through Coreham. Then the next of the cars is Mark Crader, and there is Peter Tyler, who is now very, very busy indeed with Mark Maloney. Those two fighting away. In fact, Mark Maloney gets a better run coming out of Murray's and is able to squeeze his way through it ahead. So the number 86 car in the hands of the Bajan driver, gaining the position. Over the start-finish line goes Mark Maloney. Peter Tyler, though, sitting in the slipstream and might try and return the favour as they head up towards the braking area for Ritchie's. There's another place he's gained now by Mark Richards, through and ahead of Spencer Bourne. So that's a couple of places gained over the course of the last couple of laps for Mark Richards, who's working beautifully well to try and thread that car ever more up through the order. Through the right-hander at Oggies he goes, having gained the place over the black and purple car of Spencer Bourne, and already is starting to pull away as they head out of Williams and onto the Bentley Straight. Spencer Bourne just using the curbs and bouncing over the grass briefly on the exit of the corner. As for our race leader, though, in towards Wilson goes the race leader. Still that blue and yellow car of Steve Burgess not too far behind. That is the third place car, Dominic Jackson. Hasn't really got anybody to play with because he's not closing the gap on the lead pair, but he's certainly not falling into the clutches of the fourth place car either. So there are the lead pair together. Here's Dominic Jackson already turning his way out of Palmer, and the relative gap between himself and the next of the cars that will be coming through is not that car there, because that's Richard Stables, the back marker. It's this car here. That's Richard Baxter, who's sitting there in fourth position. Fifth place car should be Jack Lang. Yeah, here comes Jack Lang in fifth position, and he's had to work his way up through the order, hasn't he, from what was, as far as he was concerned, the championship leader. A fairly lonely position on the grid, ninth position on the grid for the driver that's won 3 races so far this year. His first race of the season that he won was at Spa-Francorchamps, then he claimed a couple of victories at Rockingham. These leaders are on to the Bentley Straight yet again. You can see the top 3 together. Oliver Barker, Steve Burgess and Dominic Jackson, the all-black car just that little bit further back. And for Oliver Barker, there might be actually a little bit more traffic he'll have to deal with over the course of this next lap. And for Steve Burgess in second place, that presents an opportunity to close in, because he's just that little bit too far away at the moment. So he's somewhat reliant on either a small mistake for Oliver Barker or a back marker getting in the way, and there's been no chink in the armour at all from Oliver Barker. He's about to head out of Murray's and head on to what will be now the last lap of the race. Checks his mirrors just to see where his main championship rival is. Well, the answer is, Oliver, behind you, but not that far behind you as he heads onto the last lap. Oliver Barker leads the race. Steve Burgess there in second position. Then the gap back before we see Dominic Jackson in third place. And this is a replay of Jack Lang. That's at the bottom of the Bentley Straight, and well, all over the grass went Jack Lang, and he's having to try and work his way back onto the tarmac. That's going to drop him well and truly down through the order. You can see cars going by as he rally crosses his way back onto the tarmac, and well, for Jack Lang, that's going to drop him right down through the order. There is more traffic to deal with. The sole Radical SR1 that's in the field, Andy Chittenden, is dispatched a lap down by Oliver Barker. Andy staying well and truly out of harm's way, doesn't want to get involved and embroiled in the battle for the lead of the race, so he keeps the 1340cc Suzuki engined SR1 out of harm's way. And Oliver Barker has now got at least one back marker between himself and Steve Burgess as he heads round through the right-hander at Oggies for the final time and up towards the right-hander at Williams that will bring him on towards the Bentley Straight, and Steve Burgess is just too far away to do a great deal about Oliver Barker. Steve, who claimed a win at Donington Park earlier on in the season, is going to have to settle for second best surely. And as for Jack Lang, well, he is now down in 9th position. He's behind Jack Manchester, so Jack Lang has dropped well and truly down through the order following that moment down at the bottom of the Bentley Straight, as out of Brundle and Nelson comes our race leader, Steve Burgess, having closed the gap a little bit on this final lap of the race, but that's largely because Oliver Barker knows he's just about got enough in hand so as to not to worry as they head round through Coreham for the final time and in towards the braking area for Murray's. All Oliver Barker needs to do is make sure he's neat and tidy out of Murray's, up through the gears and heading towards the checkered flag. It's going to be a win for Oliver Barker. Steve Burgess will finish in second position, not that far behind, but just midway through the race, just didn't have the pace to stick with Oliver Barker, and the gap opened up, and it's Dominic Jackson that will come through and finish in third position. This is another good little fight that's going on. This is for 10th and 11th places. Mark Richards tries to get the inside of Christian Jeffrey. Christian Jeffrey just hanging on to 10th place. Mark Richards on the road in 11th, but he's got a 5-second penalty for transgressing the circuit limits, and that will drop him, of course, further down through the order. So Christian Jeffrey hangs on to it and claims the final place inside the top 10. Oliver Barker heading round the circuit on his slowing down lap, absolutely delighted with his second victory of the season in the Radical Challenge Championship. Steve Burgess second and Dominic Jackson third. Richard Baxter's there in fourth place, ahead of Elliot Goodman in fifth, Jason Rishover in sixth, and Sean Byrne, Jack Manchester, Jack Lang and Christian Jeffrey complete the top 10 in the first race of the weekend here for the Radical Challenge Championship at Snetterton. Oliver Barker heads onto the top step of the podium, his second win of the season. Let's hear from the top three.
Yeah, I was under a lot of pressure for most of the race. There's a lot of fun out there. I knew it was important to get a good start here. It's always difficult to follow another car. And we managed to get a good start, stay in the lead, and yeah, I was pleased with the victory.
First sort of half of the race, I felt I had a bit of edge on Ollie, but around here it's hard to pass. And then I went for a dive on turn one, trying to get a bit of speed into the hairpin, and I got it wrong and went a bit wide, and that's when he got the gap. And then after that, I couldn't seem to pull it back to him.
Well done on the podium. Quite a lonely race in the end.
It was, yeah. It wasn't too eventful except for the start, which I made a pretty bad job of. Dropped back to 6th or 7th and managed to get back to 3rd in the first 3 or 4 corners and just settled into a pace, really.
So that's it from race 1 here at Snetterton. Join us in a few moments for race 2 of the weekend in the Radical Challenge Championship. Welcome back to Snetterton for our third and final race of the weekend for the Radical Challenge Championship. The slightly longer pit stop race with a mandatory pit stop for all of the drivers and success seconds as well for some of them to worry about. Let's have a look at the way that the grid lines up for this final race of the weekend. It's Oliver Barker that's on pole position with Steve Burgess alongside. Dominic Jackson and Jack Lang are there on row number 2. Richard Baxter has Mark Richards for company on row 3, and it's Jack Manchester and Elliot Goodman on row 4 with Jason Rishover and Mark Maloney completing the top 10 cars on the grid. So the safety car is just bringing them round through Coreham. Oliver Barker already twice a race winner so far this weekend, having won both of the sprint races. What might he be able to do in his third and final race of the weekend? He has an extra 15 success seconds to spend in the pits, the man on pole. Steve Burgess, the man alongside, an extra 20 seconds to spend in the pits. Dominic Jackson is off scratch, no additional time for him to worry about. And Jack Lang, who is on row 2 of the grid, an extra 5 seconds to spend in the pit lane. Richard Baxter on row 3 has an extra 5 seconds. And Mark Richards, who joins him on that third row, no additional time penalty to spend in the pits. The red lights are on as they go out now. It's a good start from Oliver Barker, who's got his nose ahead of Steve Burgess, and it looks as though Jack Lang was looking to try and squeeze his way through as well as they charge their way up towards Ritchie's corner for the first time. Everybody safely through the right-hander at Ritchie's, and it's Oliver Barker that's taken up the early lead in this final race of the weekend here, with Steve Burgess in second place, and it's Dominic Jackson in third place. That's a spin further down through the order. Brian Murphy having to sweep round in avoidance, and the spin is for the number 52 car of Mark Richards, who's pointing the wrong way, unfortunately, at what is Wilson Corner. And he's not the only one with a problem, because there's one car that's in the middle of the pack that's got lots of smoke billowing from the tail end of it. I suspect that's just bodywork rubbing on the tyre. Mark Richards gets going, knocks a bit of debris out of the way. He has tumbled to the tail end of the field. Elliot Goodman, in the meantime, out of Agostini, loses a place to Mark Maloney, and there's a slowing car there on the right-hand side of the circuit, so everybody having to swerve their way in through and past what looks like Jason Rishover's car that's slowing down. So looks as though Jason Rishover has encountered problems early on in the race. Oliver Barker leads the race. Steve Burgess second. Dominic Jackson there in third place as they head onto the Bentley Straight for the first time. You can still see that smoke coming from the tail end of one of the cars that's still inside the top 10, but it's going to be Barker from Burgess, Dominic Jackson from Jack Manchester, then Jack Lang and Richard Baxter, and the car that's got the smoke coming from the tail end of it is car number 18. That's Sean Burns' car that, as I say, I think it's just a bit of the fiberglass bodywork rubbing on one of the Dunlop slick tyres that all of these cars run. Hopefully that won't cause him too much of a problem. Further down through the order, number 20 Mark Crader fighting away with what was Brian Murphy there, as the race leader is about to head out of Murray's over the start-finish line and conclude the first lap of the race. Oliver Barker needing ideally to build a margin and an advantage. He knows come the pit window he'll have to remain stationary for an extra 15 seconds compared to some, and out of the car, surveying the damage, is poor old Jason Rishover, wondering exactly what the problem was. All of a sudden the car seemed to slow as it came out of Agostini, but that's it, not even a lap completed for the unfortunate Jason Rishover. As for Steve Burgess in second place, well, he's now under pressure from Dominic Jackson, who's also got the light blue car of Jack Manchester absolutely with him, so three fighting away for second, third and fourth position, just allowing Oliver Barker to build a bit of an advantage now in the lead of the race, as attentions are turned by these three cars more towards defence rather than attack, and if they slow each other up much more, then Jack Lang in the orange car is not that far away. Jack Manchester thinking about going around the outside of Agostini, but Dominic Jackson will be wise to that. They're just heading up to the yellow flag zone, so there'll be no overtaking here as they head up towards the left-hander at Hamilton, but that doesn't stop Jack Manchester rolling his sleeves up and still trying to get on with it, and he rather needs to, because he's got the orange car of Jack Lang now absolutely with him. The lead pair just starting to get away, because now that Dominic Jackson is more turned towards defence rather than attack, Steve Burgess has just opened up another car length's advantage in second place. Onto the Bentley Straight they'll go again. Oliver Barker leading the race. Steve Burgess in second place. Let's not forget he's got an extra 20 seconds success penalty in the pit lane. Dominic Jackson in third place has no additional time to worry about, and neither does Jack Manchester either. They are both off scratch and spend the bare minimum amount of time in the pit lane. The orange car that's behind Jack Manchester, Jack Lang, just an extra 5 seconds to spend for him in the pit lane area. Come the pit stop window, which of course is midway through this race. So through Coram, in towards the braking area for Murray's. The black car now with its red nose of Dominic Jackson, following that damage that was inflicted on the nose of the car in the race earlier on over the course of the weekend. Closing in on Steve Burgess, looking to see what he might be able to do. He's had a couple of third places so far this weekend, Dominic Jackson, and he's in prime position at this stage to come the pit stop window, maybe gain another place or possibly two, because he's the first of the cars in the field that doesn't have any additional time penalty to spend in the pits. And at the moment, Steve Burgess, the champion from last year, is not getting away. Former single-seater racer Dominic Jackson sitting right behind him as they head through the left-hander. Dominic, a former champion out in Formula BMW in Germany some seasons ago, and is now good to see him back racing and as competitive as ever. Jack Manchester's light blue car sitting there in fourth place. Jack Lang's there in fifth place. Richard Baxter completes the top six. The top six have opened up quite a sizable gap actually between themselves and the seventh place car, which is some way adrift. And as they flick their way through the left-hander at Hamilton and on towards the braking area at Oggies, all of the time Oliver Barker is just stretching the lead advantage. The one thing Oliver Barker does not need is any sort of safety car period, because he wants to try and build a buffer so that he can then utilise that advantage come the pit stop window, as I say, where he has to remain stationary for an extra 15 seconds compared to others. So down the Bentley Straight in towards the braking area for Brundle and Nelson, through the slightly tighter right-hander at Nelson, and then up towards the bomb hole. Jack Manchester still just outside of the podium places at this stage, the light blue car. And as they then flick their way round through Coram, you can see Dominic Jackson working tirelessly hard to try and stay with Steve Burgess and look for an opportunity at the same time to try and work the number 4 car through and up into second position. But at the moment there's nothing doing as far as Dominic Jackson is concerned, because Steve Burgess is just making sure he's neat and tidy black and white warning flag going out for somebody with regards to circuit limits, so they must stay within the confines of the circuit and not go beyond the white line or the curbs where there are curbs. So somebody just being forewarned, and if they don't heed the warning, time penalty may well possibly be issued as the trio for second, third and fourth head round through Palmer. Jack Manchester still at the back end of that little three-car train, with the orange car of Jack Lang just a little bit further back, but second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth place all within touching distance of each other. But the car in seventh place is falling ever more distant. Oliver Barker stretching his legs up towards Hamilton. You can see the retired car of Jason Rishover just over on the grass there on the right-hand side. And Steve Burgess, yet more time lost there to the race leader, and that's largely because he just can't shake away Dominic Jackson at this stage. Dominic is not quite close enough so as to attack, but equally as much Steve Burgess will be conscious that any mistake at all, and it might not just be one place he would lose, it could be a couple. Further down through the order, number 16, Stuart Maloney, fighting away with Konstantin Gukiev at the wheel of the all-white number 9 car as they thread their way through the left-hand kink at Hamilton. And the rest of the field heading round through Hamilton. Here also comes another fight for position. This is Mark Crader fighting away with the red car in the hands of Barry Liversidge. So Barry able to try and work his way up through the order, and I think just behind those was the Black and Dayglow car. That will be the car that Peter Tyler shares with Tom Gladys over the course of this longer 40-minute endurance race. Dominic Jackson ever closer to Steve Burgess. Of course, Dominic is still the first car that has no additional success seconds to worry about come the pit window, and at the moment he is hot on the heels of Steve Burgess, who will remain stationary for an additional 20 seconds come the pit window opening, which will not be that far away now in reality. And all of the cars have to come into the pits, and in the case of some of them that running in the team championship conduct a driver change. In the case of others, they remain stationary, but for some it will be the minimum 45 seconds. For others it will be substantially longer as a result of how they finished in the last race 3 of the weekend, which took place at Rockingham a few months ago. Here comes Steve Burgess, still in second place, still the red-nosed car of Dominic Jackson not too far behind. Jack Manchester keeping in touch as well with the pair ahead. Jack Lang just that little bit further back in the orange car in what is 5th position, and Richard Baxter now just starting to fall away a shade more in 6th place. He can't quite keep with the pace of those ahead. Best of the fights is the trio for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, who yet again are just turning their way out of Oggie's corner. Steve Burgess just raising the dust on the exit of the corner in 2nd position. Jackson still there in 3rd place, and the ever-present danger of Jack Manchester in 4th place, not that far away as well. Onto the Bentley Straight they'll go. You can see the advantage that Oliver Barker has now built up between himself and the trio squabbling over 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. It's about a third of the length of the Bentley Straight. Jack Lang's there in 5th place. Richard Baxter is in 6th place, and it looks as though we've got a great little fight going on for 7th at the moment. It is Mark Maloney who's there in 7th place, Elliot Goodman in 8th place, Sean Byrne in 9th place, the Irishman, and then it looks as though it's Christian Jeffrey just that little bit further back in 10th position. So final 4 places in the top 10 being disputed. And it is still just about in 7th place then. Mark Maloney, Elliot Goodman, Sean Byrne, and then the white car with its green and yellow flashes in the hands of Christian Jeffrey. So still together, they turn their way through Murray's and start to accelerate their way onto the Bentley Straight. Mark Maloney having to be very careful, just watching his mirrors, because Elliot Goodman is sitting fully in the slipstream this time as they head onto the Senna Straight. Is he going to be able to squeeze his way through by the time they get to Ritchie's? No is the answer, so the order still remains the same as they then hurtle the car in towards the right-hander at Ritchie's, and from there it's onto the brakes, heavy braking area in towards the right-hander at Wilson. But Mark Maloney is the cork in the bottle at this stage. Elliot Goodman hasn't as yet been able to unlock the door and work his way through, and any mistake from either of these two, Sean Byrne is ready to pounce, and Christian Jeffrey is just that little bit further adrift, hasn't quite fully caught on to the trio ahead. But whilst they're squabbling, I suspect that that white car with its green and yellow flashes will soon be right up onto terms, and we will have the fully formed quartet for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th positions as they thread their way out of Agostini, past Jason Rishover's retired car, and through Hamilton towards Oggie's yet again. So through the right-hander at Oggie's, nothing doing as yet for Elliot Goodman, so still patiently he waits behind Mark Maloney's car. If he can get a good exit though coming out of Williams, it might give him half an opportunity to sit in the tow down the Bentley Straight. That's what Christian Jeffrey is looking to do to Sean Byrne as well, who just bumps over the curbs on the exit of Williams, uses all of the curbs but no more, and down the Bentley Straight they'll come, slipstreaming occurring, and bit of debris just being flicked up by one of the cars as well. But Mark Maloney still the cork in the bottle. He's still in 7th place. It's still Elliot Goodman in 8th place, Sean Byrne in 9th place, and Christian Jeffrey, still rather frustratingly as far as he's concerned, remains there in 10th position. So nobody able to pick the pocket of anybody else. They turn their way through the right-hander at Coreham, and now Elliot Goodman taking a slightly wider line through Coreham to maybe have a quick nibble up the inside at Murray's. Wasn't to be, so again they remain in exactly the same order as they chalk yet another lap into the book here on the Snetterton 300 circuit, and it is still Mark Maloney who is at the helm of this 4-car battle for the final 4 places inside the top 10. They turn their way through Ritchie's corner, then in towards the braking area for Wilson yet again. Of course, the gaps close up as they get towards the apexes of the corner. They open up again on the exit of the corner as they thread their way up towards Palmer. The order still remains the same as it does for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place. It's still Steve Burgess from Dominic Jackson, from Jack Manchester, and then the orange car of Jack Lang, who was leading the championship coming into this weekend, but has been outscored certainly by Oliver Barker, who was lying 3rd in the championship coming into this weekend. So it's all going to tighten things up as they leave Snetterton. Will head to Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit for their next couple of rounds, and the final rounds of the championship take place back here at Snetterton again in the middle part of October. 7th, 8th and 9th and 10th still together. They've sort of, rather than be a quartet, they've sort of paired up a little bit more now, as Elliot Goodman has managed to stay with the pace of Mark Maloney, whereas unfortunately the cars behind have just dropped a shade further away. And as for Steve Burgess, well, he's still under this pressure from Dominic Jackson, despite everything that Dominic has thrown at it, which is pretty much everything. Well, he has still not as yet been able to work his way through. He might just have to wait until the pit window and then overhaul what will be Steve Burgess, because Steve will remain stationary, not for the standard 45 seconds that everybody has to. He will remain stationary for 65 seconds. Over the start-finish line they'll go. Another lap completed, and as they now go through down the centre straight and on towards Ritchie's corner, all of the time Oliver Barker is just pulling away. He's down at the hairpin at Wilson, having built quite a handsome advantage here, and such an advantage that he may be able to hang on to the lead of the race even once the pit window has opened and everybody's conducted their pit stops. Steve Burgess still being kept very busy indeed. There's no let up at all in the pressure that Dominic Jackson is continually applying to the champion from last year, and these two now are just starting to open up a bit more daylight between themselves and the light blue car of Jack Manchester, who still sits there in 4th place but has lost a couple of car lengths maybe in terms of the ground between himself and the pair ahead. And is Jack Manchester falling into the clutches of Jack Lang? Well, not particularly by the look of things, so still 4 close enough to each other. Richard Baxter still completing the top 6 as Oliver Barker heads on towards the Bentley Straight yet again, and you can see the gap that exists between himself and Steve Burgess, who only now appears into shot heading round through Williams. So the gap getting ever larger between 1st and 2nd position. So Oliver Barker is on the Bentley Straight, and as he heads underneath the vehicle bridge, he's got probably more than half of the length now of the Bentley Straight between himself and the blue car with its yellow flashes. Steve Burgess, who sits there in 2nd place, still with Dominic Jackson, Jack Manchester and Jack Lang completing the top 5, and Richard Baxter in the 2nd of the light blue cars, one with its pink flashes, slightly more adrift in 5th position. Jack Lang has an extra 5 success seconds to spend in the pits following his exploits in race 3 at Rockingham last time through. But for Steve Burgess, he was the winner of that race, so he is on the maximum amount of time in the pit lane, an extra 20 seconds for Steve Burgess. And at the moment he's got a car right behind him, Dominic Jackson, who's got no additional time to worry about come the pits, because we didn't see Dominic finish inside the top 5 at Rockingham. Over the start-finish line, there we go. Another lap chalked into the book. The battle's further down through the order continuing as well. Stuart Maloney fighting away with the number 52 car of Mark Richards. They're on the coattails of the all-red car of Barry Liversidge that's just up the road as well. And Barry Liversidge has got the black and Dayglow car just ahead of him. That will be the car that Peter Tyler shares with Tom Gladys in the team championship. Liversidge just locking a brake as he turned in towards Murray's. That compromises his exit and allows Mark Maloney to try and squeeze his way through. And we're going to be 3 wide here because Mark Richards is also trying to get in on the mix as well. So 3 wide over the start-finish line. Barry Liversidge, that brief lock break is going to cost him 2 places there, and Mark Richards gains 2. By the look of things, he was at the tail end of that trio. He gets to the front of it by the time they get towards Ritchie's corner. So a great move from Mark Richards. And Barry Liversidge, in stark contrast, loses the 2 places. As for the race leader, well, he's just turning his way through Brundle and Nelson now. Traffic to deal with. The Radical SR1 of Andy Chittenden moves out of harm's way and is placed a lap down by our race leader. And Steve Burgess now in second place, has a bit more daylight between himself and Dominic Jackson in third place. The charging Jack Lang still can't do a great deal about closing up on the cars ahead at the moment, and he may well see that the traffic that's just up the road that has been dealt with by our race leader might present the opportunity that he's looking for to close in on the number 15 car of Jack Manchester that still occupies fourth place at this stage of the race. So over the start-finish line goes Jack Manchester, and looking to try and close in on the third place car of Dominic Jackson, who is not that far ahead of him up the road really. Gap between them is not a great deal. Jack Lang is within touching distance as well. The bottom of the Bentley Straight, another great little squabble that's going on, is between Mark Crader, number 20, Stuart Maloney, who sits behind him, then Mark Richards, who's lost a place by the look of things, and Barry Liversidge. So they're still busy rolling their sleeves up and getting on with it, and it won't be that much longer before the pit window opens, and one of them will have to blink first and head into the pits, one would have thought. But for the moment, they're enjoying what is a great fight that's going on. Stuart Maloney under attack from Mark Richards heading in towards the braking area for Murray's. Barry Liversidge in the all-red car not too far away. Over the start-finish line they'll go onto another lap, and the pit window is now open. So the pit window is now open. A big mistake for the number 44 car. That's a car that runs in the team championship. Tony and James Barwell's machine, bouncing over the curbs and onto the grass briefly. And this is Sean Byrne who is under attack still from Christian Jeffrey, the Irishman, under attack. And well, Christian Jeffrey is hugely keen to try and squeeze his way through. Christian, who commutes from the Caribbean to race in the Radical Challenge Championship, as into the pit lane comes, that's the Barwell's car, isn't it? Yeah, Tony and James Barwell. The change of driver is taking place, and out jumps one, in will jump the other, and they have no additional time penalties or success seconds, as they're called, to worry about. As for Jack Manchester, well, he is still sitting there rather frustratingly in what is fourth position. He's got the car of Dominic Jackson just ahead of him. He's got the orange car of the championship leader Jack Lang right behind him. Jack Manchester has no additional success seconds to worry about come the pit window. And is he opting to come into the pits this time through? Yes, he does. And in fact, Dominic Jackson does, and Jack Lang as well. So third, fourth and fifth all in the pits at the same time. Now Jack Lang has an extra 5 seconds to spend in the pits, so he's going to lose out to the cars that he was doing battle with in reality, because that is what really shakes the order up. Each time we have one race 3, you look back to where you finished in a previous race 3, and if you're in the top 5, you end up with an additional time penalty. Sean Byrne is in. Also Christian Jeffrey, who he was doing battle with, heads into the pit lane as well. More and more cars are going to be peeling their way in, which is going to be Stuart Maloney who comes in, and Mark Richards as well, and both of those just remain stationary for what is the minimum period of 45 seconds in the pit lane. It's all very full there in the pit lane. Jack Manchester is just being serviced by the team. Scorpio Motorsport team go to work on Sean Byrne's car as Stuart Maloney makes his way down the pit lane. Out goes Jack Lang, and where is he going to feed back through into the order? Sean Byrne's still stationary because the clock hasn't ticked through as yet, and the countdown is just about to take place. And there goes Steve Burgess, only now heading back out onto circuit. Of course, he had an additional 20 seconds to spend in the pits, having won the last race 3, the last endurance race at Rockingham. So he is now looking to try and work his way back up through the order. This car, though, still is yet to stop as yet. This is Oliver Barker, the race leader. He's got an extra 15 success seconds to spend in the pits. And well, Oliver Barker now is going to continue round over the start-finish line and leave it until later in the window. Can't leave it too late, though. Must pit within the designated pit window. As back out of the pits goes Mark Richards. This is Brian Murphy, the number 57 car, comes through the bomb hole and bounces all over the grass. Lots and lots of dust on the tyres that he'll need to clean up, and well, he's just about managed to keep the car on the circuit and rejoins without too much of a problem. Rod Goodman at the wheel of the beautifully liveried number 31 car heads down pit lane. Mark Maloney is also in, the number 86 car. We saw Stewart in earlier on, and that is the number 10 car in the hands of John Caldwell heading out onto circuit. So the fight's continuing on track, and that is a spin. That is Mark Richards, who had a rotation heading in towards Brundle and Nelson, so he gathers up the moment and gets going again, as Oliver Barker, now the race leader, heads down pit lane. So Oliver Barker just leaving it an extra couple of laps compared to others to head into the pit lane. He will remain stationary for 60 seconds in total, so 45 seconds the standard period, plus 15 success seconds as a result of finishing second last time out. Quick conversation going on between Oliver Barker and team. Thumbs up from the driver. meaning that everything is good. And then the clock being watched by Oliver Barker, and he'll get back into this race. And where is he going to feed his way back out? Is he going to have sufficient gap between himself and the likes of Dominic Jackson so as to hang on to the lead of the race? Jack Lang's being kept busy at the moment. He's trying to work his way through and past the number 10 car of John Caldwell, borrowing brother Brian's car for this weekend. Brian unable to race at the moment. And back out onto track goes Dominic Jackson. So pit window still continuing. Squabbles on track being reformed once all of the cars have come into the pits. And by the look of things, Sean Byrne has been passed by Christian Jeffrey. Now, that probably happened during the pits, actually. They came into the pits together, and Christian Jeffrey is now ahead of Sean Byrne. As waiting patiently in the pit lane is Brian Murphy. The clock ticks to 0, so he heads back out onto track. That grassy moment at the bomb hole, I'm sure, just a distant memory. And this, number 4, Dominic Jackson, the race leader, under attack from Oliver Barker, whilst they're trying to put a lap on the Barwell's number 44 car as well. Barker has the momentum, has the inside line for Agostini, and goes through to take up the lead of the race. But Dominic Jackson switches back on the exit of the corner and instantly has retaken the lead. So they've swapped and swapped back within the case of just a corner, and it's Dominic Jackson that has reasserted himself back into the lead of the race. Of course, he had no additional success seconds to worry about. Oliver Barker had 15 additional seconds in the pit lane and knows that he's got to get on with it here, but the door is closed as he has a quick look up the inside at Williams Corner. So it is the number 4 car of Dominic Jackson that leads the race. Oliver Barker, already twice a race winner this weekend, in second place. The blue car is Jack Manchester. He's there in 3rd position, and in the distance, the orange car, Jack Lang, is sitting there in 4th place at this stage. So they turn their way through Brundle and Nelson. Jack Manchester sitting there in 3rd place, had no additional success seconds to spend in the pit lane area. As raising the dust in 2nd place is Oliver Barker. He just needs to be careful there, dipped a wheel onto the dust. That might take a corner or so just to clean those tyres up. And that's the last thing he needs at this stage, to lose any time with some dusty tyres. Neat and tidy, however, is he out of Murray's, and as they then head onto the start-finish line to chalk another lap into the book, Dominic Jackson still leads by the slenderest of margins from Oliver Barker in 2nd place. Jack Manchester there in 3rd position as they head in towards the braking area for the right-hander at Wilson. And well, Dominic Jackson would dearly like to try and claim a win. He's had a couple of 3rd places this weekend, on top of the 3rd place he had at Silverstone earlier on in the season, but he's not had a win. Whereas for Oliver Barker, he's already had 2 this weekend, and he also won earlier on in the season, did Oliver Barker, claiming his win at Spa-Francorchamps in the middle of the 3 races that we had there. Onto the brakes, in towards the left-hander at Agostini, the man from Lincoln. Dominic Jackson leads the race, the graduate out of the Radical SR1 Cup Championship. Oliver Barker sitting there in 2nd position. Jack Manchester, who claimed his first podiums of the season earlier on this weekend, sitting there in what is 3rd position, but they're all very close to each other still as they turn their way out of Oggies and then start to sprint their way up towards Williams. And as they then get onto the Bentley straight, nobody's quite close enough to do a great deal about the other. You can see Jack Lang in 4th place in the distance, and looking as though he's actually closing in a shade more on the cars that sit just up the road from him. But Dominic Jackson looking as though things are well under control at the moment. Can't afford to make a mistake because Oliver Barker is still very much in his Dunlop wheel tracks as the 2 Radical SR3s, 1500cc Suzuki powered cars, turn their way through Coram and then up towards the left-hander at Murray's, which will conclude yet another 2.9689 mile lap here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit. So over the start-finish line goes Dominic Jackson. Oliver Barker still chasing as hard as he possibly can. The clock continuing to tick down as well in this 40-minute race. And is there enough time for Oliver Barker to try something, to try and work his way through into contention? Well, it looks like Dominic Jackson made a very small mistake there. There's a little bit of contact between the pair of them. Jackson bounces over the curbs on the exit of the corner, and well, that small mistake was all Oliver Barker needed. He instantly pounced on it and has put himself through and into the lead of the race here. Dominic Jackson in 2nd place. He just didn't quite get to the apex, and there was just a radical width, and Oliver Barker was able to squeeze his way up the inside, and from there, well, always you were going to see Dominic Jackson possibly pushed wide on the exit of the corner, and that's exactly what happened. He bounced over the curves, and that has just cost him that little bit of time, and Oliver Barker is through and into the lead of the race. Further down through the order, we've still got some fights continuing as well. This is Mark Crader, then Stuart Maloney and Mark Richards, all busy beavering away. They're going to be fighting for places down towards the bottom of the top 10 and just outside at this stage, and Barry Liversidge is not too far away from them as well. He's had a busy old race as Barry Liversidge, and this is Steve Burgess looking to try and work his way up through the order. The car that sits directly ahead of him looks as though it's car number 28, Elliot Goodman, so this will be for what is 6th and 7th places. And this fight here that we were picking up on is further down through the order. Mark Crader, Stuart Maloney, then Mark Richards and Barry Liversidge, and all of those will be fighting for places, as I say, just outside of the top 10. Barry Liversidge running a little bit wide that time, heading out of Agostini, so he's dropped himself off the coattails of the cars that he was doing battle with. For Oliver Barker, though, more traffic to deal with before too much longer. The number 31 car of Rod Goodman is the next car that he's going to want to try and put a lap down. Thankfully, though, he's got enough time so as to just pick his way through and past. He's also going to meet that car in the right place, which is on the centre straight, and should be able to squeeze his way through as they head up towards Ritchie's corner. But having now put a lap on Rod Goodman, there'll be further cars that he needs to deal with over the course of this next lap or so. Oliver Barker safely through the right-hander at Wilson, accelerating his way up towards Palmer, no longer under any pressure from Dominic Jackson, who has just sort of faltered in the latter stages of this race. He's tried terribly hard to hang on to the lead of the race and maybe just overwork those tyres a little bit, because he has dropped ever more away from Oliver Barker, who is looking as though he is potentially on for a clean sweep of victories this weekend at Snetterton, and we have seen that happen once so far this season. That happened when Bradley Smith claimed all 3 victories at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit. Bradley not competing this weekend, but Oliver Barker is looking as though he's going to replicate that feat as long as he can continue round on this, which I think should now be the penultimate lap of the race. So out of Williams, on towards the Bentley Straight goes Oliver Barker. Daylight building between himself and the black car with its red nose of Dominic Jackson in second place. Jack Manchester is there in third place, and only now heading out of Williams to the top of the Bentley Straight is the orange car of Jack Lang. So nobody really close enough to anybody else, looking as though the podium places are largely settled now in this race. But there's still traffic that could come into play here. Rod Goodman's car about to be placed a lap down by Dominic Jackson, who can't quite squeeze his way through as they head round through the bomb hole, so it'll have to wait until he gets towards Coram to work his way through and past, and that's allowed Jack Manchester to close a little bit more now onto the coattails of Dominic Jackson. So the traffic just having a part to play in the latter stages of this one. But for Oliver Barker, he is over the start-finish line and is now heading on to his last lap of the race, and Oliver Barker is looking good to try and make it a clean sweep of victories this weekend in the Radical Challenge Championship here at Snetterton. Further down through the order, Christian Jeffrey showing the scars of the squabbles earlier on. He's there in 8th position at the moment. 9th place is going to be the number 18 car that's just behind him in the hands of Sean Byrne, and that car there, Mark Maloney, is going to complete the top 10 by the look of things. The number 86 car, who's had a solid weekend of racing this weekend. So they're just about to head on to their final lap of the race. And as we look towards our race leader, well, is down towards the bottom of the Bentley Straight for the final time. Dominic Jackson in second place, coming under a bit more pressure though from Jack Manchester. That's going to be close, potentially on the charge to the line. And as Oliver Barker turns his way out of Brundle and Nelson, all he needs to do is safely negotiate the bomb hole, which he's done, round through Coram and up towards Murray's, and it's going to be 3 out of 3 this weekend at Snetterton for Oliver Barker, who was racing in the Radical SR1 Cup Championship last year, has moved over to the Radical Challenge Championship and instantly got to grips with the greater power and downforce of the Radical SR3. He comes through and claims victory number 3 of the weekend in Norfolk. Oliver Barker makes it a clean sweep of wins here in Norfolk, with Dominic Jackson in second place and Jack Manchester completing the top 3. 4th goes the way of Jack Lang, with Richard Baxter in 5th place and Steve Burgess in 6th. 7th was Elliot Goodman, 8th was Christian Jeffrey, 9th was Sean Byrne, and completing the top 10 was Mark Maloney. A great weekend of racing here at Snetterton. Some super fights along the way, but that man there, for the 3rd time this weekend, stands on the top step of the podium at Snetterton. Maximum points in the championship for Oliver Barker.
You got yourself a fantastic lead at the start, knowing you had your success penalties in the pits, and you came out only just in second moment and sort of challenging even as you came out, and you had to fight yourself back up there again, and you did it and then stretched your legs.
Yeah, when I came out of the pits, I was hoping I was going to be out in the lead, and I saw him just shoot past. Obviously, had the momentum into turn 1. I was behind him for a couple of laps, and he made a bit of a mistake through turn 1, ran wide, and that was my opportunity to get past him. Managed to make it stick, and then pulled away, and just maintaining the gap towards the end, really, trying not to make any mistakes.
Yeah, it was unfortunate because I had a little bit of a gap, and then on the exit of turn 1, as Ollie said, I just ran wide and had to back out of it.
It'd have been pressurising you for the rest of the race anyway. Is the only way you can console yourself, I guess.
I'd have preferred that.
Yeah, true enough.
Really good result in the end. Yeah, I think I credit it to the start, really. Started 7th and made up 4th, and then really battled hard for it and kind of kept in the pit stops and, just pushed through it. Did the best I could.
Apart from Jack Manchester.
That's all from Snetterton. A great weekend of racing. Join us next time out when we're at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit. Welcome to Rockingham for round 4 of the 2017 Radical SR1 Cup Championship. 2 races over the course of this weekend. This is race number 2, and let's look at the grid. The way they line up sees Jerome Desadlier on pole position with David Thompson alongside. Row 2 of the grid is James Pinkerton and Andrew Ritchie. In row 3, Mark Crader and David Tagg. Nigel Payne lines up alongside the new Radical SR1 of Chris Hall on row number 4, making its debut. And row 5 is Peter Devlin and Craig Thompson. Cars are on the grid, the lights go out. It's a fantastic start from David Thompson from the outside of the front row of the grid. Not a bad start either from Jerome Desadlier, and a fantastic start also from Andrew Ritchie. So 3 as 1 head up towards turn 1, but it is going to be the race 1 winner, Jerome Desadlier, that is out front and leads the race. David Thompson, or Sven as he's also known, slots himself through into 2nd position, but Andrew Ritchie's looking to try and sneak up the inside here as they come into the braking area for the Dean hairpin for the first time. Couldn't quite do it, Andrew Ritchie, so it's still Thompson that's there in 2nd place, Andrew Ritchie in 3rd place, James Pinkerton in 4th place, Mark Crader in 5th place, and it looks as though it's David Tagg that's taken up the early lead in the Fangio class as he sits there in 6th position. But the cars already threading their way through Chapman Curve and out towards Piffpath for the first time, and already it looks as though Jerome Desadlier is looking to try and break away. Already twice a race winner so far this season, claimed a win at Brands Hatch, claimed the win in the first race of the weekend here in Northamptonshire at Rockingham, and at the moment is opening up a gap between himself and David Thompson, who sits there in 2nd position. Still under pressure though from Andrew Ritchie. The number 51 car, is it going to have a look at the inside heading in towards Tarzan? Thinks better of it in the early stages of the race, and therefore he needs to attack and defend at the same time, because the number 56 car of James Pinkerton is not too far away. So here they come down the School Straight. Already you can see the 5 or 6 car lengths advantage the race leader has built up in the early stages. Then the trio fighting over 2nd through to 4th position, with the white and black car of Mark Crader just that little bit further back in 5th place. But what a first lap from Jerome Desadlier. Over the start finish line he goes in clear daylight with this trio of cars far enough behind him so as to not have to worry him. He won't need to look in his mirrors because he'll know that he's built the advantage in the early stages. He's out of turn 1 and up towards the hairpin again goes battle for what is 2nd, 3rd and 4th position. Andrew Ritchie now just a little bit further away from Sven or David Thompson than he was, and he's dropping ever more into the clutches of James Pinkerton. We saw these 2 cars have a great battle in the first race of the weekend, and at the moment it is James Pinkerton that is having to give 2nd best to Andrew Ritchie, whereas in race number 1 of the weekend it was James Pinkerton that ultimately took the final podium place. They've been hugely evenly matched, both in qualifying and in the racing. Let's see what they might be able to do. At the moment they're rolling their sleeves up and getting on with it as such as they head out of Piffpath. The number 51 car with its red light covers is that of Andrew Ritchie. The one with its light blue and darker blue light covers, number 56, is James Pinkerton. And as they now dive onto the brakes and turn the car through the right-hander at what is Tarzan, they'll accelerate. Dunlop tyres working hard up through the gears. 185 brake horsepower to try and lay down in these cars from the 1340cc RPE tuned Suzuki engine as they thread their way through and into the Brook chicane yet again. So through the left, the right, the left flick, then up towards turn 4, where they'll head back onto the banked section of the circuit to complete yet another lap, all of the time whilst Jerome Desadlier is pulling away from this car here, David Thompson, who equally as much has just enough daylight between himself and the next pair behind. Andrew Ritchie and James Pinkerton. So they're still close for second, third and fourth, but nobody's quite close enough really so as to mount a full challenge as they again turn off the bank section of the circuit and onto the infield on the International Super Sports Car circuit here at Rockingham. All 1.94 miles of it. So through the right-hander at Yentwood, they work their way back up towards Chapman Curve once more, still with the car of Andrew Ritchie under this huge pressure from James Pinkerton, but not as yet has Andrew Ritchie had any mistakes made at all. Further down through the order, this is Craig Thompson, which is David Thompson's younger brother, fighting away with the number 31 car in the hands of Chris Hall, the new Radical SR1 making its debut this weekend at Rockingham, and Chris Hall puts the newer car up the inside of what is Craig Thompson, so place gained there for Chris Hall. Let's see what he now might be able to do to try and pull away. No pulling away still being done by Andrew Ritchie from James Pinkerton. They're still pretty much locked together, and equally as much the number 10 car of David Thompson is not really getting away. So despite the fact that we've got these two cars squabbling for the final podium place, they're not really squabbling to the degree that holds each other up. There is our race leader. You can see the advantage that Jerome Desadlier has built up between himself and this trio of cars still, as again James Pinkerton moves the car around in the mirrors of Andrew Ritchie to try and put off the driver more than anything. He wasn't close enough to do anything. It's more just a case of moving the car around and see if you can distract the attention of the driver ahead. No such luck as far as James Pinkerton was concerned. Further down through the order, this is going to be another little good fight that's going on. This is Nigel Payne at the wheel of the number 71 car. They work their way into the banking. He's having a great fight with Peter Devlin. Both of those drivers running in the Fangio class as well. So Peter Devlin just ahead of Nigel Payne, and as they work their way up towards the braking area for the Dean Hairpin, Peter Devlin under pressure from the light green and black number 71 car behind, but is still just about managing to hang on to the position on this occasion. And this is going to be something like 6th and 7th, I would have thought, this stage of the race. So safely through Yentwood, up towards what is Chapman once more, turning their way through the right-hander. And so then out towards Piff Paff. Nigel Payne hugely keen to try and pull a move on Peter Devlin, couldn't quite manage to do so. Here is the battle for second, third and fourth once more, and it actually looks as though we've got Andrew Ritchie a little bit closer now to the number 10 car in the hands of David or Sven Thompson, as he's largely known. Up on towards turn 4 they will go. Still Thompson from Andrew Ritchie, from James Pinkerton. James Pinkerton hugely keen to try and get himself back into the podium places. We saw him on the podium in race number 1. Unfortunately for Andrew Ritchie, it was James Pinkerton overtaking him, which meant that he did not appear on the podium. So he would really like to turn the tables if he can, and he might give himself an opportunity for second here. David Thompson a little bit earlier onto the brakes into the Dean Hairpin compared to number 51 Andrew Ritchie. So they thread their way again down towards Yentwood Corner, 3 as 1, second, third and a fourth position, all of this allowing Jerome Desadlier to continue to build what is a very handsome margin in the lead of the race. So out of Chapman, up towards the never-ending left-hander at Piff Paff Corner. Still number 10 David Thompson hanging on to second place. Now Andrew Ritchie is under ever more pressure in third place. James Pinkerton has now moved himself into prime position here. If he can get a good run coming out of Gracelands, he might give himself the opportunity on the brakes, heading up towards the braking area for Tarzan. Is he close enough? Not quite, I would suggest, and I think James Pinkerton thinks that as well. Yeah, so still sitting behind the third place car as he turns his way yet again through the Tarzan hairpin and onto the Skull Straight that brings them up towards the conclusion of the lap. Still close, but still not quite close enough. So again, rather frustratingly, he has to just sit behind Andrew Ritchie's car and scratch his head and try and work out where there might be some sort of opportunity, where he might have the advantage to try and steal the place away. Over the start-finish line they'll go. He'll pick up the toe now. Slipstream, a hole in the air that the car ahead is making. So again, he just moves the car around in a straight line. Actually, if anything, he's just missing out, I would have thought. Looks as though he's fallen away another half a car length or so. Further down through the order, this is Craig Thompson fighting away with Nigel Payne. Nigel, who won the Fangio class in the first race of the weekend, fighting away with Craig Thompson, who's making his debut in the Radical SR1s this weekend. And further up through the order, we've still got second, third and fourth very much together, as yet again they are about to head round through Piff Paff Corner all of the time. Andrew Ritchie has had to soak up this pressure from James Pinkerton. James Pinkerton has always been within touching distance. He's never really quite drawn himself alongside. So whilst the order has remained the same and the pressure has continually been there, it's not as though Andrew Ritchie is continually having to defend. A quick snatch break there by the look of things from David Thompson. He got the car anchored up. You can see just a little bit of smoke coming off the front corner of that car as he tried to get the car slowed up in time. That would have cost him a tenth or so, would have raised the heart rate a few beats per minute, and you can see it has now dropped him into the clutch of the cars behind. Again, another little puff of smoke there. Let's hope that there's nothing mechanically wrong with the car, but David Thompson is clearly driving very hard at this stage, and he's had a better run towards the conclusion of the lap, because all of a sudden through the Brook chicane he managed to open up another quarter of a car's length or so. So over the start-finish line yet again they'll go. Still 3 for second, third and fourth position all of the time, whilst Jerome Desadlier is a long way up the road now in the lead of the race. And here is Chris Hall at the wheel of the Radical SR1 making its public competition debut, coming under pressure from Nigel Payne's number 71 car, who's able to squeeze his way through and take the place away. So place gained for Nigel Payne. For Chris Hall, he's trying to fight back as they come down the School Straight, but can't quite manage it. So the newer shape Radical SR1 having to give second best to the older shape car as they thread their way through the Brook chicane. But either way, it's nice to see that new Radical SR1 making its competition debut this weekend at Rockingham. Here is James Ritchie. Looks as though now they've fallen ever more away from the car of Sven Thompson, who sits there in second position. So the battle for third now is on, because the second place car just disappearing up the road a shade more. Andrew Ritchie really has done a superb job of just not making a single mistake. If he positions the car on the apex of the corner and gets a good drive coming off the corner each time, which is what he appears to be doing, it makes it very difficult for James Pinkerton to do anything about it. So through what is Tarzan, they'll work their way onto the School Straight yet again. Order still remaining the same, with Andrew Ritchie still by his fingertips clinging on to third position. James Pinkerton, despite everything he's thrown at it, which has been largely everything including the bathroom sink, he's not as yet still been able to move himself through into the potential podium places. He's still having to give second best to what is Andrew Ritchie as again they conclude another lap, threading their way through the flat out left-hander at turn 1 once more on the banked oval. We heard from some of the drivers just how daunting that corner is, and well, whilst it's one of those that they show enormous amounts of respect to, they can't afford to show it too much respect, otherwise you just simply lose time. Here we go, we're almost side by side now. James Pinkerton this time's almost got the overlap. He's got two wheels on the grass heading in towards what is Yentwood Corner. Defensive work, but fair defensive work done by Andrew Ritchie means that he still hangs on to third position, but James Pinkerton for the first time really there saw some glimmer of hope in his aspirations to try and grab another podium place. He was third in the first race, with Andrew Ritchie finishing in fourth place. Well, at the moment the order is reversed and Andrew Ritchie is having to work tirelessly hard to try and maintain this very slender advantage he's got between himself and James Pinkerton, as again they head out of Graceland's corner. James Pinkerton, is he going to have a look this time as he heads in towards the braking area for Tarzan? No, can't quite do it. Andrew Ritchie braking just as late as he possibly can means that James Pinkerton has no opportunity again. He gets the power down nice and early coming out of Tarzan Corner. A couple of black lines being left, but just a beautifully controlled power slide coming out, and they are still very much locked together. What is there, half a car length at the most between them as they get to the apexes of the corner. Of course that gap opens up as they head onto the straight, which is what they're about to do now, and all of this squabbling is just allowing, you can see the number 10 car of David Thompson to just pull away another half a car length every lap. He's increasing the amount of daylight between himself and this pair, who have still got their sleeves rolled up and are slugging it out over what is third and fourth places. Here is Chris Hall. He is under pressure from the car behind, and that looks as though it's going to be a change of order there. Yeah, so Chris Hall loses another position there as squeezing his way through goes Craig Thompson. So place gained for Craig Thompson. That will now put him up into 8th position. Down to 9th will go Chris Hall as they head out of Tarzan and along the School Straight. As they're doing that, the race leader will be a long way up the road, about to put a lap, by the look of things, on the number 5 car of Peter Devlin. So Peter Devlin is going to go a lap down as Jerome Desadlier squeezes the accelerator pedal and sides his way past him on the School Straight. And with the traffic having been dealt with, he's got plenty of time to do it. There's no such worries for him for the remainder of the race, I wouldn't have thought. He's not likely to catch any more traffic. We've still, however, got this super battle going on for what is third and fourth place. James Pinkerton driving the wheels off his number 56 car, cannot pick the pocket of Andrew Ritchie, so they've got another lap or so in which to try and sort it out. And here, by the look of things, we've got another good little fight going on. This is going to be within the Fangio class as well. This is number 95, David Tagg and Nigel Payne fighting over first place in the Fangio class and what is 6th and 7th place overall in the race. So they're turning their way through Graceland's corner. Nigel Payne looking to try and make it a double in the Fangio class if he can, but certainly for David Tagg, who had a spin in race number 1, had to work his way back up through the order. He's got other ideas about this, and he has another spin. David Tagg spins it again by the look of things. That allows Nigel Payne to squeeze his way back through and into the lead of the Fangio class. And well, for David Tagg, well, he had a spin in race number 1, which gave Nigel Payne the Fangio class lead, and it looks as though he's done exactly the same in this one as well. And here is still that great fight we've got going on for what is 3rd and 4th position. Andrew Ritchie still in 3rd place, and for James Pinkerton in 4th place. He's been trying to attack for the vast majority of the race as they're on their last lap and is now running out of time. He's running out of options, and I do fear he might even be running out of ideas, because Andrew Ritchie has just driven superbly well. He's got one more opportunity at the hairpin up at Tarzan. There's another opportunity on the brakes at Brook, and by the look of things, no, he's not quite close enough at Tarzan as they turn their way through the hairpin as the race leader comes out of turn 4 for the final time to take the checkered flag. It's a double win at Rockingham for Jerome de Sadlier, but who's going to finish in 2nd, 3rd and 4th place? It does look as though David Thompson should be good enough for 2nd, but 3rd and 4th might be decided on the run to the line. It's been a good defensive drive from Andrew Ritchie to try and keep at bay James Pinkerton. He's largely done it, and the one thing he won't want to do is get mugged on the way to the line. David Thompson comes through and finishes in 2nd place, and Andrew Ritchie does finish in 3rd place, with the hard-charging James Pinkerton having to settle for 4th place in the end. So confirmation of the results then. It's the second win of the weekend for Jerome de Sadlier, with David Thompson in 2nd place and Andrew Ritchie this time in 3rd place, completing the podium. James Pinkerton was 4th ahead of Mark Crader in 5th place. Nigel Payne was 6th. David Tagg, Craig Thompson, Chris Hall and Peter Devlin complete the podium. So 3 very happy drivers on the podium. Let's hear from the top 3.
I got to thank the guys at 360 Racing. They did a really good job preparing the car. We had a few issues on Friday. They really worked through them, and great result. I'm very excited.
Must give you great momentum for the next round that's coming up.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I've never driven at either Donington or Snetterton, so everyone tells me they're great tracks. I'm really excited to get out there. I'll have no training, so just a Friday and then straight on race day.
Can't be any happier than that. The race was a little bit easier than the last one because I managed the gap better. I didn't let anyone catch up on me and pull away and catch up and pull away. So, yeah, happy all around, really, with that one.
Pinkerton was on my wing from start to finish, and this time I concentrated on looking ahead instead of behind, and I managed to keep ahead of him. It was close, though. Yeah, it was horrible. It really was.
He never went away, but equally as much you didn't make a mistake and allow him the opportunity.
I made a mistake second last lap. I was in the wrong gear coming out of Dean, and I thought he had me. But I managed to block him off and hold it on for another lap, but yeah, he just didn't go away.
Well, that's all from Rockingham and the Radical SR1 Cup. Join us next time when we're at Donington Park in August.
Really shaping up for a great year. Bigger grids than ever. Cars look fantastic. Incredibly close racing.
So race 2 of the 2017 Radical Challenge Championship from Donington Park, and it's the race 1 winner, number 21 Bradley Smith, that sits there on pole position alongside the blue and white car of Oliver Barker. And row 2 of the grid, the reigning champion Steve Burgess alongside championship returnee Harry Cockle in the red and yellow machine. The red lights are about to come on now, and as the revs rise, the lights go out. It's a great start from pole position from Bradley Smith. It's not a bad start at all from third on the grid for the reigning champion Steve Burgess at his local circuit. The man from Nottingham looking for the lead of the race, but has to tuck in behind Bradley Smith, has tried to go all the way around the outside. From fourth on the grid goes Harry Cockle. A fantastic start from Harry, who took a sabbatical last year. He was a front runner in this championship back in 2015, and well, he's back with a bounce. He's hot on the heels of the race 1 winner as they all propel themselves downhill through the Crater Curves and through the old hairpin for the first time. A very, very full grid of cars this weekend for the opening weekend in the 2017 Radical Challenge Championship. Bradley Smith looking to do already what he did in race number 1, which is build an advantage in the early stages. However, it certainly looks as though Harry Cockle in second place, Steve Burgess in third, have other ideas about that, because the top 3 are just starting to break away now from Oliver Barker, who finished second in the race earlier on but is off the podium places, fourth at the moment. There goes car number 61. That's Christian Jeffrey, all the way from Barbados to race with us this weekend. But the top 3 starting to pull away. The squabble for fourth is on by the look of things, as Rupert Svensson-Cook is starting to give Oliver Barker in fourth position a thing or two to think about. Everybody's safely through the first lap already, though. The margin's starting to build, and certainly for Oliver Barker, he really is under pressure, isn't he? Car number 7, Rupert Svensson-Cook, hugely experienced, looking to try and bear down on the number 22 car. And given any opportunity, will try and take fourth place away. Running wide is Oliver Barker, and that's the opportunity for Rupert Svensson-Cook. That's exactly what he needed. Sweeps his way through on the run through Hollywood and down through the Crater Curves, and now is up into fourth place. And Oliver Barker, runner-up earlier on today, is now down into fifth position. Any more mistakes may well cost him dear, because he's got cars still queuing up behind him at this stage. Through McLean's Corner they'll go. The next of the cars that's looking to try and work its way through, here's going to be Tom Harvey, who hasn't quite as yet been able to unlock the door to what is fifth position. And also now, because they're holding each other up, it's bringing the orange car into it as well. That's Jack Lang, who was the runner-up in last year's championship at the wheel of car number 2, former single-seater driver. Oliver Barker having a busy race at this stage. Locked brakes from Tom Harvey as he tries to get the car anchored up. Turns his way through the Roberts chicane. Over the start-finish line they'll go. And all of the time you can see that disappearing into the distance is Bradley Smith. So Bradley Smith leads. Harry Cockle in second place, Steve Burgess there in third place. Fourth place is going to be the car in the hands of Rupert Svensson-Cook. And then this battle for 5th, 6th and 7th position, which is still being headed by the blue and white number 22 car of Oliver Barker. And he's got a bit of breathing space for the moment, because I would suggest that Tom Harvey's attentions are now being turned towards that orange car that sits directly behind him, that being Jack Lang. So Tom Harvey hanging on to what is 6th position at the moment. Jack Lang is there in 7th place. Through McLean's Corner yet again they'll go. All of the time looks as though Tom Harvey is pressing on, just raising the dust on the exit of the corner. So hard is he trying. Further back down through the order, Dominic Jackson, number 4, former Formula BMW champion over in Germany and Super League driver. Great to see him out. He's got a queue of cars sitting behind him. That includes the car of Brian Murphy, the man from the northeast. As we look back towards the charging Jack Lang, not as yet has he been able to catch right up onto terms with Tom Harvey, so he hasn't as yet been able to work his way through. And you can see all of the time that the gaps at the front are just beginning to string out now a shade more. It's further down through the order where we've got the big squabbles going on. And here up towards us now comes Brian Cordwell. He's under huge, huge pressure from John McLeod. Those two heading round through Redgate Corner, as our race leader is already down and into the old hairpin. So the top half a dozen through. Further down through the order, it looks though Gary Patterson has got his hands rather full. That's Barry Liversidge, who's able to sweep his way around the outside. So Liversidge gaining a place. A car just running off the road ahead of him, I think, may well have been the car of David Frankland. But it is this man here, car number 21, Bradley Smith, that is looking to try and extend the advantage that he built early on in the race. Further down through the order, there's still some good squabbles going towards the tail end of the order. Not least of which, by the look of things, is still the car of number 61, Christian Jeffrey. There he goes through shot, tucked up behind somebody, looking to try and squeeze his way through. Leading pack of cars through the Roberts chicane. Jack Lang still hanging on to a place down towards the bottom of the top 6 at the moment. And you can see over the start-finish line now. In fact, Jack Lang in 7th place at the moment. Then a gap back. 8th place is where we see number 14, John McLeod, and then a queue of cars thereafter, which is Brian Caldwell has got tucked right up behind him, Dominic Jackson's black car. Then you've got Brian Murphy, and not that too far away is the next of the cars just going through, which I think is probably going to be Marcello Maritiotto. So this train of cars sweeping their way down through the Craner curves. Barry Liversidge has a look at the inside of David Franklin heading in towards Redgate Corner and is able to squeeze the number 6 car through. So knocking on the door of a top 20 place now is Barry Liversidge. So great fights all the way down through the bottom of the order, whilst this man is out front and leading, number 21. That being Bradley Smith, 3 times a Radical champion. Of course, he won the European Radical Championship, pulling away from the number 3 car of Harry Cockle, this red and yellow car, who, by the look of things, is coming under a bit more pressure now from the champion from last year, Steve Burgess, the man from Nottingham, at his local circuit, starting to try and close in. Elsewhere down through the order, Rupert Svensson-Cook hangs on to 4th place, but he's under pressure going through the back markers from Oliver Barker, whilst this man here now has cleared the traffic and can concentrate fully on the road ahead. Claimed the first victory of the season, on course for victory number 2. Still a long way to go, though, in this second sprint race of the weekend. As further down through the order, here is Brian Caldwell, still under pressure from the black number 4 car of Dominic Jackson, who needs to defend at the same time. He's got 57, that being Brian Murphy right behind him. And Brian Murphy has Marcello Maritiotto behind as well, so it's all rather busy. Well, there is number 64. That's Tom Harvey. Ahead of him is Rupert Svensson-Cook. So did Oliver Barker go through? Yes, he has. Out of sight somewhere, up to 4th place once more, comes the man who started from the outside of the front row of the grid. So Oliver Barker's in 4th, Rupert Svensson-Cook in 5th. That car there in 6th place. Tom Harvey raising the dust yet again on the exit of McLean's Corner. So Oliver Barker will be pleased, I would have thought, that at least he's gained 1 place, but having bottled up behind Rupert Svensson-Cook for a lap or so. Now that he's been released, he's instantly pulling away by the look of things, but time has been lost in the early stages of this one. A lot of work to do if he wants to catch the trio that lie ahead for 1st, 2nd and 3rd and find himself on the podium. Over the start-finish line comes number 22, Oliver Barker. He sits there in 4th, Rupert Svensson-Cook in 5th place. Then it's the red and black car, number 64 of Tom Harvey. As down through the Craner curves come the leading trio once more. The gap between 2nd and 3rd is certainly closing up. Steve Burgess mounting a challenge here, I would suggest, in the next lap or so. The rest of the top 6 go through. The orange car, Jack Lang, still there in 7th place. As elsewhere down through the order, it all looks rather busy to say the least. That's Mark Crader under pressure from the number 80 car, which is sitting right on his coattails. That's Peter Tyler. Can't miss Peter's car. Dark with its Dayglow livery. Nice and easy to spot, is he? He's involved in a super little battle all the way down through the order. This is going to be mid-teens that they're fighting for. Peter Tyler having to attack and defend at the same time, whilst he's got not that far behind him also Elliot Goodman, car number 28, off and into the gravel trap. That is a very wide moment for Tom Harvey coming out of Coppice Corner. He should be able to rally across his way back onto the circuit, rejoins on the circuit. All crumbs just in front of John McLeod. So he's rather enthusiastic, Tom Harvey, trying to get back onto circuit. No harm done, but just places lost, unfortunately, as, by the look of things, Harry Cockle, without question, is being caught by the reigning champion, number 1, Steve Burgess, through the right-hander at Redgate. And then they start to plummet downhill through Hollywood, down through the sweeping right and left fast section of Craner curves, through the very fast right-hander at what is the old hairpin. And as for Tom Harvey, well, he has recovered. He's recovered to come back on circuit just ahead of Dominic Jackson. So that's going to be something like 6th and 7th, I would suggest, at the moment. As through McLean's Corner comes our race leader, car number 21, Bradley Smith, still pressing on the former Sunoco Challenge winner. And there is that Oliver Barker going slowly in the background there? All of a sudden, I thought I saw the number 22 car slowing up coming out of McLean's Corner. The leading 3 have gone through. Here comes our race leader, Bradley Smith. And for Bradley, he is now well and truly on course to make it the double here. There's still a bit of work to do as he comes over the start-finish line, but you can see the amount of daylight he's got between himself and the red and yellow car of Harry Cockle, who's doing a great job in 2nd place, but the amount of daylight is diminishing. He's also got to lap the car of David Franklin before too much longer. And I doubt he'll be able to do that on the run in towards Redgate. It'll be on the exit of the corner where he should be able to squeeze his way through and past David Franklin. In fact, down through the Craner curves they come. Harry Cockerill looking to try and put a lap on the light blue and red number 91 car. Squeezes his way up the inside on the approach in towards the old hairpin. So job done as far as Harry Cockerill is concerned. Now Steve Burgess needs to do the same. Further down through the order, car number 61 Christian Jeffrey, all the way from Barbados to race with us this weekend, has a quick look up the inside of Brian Murphy, then runs wide on the exit of Redgate Corner. Won't cost him a great deal of time, but he's now fallen away from Brian Murphy and has to try and work his way back onto his coattails again if he wants to stand any opportunity of gaining another position. They'll be fighting away for what is 9th and 10th at this stage of the race, as 2nd and 3rd is definitely getting closer. Harry Cockerill, without question, is being caught, not by huge amounts per lap, but lap after lap after lap. The reigning champion, number 1, Steve Burgess, is edging up onto the coattails of Harry Cockerill and is now going to start to pick up a bit of the slipstream from the car ahead. Of course, getting closer is good in one respect, but these cars are hugely aerodynamic. That then means he sits in the dirty air and might just need to ease off a bit, otherwise he might overwork the tyres towards the tail end of the race. They've also got traffic as well that may well come into play before the end of this race. Down through the Craner curves they thread their way yet again, as over the start-finish line now comes car number 18 starting to make progress. That's Sean Byrne, former Caterham racer, raced in the British GT Championship last year. He's just picked the pocket, by the look of things, of Brian Murphy and has moved the number 18 car up inside the top 8. Down through the Craner curves they will work their way, and as they're doing that, we've got some great little fights going on further down through the order, including this one here. Car number 80, Peter Tyler, fighting away with the number 14 car of John McLeod. They are squabbling over positions within the mid-teens at this stage. And as you can see, they're just threading their way through the top section of the Craner curves. The next of the battle's just heading round through the old hairpin. So wherever you look on what is a beautiful day here at Donington Park, there are fights going on down through the order. Number 4, Dominic Jackson, now coming under pressure from Marcelo Maritiotto. That's for the final place inside the top 6. The former single-seater racer just managing to hang on to the place at this stage, and this is for the final 2 podium places. Number 3, which is Harry Cockerill, that great start when the lights went out, moving himself from 4th on the grid up to 2nd, and a place that he hasn't relinquished as yet, despite the pressure. Race long from Steve Burgess. Steve has never quite been close enough. Here is the battle for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th position. Number 4, Dominic Jackson, coming under pressure from Marcelo Maritiotto. The charging car of Sean Byrne not that far behind, and equally as much number 57, the largely red car but with its yellow and white flashes of Brian Murphy, looking to try and regain a place, having just lost one a lap or so ago. So that quartet head down through the Craner curves. There's also traffic not that far up the road from them as well, so Dominic Jackson can't really afford to get caught through the slower traffic. As by the look of things, here is Harry Cockerill in 2nd place without question now. The reigning champion, number 1, Steve Burgess, has closed the gap yet further between the two of them. Onto the brakes, through the right and the left flicks at Robert Chicane. They work their way over the start-finish line. They've got traffic just up the road. That's number 55, Joe Watts, that might come into play, not at the early part of this lap, but certainly at the latter part of it. And for Harry Cockerill, he can't afford to really be compromised by the slower traffic. I'm sure the marshals will do a sterling job, wave the blue flags and forewarn Joe Watt that the front runners are bearing down on him. And for Harry Cockerill, there's still work to be done here. He would dearly like to finish in 2nd place. He was off the podium earlier on in 12th position in the first race of the weekend. Let's see what he might be able to do in this one. It's been a great race for him so far, but he's still got the reigning champion, Steve Burgess, right behind him. Further down through the order, this is number 5, Jason Redding, fighting away with Konstantin Gukiev and Mark Richards, who had to make his way up from 27th on the grid, Mark Richards. So he's starting to go well now. He's got himself inside the mid-teens at this stage. Here are the 2 cars fighting over 2nd and 3rd once more. Oliver Barker still with Steve Burgess not that far behind, still with traffic up the road as well. Raising the dust coming out of the Robert Chicane that time was Steve Burgess. Joe Watt, number 55, about to be lapped by this pair and moves neatly out of the way. So good driving by Joe, keeps well and truly out of the way of the squabble for 2nd and 3rd position. And for Harry Cockerill, he can breathe a relative sigh of relief, I would have thought there. Wasn't compromised by the traffic, met it in the right place as well, i.e. on the straight. And now he can concentrate his efforts fully on propelling the car as quickly as possible through the old hairpin. Back up towards the conclusion of another lap. Number 4, Dominic Jackson, still under pressure from Marcelo Maritiotto. Marcelo Maritiotto still got Shane Byrne not too far behind. And then, of course, Brian Murphy. So that little quartet still in the same order that they were. The amount of daylight between them all looks roughly the same as well. And Elsewhere, we've still got John McLeod, number 14, fighting away with Peter Tyler. He's got the inside line, though, this time and squeezes his way through, gains the place there. So, position gained for what was the number 14 car of John McLeod. As over the start-finish line, about to start the final lap of the race, comes our race leader. So a lap is put on the number 19 car of Gary Patterson. And Bradley Smith is now just, 2 miles away from back-to-back victories to open up his 2017 Radical Challenge Championship campaign. It's not all settled, though, for second and third. That is for sure, because Harry Cockhill still has work to do here. Steve Burgess just running a little bit wide coming out of Redgate Corner. So hard is he trying. But for our race leader, it looks as though he's built, the best part of 2.5, 3 seconds is the advantage between himself and the squabbling pair behind. So barring any mistakes or problems, it does look as though it's a double victory for Bradley Smith at Donington Park this weekend. Up towards McLean's, through the right-hander for the final time. Maybe a little bit more traffic to play with over the course of the latter part of this lap, but he's got the advantage. He can just afford to take his time through the traffic as he presses on round through Coppice Corner, the double apex blind entry right-hander. And all he's now got to do is get onto the brakes through the right and left flicks at Robert Chicane, and it is going to be another win for Bradley Smith. Onto the brakes, through the right, through the left. The Mectec Motorsport Radical SR3 comes through and claims its second victory of the weekend here. Harry Cockhill in second place, and a charging Steve Burgess, who ran very wide coming out of Roberts and almost had a moment, will finish in third position. But Harry Cockhill certainly had to press on even on that final lap, because Steve Burgess, the reigning champion, was hugely keen to finish in what was third position. We await the arrival of the fourth place car. It should be Jack Lang that comes through in fourth place, but for this man here, Bradley Smith, he is going to be hugely delighted with what has been a solid start to the weekend at Donington Park, and of course a solid start to his season as well. Dominic Jackson, the black car, will just finish in sixth position, but look at the queue of cars that sat just behind him. So confirmation of the results then. Car number 21, Bradley Smith, claims the win. Double win for him so far this weekend. Second is number 3, Harry Cockhill. In third is the defending champion, Steve Burgess. Jack Lang, Tom Harvey and Dominic Jackson finished 4th, 5th and 6th, and completing the top 10, Marcelo Maracchiotto, Sean Bird, Brian Murphy and Christian Jeffrey. The drivers making their way to the podium. Steve Burgess finishing in third position. Second place to Harry Cockhill, who missed out on the podium places earlier on, but it will be a highly delighted Bradley Smith. 2 out of 2 for him so far this weekend. Let's hear from the winner.
I was just quite lucky that Steve got boxed in, really. And then, yeah, from that point on, just tried to focus on going forward and focusing what's in front.
15 months of not really doing, well, I haven't sat in the car 15 months, so signing this contract in February and coming out and hoping this is going to be a good first round is, yeah, it's all right.
It's all right. Second step of the podium. You've got more to do.
Yeah, a little bit more. We're into the endurance race now. 2 years ago, myself and my brother obviously did the endurance championship and win numerous races, so we know what we're doing in that.
To Steve, Bradley was saying it was good that you were boxed in at the start. Yeah, there's 2 sides to this. It wasn't so good for you.
No, definitely not. No, I launched it off the line again and then I had to get straight out the throttle fairly quick. I just came across and then, unfortunately, I allowed Harry to come out the outside and then go round.
Right, an overview of the day so far?
No, I don't want a third next time.
No.
Something good better.
Yeah, okay, at least one step.
Definitely.
Yeah, top man. Thank you, Steve.
Here at the first round of the Radical Challenge for 2017, we've got a bumper grid, 32 cars on the grid this weekend. Just had qualifying, first 20 cars separated by 2 seconds, so incredibly close racing, really shaping up for a great year, bigger grids than ever. All SR3 RSX, the latest model on the grid. Cars look fantastic, lap times are incredible. We've just gone just over 1 second under our current lap record, so we'll have to see what happens in the race. 2 new teams on the grid this year. We've got Scorpio Motorsport, great pedigree in Formula Renault and single-seaters. Also Valor Performance, an existing Radical staff member has left and started his own team and really looks fantastic. The whole pit lane right now really have invested in some great infrastructure along with our brand new hospitality unit, and the whole Radical image and brand has moved up market significantly and just building for the future.
So I started in 2014 racing in the UK Championship and also the European Masters. And 2015 I did the European Masters, and I took a year of sabbatical year, but I went to race with the Lamborghini Super Trofeo last year, and I was the AM champion. And I really missed the Radical and the downforce, and I still had the Radical in in somewhere in the warehouse. So I said, okay, I'm not racing Lambo this year, so let me go back to Radical because it's really a fun car to race. Really, I missed the downforce a lot. From a GT coming back to a very light car and heavy downforce was okay. I'm in the middle of the pack, so let's see. I really like Donington. Yeah, it's a good track, great track. I think it's good to be in Donington to get back into the Radical mode. Yeah.
I've been racing in the Radical Championships now for 12 years and progressed from the early stages. So this year was a natural progression to form a commercial team with another principal called Ben Lane, who's here but working on the cars. We've got a whole selection this year. Obviously it's our first year, so we've got about 7 to 8 drivers. Some are racing in the UK Masters, in the European Masters. Some are doing track days and some are doing test days. So for us, it means a lot of activity and a great balance of business for us. We're racing here today. We've got Constantine, who's in our awning. There's myself, David Franklin, and Adrian and Joe Watts, who it's their first season in Radical Sports Cars. Radical are phenomenal cars. It's a tremendous package, and once you've mastered the slick tyres and the wing and understand the downforce, there isn't a car in anywhere near comparison to beat it.
I first started racing Radical in Barbados. It's the only track in the Caribbean where we race Radicals. Most of the Caribbean guys get together, race there. There's a festival speed where guys from England and the Radical factory went down. I just happened to win the championship there. Well, the winter season. And the guys from Radical invited me on their team to race in Radical this year, the whole English series. So looking forward to a great series ahead. I was a bit unlucky in qualifying. My fastest lap I ran into some traffic, but I managed to finish P12. So not bad for the first time out. The first time here at Donington Park, it's a lovely circuit. It's high-speed corners compared to what we have in the Caribbean, so every aspect of the track is a big challenge for me.
Back to Snetterton for the third and final race of the weekend. The grid for this race dictated as per the finishing positions for race 2 of the weekend, which means that it's Jacopo Sebastiani on pole position and Shane Kelly alongside George Lyne and Stuart Wiltshire on row 2, with Robbie Watts and the charging Wade Eastwood on row 3. Cian Carey has Gino Ussi for company on row 4, and it's Mark Harrison and Tony Bishop that will lock horns on row number 5. The cars are on the grid. The green flag has been waved at the back. The red lights are about to come on now, and for the final time we're about to go racing at Snetterton. A great start again from pole position from Jacopo Sebastiani. Again slower away was Shane Kelly, who, a bit like race 1, just didn't get the car off the line when the lights went out, and Stuart Wiltshire is attacking for the lead on the run towards Ritchie's for the first time, but it will be Jacopo Sebastiani that leads the pack round through the right-hander for the first time and is looking to try and strengthen his stranglehold on the championship. It's Stuart Wiltshire in second place, Wade Eastwood side by side with George Lyne for third and fourth place. I think slipping down to 7th, unfortunately, was Shane Kelly from the outside of the front row of the grid again. When the lights went out, he just didn't get the car off the line as well as he would have wished, unlike Jacopo Sebastiani on the front row of the grid, who has made fantastic starts in all 3 races so far this weekend. Changing the order for third place as George Lyne gets on the inside of Wade Eastwood. Wade trying to fight back on the exit of the corner, so those two still locking horns over what is third and fourth place at the moment, whilst Jacopo Sebastiani is starting to pull away from the rest of the pack, which are still embroiled within their individual battles. This is Tony Bishop fighting away with Dave Gillett, and right behind them is the number 9 car of Baptiste Leonard as well. So they are still trying to work out as to who is going to just occupy the final couple of places inside the top 10, whilst the overall race leaders are now stretching their legs onto the Bentley Straight for the first lap. Jacopo Sebastiani has led every lap of every race so far this weekend, and Stuart Wiltshire at the moment in second place has got his hands rather full of George Lyne, who is there in third place. Wade Eastwood's in fourth place, Robbie Watts in 5th place, and by the look of things it looks as though that's Cian Carey that's there in 6th place. Yeah, you can see the Irish flag on the rear wing of his car when it disappears away from you. Gino Ussi is in 7th place. Then it's going to be Shane Kelly by the look of things, the slow starting car that's down to 8, so he's left himself a huge chunk of work to do in this one. The start-finish line, they will very shortly go, and George Line now coming under pressure from Wade Eastwood, who's trying to fight back. They're both picking up the slipstream of the car ahead, which is Stuart Wiltshire, and this might just allow Jacopo Sebastiani to pull away. George Line and Wade Eastwood side by side through Ritchie's corner. Around the outside goes Wade Eastwood to take third place away. Well, having lost the position down at Agostini on the lap prior, he returns the favour to George Line and reasserts himself back into the final podium place once more, ahead, of course, of the reigning champion who finished on the podium for the first time this season, last time out. So through the left-hander at Palmer, they'll work their way. Wade Eastwood, now that he's got himself ahead of George Line, is trying to pull away and gap the car of George Line, who is coming under an ever-increasing amount of pressure now already by Robbie Watts, who is pretty close to him as they turn their way through Agostini this time through. The top half a dozen, though, are still on the same straight between the exit of Agostini and the entrance to Hamilton, so still not huge amounts of daylight between them all. But for Robbie Watts, if he can get himself into the slipstream of George Line through Williams, that's the critical part of the circuit, because that is what gives you the run then onto the Bentley Straight. And Wade Eastwood this time in third place has got a good tow here. He's going to pick up the slipstream off Stuart Wiltshire and might be able to propel himself through into second place. He's sitting directly behind the largely grey and red car. Jinks out from behind to try and get the inside line, but then realises yet that the straight is running out. So for the moment, he's got to be patient. He's got to be content with third position. Bounces over the curbs as they turn their way through Nelson. He needs to attack and defend at the same time, because he's got reigning champion George Line right behind him. As they then thread their way through the right-hander at Coram, it is still that white and light blue car of Jacopo Sebastiani, already twice a race winner this weekend, that continues to lead from Stuart Wiltshire in second position. Third at the moment is still going to be the car of Wade Eastwood, who is still under pressure from George Line. Over the start-finish line they'll go. Sebastiani from Wiltshire, Wade Eastwood from George Line, then Robbie Watts, who's got Cian Carey still very close for company. That black car, but with its green flashes in the hands of the Irishman. So that's the top 6, all still within touching distance of each other. Again, Wade Eastwood closes ever more onto the gearbox of Stuart Wiltshire as they headed onto the brakes at Wilson, and then up the short straight up towards the left-hander at Palmer. This is now just allowing Jacopo Sebastiani in the lead of the race to pull away, because Stuart Wiltshire and Wade Eastwood at the moment are concentrating on squabbling over second and third places, which is slowing them down and just allowing already 2 times race winner this weekend Sebastiani to pull away ever more. Out of Agostini they'll go. George Line is not too far away as well. He would dearly like to try and get himself into the podium places again, if at all he can. But up towards Oggies, through the right-hander they'll go, and then it's the right-hand sweep again at Williams, and this is the important part for Wade Eastwood. He's not quite as close this time through as he was, I don't think, on the lap prior, and on the lap prior he couldn't quite get the job done before they headed into the braking area for Brundle and Nelson. Down the Bentley Straight they'll go. No such trouble of watching in his mirrors for Jacopo Sebastiani. Again, Wade Eastwood just jinks out from behind Stuart Wiltshire, but that's more to distract Stuart Wiltshire rather than an opportunity to try and work his way through a pass. He's ever closer, though, as they head out of Brundle and Nelson this time. 3 now fighting away for what is second, third and fourth position, and you can see just how much this has allowed Jacopo Sebastiani to build his advantage. Daylight between himself and then a trio fighting over second, third and fourth place, with Wade Eastwood again much braver on the brakes, much deeper into the corner, but slower coming out as a result of it. So Stuart Wiltshire is able to gain momentum on the way out of the corner, having lost it on the way in. Over the start-finish line they'll go. Order still remaining the same. Wiltshire under pressure from Wade Eastwood. Wade Eastwood has got the number 1 car of George Line, that red and white car, right with him as they turn their way through what is Ritchie's corner, and from there, of course, they're onto the brakes and up towards the right-hander at Wilson, the renamed corner. It used to be called Montreal, but now named Wilson after the late great Justin Wilson, who Jonathan Palmer, owner of Snetterton, did so much for in his early career. So through Palmer they'll go, and then starting to head down the short straight in towards the braking area for Agostini. Stuart Wiltshire all of a sudden has had a better first half of this lap than Wade Eastwood, so the gap between second and third has just come out a little bit. Wade Eastwood still under pressure though from George Line, sits behind in fourth place. Fifth place is now Cian Carey, so Cian Carey's got himself ahead of Robbie Watts somewhere around the circuit, so the Irishman gaining the place, that being fifth at the moment, and Robbie Watts down to sixth, but plenty of time for him to return the favour if he chooses to do so, as they again turn their way through the right-hander at Williams onto the Bentley Straight yet again. Here is Mark Harrison squabbling away still with Tony Bishop. They've had pretty much a race-long battle so far, and Dave Gillard is not too far away as well at the wheel of the blue and yellow machine, so that little trio just making their way onto the Bentley Straight. are we going to have any shuffles in the order? Well, they are picking up the slipstreams from each other, but again, I suspect that catching is one thing, getting past down the Bentley Straight is probably another. Robbie Watts, having had to give second best to the Irishman Cian Carey, now needs to make sure he doesn't drop further down through the order, because the number 10 car of Gino Ussi is not too far away. As over the start-finish line goes Jacopo Sebastiani, and what is still this great battle for second and third place. Wade Eastwood has gathered his thoughts, is starting to attack again the car of Stuart Wiltshire as they come over the start-finish line, picks up a good tow again towards the top end of the Senna Straight, but frustratingly isn't quite close enough again, so Stuart Wiltshire still managing to hang on to the place. As for the trio further back, the order still remains the same. Mark Harrison, Tony Bishop and then Dave Gillette, but they might be fighting for places down towards the bottom of the top 10, but it's a super little battle where they're really having to roll their sleeves up and slug it out between each other as they turn their way round through Ritchie's Corner. Our race leader is already on his way down towards Agostini, with again Stuart Wiltshire in second place, having to just watch his mirrors. Wade Eastwood is there or thereabouts, a very slight snatch brake, the unloaded wheel from the car in third position in the hands of Wade Eastwood. Then he turns his way up towards the left-hander at Hamilton. Is he going to have a quick look here? No, thought about it. I thought briefly as they head in towards Oggies, and he's going to try and get the overlap on the way out, is he? No, Stuart Wiltshire is wise to that. Wade Eastwood can't quite get the job done there, but he's as close as he's been this time round through Williams, and this could be the pivotal lap as far as Wade Eastwood is concerned, because he's absolutely in the slipstream of Stuart Wiltshire. And is he going to try a move this time as they head up towards Brundle and Nelson? He's as close as he's been. He has again a very quick look, more to distract the car ahead rather than anything else. Elsewhere down through the order, Cian Carey and Robbie Watts go wheel to wheel, and it looks so Robbie Watts has picked the pocket of the Irishman and returned the favour. I thought he might, and he goes through to retake up another place. So Robbie Watts back up to 5th, Cian Carey back down into 6th position at the moment, and Gino Ussi not quite close enough to capitalise either. He remains just a little bit further adrift in 7th place at the wheel of his number 10 machine. So over the start-finish line comes a trio that is now fully formed for 2nd, 3rd and 4th position, because George Line has managed to catch back up again with both Stuart Wiltshire and Wade Eastwood, largely because they've been squabbling away again. So it's 3 fighting over what are just 2 podium places. Then it's Robbie Watts back in 5th position, Cian Carey right on his boot lid in 6th position, as this time Wade Eastwood tries the outside line at Wilson, needs to make sure he closes the door on what is George Line as well. So great fighting going on, and well, for Wade Eastwood, he's got to attack and defend, and how many times have we said that so far this weekend? Look at how close he is to Stuart Wiltshire. The tail end of his Dallara wagging a little bit under acceleration as he tries to get the power on, and he needs to, because George Line this time is having a look, had a quick look one way, had a look the other, then tries the outside line to try and cut back on the exit of the corner, does Wade Eastwood. Needs to be careful that he doesn't make contact with the nose of George Line, who poked it up the inside briefly and then decided that, yeah, maybe discretion is the better part of valour here in what is a great little fight that's been really building over the course of the last few laps. Sideways moment again from Wade Eastwood. Now either the tyres are giving up the ghost, or he's just planting his right foot on the pedal a bit too early. He's under pressure from George Line. He's also picking up the slipstream from the car in 2nd place. Handsome lead for Jacopo Sebastiani, but look at the fight heading down the Bentley Straight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. George Line attacks Wade Eastwood, who tries to jink up the inside of Stuart Wiltshire and takes 2nd place away as Wade Eastwood. So up to 2nd for Wade Eastwood through Nelson. Again, he's a little bit sideways coming out of the corner. Stuart Wiltshire down to 3rd, but under pressure from the number 1 car of George Line, and all of this is bringing Robbie Watts into the mix as well. So great little squabble going on, almost 4 cars for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, pretty much together as they thread their way through Coreham onto the brakes, through the left-hander at Murray's, and start to accelerate and go back up through the gears once more. Over the start-finish line, Wade Eastwood in 2nd place now, but can he hang on to it? Because I'm sure Stuart Wiltshire, George Line and Robbie Watts will all have other ideas about keeping the order the way it is at the moment, and all of this really has allowed Jacopo Sebastiani to make good his escape and potentially head towards what would be a clean sweep of victories here, a hat-trick of wins at Snetterton. We saw Wade Eastwood do that at Silverstone earlier on in the year. We saw Shane Kelly do it at Donington Park earlier on in the year. Well, Jacopo Sebastiani is looking as though he's going to be the 3rd driver this year that has made it a clean sweep of victories over the course of a treble header weekend, which it is this weekend. Towards the braking area for the left-hander at Agostini go the quartet, fighting over 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th position. 6th place is Cian Carey. He's not that far behind either. In fact, there goes the Irishman just through the bottom of the shot, and Gino Ussi is pretty much within touching distance of him as well. So whilst it's 4 at the moment for 2nd through to 5th place, if they hold each other up, don't rule out the fact that Cian Carey and Gino Ussi might join in the mix as well. So they slide their way out of Williams onto the Bentley straight once more. Robbie Watts looking to try and pick up the toe from the car ahead. Half the length of the Bentley straight is the advantage that Jacopo Sebastiani has now built up between himself and Wade Eastwood in second place, who's now been released a little bit from the clutches of Stuart Wiltshire. So it's sort of Wade Eastwood and then a slightly larger gap before we then see a trio, which is Stuart Wiltshire, George Lyne and the charging car in the hands of what is Robbie Watts, as they then turn their way up towards the conclusion of yet another lap once more through the right-hander at Corham, onto the brakes, in towards the left-hander at Murray's. The fight for third, fourth and fifth continues, albeit still in the same order. Stuart Wiltshire sitting in third place, the red and white car of George Lyne, the champion from last year, in fourth place. The blue machine with its silver flashes, Robbie Watts, in fifth place, whilst just up the road from them still is the second place car, Wade Eastwood, but by the look of things his advantage has grown by about another half a car length that time through, as the trio behind slow each other up. Here is the fight for places down towards the bottom of the top 10. This is Oliver Cyril making his debut in the championship, fighting away with championship regular Dave Gillette. Dave we've seen in the top 6 on a couple of occasions so far this year, but Oliver is ahead of him as things currently stand. Those two threading their way through Ritchie's, whilst the pack for second, third, fourth and fifth are into the braking area for Agostini. Nobody quite close enough to attack the other as they head through the left-hander. Then they will squirt the accelerator and head up towards Hamilton. As into the pit lane has come Tony Bishop. So Tony Bishop in the pit lane has had a bit of a difficult weekend really, what with spins and puncture and of course then this trip to the pit lane. It's been a bit of a weekend to forget for him. Race continues though, whilst he's in the pit lane, and back onto the Bentley straight goes the second, third, fourth and fifth place battle. There's Jacopo Sebastiani already turning his way through Brundle, and only now heading up towards the vehicle bridges Wade Eastwood, who looks fairly safe now, doesn't he, in second place. He has opened up the daylight between himself and Stuart Wiltshire in third place, who can also breathe a bit of a sigh of relief because George Lyne is not quite close enough to attack again this time through. So through the bomb hole again they will thread their way, and Jacopo Sebastiani, it is looking as though it is going to be potentially a perfect weekend here at Snetterton. 3 races, 3 pole positions, and well, at the moment 2 race wins under his belt, his first 2 of the season, and he is now heading over the start-finish line onto yet another lap here, and you can see the advantage that he has between himself and Wade Eastwood in second place is one where he doesn't particularly need to panic at this stage. So through Ritchie's corner goes what is the fight for third, fourth and fifth position, with Robbie Watts now not really applying as much pressure to George Lyne as he was doing a lap or so ago. The number 7 car in the hands of the man from Thundersley in Essex just seems to have settled in a little bit more. And as they then thread their way out of the left-hander at Palmer, again up towards Agostini, nobody is going to be quite close enough, so the gap's just starting to space out now between what is second, third, fourth and fifth position. That is a spin, and that's car number 18, Dave Gillette, that's got off, and looks as though as long as he can get the car fired back into life, he should be able to continue in the race. Yes, so a quick rotation for the number 18 car. He will be able to continue, but that will drop him back down the order once more. Here comes up towards the braking area for what is Brundle and Nelson, and this is Cian Carey looking to try and pull a move on Robbie Watts, and he's been able to squeeze his way through there. So Cian Carey, the Irishman, through and ahead of Robbie Watts, who seems to have lost a bit of pace all of a sudden. He's now coming under pressure from Gino Ussi. So 3 as 1 turning their way through the bomb hole. Now quite what the problem is with Robbie Watts, but all of a sudden he seems to have got off the boil and has lost time to these 2 cars here, that being Stuart Wiltshire and George Lyne, who he was doing battle with a few moments ago, but he really has lost a bit of time there somewhere along the way. As Wade Eastwood goes over the start-finish line, the fight now really is for the final podium place. For second and for third, Stuart Wiltshire will have to stick his elbows out if he wants to hang on to it. George Lyne desperate to try and grab another podium if he can. And as they then turn their way pretty much nose to tail out of Wilson and up the short straight towards the left-hander at Palmer, Stuart Wiltshire has still got plenty of work to do here. He is not close enough to Wade Eastwood to attack anymore. You can see the relative gap between himself and the second place car just up the road, so it really is now just for third or fourth position really for Stuart Wiltshire. George Lyne not too far away. As long as Stuart just focuses and looks to try and keep the gap where it is, then it's going to make it very, very difficult for George Lyne to try and pick his pocket. So through Hamilton in towards the braking area for the right-hander at Oggies once more. And by the look of things, further down through the order, another little squabble going on. This is the Magic Motorsport Dallara of Mark Harrison, who has got his hands rather full of the aspirations of Baptiste Leonard, another driver who is making his debut in F3 Cup this weekend, but it is still just about the black car with its red flashes in the hands of Mark Harrison that hangs on to the place. And well, for Baptiste Leonard, he is going to have to work out elsewhere as to where he might be able to squeeze his Dallara F308 through past the similar car of Mark Harrison. Out of the left-hander at Agostini, the two of those go up towards the left-hander at Hamilton, and well, it doesn't look as though Leonard is quite close enough this time as they head in towards the braking area for the right-hander at Ogilvy. So for the moment, Mark Harrison still hangs on to 9th place, and the blue and white car of Baptiste Leonard sits behind. Over the start-finish line goes our race leader, Jacopo Sebastiani. He is almost going to put a lap on Shane Kelly by the look of things. So Shane Kelly, a back marker. Not very often we've said that in F3 Cup over the course of the last few seasons, but clearly there's some sort of issue with his car which is hampering his progress in this one, as down towards the tail end of the field we've still got this great fight going on. These are fighting, as we say, for what are 9th and 10th positions. Dave Gillette is going to be there in 11th place, and poor old Shane Kelly, the last of the runners, in 12th place. And well, Mark Harrison has got his hands very, very, very full. Baptiste Leonard looking one way, looking the other. Mark Harrison having none of it as they thread their way again over the start-finish line. Still the black Dallara just ahead of the white and blue machine as they head over the start-finish line, ready to start another lap. And this will be their last lap as well. So through Ritchie's corner they'll go. Who's going to finish in 9th, who's going to finish in 10th is still very much up for dispute. And as they head into the braking area for what is Wilson, Baptiste Leonard carves his way up the inside of Mark Harrison. They switch back on the exit of the corner by the look of things. Yeah, both almost out-braking each other, but looks as though Baptiste Leonard is just going to squeeze his way through and take the place away by the look of things. However, unfortunately, he has been given a 10-second penalty for being out of position at the start, and that means that whilst he has gone through and ahead of Mark Harrison on the road, add 10 seconds to his time and it ultimately will not affect his finishing position. Here we go, we've got the fight is most definitely on for what is 5th, 6th and 7th place. Robbie Watts, Cian Carey, Gino Ussi all together. Remember, this is the last lap of the race as well, and Robbie Watts desperate to try and hang on to 5th place if he can, but the win, 3 on the bounce, goes the way of Jacopo Sebastiani, who doesn't quite lap Shane Kelly in the end. Wade Eastwood comes through and finishes in 2nd place in what's been a tough weekend for him. And 3rd will go the way of the hard-charging Stuart Wiltshire ahead of George Lyne, who's going to finish in 5th place. It is on the sprint to the line. Robbie Watts, who just comes through and finishes in 5th place ahead of Cian Carey in 6th place, and Gino Ussi just outside of the top 6 in 7th place. Well, for Jacopo Sebastiani, he came to Snetterton as the championship leader, and with 3 pole positions under his belt and 3 race wins, he further strengthens his lead in the championship. Confirmation of the results, Jacopo Sebastiani takes the win with Wade Eastwood in 2nd and Stuart Wiltshire in 3rd. George Lyne in 4th place ahead of Robbie Watts, Cian Carey, Gino Ussi, Oliver Surrell, Mark Harrison and Baptiste Leonard, who complete the top 10. Perfect weekend as far as Gino Ussi is concerned, but a delighted Stuart Wiltshire heads onto the podium in 3rd place. 2nd place goes the way of Wade Eastwood. He heads onto the podium, and himself and Stuart Wiltshire congratulate each other on what was a very hard-fought race. The top step of the podium, however, is reserved for our race winner. 3 times a race winner, unbeaten this weekend in the sunshine at Snetterton, and led every lap. Jacopo Sebastiani receives his trophy from Anders Hildebrand of the Anglo-American Oil Company, and 3 happy-looking drivers on the podium with their trophies and their bottles of champagne, which means now it's time for them to celebrate what has been a great weekend here at Snetterton. Let's hear from our podium drivers.
I could not have asked for anything more. Absolutely. It's been fantastic. The car has been phenomenal. The team is unbelievable. Huel, you're a star. And the teammates are even more unbelievable. Thank God they were behind me, because otherwise it would have been really, really hard. And yeah, it's been just fantastic.
Yeah, tough weekend with no quali and no first race. So I'm 7 races behind now in the championship. But flawless weekend by Jacopo. He did the triple and he deserves it. He worked really hard, and team did a great job sorting the car out. I was really quick on the at the finish, but a little too late.
Some great moves there as well. Stuart made it quite hard for you.
Very hard, yeah. Light contact, but all very fair, and it was good racing. Really good racing.
You impressed with your pace this weekend?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I've jumped from the 12 back into the 8, and it's immediately shown. So I'm really pleased. It's been a great weekend.
Looking forward to Brands?
Absolutely, yeah.
Great stuff. Well done, guys. Congratulations on some really good action this weekend. 3rd place for Stuart Wiltshire, 2nd place for Wade Eastwood, but triple winner here at Snetterton, Jacopo Sebastiani, who take the championship lead to Brands Hatch in a couple of weeks' time.
Tom, Brian, son, father, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So let's talk about, first of all, the fact that you are currently leading the team challenge. Is that correct?
Yes, we are. By quite a way, I think. I'm not sure by how many points, but yeah.
We've had a lot of luck this year, haven't we?
Yeah, we have.
Unlike other years, I think we had quite a few problems last year.
We run as a team because it's more fun.
And we share race 3, don't we?
Yeah,
so
we get to share race 3, so...
That's quite exciting because we're cheering for each other, aren't we?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. How do you work out who drives in which race, and how does that all figure out?
That was obvious.
No, come on.
I thought the Harry Potter, drive like a wizard, glasses and give it all away. Well, there's a bit of a strategy because we have to carry some weight. So if Tom drives first, we don't have to carry it. So that's how we've worked it out this year. You go first. It helps me with my starts because
I get the car warming qualifying for you as well.
Yeah. So that's the strategy. Weight.
Coming up now, race number 2 of the weekend, another 20-minute sprint. This time, it's Brian Harvey behind the wheel of car number 64 for the Team Challenge.
Thanks, Michelle. Let's look at the grid for race number 2 of the weekend. Once more, Bradley Smith starts from pole, and again alongside him on the front row of the grid is Jack Lang. Row 2 of the grid, Oliver Barker and Steve Burgess, with Brian Cordwell this time on row number 3 and Christian Jeffrey alongside. Row 4, Spencer Bourne and Mark Crader, and it's Stuart Maloney and Richard Baxter that line up on row number 5 of the grid. Well, when the lights went out in race 1, Bradley Smith from pole went to 4th. Let's see what he might be able to do in race number 2. He'll be hoping for better things. Lights are on, lights go out, which they do now. Good start from both front row men, Bradley Smith and Jack Lang well away. A great start from the 8th row of the grid. Car number 57 coming up the inside. That is Brian Murphy looking to squeeze his way through. A fantastic start for the man from the northeast, but it's Jack Lang that leads as they head through turn 1 for the first time. It was Bradley Smith who was slotting himself through into second place. Onto the brakes and in towards the Dean hairpin. Contact by the look of things. Oliver Barker is tagged by Christian Jeffrey, because Christian Jeffrey, I think, was tagged by Spencer Bourne. Other cars having to take to the grass in avoidance include Konstantin Gukiev, Jack Manchester, John Cordwell, Elliot Goodman, Richard Baxter, all caught out in that as well. But no such worries for Jack Lang, who leads the race with Bradley Smith in second position as the dust still settles at the Dean hairpin, and Steve Burgess is there in 3rd place. So the top 3 heading their way out of Piff Paff. In 4th place, that is John Cordwell that's there in 4th place, and well, looks as though it's retirement unfortunately for Spencer Bourne. He was hoping for good things this weekend. It all gone to plan in race 1, but it's all come rather unravelled in race 2 of the weekend. Up towards the Tarzan hairpin for the first time. The field thread their way, trying to dive up the inside and gain a place there. That's number 86, Mark Maloney, up the inside of John McLeod on the way in towards Tarzan. They're going to be side by side by the look of things on the way out as they head down the Skull Straight. There's almost a little bit of contact between the two of them, but Mark Maloney has managed to hang on to the place from 17th on the grid. Mark Maloney picking the pocket of the 13th place starter John McLeod as they head over the start finish line. Jack Lang just weaving from side to side to see whether he might be able to build a bit more temperature into the controlled Dunlop slick tyres that all of the cars run, but everybody safely through and over the start finish line. A rather battered looking car further down through the order. Looks as though it's Christian Jeffrey with damage to the front end of his car. His was one of those that was caught out a lap ago when they headed into this braking area now up at the Dean hairpin, where there are still localised yellow flags at the moment. I suspect that will be because they're still dragging Spencer Bourne's car out of harm's way as things currently stand. Elsewhere down through the order, still the early battles going on. Other cars, of course, that were involved in that first corner skirmish having to work their way back through the field. Here is number 15, Jack Manchester, the light blue car, fighting away with John McLeod. They'll be squabbling over what is 8th and 9th positions in the early stages of this one, and will be making their way, here they come, out of Piff Paff onto the Steel Straight and up towards Gracelands Corner. Through goes Dominic Jackson. He is still fighting away with Oliver Barker. Oliver was delayed at that skirmish at the Dean hairpin and couldn't quite pick the pocket of the man from Lincolnshire that time through, so it's still the black car just ahead of number 22 as Oliver Barker looks to try and make further progress up through the order following his delay. Onto the brakes at the end of the Skull Straight, through the Brook chicane towards the completion very shortly of another lap as they climb back onto the bank section of the circuit at turn 4 at the Oval Circuit at Rockingham. So over the start-finish side they will go. Dominic Jackson still having to look in his mirrors to see where Oliver Barker is going. Oliver was hugely keen following his disappointment in race number 1, having retired whilst leading with mechanical woes, to try and look to get himself right back into contention in this one. Onto the brakes, through the hairpin at Dean once again they'll thread their way. Dominic Jackson making his debut in this championship this season, hanging on to the advantage just over the number 22 car of Oliver Barker as they head out of Yentwood and up towards Chapman Curve once more. From there they turn right and start to disappear out onto the far reaches of the circuit through the sweeping left-hander at Piff Paff, whilst all of the time this car here, number 2, Jack Lang, leads the race from Bradley Smith, safely through Graceland's corner, onto the brakes at Tarzan. The single-seater convertee, Jack Lang, former BRDC Formula 3 competitor, also a Formula Jedi champion, Jack Lang, still managing to keep at bay the aspirations of Bradley Smith. And Bradley getting ever closer to him by the look of things, so the gap between first and second beginning to close up. For the moment they're pulling away from the car that still lies there in third position as they thread their way over the start-finish line. There is Christian Jeffrey, right, so there is his car. Damage, as you can see, to the front end of the number 61 car. His car was caught at the back, I think, by Spencer Bourne and then pushed into the car ahead. It was all just very tight. There was no malice or poor driving, it was just drivers, I think, getting caught out as some broke earlier than others, and it was a very full field of cars. Here is the squabble for the lead of the race. Jack Lang still managing to keep at bay, or at least at arm's length, Bradley Smith. They turn their way through Yentwood and start to accelerate briefly uphill towards Chapman Curve. Pretty much nose to tail now for the lead of the race. The Mectec engineered car of what is Bradley Smith sitting there in second place, and now right on the coattails of Jack Lang, raises the dust so hard as he's trying on the exit of Piff Paff corner. And as they now turn their way through Gracelands, that has unfortunately just dropped him that extra half a car length back or so. This leading pair well and truly up the road from Steve Burgess, who still lies there in what is third place at the moment, the champion from last year, at the wheel of his blue car with its yellow flashes. You could just see him in the background of the shot. Leading pair starting to make good their escape. Of course, if they start to squabble, though, they may well hold each other up, which could well possibly allow Steve Burgess to close in. For the moment, though, Steve Burgess has got his hands rather full of Stuart Maloney. There is the rather battered car of Christian Jeffrey. Barry Liversidge having to look to try and squeeze his way up the inside and has been able to go through. Yep, so Christian Jeffries with the battered car now losing a place to number 6, Barry Liversidge. Barry was a retiree from race number 1 of the weekend and is now starting to make a little bit of progress, and the battered car of Christian Jeffries will come under pressure before too much longer from Konstantin Kukiev, another driver that was delayed at that incident at the beginning of the race. He's looking to try and thread his way through the order. Here they come over the start-finish line. Barry Liversidge under pressure from the battered car as they turn their way through turn 1. That's not going to be helping the aerodynamics of Christian Jeffries' car. It's going to be slowing him down on the straights. It's going to put more load through the tyres on the corner with the holes to the bodywork, not just on that front left-hand side, but there's a big gaping hole in the centre of the bodywork as well. So up towards Yentwood they work their way, the man from the Caribbean still hounding the cars around him at this stage. Barry Liversidge looking to try and hang on to the newly gained place, and well, for Christian Jeffries in that difficult position, the unenviable position of having to attack and defend at exactly the same time. Here's Steve Burgess still in third place, trying to keep at bay Brian Cordwell. At the moment it is still the reigning champion, just ahead of the 66 Racing entered machine. And as they head out of turn 4 at Rocky and back onto the oval, they will continue their battle. Barry Liversidge gains another place there, so another place gained by Barry Liversidge. Up the inside of Adrian Watt, he was able to work his way on that occasion. So the number 6, the all-red car of Barry Liversidge, that's 2 places gained over the course of the last couple of laps. The first past the battered car of Christian Jeffrey, the next past Adrian Watt. So these cars may well be squabbling away for what are places down towards the mid-teens, but a fantastic fight that they are all still having, and pretty much inseparable as well. So through they go. The white car of Konstantin Kukiev at the tail end of that little quartet of cars at the moment. Is he going to have an opportunity to squeeze his way through past Christian Jeffries? A little bit quicker coming out of turn 4 into the brakes at the Dean hairpin. No, can't quite make it stick. So Christian Jeffries still the meat in the sandwich. He's got Adrian Watt directly ahead of him. He's got Konstantin Kukiev directly behind him. And having gone to the front of the pack, the all-red car of Barry Liversidge is starting to disappear up the road now. So Through Chapman Curve they'll go. The squabble for the lead of the race is on. Jack Lang having to really defend from a charging Bradley Smith as they came into the Brook chicane on that occasion. So Jack Lang looking, if he can, to try and hang on to the lead of the race. Of course, he claimed victory in race 1 of the weekend here at Rockingham, and you can see him looking in his mirrors, trying to see exactly where Bradley Smith is. Bradley, a 3 times former champion, including, of course, European Radical champion, but at the moment he's having to give second best to last year's Radical Challenge champion, that being Jack Lang. Bradley Smith tries to close up again as they head into the braking area for Dean. Again, it is still the orange car that comes out in the lead of the race, looking to try and make it 2 out of 2 if he can. Whereas for Bradley Smith, he's trying to make amends following his retirement in race 1 of the weekend. Out of Yentwood, through Chapman Curve, nose to tail still for the lead of the race as they thread their way through Piff Paff, and will start to head on to the very short steel straight. And this time it looks so Jack Lang has responded to the pressure of Bradley Smith and is starting to pull away again. It's amazing how this gap, it's a bit like on a piece of elastic, it closes up for a couple of corners, then it sort of opens up again the next few corners through. But around the Rockingham circuit, the 1.94 mile international sports car circuit as we are this weekend, they are pretty evenly matched, this pair. And as they now thread their way up towards the conclusion of another lap, it's just the Brook chicane to go through turn 4 and over the start-finish line, and it's another lap then completed by Jack Lang, and another lap on which again towards the end of the lap, that's where Bradley Smith seems to have the quicker car. The first part of the lap, Jack Lang I think looks the far more comfortable of the two, and the second part of the lap it's Bradley Smith that comes to the fore. Barry Liversidge, his charge continues, doesn't it, at the wheel of number 6. He is now hot on the heels of the Black and Dayglow car of Peter Tyler, and it looks as though he's going to try and draw himself alongside coming out of Tarzan. Couldn't quite manage to do so. Peter Tyler looking to try and hang on to the place. Barry Liversidge opting not to have a go under braking. Looks as though also the white car of Konstantin Gukiev, who was at the tail end of the field, has now been able to get through ahead of Christian Jeffries. So not unsurprisingly, the car with the damage now has lost a further place. Over the start-finish line now come, and Konstantin Gukiev at the wheel of car number 9, now looking to try and pull a move on the black, red and white car just ahead of him, that being number 55, Adrian Watt. Couldn't do it as they head through turn 1, but has got the inside line this time, heading down in towards the Dean chicane. Is he brave enough on the brakes? Yes is the answer. Up the inside he goes. Another place gained by the driver, Konstantin Gukiev. Gains the place. Needs to be careful though, just ran wide a little bit coming out of the corner. Still has the inside line for Yentwood, and does indeed, yeah, finally get the job done. So might have taken a couple of corners, but Konstantin Gukiev is now ahead of Adrian Watt. That is going to put him up into, I think that's 15th position now. Great little fight it may well be amongst the mid-teens, and a good little fight still at the front, because Jack Lang is just not getting away from Bradley Smith. Through they go, another lap completed, and as they now turn their way out of turn 1, Jack Lang is just got to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. Again, Bradley Smith much better on the brakes heading in towards the Dean hairpin, but he's just coming from too far back. The door was already closing, so he knew that all he could do was close the deficit rather than mount a challenge up the inside. So still the order remains the same, still the gap is pretty much negligible between first and second place as they head up towards Piff Paff yet again. And then from there, the next overtaking opportunity is probably on the brakes at Tarzan. So out of Piff Paff, onto the steel straight they'll go. No real overtaking opportunity at Gracelands, but Bradley Smith can look to try and close the gap a bit if he wishes. They exit Gracelands and now onto the brakes at Tarzan. Is this an opportunity? No, Bradley Smith is just too far back as they turn their way through the corner once more. We ride on board with the race leader. Up through the gears, down the school straight, onto the brakes as they turn their way through the Brook chicane. Great onboard shots from Jack Lang in the lead of the race. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see exactly how close Bradley Smith was in his mirrors, and again towards the tail end of the lap, Bradley Smith was closing up once more. Here is a battle further down through the order. This is the car of Brian Harvey, under attack from Richard Baxter, who's looking for the inside line as they head towards Tarzan. And Richard Baxter does grab the inside line to take the place away from the number 64 car. Richard Baxter, another one of those that was delayed. Again, we're nose to tail for the lead of the race, and again it's on the brakes at Dean Corner, where Bradley Smith really seems to have a very good car underneath him. But time is running out. He needs to try and scratch his head, and if he's got anything left in the tank, just drive the wheels off the number 21 car. He's thrown pretty much at it, including the kitchen sink, but as yet Jack Lang has not yielded to the pressure of the 3 times Radical champion Bradley Smith, who is looking as though he might have to settle for second. Konstantin Gukiev, car number 9, has again gained places. He's now at the front of that little quartet of cars, so he has been going superbly well, picking them off. He's picked off Adrian Watt, who has now got himself ahead of Barry Liversidge. So Barry Liversidge, who had got to the front of that little pack, is now, by the look of things, in danger of dropping to the back end of it again. The rather second-hand looking car of Christian Jeffrey still going. Oh right, no smoke, and it looks as though it may well be retirement for him, and retirement for Steve Burgess as well, who was running in what was third position. So the reigning champion Steve Burgess retires the car on the run up towards the Tarzan hairpin as Jack Lang heads over the start-finish line and on to what is now his last lap of the race. Bradley Smith still with him in second position, and now up to third will come the Bajan driver, which will be Stuart Maloney, who we saw on the podium in race number 1. He will now be up into what will be third position. This is number 64. That is Brian Harvey fighting away with John Cordwell. The two of those still very much together. They're going to be squabbling over 13th and 14th positions as they head onto their final lap of the race. And our race leaders are now halfway round the final lap of the race. Jack Lang still under pressure from Bradley Smith, who still cannot as yet find a way through, and time is running out for Bradley Smith. He claimed treble wins at Silverstone last time out. Well, at the moment it looks as though Jack Lang is going to chalk 2 in the book for this weekend here at Rockingham to get his weekend off to the best possible start, the championship leader. Through the right-hander they go, past the stricken car of last year's champion Steve Burgess, and now there's really just one more opportunity to overtake for Bradley Smith, and it is going to be covered off by Jack Lang as he comes into the braking area for the Brook chicane. It's the charge to the flag that might sort this one out. Lock brakes on the unloaded wheel from Bradley Smith. So hard is he trying, but the charge to the flag is going to decide who's going to win this second race of the weekend here at Rockingham. And Jack Lang gets a good exit coming out of turn 4 over the start-finish line. Jack Lang, it's fair to say, looks pleased with that one. He comes through and claims the victory in the second race of the weekend. Round 8 of the championship from Bradley Smith in second place. Third place will go the way of Stuart Maloney. Fourth place will be the blue car of Oliver Barker, and it looks as though it's going to be Dominic Jackson who finishes in 5th position. Other cars squabbling through the order. This is 8th and 9th place. Mark Maloney and Mark Crader come through, having had a great battle towards the tail end of the top 10. Confirmation of the results then. It's the second win of the weekend for Jack Lang, with Bradley Smith this time in second place, and Stuart Maloney again makes the podium in third place. Oliver Barker was fourth, Brian Cordwell was in 5th place, and it's Dominic Jackson who completes the top 6 ahead of Jack Manchester, Mark Maloney, Mark Crader, and completing the top 10 was John McLeod. Top 3 drivers on the podium. Let's hear from the winners.
We had a good start again, and we got into the lead of the race. The car felt a lot better, so we were able to go a bit quicker, I think. And then we just had Bradley behind us the whole time. And we were faster in the critical sections than he was, so he never got too close to make a move. When he did, I think I covered him off quite well. But yeah, I'm happy with the result, I'm happy with the points.
It's a tough circuit in an aero car. Yeah, just didn't get the best of getaways, and he got around me, and yeah, tried to close the gap, but just couldn't quite get close enough.
But you must be much happier with that than obviously race 1.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously race 1 was quite unfortunate, but to be back on the podium in 2 is good. So we'll just have to try and see if we can have a good third race.
I really didn't have much racing within the race. I settled in. I saw that Brian had a 10-second penalty because it was posted on the start-finish line. So I just tried to maintain enough gap that I knew it was inevitable at that stage. So it went well.
Okay, so you've got the endurance to come now. That's the sprints out of the way. How do you feel about in the endurance side of things?
I think the endurance should go well. The car feels good throughout the entire race. It's really not falling off too badly towards the end of the sprint. So I think we should have a good car for the enduro.
Another great result for Team Lang there. So that's the 2 20-minute races done, the sprint races. But we've also got a 40-minute endurance race coming up next. Now that includes a pit stop even for the single driver cars. So let's see if it switches things up.
acceleration. Safety car now ducks into the pit lane. Jack Lang is in control. Since they're in pole position, the orange number 2 car, he's the one that now dictates the pace for the rest of this field as they come onto the start-finish straight. And 30-minute race with still 27 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Now Jack Lang that reminded me of when a dog runs into a kick. Jack Lang already went, then suddenly Jack Manchester went as well. I wondered at that point whether that was just a stick someone else, like John McLeod has also gone, and another car at the bottom of Planet Hill Red. It's clearly very good to be taking well. Actually sort of all come off a little bit earlier. I'm trying to bring her actually hit the barriers, whereas Jack Manchester, I hate when they sort of Liversidge car has decided to stay right with it instead of allowing enough space to go. So through goes Liversidge. Still yet to see how what plays out with that one, but let's wait and see. And we've got the challenge going to be mounted behind. Definitely now he's got the line. He's already got past the 20-car trailer, straight past Ford in the 32. Goodness me, how did he manage to keep that one going? McLeod in number 14 is shown as a lap down, so through goes Barker there. So Barker is going to come away with this race in a victory to a massive amount of points. That lap is getting around the outside of the and up the inside of the that's where you can get caught out in brand new. Just run down there from the inside and when you come to there, inside of the car, the car is going to charge. What's that? The moment. So it is the blue car that is in the lead. Oliver Barker ahead of number 6 car Liversidge. And Barker here in one lap. He's got to speed to first. So it's great. So not bad lap at all in the rain. The gap back to second place, Devon Road, and Liversidge there. And the battle of the third one was the Crater third forward. A Crater, very careful, not that rubbing everybody outside of paddock drop a wheel, that very painted curve. He avoids that, he turns it in the back one here, forward, 130. Yellow flag showing what the flag is behind this, the air conditioning unit in the car that does look as though it's found, presumably back on the power again, just back itself around. Dominic Jackson just forced his way up through there, and he's playing another side. What a lovely night. Onto his final lap because we've now got less than 1 minute remaining, so he goes up towards Druid comfortably in the lead, and it is now in second. Still it's showing that the number 6 car Liversidge is sat there in second. necessarily prepared to take a flag. Although if he just slows down a little bit, even coming down through the pit, Casey will get him to take a flag in the pit lane. If he waits, here comes our leader, Oliver Parker's going to come through, take the second flag, and he had to work seriously hard for that. That was probably not his most enjoyable race, to say the least, but he comes through to take the victory. Then apparently we have the number 6 car of Larry very early. Third is going to be the number 4 car of Dominic Jackson. Then the number 10 car, which is the personal team component, with overall personal team car, Steve Burton is 6th in the end. Then it's the 32 car of Sam Ford in 7th. 8th is the second place for the team car, which is number 24, Peter and Matt Brooks. Waiting for him to cross the line then in 9th overall should be number 6. Here he comes now. Third is the team trophy, team championship, number 54, Ryan Tom Harvey. Elliot Goodman in 28, he's 10th.
It's amazing how much grit the wet tyres give it and the amount of aero you still have. These cars just inspire confidence even in the wet. And yeah, it was great to get past the wall in one lap.
It was, well done, but that didn't look fun out there.
It was tricky conditions, but it was actually a lot of fun, to be fair. I do like conditions like that, changeable. And once again, I think the team won it for us today by fantastic pit stop. So I just want to say thanks again to the Nielsen team for doing a great job.
SR1 Cup is our radical feeder series for our motorsport ladder. It's the grassroots for us. It's where the drivers first come in and get to experience prototype racing. The guys are absolutely novice racers with no more than 3 years of racing experience, which gives a real even playing field. It's really a friendly championship that guys with no experience can come into and enjoy close wheel-to-wheel racing with other peers.
The passion of racing was really in me. The passion of racing runs through my whole family, and early on, I'm 28, I decided I wanted to race, and SR1 was a good way to do that. It's a great beginner's car because it won't snap on you. You can really control it. You feel it sliding under you. But when you get into the fast curves, it's already pretty impressive. It's a real race car. It goes very quick. It's as quick as any GT car you might find on some of these tracks, and the GP circuit, which is fast, is really an awesome place to race in the UK.
I've always wanted to do a bit of racing, but never found a way into it. I thought it was just for the elite. And I read about SR1 a few years ago. I think Chris Hoy did it in year one. That brought it to my attention. So I managed to buy a car beginning of this calendar year, took it out for a couple of days in the ice, and then this weekend is literally my first ever time doing anything that matters in a race car. So first ever time that I've done qualifying was yesterday, and first race today. So my aspiration is get round, get some signatures. I think I'm a bit off the pace, but do you know what? That's the best thing about Radical SR1. I've met the guys, we had dinner yesterday. Some of them know exactly what they're doing, others like me don't, but you know, you're all in it together, good bit of fun.
They had a qualifying session yesterday, but we didn't see them race at all yesterday, so they've got a couple of races to look forward to today, which actually kicks off their 2017 season. The grid then for this one, car number 3, which is Jerome de Sadlier, sits there on pole position, and alongside him is car number 12, which is Rob Ellis. Row 2 of the grid is 88, Richard Baxter, returning to this championship, and number 56, which is Rob Courtney. The third row of the grid, number 10, David Thompson, and 51, Andrew Ritchie. Row 4 is number 48, Andy Chittenden, and number 22, the confirmation of the number for James Pinkerton. Row 5 of the grid is number 95, David Tagg, and 5, which is Peter Devlin, and on his own on the 6th row of the grid, car number 71, Nigel Payne. And as the red lights come on, lights go out. Now it is a good start from the outside of the front row grid. Jerome Desadlier is going nowhere when the lights go out. The pole sitter has stalled, and has car number 71 Nigel Payne at the tail end of the field. So we've got two cars going nowhere at this stage, but through into the lead of the race is, I think it was Rob Ellis that had taken up the lead of the race. Only now, has he got going yet?
No, not yet. Oh,
there we
now
go.
he has.
Jerome Desadlier gets going just as the marshals arrive. So the pole sitter has got work to do in this one. It is going to be Rob Ellis that leads the race at this stage. Richard Baxter is there in second position, and car number 56, which is Rob Courtnidge, completes the top three. But for Jerome Desadlier, the lights went out and he just didn't go anywhere. I think we might have had a change for third position, because Rob Courtnidge was under pressure from, I think, what must have been either Andrew Ritchie or Andy Chittenden heading in towards Hawthorns. Whatever it was, there was a change in the order. Whether it's going to be hung on to for the remainder of the lap, we shall wait and see, because they are only now just reappearing into sight on the exit of Sheen Curve. So here they come, the top three just getting away a shade. Rob Ellis looking to try and build an advantage in the early stages of this one if he can. He's one of a few drivers that has got experience on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit as they head onto the brakes and turn their way through clearways for the first time. Lap number one about to be completed. It is Rob Ellis that leads the race. It is Richard Baxter in second position, and it's Andy Chittenden, I think, that's up into third place now. Indeed it is, yeah, number 48 Andy Chittenden comes through in fourth place. Down to fifth goes what will be David Thompson. Rob Courtnidge is down to fourth goes David Thompson. Rob Courtnidge is there in fifth place, and completing the top six is going to be Andrew Ritchie. What of our pole sitter, Jerome Desadlier? Well, he is now in 10th position, 7.6 seconds off the next car, so that's the gap to watch out for.
It's going to be a great fight, and of course that number 48 car, Andy Chittenden, was one that brought out, I'm trying to remember now, was it a red flag? I think it was, wasn't it? That he lost it into the gravel at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. And although they managed to pull it out...
That's Andrew Ritchie, wasn't it, that went into the gravel?
Oh, was it?
Yeah, you got a choice of two. You picked the right one.
Yeah. And actually that means that the 48 car came into the pits at the same time, because I had to say that it was one of those two, and both of them hit various issues. So he came into the pits, so I still don't think he got the full run on qualifying. Qualified down in 7th position, and he sat there up in second, and trying to see if we can close in on Baxter and Ellis.
Yeah, well, Ellis, who leads the race, Rob Ellis, Richard Baxter and Andy Chittenden all have experience on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, and they are inside the top three at this stage. So Rob Ellis leading by over a second on completion of the first lap of the race, a 20-minute race for which there are still 17 minutes remaining. About to come through, thank you very much, and very shortly conclude lap number 2. So here they come onto the brakes, lead 3 having broken away from the 4th place car of David Thompson. And as they come through and over the start-finish line, it's still Rob Ellis that leads. It's still Richard Baxter in second place. The white car with the red flashes will tell you it's Andy Chittenden who's there in third position. So up towards the braking area for the right-hander at Paddock Hill Bend they'll go. It might be the bottom rung of the Radical Motorsport ladder, but it provides some very, very good value racing, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and as we've seen from so many people, is that you need to get as much practice time in these cars to really understand how hard you can push them and where. You are able to take these cars a lot quicker through the corners with the downforce than you may be being used to if you've been into some driving something without this level of downforce. And so it is a great opportunity to get out. Oh, and we got a spinner down at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. I think that may have been 95, is it, David Tagg? Last fastest lap of the race so far was done by the number 48 car of Andy Chittenden, sat there in third. You said he looked racy trying to chase the guys in front of him.
I think of all of the drivers, he's probably got more experience on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit than anybody, because some of these drivers have previously raced in Radical SR1s on the Grand Prix circuit, but Andy Chittenden also raced in the Radical Challenge Championship last year as well, which took part on the Grand Prix circuit. So through they come. If anything though, Richard Baxter in second place is looking closer now to race leader Rob Ellis. So the gaps between first and second comes down to just 0.6 of a second that time through. As for our charging car that was the pole sitter of Jerome Desadlier, well, he is already now up into 8th position. He was 10th a lap or so ago, but he's now up into 8th position and has just posted the fastest lap of the race so far, 1 minute 36.910 for the number 3 car that sat on pole, but when the lights went out, went nowhere.
And that was that's basically a second quicker than what was the fastest lap of the race before that. The 4th place car, number 56 of Rob Courtnidge, he's actually running faster than all of the cars around him, so he could start reeling in that three-way battle between Ellis, Baxter and Chittenden at the front. He's got a lot of work to do to get on board with them, but he is now lapping a second quicker than that last time round.
Yeah, you can certainly see as they head up towards Stirling's, the gap is closing. Yeah, the amount of daylight between the car in third, Andy Chittenden, and the fourth place car of Rob Courtnidge is coming down all of the time. So here comes over the start-finish line any second now our race leaders. So through they go over the start-finish line. 'Twas ever still Rob Ellis leading the race from number 88 Richard Baxter, then number 48 Andy Chittenden. But let's have a quick look. Here is Rob Courtnidge, and that time through he is 2.5 seconds quicker than the next car ahead. So he is the quickest car out there at the moment, other than the pole-sitting car of Jerome de Sadlier, who is still trying to get himself inside the top 6 at the moment. The number 3 car residing in 7th place, but I would have thought by the end of this lap, Andrew Ritchie will be firmly within the crosshair.
We've got a purple sector 1, that's worrying, through a yellow flag, but hey-ho, by Pinkerton now, who sat there in 5th. So it looks like the 4th and 5th cars of Courtnidge and Pinkerton are starting to get a little bit more comfortable as they're running and seeing if they can reel in those front 3.
Yep, so see whether he might be able to reel them in. Rob Ellis still leading. We are almost at the halfway point of this race now. The race leader is on lap number 6, car number 12, leading by 1.157 seconds from number 88 Richard Baxter. So that's the largest advantage that Rob Ellis has had at any point throughout the course of this race, but it certainly looks as though now traffic is potentially coming into play, because they're going to catch and have to work their way through and past the number 95 car of David Tagg this time through, fresh from his spin and issues at Paddock Hill Bend. He's moving neatly out of the way, and without question now, car number 56 Rob Courtnidge has made it almost a quartet for the lead of the race. Still the same order, Ellis from Baxter, then number 48, which is Andy Chittenden, but gaining time on them all of the time. Rob Courtnidge heads at the wheel of the number 56 car up towards Paddock Hill Bend, and what does his lap time look like that time through? He is still, a couple of seconds quicker than the cars ahead.
So it is a lot to play for. 4th, 5th, 6th, all lapping quicker than 1st, 2nd, 3rd. So there is quite a lot to play for here, and where, as you say, it's becoming rapidly a quartet instead of a trio for that lead group. And of course, I think one of the other elements you get with this is that you do have a fitness element to this, because with that level of downforce taking his corners, especially the very rapid ones in the countryside on the GP circuit here at Brands Hatch, is that they will suddenly feel the effects of taking those corners quite so quickly as we see them coming down towards us at Hawthorns, and it does look like they're line astern pretty much. Certainly the top 3 look like they're line astern as they went through the cameras there. I'm certain it was 1, 2, 3 rather than 2, 3, 4, but I think they're going to come back into our sight absolutely joined together.
And we'll wait and see when they reappear back into sight. We'll catch them on the cameras that show us Sheen Curve and the approach towards Stirling's. There they go, and it's still sort of 3 for the lead, and Rob Courtnidge just that little bit further away in 4th place. He's not fully latched himself onto the coattails of the trio that lie ahead, but they're about to thread their way up towards the braking area for Clearways Corner, and well, there we go. It is 3, and then a slightly bigger gap back, isn't it? It is still Rob Ellis that leads with 8.5 minutes to go. 7 laps about to be completed from Richard Baxter in 2nd place, who's now certainly under pressure from the car of Andy Chittenden. The 3rd place car might have an opportunity here on the run up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Andy Chittenden on the ragged edge by the look of things and the braking there. You can see the tail end of the car moving around. He got close to Richard Baxter, but didn't really look to try and throw one up the inside, but he's going to have another nibble up at Druids Corner. Couldn't quite work his way through, so now it's sort of allowing our race leader Rob Ellis to pull away, and the trio is no longer for 1st, 2nd and 3rd. The trio really is now for what is 2nd, 3rd and 4th position. Did we also see Jerome de Sadlier gain another place there, the number 3 car?
That was actually number 10 David Thompson and the 51 car of Andrew Ritchie. They were lined up side by side on the grid, and they're back fighting with each other again, even though we know that the number 10 car of Thompson had to start right at the back.
I know at some point over the course of this race I'm going to call Andrew Ritchie either Guy or Shane. I do know that. It will happen.
Lionel.
No, well, we might have that one. I hadn't thought of that one. So Rob Ellis leading, 7 laps completed, less than 0.6 of a second was the gap between 1st and 2nd. There was then just a 1/4 of a second back between 2nd and 3rd, and 3/4 of a second between what was 3rd and 4th place as they all head down through Hawthorn once more. Still Rob Ellis leading. He's led every single lap so far, but that's not to say he's not been shadowed for all of them as they turn their way for the 8th time through Stirling's and are about to reappear with 7 minutes to go up towards Clearways.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that, to be fair to Rob Ellis, the number 12 car, is that he does look like he is in control of this, is that every time they get back onto the rear of him, he's then able to stretch it back out again as he comes through, still in that lead. You see, he's not under extreme pressure, unlike the cars just behind him. It's now, in fact, interestingly, it was the 48 car of Chittenden that was all over 88 Baxter last time round. Well, suddenly he's now being pressured by Courtnidge in the number 56 car.
And all of this whilst the car in 6th position, car number 3, the pole sitter, Jerome Desadlier, having to work his way back through, having stalled on the grid and getting away last. He is lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker than some of those ahead. It was a 1 minute 36.1 from him. It was a 1 minute 39.3 from Andy Chittenden in 3rd place, who's under huge pressure again from Rob Courtnidge, who got very close on the run down through Graham Hill Bend, but couldn't quite squeeze his way through.
Yeah, we've got a spinner up at Druids as Mark grabs his binoculars just to have a quick look to see who that was. But Rob Courtnidge got a cracking run through Druids, down towards Graham Hill Bend, all over the back of the number 48 car of Andy Chittenden. But he didn't really take that speed to try and dive up a gap or anything. He literally looked like he nearly made contact with the back, so it looked as though he was more trying to keep the momentum going through Graham Hill Bend. Didn't feel it was the right place to make a move. Maybe he's trying to see if he can carry that all the way up onto the long straight out into the country.
The spin was for car number 10, David Thompson, so he has lost a place or so there. I suspect that the number 5 car, Peter Devlin, was able to get himself through and ahead, but I don't think he'll have lost anything other than just one single place, as our race leading pack of cars is about to very shortly head over the start-finish line.
So I think it'd be Ritchie, wouldn't it? Him
Yeah.
and Ritchie were fighting hammer and nail, weren't they?
Yeah, here we go, over the start-finish line. Andy Chittenden still under huge pressure from the number 56 car of Rob Courtnidge, who's looking to try and get himself onto the overall podium. They are also now being caught by the next couple of cars that sit directly behind, because car number 22, James Pinkerton, is now being harried along by Jerome Desadlier. Both of those cars posting their individual best laps of the race, but Jerome Desadlier in 6th place, posting the overall fastest lap of the race we've seen so far, 1 minute 35.867. So we've now got 6 cars closing up for the lead, the slowest of which is the race leader, the fastest of which is in 6th.
Fantastic, exactly what we're expecting. He can smell blood now, can't he? He can see that daylight has disappeared. He had so much time that he had to make up, even plenty of considerably slow as he had to get past. Now he's into the heat of the battle, and it looks like there was a challenge there for 3rd, but he decided to bail out on it. So 48 Chittenden still sits there in 3rd, but Rob Courtnidge, number 56, he had a very serious look through the left-hander there of Surtees, just wasn't quite able to get the noise pedal down enough as they went up the hill and out of our sight. And in fact, I think that's compromised him all the way along that straight now, isn't it?
It's a difficult thing. It's an important corner, Surtees, in reality, because you carry all of that speed out of Surtees along the Pilgrims Drop, down through Hawthorne Hill and through Hawthorne Corner, which itself is a very fast right-hander, so it's a key part of the circuit, Surtees. And as we look towards the squabble for the lead of the race, we've certainly got 4 cars together, then a bit of a gap with the number 22 car of James Pinkerton having to stick his elbows out to try and keep the Pole City car, Jerome Desadlier, directly behind. And all of this whilst the clock is ticking down. We've now just got 3.5 minutes to go. So here's the 4 for the lead, and this time again Andy Chittenden looks as though he's a little bit slower through Clearways, on towards Clark Curve, the car in 3rd position under pressure from Rob Courtnidge, but Rob is not close enough at all this time up towards Paddock Hill Bend, so the order I'm sure will remain the same, and you can see how little daylight there is between all of the cars inside the top 6, and of course they're now starting to bear down on the next little bit of traffic that they need to deal with as they head up towards Druids.
Well, you could see our pole sitter there, Desadlier, red flag. I was about to say you could see him absolutely washing out as he went through there, and there's a few of them haven't seen the red flag there, and they're just suddenly bunching up. Slow down, guys. Oof. That got a little bit gnarly, and the 48 car definitely hasn't seen it. Andy Chittenden's gone tearing through there. Hopefully he's going to see the red flag soon. He has now, I believe. And yeah, we have no idea what that's for, do we?
No, there's a fair chunk of the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit that we can't see. It was a 20-minute race. The red flag came out with 3 minutes and 7 seconds remaining.
Well, number 10 Thompson's just down in front of us, stopped at the line for the red flag, which means that the car we seem to have lost is number 51, Andrew Ritchie.
Number 12 Rob Ellis was the race leader at the point the red flag came out. Second was car number 88 Richard Baxter. Third was number 48 Andy Chittenden. Fourth was number 56 Rob Courtnidge. Fifth was number 22, which is the car of James Pinkerton. And sixth is going to be the number 3 car of Jerome Desadlier.
In third position, number 48 Andy Chittenden. In second position, the number 88 car, Richard Baxter. Well done, Richard. But the victory was taken, number 12, Rob Ellis. Well done. Just wait with that champagne.
I was absolutely on the limit the whole time. As I say, it started to go off. I guess the tyres were getting a bit warm by the end, but yeah, I mean, these guys are just, you know, it's quick. It's a really competitive championship. Everyone's so close to it, so there's no room for mistakes, so you get punished.
I really enjoyed that because I was obviously on the attack with Rob, who was fast, you know, and he had an answer to everything that I tried. I mean, at the end of the race, he started to get a little bit out of shape, and I thought maybe I'd have an opportunity there, but so did I, and that opened the door really for Andy to start catching me up, and he was putting me under pressure, and I was having to defend quite aggressively to keep him behind me. So that was a great race. I really enjoyed that, and I'm so happy with P2. I think that's fair enough. Yeah, loved it.
I got a good start, and I generally do well on the starts, but then towards the end of the race, Jerome sort of was on my tail, so I was having to defend quite a bit. So, but yeah, well done, these two.
Well done, guys. That's the first podium for the Radical SR1 as we run off the podium and hand back to you, Mark.
So Bradley Smith from pole position already with 2 under his belt. What might he be able to do in this one? It is a pit stop race, however. So for these cars, after 18 minutes of racing, that's when the pit window opens, and they then have 8 minutes in which to come into the pits and conduct a mandatory pit stop. The pit stop duration has to be 45 seconds plus the time to pass through the pit lane at the speed limit. For this round, of course, there's no additional success seconds to be added because we had those at the end of this race for the next few rounds or so. So come Donington Park, we'll know who's going to have the success sessions for Spa-Francorchamps, which is where the next rounds will take place. So everybody's off scratch for this one, so everybody will remain stationary for 45 seconds plus the time to drive through the pits. Pace car will peel its way into the pit lane. The largely black, white and red car of Bradley Smith, number 21, on pole position. We'll have alongside him Steve Burgess, the champion from last year, looking for a win at his local circuit. Red lights are on, red lights go out now, and already they're all almost in single file, all hugging the right hand side of the circuit to protect the inside line on the run up towards Redgate Corner. Bradley Smith hangs on to the lead of the race. Steve Burgess is there in second position. It looks as though it is going to be the car of Harry Cockhill who's there in third place. Everybody at the moment is safely through the first corner. The stragglers are, the best part of 20 seconds or so adrift of the leading pack of cars. In fact, even now, only some of them heading over the start-finish line. That includes Spencer Board, who's very slow to get things going. Only now is he starting in the race, whilst the main pack is heading up towards Schwantz for the first time with, by the look of things, Harry Cockhill looking to try and squeeze his way through and ahead of Steve Burgess to take up second position. And it looks as though he has made it through. Harry Cockhill in the red car is now up into second position. Steve Burgess is there in third place. Fourth place at this stage, that looks like it's Brian Harvey that sits there in fourth place, car number 64, so that will be the leading car that runs in the team challenge at the moment for the cars that are shared between 2 drivers over the course of this 40-minute race. But lap number 1 is about to be concluded with the safety car by the look of things, because into the gravel trap up at Redgate Corner, I said everybody was safely through, then there was a gaggle of cars that sort of appeared 20 seconds after that. It must be one of those that's gone into the gravel. Peer through the binoculars will tell me, I think, that it might be number 55, Adrian Watts, that's gone into the gravel trap. Let's just have a quick look once everybody else has worked their way through and over the start-finish line. I think it might be the number 55 car, which was coming off the tail end of the field. And let's just have a quick look and see whether that's the only car that doesn't quite appear. The marshals are on hand just to give it a shove and get it out of the way. So the safety car is going to peel its way straight back into the pit lane. I thought it'd be a short safety car period. A big spin. Oh, crumbs, here we go. Right, not just for number 3, Harry Cockhill, who on cold tyres got things wrong, but I think spinning in avoidance was Christian Jeffrey. And for poor old Harry Cockhill, he is now on the the right-hand side of the circuit, and at 90 degrees to it as well, stationary on the grass. Well, we saw problems after a safety car period in the race earlier on today for Jack Manchester, who sort of did something similar by the look of things on cold tyres. I thought at the time losing the car, but I think it was ultimately mechanical issues that caused him the problem. Not quite sure what the problem was for Harry Cockhill, but it was a big old spin as he tried to get the race back underway.
And at the moment, his car is still sitting stationary on the grass. Marshall's looking to try and give it a push. Fingers crossed the engine is running so that once he gets it off the grass and onto the tarmac, we can get that car out of the way, because it is not in a safe position where it is at the moment. If the engine's running, we should see Harry get back into the race. 40-minute race, for which we've got now 36 minutes remaining. And where is Harry going? The car is not as yet firing its way into life, and the pack is bearing down on a car that now sits in the middle of the circuit, with the Marshall giving it a shove. Very brave Marshall, looking to try and get the car out of harm's way. And as the pack feeds its way over the start-finish line now, Harry Cockle's car is trundling its way into the pit lane. I've got to say, all of the drivers superbly obeying the yellow flags and easing off their pace a little bit. Albeit, let's have a quick look, they all in theory need to hold position, and yes, I think we've just about got there. And the Royal Motorsport guys are now running up to lend a hand to our superbly brave Donington Park Marshals, who are now going to give the number 3 car a shove into the pit lane. So a further safety car period avoided, with 35 minutes of the race still to go.
Harry down the pit lane, shaking his head in the cockpit of the car, very, very disappointed.
Well, he will be able to continue in the race by the look of things, but that's a couple of spins today, isn't it, for Harry Cockle? He's been quick, but he had that spin up at Redgate Corner.
He said, yeah, 18 months away from the car, didn't he?
He did, yeah, earlier on,
just a bit rusty.
Yeah, front runner in the championship he was a couple of seasons ago, but it's been a bit of a torrid weekend for him. It's had its highs, but it's had a few lows across along the way, hasn't it? So race continues. 18 minutes into the race is when the pit window will open. So that's when, in theory, we've got 22 minutes of the race still to go. As through goes Bradley Smith, leading the race. 4 laps completed. 1 3/4 seconds is the advantage that he's got between himself and the reigning champion, Steve Burgess, who we've seen on the podium in both of the races so far. 3rd in both of the races he has been at his local track, of course. Well, he's running 2nd at the moment. Oliver Barker, number 22, is now up into 3rd position as a result of the shenanigans on the exit of Roberts Corner. And Brian Harvey, who leads the team challenge for the shared cars, is there in 4th place. Dominic Jackson, man from Lincoln, former Formula BMW champion out in Germany, sits there in 5th place. He was teammate to Sebastian Vettel in Booker Motorsport when he was racing out there. Also went on to race in Super League Formula as well, did Dominic, later on in his career. He sits there in 5th place, and Jack Lang's there in 6th position. We've got another car in the gravel trap. That is up at what is McLean's Corner. The camera just picking up on it. The binoculars will probably struggle to work out who it is.
Isn't it the sprint races that are usually more sort of, yes, troublesome?
Yeah, this one's
the
being
longer
rather...
races where you have to take a bit more care.
Yeah, well, nobody's going to get away in this race, that's for sure, Alan, because the safety car's coming back
Here
out again. The car that's in the gravel is Brian Murphy up at McLean's Corner, car number 57, so the man from the northeast, who has been racing for a good number of years now in Ginettas and latterly in Radicals, is, I think, possibly the car this time that's brought about the safety car period. So that will bunch the pack up again. What it's not allowing is Bradley Smith to get away, in reality. I suppose the one good thing, Alan, is because it is the first round of the championship, as we ever more head towards the pit window, we have no success seconds. Everybody's off scratch, so
that's true.
It matters not in that respect, does it?
It's a very good point, well made.
Ever trying to look for a positive.
Yeah,
you know?
and you did well. Well done.
Brian Murphy's car that was in the gravel has now been sort of, I think, put back onto track. Yeah, so there he goes over the start-finish line, Brian Murphy. So he's going to be able to continue round the self-run car, running under Orwin as the team sponsor, as Brian has done for a very good number of years indeed. Used to race in the Darlington and District Saloon and Sports Car Club for a good number of years. We've seen him out racing in the Pro Tyre Ginetta GT5 Challenge. He came into Radical Racing, what, 2 or 3 seasons ago now, and is at the tail end of the field as a result of his problems. Lights are out on the safety car. We're about to get racing back underway with 27 minutes and a few bits of change of the race to go. And Steve Burgess leads the race now because Bradley Smith has clearly had some issues whilst everything's been going on. He's fallen away and has sort of disappeared in reality. Not quite sure where Bradley went, but he sort of didn't come through a few laps ago, and I was wondering whether his transponder hadn't been working. Was trying to pick him up, but he's just not not reappeared again. So he is possibly another car that has had the problems and may well have brought about the safety car period as well. So Steve Burgess, the reigning champion at his local track from Nottingham, leads the race at this stage. And for Oliver Barker, say graduate out of the Radical SR1 Cup, he is hounding the reigning champion heading up in towards what is Schwantzkirk and McLean's this time through. The red car of Brian Harvey is there as well, so the top three just breaking away a shade from the number 4 car of Dominic Jackson, who is looking to try and make progress in this one. We've seen Dominic each race today start a little bit slowly, but as the race has worn on, he's got to grips with the car a little bit more. A new car for him, of course, having graduated out of the single-seater route and is now looking to try and make a name for himself in Radicals. Well, he's there in 4th place, but he's got Jack Lang right behind him now. Over the start-finish line go the lead trio, still as they were. Still Steve Burgess leading from Ollie Barker on the run towards Redgate Corner. Not quite close enough. Then, once a lead trio have gone through, Dominic Jackson is there in 4th place. The orange car is going to be Jack Lang in 5th place. Then it's Marcelo Maricciotto and Shane Byrne are all pretty much together as they work their way down through the Craner curves. 25 3/4 minutes of the race to go. The pit window opens 18 minutes into the race. We're about, some 3.5 minutes away from the pit window opening. And then it will remain open for 8 minutes. And during that 8-minute period, everybody, regardless of whether it's a solo driver or a team driver, have to come into the pit lane. They all have to remain stationary for 45 seconds plus the time to pass through the pits. So for those drivers, that of course one will jump out of the car, one will jump in, it's a pretty efficient pit stop they need to be doing to get the belts undone, the belts done up, and the other driver in and settled, all within 45 seconds. Over the start-finish line they'll go. Steve Burgess leads and posts a new fastest lap of the race that time through. 1 minute 6.683 for the race leader. The advantage between himself and Oliver Barker is still just 0.4 of a second, so they're still lapping, within maybe 100th of a second of each other. Not a great deal more than that, but Oliver Barker really hanging on to the coattails of Steve Burgess. Is into the pit lane by the look of things. Clearly this is a problem, and trundling his way into the pit lane comes Christian Jeffrey. This is before the pit window has opened, so down the pit lane he heads, and clearly there are issues from the man who's been racing in the Radical Suzuki Challenge out in Barbados, Alan.
Scoop out the gravel, lots of it.
Oh dear.
Out from the left-hand side of the car, it's in the wheels. I don't think they're going to turn that car around because there's quite a bit of gravel in the wheels themselves, particularly at the rear, and all you need is one little bit of gravel to hinder the movements of the wheel or the brakes, and you've got a big problem. So what's the answer? Compressed air. That's the answer. And I don't want to be in line. I'll go the other side. Number 80 down pit lane.
Yeah, I noticed that's got a bite taken out of the front left-hand corner, so mechanics going to work. There's been contact clearly somewhere. Peter Tyler in the pit lane, Alan. I think he'd gone past you before you saw the damage.
Yeah, I'll go down because we know what's happening with Jeffrey's car. It's having compressed air used, hopefully, to clear the wheels out, clear the gravel out. By the way, don't worry about the gravel, it does get recycled. It'll get scooped up at the end of the day or the end of the weekend and pop back into the gravel traps. It might not necessarily go back in the right gravel trap, who knows, but it does get recycled. It doesn't get just thrown away.
No, it certainly doesn't. No, so if not, they'd be getting through quite a lot of it at some race meetings, wouldn't they?
Yeah, it's the left front of Peter Tyler's car, which is being taped up.
Yeah.
It doesn't want to stick. That's the problem. It's where the headlight is on the left-hand side, the big hole there, and they're just taping up over the hole, if you like. Need a little bit more tape to make it adhere to the shiny surface of the car. But on the plus side, at least it's not raining, because that's when it's absolutely impossible to tape up
to get the tape to work.
You can't do it. I watched it last weekend, and you really might as well give up. They need to have a hairdryer in their kit bag, I think, in those circumstances. But this isn't unfortunately adhering that well. What have you got?
I fear there might be another safety car period. We've got two cars in the gravel at Roberts that have made contact with each other. One, I think, is Brian Caldwell, because he's tumbling down through the order. The other one is not quite as easy to identify at this stage. I think it might be number 52, Mark Richards, possibly, and those two cars are not a long way into the gravel yet. Safety car is coming out, and it comes out with 22 minutes of the race to go. just as the pit window opens. So safety car out, pit window open. You're going to be busy, Alan.
It's been a really difficult race to get into the groove, hasn't it? If you think about, you know, Steve Burgess leading the race, it's very bitty, very bitty.
Yeah, so through goes Steve Burgess now. And on that lap, right, okay, he set the fastest lap of the race, Steve Burgess, a 1 minute 6.444, and he opened up the advantage by half a second on Oliver Barker, so it opened up to 1.1. Won't matter for a great deal, as into the pit lane comes John McLeod now, and that, provided there's not a problem with the car and this is the scheduled stop, could be a very good move indeed. I thought they had to go past the pit open board though, and he didn't. I think they usually have to go past it, don't they? So this cannot count, I don't think, if my reading of the regs are correct, that he is going to have this as a mandatory pit stop. I've also noticed there is another car in the gravel. That's up at Redgate Corner, which is Konstantin Gukiev, who has literally only just got off as well. So I'm not sure whether that was before or after the safety car was out. Let's hope it's the former rather than the latter. Otherwise, he might have to report to Headmaster. Also into the pit lane comes what is the number 57 car of Brian Murphy.
Brian Murphy.
But I think my reading of the regs are that you have to go past on track side the pit open board and you can pit the lap afterwards. Well, I don't think they've got past the borders yet, so surely that can't count.
McLeod down pit lane and leaving. We'll leave that to the people that interpret rules, shall we?
We shall, I think we shall.
And Brian Murphy having tyre pressure adjustments made. Sits in the car, just watching out the corner of his eye, the team working around the tyres. Engine on is the shout from, well, she who must be obeyed, because she's holding the stopwatch at the moment at the front of the car. Is it clear to go? Not clear yet. Still cat it, ready to go. So.
Race leader is in, so Steve Burgess into the pit lane.
Stalls. Brian Murphy stalls.
In they all come, Alan. Over to you.
Right, thanks very much indeed. You're a lovely man. So Steve Burgess comes to a stop now. He's so cool. He's got time to have a chat to the team. Brian Murphy seems to have been held here for a while. The car was held and it stalled and then it was released. So
we're double parking them, aren't we, in the pit lane?
Are we? I haven't looked up yet. Oh, it's horrible. They're everywhere. Well, I'm standing by Steve Burgess's car. He couldn't be cooler. He said earlier on he didn't want another third step of the podium. Well, as it stands at the moment, it's not going to be. Engages gear. Being given the final countdown. What have you got?
No, I'm just busy giggling at
because you're playing the Benny Hill music in your ears.
It's perhaps not the most organised pit lane at the moment in terms of where the cars are all positioned, but it's good fun nonetheless.
Burgess has gone. Steve Burgess down pit lane, about to rejoin. Yeah, it's a bit of a, well, I haven't used the word yet, but it's a bit of a schmozzle at the top end of the pit lane, isn't it? 28 gets out just in front of 19. That was somewhat close, I think it's fair to say, down in pit lane. But yeah, they'll get the hang of this by the middle of the year.
Yeah, the recovery of the cars that were in the gravel trap, well, the first of the cars, which was Mark Richards, has now been removed from the point at which came to rest. Brian Caldwell's is still sitting in the gravel at the moment, but the side load, or the JCB, for want of a better term, can only deal with one at a time, so it's got to get rid of one before it can then go back and get the other. So we're going to have at least another couple of laps behind the safety car, Alan. 18 minutes to go at this stage, and I think all but probably 2 cars have opted to pit during this safety car period. Number 5, Paul Allen isn't in. Number 91, David Franklin, doesn't come in.
Yeah, and it did lead to a very, you know what, it's a long pit lane here at Donington Park. It didn't all need to be focused on that first sort of 100 metres, if you like, of the pit lane, did it? I mean, they could spread out. There's no reason why they couldn't. It was peculiar.
Right, the non-pit stoppers are now in, so Paul Allen comes in, David Franklin comes in, Christian Jeffrey comes in, and Peter Tyler, with that taped up front left corner, comes in as well.
And do you know what? This is much more sensible because it's much clearer down in pit lane. It's much more relaxed. It's so much more space for them to come in and leave. So Yeah, I would have gone for this lap as well. I suppose there was no guarantee that the safety car would still be out, was there?
No, I think that's the difficult thing, isn't it? Yeah, you don't know whether it's a short safety car period or otherwise. But I suspect most of the drivers would have an idea it's likely to be a slightly lengthier one on the basis of there were 2 cars, both in the gravel.
Yeah, that's true.
At 13 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Lights are out on the safety car. We are going to get the racing back underway. So it will be the car, not now, it's Brian Murphy that was there. And, well, John McLeod, I don't think was well aware that he was in the lead of the race there. He didn't overtake until the start-finish line because Brian Murphy was heading into the pits. Well, others maybe had a subtly different interpretation of how you get a race back underway, because John McLeod no longer leads. Oliver Barker now leads the race. Steve Burgess is in 2nd position, and John McLeod, who arguably should have taken up the lead of the race, now finds himself down in 3rd position as a result of that restart. Tom Harvey is there in 4th place, Dominic Jackson in 5th, Jack Lang in the orange car completing the top 6, but the leading pair already looking to try and break away if they can. The largely blue car with its white flashes of Oliver Barker leads on his first weekend of racing in the Radical Challenge Championship. The reigning champion Steve Burgess in the blue car with its yellow flashes sitting there in 2nd. As into the pit lane comes Konstantin Gukiev. He was the car that deposited itself in the gravel trap up at Redgate Corner, and as he comes into the pits, leaving the pits is Brian Murphy, who's had a rather troubled race, hasn't he, Brian? Pit window is now closed. Matters not. I think everybody has conducted their mandatory pit stops as 18 laps are completed.
So, Mark, do you know why he came in again?
I think it was because when the pit open board went out, he didn't pass the board on trackside. He came straight into the pit.
But there was one other that did that as well, wasn't there?
There was one other that did that as well.
I can't remember who it was.
No, neither can I. Peter Shearer might remember who the other car was that we thought.
He's very good, Peter Shearer.
Was it Colin? Yeah, Brian Murphy's one. There was a second one that did the same as well. John McLeod, that was it. Yeah, John McLeod, yeah.
OK.
So who's 3rd in the race?
Yeah.
Enjoy the podium, Alan.
Who was 3rd? There you go.
It was Brian and Tom Harvey, I think. Yeah. We'll let you sort it out. You can give them the good news or bad news as the case may be.
Mate, I knock off at 6, so...
Time and a half now, is it?
Happy days, yeah.
So we are now on the 19th lap of the race, 11.5 minutes to go. Ollie Barker leads on the road over Steve Burgess by half a second. Over the start-finish line they come. Nothing to choose between the leading pair. They are separated by just 0.3 of a second as they head up towards Redgate Corner. And, well, Steve Burgess just showing the nose of the car to Oliver Barker. He was never going to try one up the inside because he was just that little bit too far back. Elsewhere down through the order, though, that may not be the case. Right, what have we got here? We've got lots and lots of smoke, and I think that's rather dust more than anything up at Roberts. And I think that's because shortcutting the chicane there was probably Tom Harvey that had the gravelly moment, as he swapped well down through the order. In fact, not only has he now dropped out of the top half dozen, he's also lost the lead for the team challenge as well, because that is now going to wear the car in 10th position, number 7, the black car, which will be driven by Rupert Svensson Cook at this stage. So, yeah, for the number 64 car, Brian Harvey, having done the hard work in the early stages, Tom Harvey taking over the car now. That has fallen from, what was it? It was in 4th place, wasn't it? Down to 16th position as a result of a rather gravelly moment up at Roberts. The gravelly moment which thankfully was averted because the car came back out the other side. Here we come over the start-finish line now. Steve Burgess is pressing on, it would be fair to say, looking to try and take up the lead of the race from Oliver Barker, who's hugging the right-hand side of the circuit to protect the inside line on the run up towards Redgate Corner. And has he been able to go through and take it? He has through, yep. So Steve Burgess is through, takes up the lead of the race from Oliver Barker. Shuffle in the order. Number 1, the reigning champion, Steve Burgess, goes through to take up the lead. We have a stop-go penalty for car number 14. That is John McLeod, who runs in 3rd position, Alan, and that probably might be something to do with the timing of his pit stop.
You should work in a court. You really should. You should be charging a lot of money for your advice.
And no, Titch is the only commentator that's able to talk about things that are all to do with legal things. Yes, no, we won't do that. So he was in 3rd position. He will not be in 3rd position. It's a stop-go penalty, but of course he's got to drive the whole length of the pit lane at the speed limit as well. Otherwise another penalty would be issued, which we have seen happen on occasion. So he is going to drop down to, well, I'm guessing he's going to rejoin something like outside of the outside of the top dozen, I would suggest, as a result of that. Leading pair over the start-finish line, Oliver Barker still continuing to lead. I thought Steve Burgess had been able to sneak through, but it does look as though it is still Oliver Barker that's out front and leading the race. So those two have pulled away substantively so from the car that has still got the stop-go penalty. That is being displayed with stop-go penalty, number 14, and a black flag being shown on the pit wall. So John McLeod will have, what, 3 laps in reality to come in and conduct that stop-go penalty. We've got 8.5 minutes of the race to go. It's been a strange old race, really, this one, to finish the day. And we've got, right, another car that's had a spin on the exit of Roberts. This time, and that looks like car number 55 again, possibly, which is Joe Watts that's had the spin. And is it? Yes, indeed it is. Yeah, it's Joe Watt that's had the spin this time coming out of Roberts. That's been a difficult difficult race for Adrian and Joe Watt. A couple of spins along the way. The car's already off the lead lap, and thankfully that time it was just a quick and a harmless spin through Roberts' corner, get the car in the right direction, continue on, but they're outside of the top 20 at the moment, running in 21st position. Here come the leading pair over the start-finish line. Still Oliver Barker under pressure from Steve Burgess. The two of them separated by 0.3 of a second as they head for what is now the 23rd time up towards Redgate Corner. John McLeod third on the road, but with the stop-go penalty still to serve. Directly behind him in 4th place, so potentially on for the final podium spot, is Jack Lang, the orange number 2 car, runner-up in last year's championship. Let's see whether he's able to squeeze his way through and ahead on the road. 7.5 minutes still to go. After Jack Lang in 4th place, it's Marcello Marittiotto who's there in 5th place, number 29. Then it's the light blue car of Jack Manchester in 6th place. 7th place is car number 7, which is Rupert Svensson-Cook. Then it is 8th place for Dominic Jackson, who sort of fell away, really. When the pit stop window was there, he was right up there during the earlier safety car periods, but he's clearly had an issue or a slower pit stop because he's down in 8th place. Elliot Goodman's there in 9th, and Mark Crader completes the top 10 at the moment, leading the solo challenges, of course, the overall race leader. Leading the team challenge for the shared cars is car number 7 in 7th position as the leaders back over the start-finish line. The gap has grown by maybe a few thousandths this time. It was 0.3, well, it's now up to 0.5 actually, because our race leader Oliver Barker has just posted his best individual lap of the race so far. Now that was, what, a couple of tenths quicker than Steve Burgess. So the relative gap between 1st and 2nd coming out a shade more. Further down through the order, some of the squabbles that are going on are down towards the lower teens, I would just suggest. Car number 64, which heads over the start-finish line now, which is Tom Harvey, has got right behind him the number 44 car, and that is the car that's going to be in the hands of James Barwell at the moment. Scott Bourne's in the mix as well, so that's 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th place if you add in Jason Redding, former Caterham racer, number 5. They're all fighting away for 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th, but more importantly for the likes of Tom Harvey and the number 44 car of James Barwell, and for Jason Redding, they're fighting away for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place in the team challenge, actually, so they're pretty close to each other for the final couple of podium places in team challenge. Still this stop-and-go penalty for John McLeod, who hasn't served it as yet. He comes back over the start-finish line once more at the wheel of the largely white number 14 car. Still running 3rd on the road, 5.5 minutes to go. The leading pair, 8 seconds to the good now as they head on to lap number 25.
Did you say there was being a black flag displayed?
A black, yes, the stop-go penalty that's being displayed, right. Yeah, with the black flag, Alan, yeah.
Yeah. You don't want to ignore that for too long, really.
Not for too long. I think that's probably 2 or 3 laps now. So yeah, treading the tightrope, John McLeod.
Yeah, a bit.
So at some point he needs to come in and serve that stop-go penalty. And I think that would probably tend to suggest that my reading of the regulations is matched by the officials downstairs, that you can, when the pit open board goes out, you must pass it at least once on the circuit side and then come into the pits. And when the pit closed board goes out, it can be hung over the pit wall, but as long as you don't pass it, you can still come into the pits. If you go past it, then you're the wrong side of the pit window. So let's have a look. Spencer Bourne has gone missing on that lap, potentially. The number 8 car, that's the black car with the purple livery to it, so he may well be dropping further down through the order. The leading pair have sort of opened up a little bit. That's largely because Oliver Barker is continuing to lap at the kind of pace he's been doing, but Steve Burgess, the champion from last year, has had a poor lap that time through, so he's fallen to over a second adrift of Oliver Barker. And such as the advantage that those two have got, Steve Burgess can sort of settle in and try and push on back onto the coattails of Oliver Barker, because he doesn't need to worry about the car that sits behind him at the moment on the road. That is still John McLeod, car number 14, that's circulating in third place, but has still, in reality, got to come into the pits and serve this stop-go penalty at some point, and time is running out for him in which to do so, because we're now got 3.5 minutes of the race remaining. Well, this final race of the day for the Radicals, it's all done and dusted today, as our race leaders should very shortly appear back into view over the start-finish line. Here he comes now, Oliver Barker, completes lap number 26. Steve Burgess is right on the ragged edge each time coming out of Roberts' corner in his efforts to try and keep up with the race leader. The reason he was on the ragged edge that time was because it's a new fastest lap of the race for car number 1 in second position, 1 minute 6.173. That was 0.6 of a second quicker than the race leader, so the gap that had just grown to over a second has been whittled away again by the charging Steve Burgess. John McLeod, third on the road, has now got a queue of cars lining up behind him. Third place is John McLeod on the road, but with that time penalty to serve in the pits, the stop-go penalty. So fourth on the road should promote Jack Lang to the podium, but he's in danger of getting caught by the number 29 car of Marcelo Maricchiotto, who indeed now is also being caught by the light blue car number 15 of Jack Manchester, who's currently 6th on the road. So John McLeod, is he going to serve this penalty whilst the race continues, or is he going to sort of argue his case at the end of the race? We'll wait and see. 2.5 minutes to go, which means that for our race leader, Oliver Barker, who's still being hounded by Steve Burgess. They've got traffic to deal with as well as they come over the start-finish line this time through. Joe Watt will receive the blue flags. Oliver Barker can't really afford to be compromised by the slower traffic as they head up towards Redgate Corner. Is Joe Watt going to move out of the way? No, is the answer. He chops right across the nose of the race leader, and will now, Oliver Barker needs to really quickly get on with the job, and Joe Watt is not at the moment getting out of the way as they head down through the Craner curves. Is this compromising the race leader? It's allowing Steve Burgess to close ever more, and this could be the catalyst for a bit of change here in the race as they head through the old hairpin and then start to charge their way underneath Starkey's Bridge, uphill in towards the left-hander at Schwantz. And it is still the same order, so Oliver Barker got away with the fact that he was compromised through the traffic there. The gap between the two of them has closed up a bit, but not a great deal in reality, because Steve Burgess is in the dirty eight. A bit closer this time. He's had a good run through Croppice, Steve Burgess, so Oliver Barker has to instantly go from the left-hand side of the circuit on the exit of Coppice to the right-hand side to protect the inside line coming in towards Roberts. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, so they're going to start their final lap of the race. Alan, and they're side-by-side in towards Roberts. Across the gravel goes Steve Burgess. He threw what he could at it and, well, just got away with it there. That was his one opportunity, Alan. It looks as though, yes, it didn't quite work, and now he's fallen away from the race leader. You're going to chip in.
Well, he had to do it. Yeah, only to say, I just noticed the stop-go penalty indication on the TSL timing screen has just gone.
It has, you're absolutely
Disappeared,
right.
yeah.
Right, OK. Has team manager been arguing case, or have they just decided he's going to ignore it and we'll sort it out at the end of the race? We'll wait and see. They're now on lap number 29, so we should squeeze 30 laps out of this 40-minute race, which, considering the, 3 safety car periods we've had, we've not done too bad in reality. And for Oliver Barker, he's probably now got the largest gap he's had since taking up the lead of the race. It was 1.6 seconds as a result of that move for Steve Burgess. Steve was as good as alongside coming into the braking air for Roberts' corner, but he just carried a bit too much speed in, and he was on the left-hand side of the circuit, which is the outside line for the first part of Roberts, and as a result of that, he sort of ran a little bit wide as he tried to get the car turned into the left-hand element, and that cost him time, and has now handed Oliver Barker at a good advantage with 9 seconds to go, 8 seconds to go, 7 seconds to go. Over the start-finish line he goes, onto his 30th and potentially victorious lap here, with a 1.4 second gap between himself and Steve Burgess. All he needs to do is do what he's done for the last 20 minutes or so, keep it nice and neat and tidy. Further down through the order, though, Jack Manchester having a quick nibble up the inside of Marcelo Maricchiotto, heading in towards Redgate Corner, and can't quite manage to muster a move, so it looks as though the light blue car in the hands of one of the regular drivers in the championship last year. We saw some fantastic stuff from Jack Manchester, particularly Alton Park. I think he was superb at last year. He can't quite, I don't think, muster the opportunity to gain a position. Now, we've had a big mistake for somebody coming out of Roberts, who has gone onto the Grand Prix loop almost on the exit of Goddard's Corner. Where's he going to rejoin? Let's have a quick look. Here he comes now. That is the number 64 car that is just going through, which is Tom Harvey. So
Tom Harvey, who had been running down towards the mid-teens, car number 64, continues. That was a big old mistake that he made there coming in towards Roberts. No such mistakes, though, for the race leader. Final checker flag of the day is going to fly. 30 laps completed. Oliver Barker claims the win from Steve Burgess by just 1.1 seconds in the end, finishing third in brackets on the road. Close brackets is John McLeod. We'll wait and see as to what may or may not be done with any penalties that may be applied or otherwise for him. Fourth on the road, number 2, Jack Lang. Fifth on the road, Marcelo Maricciotto. And sixth on the road is where we see number 15, Jack Manchester. What we can say is that finishing 7th on the road, but either way, the team challenge winners in that race were Shahan Yuri and Rupert Svensson-Cook, who will finish in 7th position. 8th place, Dominic Jackson. 9th place, Elliot Goodman. And completing the top 10 was Mark Crader.
Third place, Jack Lang onto the podium. Well done, Jack. In second place, Steve Burgess onto the podium. Well done, Steve. The winner was Oliver Barker. Well done, Oliver. Congratulations. Big cheer from the Barker posse over there on the pit wall. He's delighted with that, and he gets a bottle of champagne as well.
It's been a great day. Disappointment in the second race, so to go and finish like that in the last race is brilliant.
It really was. You were having to work for that at the end, weren't you?
Yeah, I feel like I've been in a good battle. I had a lot of fun, and yeah.
It's a busy day for you, isn't it, with three races all in one day, and 3 very different races as well?
Yeah, there's not much downtime. Luckily, I've had no problems with the car, so get it straight back out. But it's been a good day.
Starting 9th was always difficult. I think we a few people went off the road for us to help us through the way, but no, we had a decent pit stop. We got out there, we raced hard, and getting that engine upgrade for Spa.
Welcome to Snetterton 200 for the third race of the weekend for the F3 Cup, and what a treat they've dished up all weekend. On pole position, Chris Dittman, thanks to his victory in that second race, but alongside him is Shane Kelly. 5-second board's already been shown, the red lights are on, the engine notes are rising, and off we go for this 20-minute race around this glorious Snetterton circuit. We're going to be seeing the lap record broken here on the 200. We're on board with Gianniusi as we head down towards Ritchie's for the first time, and it looks like a clean start for everybody at this stage as everybody piles round on the brakes down towards Wilson, and already you can see that Shane Kelly is desperately trying to find a way to catch up, and that's a spinner there. That's James Heffernan, the number 8 car. He's spun it round at the exit of Wilson's, and he's going to have to wait until the whole field passes him back before he can join the circuit. That's going to be some serious work, and he's been at the sharp end all of this weekend. But Chris Dittman is definitely at the sharp end, and he's actually stretching his legs as they go through Brundle and Nelson down towards the bomb hole. Shane Kelly, as they went into Wilson for the first time, looked like he was actually trying to put pressure on him. But at the moment, it looks as though Chris Dittman has got the legs. Last-minute addition to the race seat this weekend. Obviously, it's his team, but he wasn't going to be racing, and what a fantastic weekend he has had. Robbie Watts there trying to hold off Kieran Carey. Kieran Carey, as they come into Murray's, was trying to put him under pressure, possibly not to make a move, but to force him into a mistake, heaven forbid. But as they come through, Chris Dittman from Shane Kelly, from Jacopo Sebastiani, Robbie Watts, Kieran Carey, then the number 3 car of Gianniusi, and last year's champion there, number 1, George Lyne, trying desperately to hold off number 4, Tony Bishop. As they come round, Wilson's again, starting to fan themselves out a little bit towards the front, but the real battles there is clearly Robbie Watts is trying to keep Kieran Carey behind him, and Tony Bishop desperately trying to catch up with I think, is that Stuart Wiltshire possibly that he's all over the back of there? I think it is, yes, who in turn is trying to put pressure on last year's champion George Lyne. But Robbie Watts, as they exit Nelson heading towards the bomb hole, really can see a rather large black and green car there of Kieran Carey, the number 19 car, desperately trying to put some pressure on him as they go round this very, very fast Snetterton 200. Perfect cars for the Snetterton 200. Oh, and look at that, it's a real, not quite a lunge, but massively closed in by George Lyne, our champion from last year. Hence he's running that very proud number 1 car, and it looks like he was lining up a move. He's going to be on the outside though of Gianniusi as they head down towards Ritchie's. He's on the outside, not quite able to do it. Is he going to manage the old switcheroo? It looks like he's managing to throw one up the inside as they head down towards Wilson, but he's not quite able to do it because that must have been
quite a late change of track position, but they're still side by side as they head onto the Bentley straight, not quite able to do it. Great defensive work there by Genio Usi in the number 3 car. Goodness me, that was 2-3 corners that he had to defend there, and he got himself in the right positions on the circuit, but he's not managed to shake off. And look at that battle in between those two has brought in Pete Stewart Wiltshire and Tony Bishop. So 5 and 4 glued to the back of them now. In fact, it looks as though Stewart Wiltshire's having to attack and defend at the same time. But heading down towards the wonderfully fast sweeping Coram, these cars whipping round this corner is a sight to behold. And again, look at this, George Line looking towards the inside, not quite able to do it. It looks as though Genio Usi's making that the widest Formula 3 car he possibly can. As the front 5 already make their way across the line, it's Chris Dittman from Shane Kelly, from Jacopo Sebastiani, Robbie Watts still managing to hold off Cian Carey, and Genio Usi still managing to hold off George Line at the moment. And again, it looked, I thought for a second that we were going to get another challenge by George Line. He's on the outside and he's trying to switch back again, but again that brings in the number 5 car Stewart Wiltshire and number 4 Tony Bishop, but they're basically just there prowling, waiting for something to happen. Through go the first 3 round, Brundle and Nelson. Robbie Watts, Cian Carey still glued together. Then there's this fabulous 4-car train through the left-hander of Brundle, straight into the right-hander of Nelson. And look how close George Line is getting. He's really able to close, but he's not quite able to find that gap to throw the car up the inside safely, at least. But as they sweep round Coram, is he going to do it again? Is he going to look towards the inside as they get on the brakes for Murray's? Not quite. He was a little bit further away this time, and he was a bit more circumspect, which actually brought Stewart Wiltshire more into play on the back of George Line. Through goes Robbie Watts, still being pressured by Cian Carey, as we then look at this great 4-car battle coming down the centre straight towards Riches. Still holding on is Genio Usi. Cracking defensive job there. Down towards Wilson. It looks as though George Line's a bit further back this time. Is he actually trying to carry the momentum through that sequence of corners? The recovering James Heffernan there, getting past Adrian Holy. Still got so much work to do. That's a big ask from way back there. Down in towards Brundle and Nelson. The number 7 car of Robbie Watts still holding on to that 4th position. Cian Carey sat just behind him in 5th, trying to pressurise him into a mistake as much as trying to find a gap up the inside as they head into Coram again onto the centre straight. Here comes Chris Dittman. Still, look at the lead he's stretching. If anything, no, Shane Kelly's not able to close because he's having to defend from Jacopo Sebastiani. Great to see Sebastiani out there. He's had a great start to this season as well. And Cian Carey, that's Cian Carey's managed to get past Robbie Watts somewhere. So Cian Carey is up into that 4th position. Robbie Watts is doing a great job to defend, but has not quite managed to keep him there. And so Robbie Watts is now trying desperately to put pressure back on Cian Carey, as Stewart Wiltshire is now actually trying to defend from Tony Bishop. Tony Bishop closing massively as they came down into Wilson's there. The two of those have sort of dropped off of the back of the Genio Usi and George Line fight. Shane Kelly still going through the bomb hole, keeping that turquoise and white car of Jacopo Sebastiani. Number 6 car just prowling there, waiting to see if there's any opportunity he can make a move. He has made late passes in earlier races this weekend. Is he going to be able to do it again? Tony Bishop looking towards the inside. Goodness me, in the bomb hole. That would be a brave place to make a move. Talking of making a move, this is trying to recover the lost position. Robbie Watts back on Cian Carey through Murray's onto centre straight. Wasn't close enough to get up the inside there. He's going to be hoping he can use some kind of slipstream effect up centre straight, and it looks like he's managing to get himself in the tow. Is he going to dive towards the inside as they get towards Riches? Not quite close enough, and if anything, he took a very tight line there that may have just cost him on the run towards Wilson. It certainly has left him not in a position to challenge, but again, is he going to try the momentum onto Bentley Straight? Certainly doesn't look close enough at the moment, but it's quite challenging by the time they get down to Brundle and Nelson, whether he's going to be able to make a move. The two of them come through the shimmering heat down Bentley Straight, a fabulous sight. Oh, and he just has a little snifter up the inside, but not quite close enough. Just trying to make sure that Cian Carey knows that he's still there. Robbie Watts desperate to find a way to come through, but as they come through the bomb hole again, not quite able to do it. through this quorum. It's just wonderful sight. These Formula 3 cars going round that sweeping right-hander of Coram, then onto the brakes, still slightly turning as they do take the left-hander of Murray's, and onto the centre straight to complete yet another lap. As through come, we wait for Cian Carey. Still, look at that. You couldn't even see Robbie Watts. He's tucked up so much behind him. It looked like it was one Formula 3 car. No, it was two. Robbie Watts desperately trying to find a way to reel him back in again and try and get past for the move up into what will be fourth position, because the front three have scampered off into the distance, but so much going on back through the field. Chris Dittman doesn't care. Look at him. He's just romping away, absolute pure domination before we get to the 11 car of Shane Kelly, Jacopo Sebastiani, and let's see, they've already got past the 58 car of Adrian Holy there, dispatched with back marker, and it hasn't impacted them. These guys are going to have to take on that back marker soon, and these are close enough that could impact it, but it is still Cian Carey, number 19, sat in fourth position, keeping number 7, Robbie Watts, behind him. Through the bomb hole they go, heading in towards Coram. Oh, and there's a replay. Tony Bishop, who was putting pressure a little bit further back on Stuart Wiltshire, and he's obviously tried to have a bit of a damn dare lunge somewhere, and it's not quite worked, and backwards onto the grass he goes. He's managed to keep it out of the barriers, but look at this, Robbie Watts looking up the inside towards Riches. Wow, I thought he was close enough to be able to throw it, but he obviously realised he was not going to be on the optimum line, tucked it back in again. But Tony Bishop's got some recovery work to do now from that spin. Chris Dittman, none of the above. He's just serenely disappearing off into the distance in his number 17 car. Great performance, considering 2 days ago he found out he was going to be racing this. His own car, admittedly. He runs the team. But he has really put in some fantastic performances. Through comes Peter Venn, and that looks like Dave Gillette as well. As we look back towards the leaders, there goes the number 28 car of Mark Harrison, and here comes the checkered flag, and Chris Dittman absolutely faultless and not really even challenged. A cracking job there as he comes through, waves to the crowd, delighted with that performance. So your final top 10 was Chris Dittman taking a victory ahead of Shane Kelly in second, Jacopo Sebastiani in third, fourth Cian Carey, fifth George Lyne, Gian Usi coming home in sixth ahead of Stuart Wiltshire in seventh, eighth the recovering James Heffernan, Tony Bishop in ninth, and Robbie Watts rounding out your top 10. The open class was taken by Malcolm Scott, and up to receive the trophy class, it's Adrian Holy. And for the F3 Cup Championship, in third position, it's Jacopo Sebastiani after a great weekend. In second position, it's Shane Kelly from the front row. He comes onto the second step, but the top step is taken by Chris Dittman, team owner, and this weekend back in the hot seat.
Long tyre choice in the first race, but it was a 50-50 call, and the boys on slicks made the right call. But no, 2 wins and a new record. I'll take that all day long, so I'm really pleased.
A very up and down weekend really for us, but I think it's great that the students have been fantastic really with wheel changes and things, and some of them have never experienced that before, so it's massive for them, and we need weekends like this for them.
I tried very hard. We had a very good pace all weekend. That just made my life very difficult on Saturday morning. So what I need to try and do is from the next round up, try to start at the front, and then it'll be easier. Some people bet on the horses, some people play cards, some people are, fun womanizers. I just am crazy about motor racing, so it's a drug. There you go.
Welcome to Silverstone for rounds 7, 8 and 9 of the 2017 Radical Challenge Championship. These cars could really stretch their legs on the Grand Prix circuit, and in a championship where we've had 4 different winners out of the first 6 races. Let's look at the grid. It's Bradley Smith on pole position, and alongside car number 3 Danny Keeley. Row 2 of the grid, the current championship leader Jack Lang has alongside number 22 Oliver Barker, and row 3 of the grid sees Richard Baxter line up alongside the reigning champion Steve Burgess. So the cars are on the grid. We're waiting for the lights to go out, and as the revs begin to rise, it is a poor start by the look of things from Jack Manchester, who goes nowhere, and not a great start from the red and yellow car of Danny Keeley from the outside of the front row of the grid. And it's going to be Bradley Smith, number 21, who sweeps his way through and into the lead of the race. A double winner at Donington for the opening 2 rounds. There's a spin in the middle of the pack. That is facing the wrong way. Spencer Bourne Thankfully, everybody manages to avoid him. Their cars brake right or brake left, but Spencer Bourne, having rotated, will drop to the very tail end of the field. It is, by the look of things, Bradley Smith that leads the race, and the orange car of Jack Lang, the current championship leader, sitting there in second position. Jack Lang had a win in the first of the races that we had at Spa-Francorchamps last time out, but at the moment he's giving second best to the 3 times Radical champion Bradley Smith. So it's Smith that leads, the orange car Jack Lang in second position. Third place is number 22 Oliver Barker, and the blue and yellow car means that it's Steve Burgess who sits there in fourth position. There is the light blue car number 15 of Jack Manchester, who stalled on the grid and went nowhere. He's way down towards the 2/3 of the way down through the field. So here they go, the poor starting Danny Keeley from the outside of the front row of the grid has slotted himself through into 5th position as we're side by side this time through what is the Vale and Club Corner, and that's the black car of Dominic Jackson fighting away with number 11. That's the car of the Baileys, Aaron and Lee, who share over the course of this weekend. There goes through number 14, that's John McLeod, started down in 21st on the grid and is trying to make progress, as is this car here as well. The red and yellow car of Danny Keeley started second and is currently running in 5th place, the top 5 having broken away from Richard Baxter, who completes the top 6 at the moment. One car running very, very wide coming out of Abbey and up towards Farm. That looked as though it was the number 64 car of Tim and Brian Harvey, who share again over the course of this weekend, and also run in the team championship, where drivers share the car over the course of the 3 races that will take place. Everybody feeding their way out of Aintree Corner onto the Wellington Straight, and as they now start to head their way up the Wellington Straight, it is Bradley Smith that leads. It looks as though Danny Keeley is starting to put the reigning champion Steve Burgess under a little bit of pressure there, but you can see just how busy it is further back down through the order. That looks as though the number 11 car of the Baileys is under pressure from what is Christian Jeffrey, who's been racing out, of course, in Barbados in the championship out there. And he is also bottled up behind, I think, the number 64 car of Tim and Brian Harvey. So that's a good little squabble. Over the start-finish line come the leaders. Now just looking as though he's starting to stretch his legs, Bradley Smith. Certainly also looks as though the man from the outside of the front row, the good Danny Keeley, is getting ever closer to mounting a challenge for 4th place over the reigning champion Steve Burgess, the man from Nottingham. But everybody's safely through Copse Corner, for where Spencer Bourne had the spin on the first lap and has not subsequently reappeared. So out of the race for Spencer, first retiree of the weekend. Whilst carving their way through Beckett's Corner, you can see just how busy it is. The light blue car of Jack Manchester still trying to make up progress. And here now we've got the battle on fully for 4th place. Steve Burgess under pressure by the look of things from Danny Keeley. Couldn't quite see on the camera as they came up towards what is the braking area for Stoke Corner whether he's able to squeeze his way through. Well, that's a fantastic fight that is now fully formed by the look of things. We've also got a good fight going on for the lead of the team championship at the moment. Number 64 car of Tim and Brian Harvey just leading Aaron and Lee Bailey's machine in towards the braking area for the Vale. The top 5 or 6 cars go through, then the 2 red cars fighting over top honours in the team championship, and then this white, green and yellow car of Christian Jeffrey fighting away with Stuart Maloney. Both of those lined up on the 6th row of the grid together. We're also side by side by the look of things. Lee and Aaron Bailey going side by side with Tim and Brian Harvey's car for what will be the top honours in the team championship, and they go wheel to wheel through what is Abbey Corner up towards Farm, and who's going to reassert themselves in the head? They're still side by side out of Farm in towards the braking area for Village Corner. Christian Jeffrey tries to dive up the inside, but gaining the place is Lee and Aaron Bailey. So the number 11 car now leads the team championship. Christian Jeffrey up a place, and down a couple of positions is the number 64 car of Tim and Brian Harvey, who then gets a big wiggle on trying to get the power down coming out of Aintree Corner, is in danger of losing a further place here onto the Wellington Straight. Cars queuing up behind. Stuart Maloney is the first of those. The number 64 car under pressure. Stuart Maloney has a look at the inside as they head in towards the break area for the Brooklands. They're still side by side all the way through the left-hander, which then gives the inside line for the next corner for the Harvey's machine. And well, Stuart Maloney is still braving it out all the way around the outside. Let's have a look and see whether he's got the job done. No, he hasn't. He still resides behind the number 64 car, but that is a fantastic fight that is going on between those. Here we are still now squabbling for 4th and 5th up towards Copse Corner. That was Steve Burgess still under pressure from Danny Keeley, who has not been able to pick his pocket. And then this batch of cars coming up now towards Copse Corner. It does look as though Stuart Maloney has indeed been able to go through, so gaining another place over the number 64 car. All cars just running wide coming out of Copse Corner. Need to be careful they stay within the confines of the circuit, but all the way down through the order there are some great battles going on in this 7th round of the 2017 Radical Challenge Championship, not least of which is the light blue car of Jack Manchester, who started 8th on the grid, still trying to work his way up through the order at this stage. He's going to be down just outside of the top 10 currently. Here up towards what is Stowe Corner comes our car in 4th position. And you can see just how much pressure he's having to soak up. These two slowing each other up a little bit and possibly bringing the light blue, pink and white car of Richard Baxter into the mix, who sits there in 6th position. So with the race continuing, it still looks as though Bradley Smith is comfortably out front and leading. Elsewhere down through the order, there's battles going on. There is the light blue car of Jack Manchester. He is actually, I said he was outside of the top 10. He's actually down towards the bottom of the mid-teens at this stage and still has got a chunk of work to do. There's a spin further down through the order. That is Paul Allen and Jason Redding's car that has had a spin under braking for what is the area of the Vale. Should be able to rejoin, just needs to wait for a gap in the traffic and will get going, but that car is now tumbled down outside of the top 20. You can see just how busy it is here as the cars go past the wing and then start to flick their way in towards a very fast right-hander at Abbey before they flick left at Farm and up towards the braking area for the loop. Jack Manchester still looking to try and make progress. Still under pressure is the number 64 car of the Harveys, and this trying to sneak up the inside, couldn't quite make it stick. That looked as though that might be Mark Maloney trying to squeeze his way through. Well, the place was lost earlier on to Stuart Maloney. Now Mark Maloney's trying to return the favour. Steve Burgess in 4th place, still under this pressure from the car that lined up on the outside of the front row of the grid. He cannot shake away as much as he tries. Danny Keeley trying to squeeze his way through as they come out of what is Luffield Corner and up towards Woodcote, but the reigning champion using all of his experience to try and hang on to the place. Takes a slightly tighter line going over the start-finish line, forcing Danny Keeley to the outside, but he can't quite draw himself alongside as they head through Copse Corner. So still it's Steve Burgess in 4th place. 5th place is Danny Keeley, and all the time now closing in 6th place is Richard Baxter. That pink and light blue car is looming ever larger in the mirrors of Danny Keeley, and from attack he might have to consider defence before too much longer, as these cars are holding each other up now, and not only are they falling into the clutches of the 6th place car, but it's allowing the front 3 to pull away. You can see Bradley Smith has built up the advantage between himself and Jack Lang, who's still in 2nd, and the blue and white car of Oliver Barker in 3rd. And this is the fantastic fight for 4th place. This is the opportunity for Danny Keeley to squeeze his way through on the brakes as they head up towards Stowe Corner side by side. Steve Burgess saw the car was there, left him room, so Danny Keeley picks the pocket of Steve Burgess and for the moment gets himself up into 4th position. Steve Burgess, though, I'm sure, given any opportunity at all, will want to try and work his way back through. So safely through what is the Vale, up towards Club Corner they'll go. Keeley up to 4th. Steve Burgess, the reigning champion, number 1, now down into 5th position. Richard Baxter still closing all of the time in 6th place. Then a gap back to 7th position. It looks as though at this stage it's Sean Byrne, I think, the ex-Caterham racer, who is there in 7th place. This is a good fight that's going on. John McLeod able to squeeze his way through, as was Mark Richards, and this is over the number 80 car that Peter Tyler shares with Tom Gladys in the team championship. So a couple of places lost there through the Vale and Club Corner for the black and Dayglow car. You can see just how tight it is. Almost everybody, without exception, has somebody to play with here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix track for round 7 of the championship. Here comes our 2nd and 3rd place battle up towards the braking area for Brooklands. Jack Lang, who was runner-up in the championship last year. We've seen Jack racing single-seaters mainly, Formula Jedi where he was a champion, raced in the BRDC Formula 3 championship for a part season, and is in his 2nd year of Radicals now, looking as though he is going to be one to be considered for overall championship honours. Leading coming into this weekend, finished on all 3 steps of the podium in all 3 races at Spa last time out, and at the moment Oliver Barker, who sits directly behind him, Oliver who's raced in the Radical SR1 championship previously, is looking to try and see what he might be able to do. As for Oliver, he also took a win out at Spa last time through in what was round 5 of the championship. At the moment he is just, I think, struggling for pace a little bit. Jack Lang just extending the gap over the course of the last lap or so. The top 3 looking fairly equally spread. The car just heading out of shot now is the race leader Bradley Smith. Jack Lang in the orange car. The white and blue car is Oliver Barker. Now you can see Danny Keeley. Now he's up to 4th. He's pulling away. He's quicker than the blue and yellow car of Steve Burgess, who has still got not that far away from him the car of Richard Baxter. And then we get the 2 black cars thereafter, which will be Sean Byrne, I would imagine, and Dominic Jackson, former Formula BMW champion over in Germany a few years ago, the Lincolnshire-based driver, returning to racing in the 2017 championship and going well. So out of Club Corner go the pair for 2nd and 3rd place. Bradley Smith still pulling away all of the time, and as they now charge their way through Abbey and up towards Farm. The best of the battles at the moment is probably going to be for 5th and 6th position. Richard Baxter starting to put ever more pressure on the car ahead. Elsewhere down through the order, car number 11 will be leading the team championship. That is the car that Aaron and Lee Bailey share over the course of this weekend and have done so throughout the course of this season. And there is the light blue car of Jack Manchester, still looking to try and pick up places, but finding it very, very difficult to gain an advantage over what are identical cars in reality. So on the Wellington Straight, Jack Lang still looking to try and maintain his very slender advantage over Oliver Barker, who dropped back a few laps ago. Now that may be just to cool things off in the car. It's a very warm day here at Silverstone. Get out of the slipstream at the car, allow the temperatures to come back down, allow the car to come back to him and then push on again. And that's what it looks like Oliver Barker is potentially doing there. So over the start-finish line goes our race leader, Bradley Smith, on course for victory at this stage. Jack Lang still having to stick his elbows out to hang on to second from Oliver Barker. Really on his own now is Danny Keeley in fourth place, and Steve Burgess, the reigning champion, has got Richard Baxter, another graduate out of the Radical SR1 Cup Championship, very much applying the pressure to him now. Richard at the wheel of that distinctively liveried car. You can't miss it, can you, with its pink flashes to it, light blue and the white as well. And let's see what he might be able to do. He's not close enough yet coming through Beckett's corner. He really needs to be a bit closer to that as they head out of Chapel to get what he wants, is the slipstream onto the Hangar Straight, and he's just not quite going to be close enough at this stage. So Steve Burgess can breathe a relative sigh of relief for the moment whilst he still resides there in fifth position. Richard Baxter in sixth place, then the two black cars in seventh and eighth sitting behind, I should say, will be Sean Byrne and Dominic Jackson, who have looked pretty much inseparable as well for the course of this race. So into the braking area for the Vale comes our fifth place car, the reigning champion Steve Burgess. Steve, who claimed to win at Donington Park, his home circuit. He also claimed to win at Spa-Francorchamps. And let's see what he might be able to do here. He's going to struggle to find himself on the podium, I would suggest, because he is dropping ever more away from the cars ahead and is in fifth place with work to do if he wants to feature on the podium. And time is running out, rather, because we're past the halfway point of the race. And at the moment, Steve Burgess is still more inclined towards defence more than anything. He's not having to defend just as yet, because Richie Baxter just needs to close up. Another 2 or 3 car lengths would be enough for him then to really apply the pressure to the reigning champion. But as they head out of what is Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight again, he's not close enough to pick up the slipstream. See the cars behind. There goes Sean Byrne. He is indeed in what is 7th place. Dominic Jackson in the black number 4 car there in 8th position. 9th place is going to be the number 11 car. That's Aaron and Lee Bailey that share that car. One will do the first race of the weekend, one will do the second race of the weekend, and they will share the car for this slightly longer third race of the weekend. But at the moment, they are the leading car in the team championship as they run there in 9th position. Christian Jeffrey in 10th at the moment, and I think 11th place is still Stuart Maloney. Jack Manchester hasn't quite made it through inside the top 12, I don't think, following his start from 8th on the grid. So safely through Copse Corner go the two black cars. Sean Byrne having to really work hard to try and keep Dominic Jackson's aspirations at bay. Sean Byrne, who was a Caterham champion a couple of seasons ago. We saw him racing in the British GT Championship last year, switching to Radicals for this year and doing a good job as well. As is Jack Lang. He's doing a good job, though, of holding off Oliver Barker. This is for 2nd and 3rd position as they head out of Stowe Corner. Down in towards the braking area for the Vale. And further down through the order, right here this is Christian Jeffrey. So this is 10th, 11th and 12th position. So Jack Manchester, the light blue car, from 8th on the grid on the stall, is now up into 12th position. So he has made a little bit more progress. The best of the fights at the moment, if it's not for 2nd and 3rd, it is probably for these two places here, which is going to be 7th and 8th place. Sean Byrne, the Irishman, holding off the Lincolnshire lad, Dominic Jackson, as they thread their way out of Vale, round through Club Corner. The Bailey's red and gold machine not sitting overly far behind, so a trio fighting over 7th, 8th, and you could almost argue 9th position as they turn their way through Abbey and up towards Farm yet again. So flat out on the throttle, then onto the brakes, down a couple of gears in towards the right-hander at Village Corner. Quick squirt on the throttle before they're back on the brakes for the slightly tighter left-hander at the loop. Very easy to let the car run wide there. Of course, you're then on the power and flat out through Aintree Corner, which brings you onto the Wellington Straight. And as they're on the Wellington Straight, already turning his way through Brooklands and up towards Luffield, comes Jack Lang under this constant pressure from Oliver Barker. And just look towards the car that sits behind them, Danny Keeley, is beginning to reel them in as well. So Danny Keeley's done great work since getting through and past Steve Burgess and up into that 4th position. He really has pulled away enormously from the reigning champion and is now handing himself every possibility of featuring on the podium in this first race of the weekend. Jack Lang in the orange car in 2nd, the blue car Oliver Barker in 3rd place, the red car with its yellow flashes is Danny Keeley in 4th position. So it's almost now a fully formed trio for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place as they flick their way through Beckett, out of Chapel Curve and back onto the Hanger Straight once more, with almost the whole length of the Hanger Straight being the advantage that number 21 Bradley Smith has been able to build up here. So Oliver Barker not quite as yet looking to try and attack Jack Lang. He's keeping one eye on his mirrors at the same time as they all three of them turn their way through Stowe. So the trio work their way out of Stowe Corner. Oliver Barker running a little bit wide that time coming out of Stowe Corner. That might give Danny Keeley the opportunity onto the braking area for the Vale, but Oliver Barker's got the move covered, protects the inside line, and Danny Keeley is just going to have to try and scratch his head and work out whether there might be another opportunity elsewhere around the course of this lap to try and work his way through into the podium places. You can see the yellow square with the black cross on the back indicating that Danny Keeley is still a relative novice when it comes to motorsport, but he's done superbly well at this stage and he's looking to try and get himself into the podium places. Oliver Barker though onto the brakes, turns the car in towards Village Corner. No opportunity there for Danny Keeley. Up towards the loop, he's too far away to try and throw one up the inside, so he needs to try and get a good exit out of Aintree Corner and then pick up the toe onto the Wellington Straight again. If he can do that, he might be able to give himself an opportunity to try something at Brooklands. If it's the inside at Brooklands, then unfortunately that's the outside for the next corner at Luffield. Almost better to brave it out around the outside at Brooklands to give you the inside for Luffield, but either way, not quite close enough. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th still pretty much on the same piece of tarmac together as they are about to come through and conclude yet another lap. And it is a lap which still sees Jack Lang there in 2nd position, Oliver Barker in 3rd place. So over the start-finish line there we'll go. And now time is very much running out for Danny Keeley. Looks as though, if anything, Oliver Barker in 3rd place has started to drop away a shade more from Jack Lang. Both of them running a little bit wide coming out of Cops Corner. Again, just suggesting they need to be careful of that. You can see, yeah, Jack Lang now in 2nd place is pulling away. Oliver Barker is having to defend a lot more than ideally he would wish, and that's allowing the number 2 car of the current championship leader, Jack Lang, to begin to pull away. As Oliver Barker is being held up now, trying to defend from the charging Danny Keeley, who is looking to try and get himself firmly in the slipstream, this time heading up the Hanger Straight. You can see that Oliver Barker's jinking over to the right-hand side of the circuit to protect the inside line for the braking area for Stowe Corner, and Danny Keeley can't quite unlock the door to a podium place that time through as they flick their way through the right-hander at Stowe, and then from there they start to descend back downhill in towards the braking area for the Vale, and all of this is just allowing Jack Lang a little bit of breathing space between himself and the pair behind. So safely through the Vale, through Club Corner, they'll work their way over what is the Grand Prix start-finish line and the wing building to their right-hand side. And all of the time, Oliver Barker working harder than he would like to do ideally in what are very, very warm conditions here at Silverstone. The drivers will be hot, the cars will be hot, the tyres will be very hot, and Danny Keeley is hugely hot to try and work his way through into the podium place. Again, good defensive work by Oliver Barker sees him hang on to 3rd position. But this is a great little fight between what is still really a trio. Jack Lang sort of hasn't made good his escape fully as yet, but he can just now concentrate on the road ahead rather than particularly having to watch what's going on in his mirrors because they're just too far away to attack. So in towards Brooklands they will come yet again. The blue car with its white flashes, number 22 of Oliver Barker, swings his way through the left corner, flicks the car through the right-hander, and then from there you can get on the gas coming out of what is Luffield Corner and accelerate the car up towards Woodcote Corner and the end of the lap. So it's another lap chalked into the book. It's another lap which still sees no change in the order. Still Jack Lang from Oliver Barker and then the car of Danny Keeley. This is for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Let's not forget that up the road and leading the race by a huge margin now is Bradley Smith. He's built up almost a 10-second advantage now between himself and this little trio that sit behind. But Oliver Barker is the driver that's having to do the hardest work of all at this stage. I suspect if Danny Keeley could pick his way through, a bit like when he was behind Steve Burgess, he would be faster and would pull away, but he's got to try and work his way through and ahead. So on to the last lap. Turning his way through Stowe Corner comes Bradley Smith. who at the moment is looking as though he is on course to gain another victory. We didn't see Bradley out at Spa-Francorchamps, but we did see him claim 2 race victories at Donington Park, and he is on course for victory number 3 of the season. As in towards the breaking out for the Vale for the final time comes Jack Lang, with Oliver Barker still having to defend all of the time from Danny Keeley. He's just not going away, is he, Danny Keeley? And Oliver Barker is going to have nightmares about that red and yellow car in his sleep tonight, because it's been a fantastic drive from Danny Keeley. Had the start have been a little bit better when the lights went out, what could have been in this race, but he's got the opportunity to make things up over the course of the weekend, and at the moment he's still got the opportunity to try and squeeze his way through into a podium place, but there's only another couple of corners to go in reality, so they're into the loop for the final time. Aintree Corner isn't really an overtaking opportunity, but a good drive out of it could throw him an opportunity through Brooklands or Luffield Corner, which is where they'll be heading to shortly, as our race leader turns his way through the left-hander at Brooklands for the final time. It looks as though it is going to be victory number 3 of the season for Bradley Smith, who then accelerates out of Luffield Corner, up towards Woodcote Corner, onto the National Pit Straight, and it does look as though he is on for win number 3 of the season so far in the 2017 Radical Challenge Championship. Bradley Smith claims the win. Who's going to finish in second place? It is still, by the look of things, going to be Jack Lang, who is just hanging on to it as they head over the start-finish line. It is Jack Lang in second position, Oliver Barker in third place, and the charging Danny Keeley will finish in 4th position. We should see coming through in 5th place, it is going to be Steve Burgess in 5th place, and yes, the pink car of Richard Baxter will complete the top 6. So 3 wins so far this season for the number 21 car in the hands triple Radical champion Bradley Smith. Confirmation of the results then: Bradley Smith takes the win from Jack Lang in second position, Oliver Barker in third, Danny Keeley was fourth ahead of Steve Burgess and Richard Baxter to complete the top 6, Sean Byrne, Dominic Jackson in 7th place, and in 8th place winning the team championship is Lee Bailey. Let's hear from the winners.
So Bradley, after not doing Spa, you've come to Silverstone and taken the victory straight away. You must be elated.
Yeah, it's been great. You know, the team have worked so hard and given me a fantastic car. Pretty tough out there, you know, a little bit of oil down on the grid at the start, but managed to make a decent getaway and just focus on what was in front.
Fantastic. Looking forward now to race 2 as well.
Yeah, definitely. So another 20-minute sprint and then also the endurance. So, yeah, definitely going to be feeling the burn tomorrow.
We had a great start, got for 30 seconds. And from there we didn't quite have the pace of Bradley or even Ollie behind us, so we just had to crack on, keep our position and make the most of the race, which we did. We're extended our points advantage, so all happy.
Is Silverstone a favourite track of yours?
I'm really good. We really like it in the wet. In the dry, we've never been that fast. I think the Snetterton and Brands Hatch are our ace tracks.
Qualified P4 and managed to make a really good start and get up to 3rd. From then on it was just a matter of trying to attack Jack Lang, who was really quick today, and we were quite even throughout the race, but then towards the race, at the end of the race, I had someone else catching me, and so I had a matter of going into defence mode for the last 2-3 laps, and yeah, we managed to hold on to the podium, which was great. It's not been the best weekend for me so far, but I'm overall pleased with 3rd.
That's all from race 1 of the weekend at Silverstone. Join us in a few moments' time for race 2.
Hi and welcome to Full Speed Racing. We're here today at Snetterton for round 5 of the F3 Cup. The cars have just come back in from quite an exciting qualifying with 2 red flags and just 1 second between the top 5 drivers. Jacopo Sebastiani, the current championship leader, is sitting in pole position with University of Wolverhampton Racing Shane Kelly sitting in second. So it's looking like quite a tight race for race 1 of the weekend.
Thanks, Tara. The cars for round 12 of the 2017 F3 Cup are lining up on the grid. Jacopo Sebastiani on pole position with Shane Kelly alongside. Row 2 sees Robbie Watts line up alongside Stuart Wiltshire, with row 3 having Tony Bishop and the reigning champion George Lyne. Gino Hussey and Cian Carey on row number 4. And it's Mark Harrison and Olivier Cyril on row number 5, making his debut in the championship this weekend. The red lights are about to come on the gantry. The white and light blue car of Jacopo Sebastiani, championship leader on pole position. A good start from pole by Jacopo Sebastiani. A poor start by the look of things from Shane Kelly, who's been swamped rather, as everybody else is able to side their way through. It's going to be Jacopo Sebastiani that leads, Robbie Watts in second place, and Shane Kelly down to something like 6th, one would imagine, with a poor start for the University of Wolverhampton supported car. So up towards the braking area for Wilson they go for the first time. Jacopo Sebastiani very late on the brakes, totally misses the apex, and that allows Robbie Watts to almost draw himself alongside midway through the corner. But the London-based Italian is able to reassert himself back into the lead of the race as they go through the cement dust that's been put down there following an engine failure in one of the previous races. And that has caught out Tony Bishop by the look of things through the left-hander at Palmer. Tony Bishop, who started 5th on the grid, has tumbled to the very tail end of the order in the infield section of the 300. Round through the left-hander at Agostini. You can see the squabbles as are going on mid-pack at this stage. But out front and looking to try and build an advantage is going to be Jacopo Sebastiani, who has been Mr. Consistency so far in this championship season. Hasn't claimed a race victory, but he has been on the podium in, I think, all bar one round so far this year. Such has been his consistency. This is the squabble now between Gino Hussey, who is fighting away with the Irishman Cian Carey. Those two just working their way out of Williams and onto the Bentley Straight, whilst at the bottom of the Bentley Straight, in towards the braking area for Brundle and Nelson, come the lead trio. Jacopo Sebastiani leads the race. Second position is going to be Robbie Watts. Third place is that man there, that's Stuart Wiltshire in third position. So those three have broken away rather from the fourth place car. And as they turn their way through Coreham and up towards the conclusion of the first lap of the race, onto the brakes, in towards the left-hander at Murray's they'll go. Stuart Wiltshire in the podium places in the early stages of this one. Qualified 4th with the poor start for Shane Kelly. He's up to 3rd as they sprint their way over the start-finish line and chalk lap number 1 into the book. So up towards the right-hander at Ritchie's they'll go. Robbie Watts looking very racy in second place, trying to hang on to the coattails of race leader and, of course, championship leader Jacopo Sebastiani. It was at this point of the circuit on the first lap with cold tyres where Sebastiani ran wide. Nice and neat and tidy that time through the right-hander at Wilson. And then it's slightly uphill in towards the fast left-hander at Palmer. There goes Robbie Watts in second place. He's got to attack and sort of defend at the same time. The top three looking fairly equidistantly spread. So Sebastiani from Watts, from Stuart Wiltshire, then look into the distance, and that's where you can see the recovering car of what looks like Shane Kelly, who's there now in fourth place. So the poor start from him, dropping him down through the order. He's now got to try and close in on this trio ahead if at all he can. Been terribly hard to try and do so. The white car with its light blue and day glow flashes to it. Race leaders go through Oggies, and that, by the look of things, is a spin for the car that was in second position. Robbie Watts tried to pressurise Jacopo Sebastiani into a mistake, and by the look of things may well have made one himself. So Shane Kelly goes through. He's now up to 3rd. George Lyne, the reigning champion, has gone through as well, the red and white car, which means that the man from Thundersley in Essex, Robbie Watts, is now going to be down into something like 5th position. And you can see that Gino Hussey in the lead of the race now, following that spin for Robbie Watts, is not under any pressure at all. So there go the lead 4. There is Robbie Watts in 5th position. It looks as though it's Gino Hussey that's behind him in 6th place. There's another good fight going on towards the tail end of the field by the look of things. That will involve Richard Purcell busy squabbling away at the wheel of the yellow car, trying to get right up onto terms with the car that lay ahead. So the leaders now heading round through what is the bomb hole and up towards Coreham. Robbie Watts looking to try and recover following his spin. Here's Cian Carey. He's going to be down just outside of the top 6 in 7th place at the moment, the Irishman, who was lying coming into this weekend 3rd in the championship standings. Hadn't entered the previous couple of rounds at Silverstone, so it's good to see him back in the championship. He's having a great little fight at this stage where he needs to try and defend from the car that sits directly behind him, and that's the number 96 car in the hands of Oliver Cyril, who really is putting Cian Carey under pressure in his debut in the championship this weekend here at Snetterton in Norfolk. Onto the brakes in towards what is the right-hander at Wilson goes Cian Carey, followed very shortly thereafter by the white and red number 96 car in the hands of Olivier Cyril. As the pack of cars then flash their way through the left-hander at Palmer, having to attack and watch his mirrors at the same time is Oliver Cyril, because Mark Harrison is not too far behind him either at the wheel of what is a largely black car, but it's got some silver and yellow flashes to it. Dave Gillett is there towards the tail end of the field, and then we've also got, I think that's Baptiste Leonard is making his debut in the championship this weekend, fighting away with the yellow and red car. That will be Richard Purcell. So they work their way out of the infield section at Agostini up towards the left-hand kink, very fast left-hand kink at Hamilton. And then from there they flick right at Williams and onto the long Bentley straight that brings them down towards the braking area for the complex. With Mark Harrison at the wheel of his Magic Motorsport Dallara looking to try and close in on those ahead. Race leading 3 there. We're already now down towards the bottom section of the circuit with George Line still there in 4th place. Nobody quite close enough though by the look of things to pick up a full slipstream of anybody else heading down the Bentley Straight. So the order still remains the same at this stage as they then exit Nelson and start to head along the short straight up towards the flat out bomb hole corner, which really hooks you into the apex of it, that right hand corner, and then from there it's the never-ending right-hander at Coram that brings you up to the brake area for the final left-hander at Murray's. And once they've completed that, that will complete another 2.9689 mile lap here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit. The battle for the lead of the race beginning to close up. Stuart Wiltshire has got the fire in his belly at this stage and is looking to try and mount a challenge to Jacopo Sebastiani. Also, by the look of things, Cian Carey, the Irishman returning to the championship after his break at Silverstone, still under pressure from the number 96 car of Oliver Cyril. So there's good little fights going on way down through the order, not least of which is a battle at the sharp end, which is beginning to close up for my money. Jacopo Sebastiani, though, still sufficiently far up the road so that he can concentrate out through the visor, looking forwards rather than having to look in his mirrors to see where Stuart Wiltshire is, because ideally Wiltshire needs to close into the tune of what, another 4, you could argue maybe half a dozen car lengths before he's really putting Jacopo Sebastiani under pressure. And equally as much Stuart Wiltshire needs to watch his mirrors, because the charging Shane Kelly after his poor start up to 3rd now in the podium places, looks as though he is starting to close in as well. So the top 3 beginning to bunch up. The battle isn't formed as yet, but certainly the gaps are going the right way as far as both Stuart Wiltshire and the 3rd place car of Shane Kelly is concerned. The recovery drive for Tony Bishop continues. Of course, he had a spin at this corner at Palmer on lap number 1, so he's having to carve his way up through the order, but that's a bit of a difficult task in what is a very competitive field here at Snetterton again this weekend. To the bottom of the Bentley Straight goes what is Cian Carey, still there in 7th place, still with Oliver Cyril not too far behind. And then just behind them is where we see the next of the runners, which is Mark Harrison. But our race leader in the meantime is just threading his way up towards the start-finish line to chalk another lap into the book for Jacopo Sebastiani. And it is another lap on which he continues to lead and has this advantage between himself and Stuart Wiltshire. There's Shane Kelly in 3rd place. Here's George Line, the reigning champion, in 4th place. Robbie Watts, after his spin, goes through in 5th place and is beginning to close in to get himself back up towards the lead 4. So pushing hard is the man from Essex. As much pushing hard is the man from Wolverhampton, who sits there in 3rd place now, Shane Kelly, trying to close in on Stuart Wiltshire. The gap is coming down. You can see the 2 cars in the same shot there as they turn their way through the left-hander at Palmer, but time is running out for Shane Kelly to try and catch and then, of course, get past Stuart Wiltshire. And if he wants to try and claim victory number 4 of the season, well, then he needs to try and close the gap on Jacopo Sebastiani, who seems to have things very much under control at this stage. There's the lead 3 heading up towards Hamilton, with George Line not too far away, so the gaps aren't that big, but in identical cars in reality, with very similar performances and equally as skilled drivers. Catching is a task in itself, then getting past is something entirely different, because of course the closer you get to the car ahead, the more it affects the aerodynamics of your car and therefore affects the grip as well. So you really need to work terribly hard and pick your opportune moment, because there might not be many of them. Down the Bentley Straight comes Jacopo Sebastiani. Stuart Wiltshire just too far back to try and get a tow as they come down the main straight. So Sebastiani turns his way through Nelson, starts to head up towards the right-hander at the bomb hole. Stuart Wiltshire still not too far away. We have seen Stuart claim 3rd places so far this year, but he hasn't had a 2nd, so this would be, even if he stays where he is, in 2nd place, his best result of the season so far. And for Jacopo Sebastiani, Mr. Consistency, he's had loads of 2nds, he's had several 3rds, he's had a couple of 4ths, but he's not had a race victory as yet so far this season. So that's another lap completed. Over the start-finish line he comes yet again. Stuart Wiltshire that little bit closer again this time, so the gap is coming down. It's being chipped away at by Stuart Wiltshire, who has got himself now within touching distance of Jacopo Sebastiani. Any snatch break or missed apex and he's going to be there, and by the look of things Stuart Wiltshire might just give himself half an opportunity here. Looked very slightly ragged round through Wilson, but has now gathered his thoughts again through Palmer and starting to head down the short straight that brings him up towards the left-hander at Agostini. The top 3 pretty close to each other. George Line just that little bit further back in 4th position. So onto the brakes, down a gear, in towards the left-hander, and from there it's picking up the throttle as quickly as you possibly can and heading up towards Hamilton, which is a very fast left-hand kink before you then onto the brakes and in towards the right-hander as Oggies yet again. Where Stuart Wiltshire is going in pursuit of Jacopo Sebastiani, our race leader. He turns his way out of Oggies up towards what is now the right-hander at Williams that brings them onto the Bentley Straight. And this is the best opportunity really for Stuart Wiltshire. If he can get close enough, which he's not at the moment, he will pick up the toe and the hole in the air from the car ahead, and he's just not close enough this time, so there's no opportunity to close the gap on Jacopo Sebastiani, who seems to have things very much under his control at this stage. Nice and neat and tidy go the lead three out of Brundle and Nelson. And Stuart Wiltshire closing, but the closer he gets, the more his car will be affected by the aerodynamics of the race leader Jacopo Sebastiani, and therefore you then start to overwork the tyres. On what is a warm day at Snetterton, you start to affect the air going into the radiators, which raises the engine temperature, so it's a difficult thing. And well, Stuart Wiltshire, if he can close, he then just needs to really work out where to pick his moment, because there might not be that many opportunities for him, and he also needs to consider, if he tries to attempt to move and it doesn't come off, that Shane Kelly's not too far away, neither is George Lyne or that car there, Robbie Watts, following his spin. So the top five have opened up quite a sizable gap between themselves and Gino Ussi, who sits there in 6th place. It's going to be Cian Carey in 7th place, Oliver Cyril in 8th place, and Mark Harrison, who completes the top 9 by the look of things, and Dave Gillette will be in 10th position. Race leader though turning his way out of Palmer, down the kink towards what is the braking area for Agostini, and looks as though, if anything, the gap between first and second has come out a little bit, but without question the number 11 car of Shane Kelly has closed the gap on Stuart Wiltshire a shade. Not by huge amounts, but just visually to the eye it looks as though the gaps are changing in a minute way, and that might be then the opportunity for Shane Kelly to perhaps close in on Stuart Wiltshire. And if that happens and those two start to squabble, it lets Jacopo Sebastiani back off again and will allow him to pull away. So down the Bentley Straight yet again they will go. Here is Tony Bishop. He is still trying to charge his way up through the order following his spin early on, and that looks like a front puncher actually for Tony Bishop. I don't think that was a mistake from Tony. It looked as though the front right was a little bit flat as he came down the start-finish line. For Tony Bishop, and he's spun at Ritchie's corner. He might be able to limp the car back to the pits, but by the time they put a tyre on it, all the damage will be done in reality to his aspirations to grab a fistful of points at the 12th round of the championship. Meantime, Jacopo Sebastiani is hugely keen to try and hang on to this lead of the race. The gaps look as though they're coming down a shade still. So out of Murray's, on towards the start-finish line they'll go. The top three still together with, by the look of things, Tony Bishop now out of the race. So there will be yellow flags up at the first corner Ritchie's, and you can see those yellow flags on the gantry there. So no overtaking to the bottom part of the Senna Straight, the start-finish line here at Snetterton. By the look of things, the top three aren't close enough anyway so as to try and attack. So onto the brakes and in towards the right-hander at Wilson goes Jacopo Sebastiani, followed by Stuart Wiltshire. Shane Kelly, an ever-present danger there, in 3rd position, as they then sprint their way up towards Palmer. And if they start to slow each other up, don't rule out the fact that George Lyne, champion from last year, who has found defence of his title very, very difficult indeed, is sitting there in 4th position. George has not even been on the podium as yet so far this season in the defence of the title. He's had a few 4th places, he's had 5th, he's had 6th, but we've not seen the reigning champion on the podium. Just goes to show how competitive F3 Cup is nowadays. So another lap. We are midway through Oggies, up towards what is then Williams. Jacopo Sebastiani still with the daylight between himself and Stuart Wiltshire. That is important again, come the Bentley Straight, which is what they're heading on to now. So Stuart Wiltshire might close a little bit, but again, he's just not picking up the toe from the car ahead. He's just that little bit too far back, as Jacopo Sebastiani still works tirelessly hard to try and maintain this slender advantage that he's got between himself and Stuart Wiltshire in 2nd place. 3rd place Shane Kelly though looks as though he might just have dropped a little bit further back over the course of this lap. Not much, but I suspect something like another car length further adrift is he from the leading pair, who are now just turning their way round through Coram up towards the left-hander at Murray's, and Jacopo Sebastiani is going to chalk another lap into the book. He's led every lap so far and is now going to be leading as they head onto what should be the last lap of the race. This is the fight for 9th and 10th position. The Magic Motorsport car number 28 in the hands of Mark Harrison, under pressure from Dave Gillette's blue and yellow machine that sits behind. Both of these drivers have been regulars in the 2017 championship, and they're having a super little squabble towards the tail end of the field as they go over the start-finish line. So they've got another 3 miles to sort out who's going to finish in 9th and who's going to finish in 10th position, because the leaders are now on their last lap of the race, turning their way up towards Agostini. Jacopo Sebastiani seems to have controlled this race beautifully well, other than maybe a very slight mistake running wide at the first corner on cold tyres, which we can certainly let him off for. He has driven meticulously over the course of the last 8.5 laps and is now heading towards potentially his first victory of the season. For Stuart Wiltshire, second place would still represent his best result of the season so far. The driver that comes into this weekend lying 5th in the championship, outscoring the likes of Shane Kelly and Cian Carey and Robbie Watt, so that is going to do his championship aspirations no harm at all. But it's all about Jacopo Sebastiani, who, best part of 12 months since his last win in F3 Cup, is going to claim surely a first victory of the season here. All he needs to do is stay neat and tidy through the bomb hole. I think Stuart Wiltshire has settled for second because he's just dropped that little bit further back on this last lap of the race. So Jacopo Sebastiani safely through Coram, neat and tidy onto the brakes, in towards the left-hander at Murray's, and accelerating his way towards the checkered flag here at Snetterton, and a first victory of the season in the 2017 F3 Cup. Jacopo Sebastiani claims the first win of the weekend and his first win of the season. Stuart Wiltshire comes through in a season's best second position, and a hard-charging Shane Kelly, after the problems at the start, will come through and finish in third position. So 3 very happy-looking drivers will head towards the podium very shortly here at Snetterton for what has been a great first race of 3 of the weekend. Confirmation then, Jacopo Sebastiani claims the win from Stuart Wiltshire in second and Shane Kelly in third. George Lyne was 4th, ahead of Robbie Watts in 5th, with Gino Ussi in 6th place. Then it was Cian Carey, Oliver Cyril, Mark Harrison and Dave Gillette that complete the top 10. So 3 very happy drivers heading towards the podium at Snetterton. Shane Kelly receives his 3rd place trophy. The 2nd place trophy will go the way of a delighted Stuart Wiltshire, one of the real characters of F3 Cup. But the top step of the podium and his first win of the year goes the way of Jacopo Sebastiani. Let's hear from our winners on the podium.
First win of the year, championship leader. That was pretty close, I thought.
I got there in the end. It's been long in the waiting, and I finally made it to get it all together. So pole and fastest lap and win is all good. All good.
You like this circuit then?
I love this circuit. But actually I love all the British circuits. So it's not only this one. It's today things happen. They worked out.
Just like old times. Normally I come out on top, but on this occasion Jacko got the better of me. So.
And do you think you can beat him tomorrow?
Of course, yeah. It's a foregone conclusion. A little bit of tinkering overnight, and he's history.
A poor start, I think. Any issues there?
Yeah, no, me. I think a better start than a few before. But yeah, we got away, and there's a bit of a scramble at the first corner. I think someone hit Tony, and then I saw that, and he moved, and I went to the outside, so I had to stay on the outside, try and stay out of trouble there. And that let a few through, and just kept pushing, and Robbie had it on this out, but closed down to Stuart and got near to him, but I couldn't really do a lot. We were sort of slightly hampered around sort of Palmer with the oil down, and where you could sort of maybe run it through and get some pace. We were stuck a little bit there, but yeah, P3 is still good points. We need to keep close to Jacopo, and yeah, push for next time.
Oliver, congratulations on your triple win at Snetterton. How do you feel about this weekend?
Yeah, it was a great weekend at Snetterton to clean up there and get nearly maximum points was great, and it's put us 4 points ahead in the championship. It's been a slightly difficult qualifying because I've not driven this circuit that much, but we were getting quicker every lap, and I think we can continue that in the race.
So how many races have you got this weekend?
There's 3 races altogether, 2 20-minute races and then the final 40-minute race.
So you could potentially extend your championship lead by a few more points?
Yeah, I'm hoping so. I'm just wanting a good, clean race, and we'll just see where we end up.
Hi Jack, not so lucky last time at Snetterton, but you're in pole position for this weekend. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, it's the best place to be in. We just need to warm the tyres up properly, get a good start, and from there hopefully we can pull away.
You're only 4 points behind Oliver. Do you think you're going to jump in front of him this weekend?
I hope so. You never know what's going to happen though, so you just got to keep focused on the race ahead.
Well, best of luck. We won't keep you. Get in your car.
Thank you.
But green flag has now been waved at the back of the grid, so the lights and everything on the red already, and off they go. It's not on the top, they're all on the front. Contact and Oliver Barker's off into the gravel, as is one of the red. Two of the red cars are in, another one's spinning halfway down, and it's just mayhem, frankly, but fortunately they're all kind of Jack Lang under control at the start, but again, he's not managed to get any kind of jump in his own with It's not best on the road, it's all right, but I know that the number 4 car, Dominic Jackson, was quite frustrated. Baxter in 88 comes over to see Eddie Goodman, number 28, 7. Fraser, 28.
Well done, Jack.
Well done, Jack. Fantastic
Well done,
job. And we just let a few photographs.
Yeah, the race was strange. We got a couple of laps at the start after the first safety car, and it was looking quite good. Then the safety car came out. I just had to keep the tyres warm, and then when the safety car went in, I was just pushing again, and the checker flag came out. So yeah, it was quite a straightforward race. Getting off the line was difficult. I think the front row, for some reason, me and Jack got off pretty bad, and then the other guys got close. And yeah, I think that was the big part of the race, was the start, actually.
Yeah, I don't know whether you knew this, but it was 4 abreast as you went into Paddock Hill Bend. That's not really allowed, you know.
Yeah, I was just fortunate I was on the inside, and I just broke as late as I could, change down again, just hope for the best. And it ended up quite good.
Oh, we've got to change the lead and bring it Clark down as they re-emerge from the woods and then just take the goal flash. That's why it's about to go for a change the lead and then we have the race equalise. So you know, almost contact between the top three there and then they take back. Just about right now. Very different restart this time, wasn't it, by the leader of this race, Oliver Barker. I've got a feeling that was quite a big call.
Manchester in third. Brian Murphy does manage to hold on to that fourth, if number 57 got fifth after a massive point all the way through. Yes, got back up to 8.
Oliver Barker.
Well done, Oliver.
Thank you. Cheers.
All the best.
Great job, guys, and we'll just let the photos be taken before we dive.
Yeah, got a good start, and then it was just defending against these guys. They were really quick, and it's been a workout out there. There was a lot of pressure all the way through the race, and then these guys swapped positions, and then that was a new challenge, and just managed to stay far enough ahead and take the win.
It was a good start, and then as they were saying, it's just a matter of settling in and trying to get the times down as low as possible, because we were all very, very close to each other. Managed to pick Jack off around the back of the circuit, and then myself and Ollie dropped him slightly, and that was it to the end.
You just got your pocket picked in the countryside.
Yeah, a bit frustrating, but that's racing, isn't it? And you got to move forward, move on. But yeah, it was a intense race.
It's your first season, Dominic, with Radical, but it's not your first season racing by any means, is it?
No, I was involved in single-seaters many, many years ago, and I finished that when I was around 21, 22. That was 10, 11 years ago, so I've had a long gap. I was looking for something to do, something that was challenging and would fill that gap, if you like. And Radicals, it's a great championship. The cars are very competitive, and it represents good value for money, and it's very consistent, so that's why I chose it.
Well, let's talk about the racing so far. I think you're fifth, aren't you, standing at the moment?
I am fourth or fifth, yeah, around there.
Now, it was at Silverstone that you were on the podium, I believe it was third, with the endurance race. So is it the endurance as opposed to the sprint that you enjoy?
I like the endurance. It's a funny thing, because in the sprint you're kind of very tired at the end, and it's obviously double the distance, but it always seems to come good, and it's a good challenge.
So how are you feeling about today's endurance race? You've got the 40 minutes ahead of you.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure where I'm starting yet, but I'm looking forward to it. I'd imagine it will be in the top 10 somewhere, and looking forward to getting on with it.
The grid for race 3 looks as follows. Oliver Barker lines up on pole with Bradley Smith alongside, and twice a race winner Jack Lang has Brian Caldwell for company on row 2. Steve Burgess and Stuart Maloney are on row 3 with Christian Jeffrey and Jack Manchester on 4, and it is the Harveys, that being Tom Harvey, that lines up alongside Mark Crader on row 5.
It's the final race of the day, 40 minutes endurance, and Dominic Jackson's got some work to do.
Thanks, Michelle. Here they come up towards the line. Oliver Barker on pole position. It's a fantastic start from Jack Lang from the second row of the grid, already promoted the orange car through and into the lead of the race in the early stages. So round through turn 1 they'll go. Jack Lang will lead the pack. Bradley Smith in second place, and Oliver Barker having to stick his elbows out to try and hang on to the place. He's got Steve Burgess very close for company. Locked brakes ahead as trying to attack for the lead goes Bradley Smith. Didn't quite work, and he's actually lost then a place to Oliver Barker coming back out of the Dean hairpin. So they turn their way through Yentwood Corner. Everybody safely through the first couple of corners. There's a little bit of contact further back, and I think that might have been Mark Crader who got together with Mark Maloney. There's also locked brakes, and I think Stuart Maloney having a problem as they came up towards Chapman. But everybody, I think, largely still unscathed, and through into the lead of the race has gone Oliver Barker from Jack Lang in second position. It's going to be Bradley Smith who's there in third place, and the reigning champion Steve Burgess, the blue car but with its yellow stripes, that sits there in the fourth position as they head up towards the braking area for Tarzan for the first time. So through the right-hander they'll go. It is Brian Caldwell that's there in fifth position. Jack Manchester in sixth, and in the gravel is Mark Crader. I thought he'd got involved at Yentwood Corner. That car sitting in the gravel trap, and I think I saw a safety car board there coming out. Yeah, yellow flags and the safety car board in the distance on the marshal's post. So that is going to mean that everybody will get themselves all back into single file order. Yellow flags and the SC board out on the starters gantry as well. So for the moment, Cars needed to be cleared up, and that's another car that was involved. Haven't seen that, but Elliot Goodman's got a bike taken out of the front right of his car as Mark Crader steps away from his number 20 car, which is going nowhere in the gravel trap at what looks like Yentwood Corner. So lights on the safety car. Oliver Barker leading the pack round at the wheel of his blue car. Mark Crader's car undamaged, being towed out of the gravel. So it should be a very brief safety car period. In fact, the lights are already out. So it's now up to Oliver Barker as to when he wants to get the race back underway, because the BMW safety car will turn left into the pit lane, whereas the rest of the cars will turn up towards turn 4. With green flag waves on the gantry, we get the third and final race back underway. Oliver Barker leading the race. Good restart from him. Jack Lang just that little bit slower away, is coming under a shade of pressure from Bradley Smith, who sits there in what will be third position. It's Steve Burgess in fourth, it's John Caldwell in fifth, and the light blue car will tell you it's Jack Manchester in sixth, as we go side by side for 7th and 8th by the look of things. So Oliver Barker leads. He's got 15 success seconds to spend in the pit lane. Second is Jack Lang. He's got an additional 5 seconds to spend. Third is Bradley Smith. He's got an extra 20 seconds to spend in the pit lane. And fourth is Steve Burgess, who has no additional time to spend in the pit lane, as we go side by side for what is second and third position. Jack Lang, by the skin of his teeth, hangs on to second place. That has now brought, what, 2 cars together for third and fourth place, because Bradley Smith is under pressure from Steve Burgess, who is able to try and squeeze his way through at Gracelands Corner. Bradley Smith braves it out on the outside round Gracelands, which gives him the inside line as they head in towards the braking area for Tarzan, and Bradley Smith looks as though he's just managed to hang on to third place. Burgess there in fourth, John Caldwell in 5th position, and well, Jack Manchester has gone missing from 6th place, because it's now car number 64 Tom Harvey that's up into 6th place, and there is Jack Lang in the gravel trap at Tarzan. It looks as though he must have run wide just coming into the corner. That car is going nowhere by the look of things. We are still side by side, Steve Burgess and Bradley Smith still together, but Steve Burgess has managed to squeeze his way through and ahead of Bradley Smith, who is now coming under pressure from the number 66 car that sits behind in the hands of Brian Caldwell. They work their way through turn 1. Brian Caldwell having a look at the inside of Bradley Smith, but his hand is aloft, and it looks as though yet more safety car coming out. So just as they were trying to get away, another safety car period comes out, and this is the last thing that the cars need that have additional success seconds in the pit lane. Ideally, they need a full green flag for the first part of the race, because that allows them to get away, build a gap, and then try and make up a deficit in the second half of the race. Well, at the moment, they can't build up a gap, because that's 2 safety car periods in the early stages. Short safety car period again, because Jack Manchester's car has been cleared out of the gravel at Tarzan Corner in the background, which means that again, it is up to Oliver Barker to get this race back underway. Yet again, another good restart from the race leader. Jack Lang still there in second place, still under pressure from Steve Burgess, with Bradley Smith there in 4th place, and then it's Brian Caldwell ahead of now Tom Harvey, number 64. That car leads the team challenge at this stage, where 2 drivers share the car. Tom starting, Father Brian will take over for the second part of the race. They, however, will have an additional 15 seconds to spend in the pit, so they've got lots and lots of work to do. Plenty of time still in which to do it, because we're still only in the early stages of this third and final race of the weekend. The battle at the moment is for second, third and 4th position. Dominic Jackson raises the dust coming out of Yentwood Corner. That puts him under pressure from number 61, which is the man from the Caribbean, Christian Jeffries. Just hung on to the place despite the rather dusty moment coming out of Yentwood Corner, which has sort of dropped him away from the pack that he was looking to try and mount a challenge with. The top 5 cars looking fairly equidistantly spread at this stage, but it is still Oliver Barker that leads from Jack Lang, who's still not shaken away the number 1 machine in the hands of the man from Nottingham, Steve Burgess. Steve, the reigning champion, been racing Radicals for a very, very good period of time. He's got the 3 times Radical champion, including, of course, the European champion a few years ago. Bradley Smith directly behind him. And that little train of cars just feeding their way back up towards turn 4 as another lap is completed by Oliver Barker. He's got a small advantage between this little pack of cars that sits behind. It's sort of a quartet, isn't it, really, with the number 66 car of Brian Caldwell at the back of that little quartet of cars, and then a gap back before we then see the next of the cars, which will be Tom Harvey. He's just a little further adrift. Bradley Smith is so good on the brakes. We've seen that in all of the 3 races so far this weekend. Braking for the Dean Hairpin is where he has enormous amounts of confidence in the brakes on the number 21 car. Really closes up again onto the coattails, or the Dunlop wheel tracks, for want of a better term, of Steve Burgess, but again, he's not quite able to thread his way through, so they still reside in the same order as they turn through the left-hander at Piff Paff. and now will work their way yet again onto the steel straight. Of course, for Steve Burgess, all he needs to do is stay in touch with the cars ahead, because he knows that the car behind him, Bradley Smith, and the cars ahead of him all have additional penalties to spend in the pits. Also, the number 66 car doesn't have any additional time penalties in the pit lane. That's Brian Caldwell, so as long as he stays in touch, the race could very well come to him as well as things wear on. So back down the School Straight in towards the Brook chicane for the completion of another lap. It's sort of 5 cars now that have got themselves together for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th position, all of the time whilst our race leader Oliver Barker builds the margin that ideally he wanted to build up from the very beginning of the race. A few seconds advantage will help him out come the pit stop window. Good battle going on for 7th and 8th place. Number 4 Dominic Jackson fighting away with Christian Jeffries. This is Brian Murphy side by side with Richard Baxter in towards turn 1. Brian Murphy on the high side, the light blue car of Richard Baxter on the low side, and it does look as though Mr. Baxter, Richard, has gone through here. Brian Murphy looks to try and fight back, but the slightly newer SR3 goes through and ahead of Brian Murphy, who's been racing Radicals for a few seasons now. Used to race Ginettas a few years back, and now that Richard Baxter had gained 1 place, he'll be looking to try and pick the pocket of Spencer Bourne if he can, who just lay ahead at the wheel of the largely black and purple number 8 machine. Through Chapman Curve, they'll thread their way. They'll flick left again at Piff Paff. Brian Murphy under attack also from the next of the cars that sit behind. So no matter where you look, yet again, unsurprisingly, in the 2017 Radical Challenge Championship, there are battles to be had. And battles which I suspect are not going to be resolved until the checkered flag flies. Dominic Jackson again running a little bit wide. Again, Richard Baxter looking to try and squeeze his way through and ahead and gain another place. Not quite. Spencer Bourne takes the apex of Tarzan and chops across the nose of the number 88 car. So Richard Baxter is just going to have to keep his powder dry for the moment and try and see whether there might be somewhere else around the circuit where he's able to work his way through and ahead of the number 8 machine. So battles continuing on circuit as they head back off the infield section of the circuit onto the oval once more, and over the start-finish line they will thread their way, still with Spencer Bourne under this enormous pressure from Richard Baxter as they turn their way through turn 1. This is for places down towards the bottom of the top 10. Richard Baxter now has a good look up the inside, and surely he's going to outbrake Spencer Bourne at the same time as Spencer Bourne is trying to outbrake Dominic Jackson. 3 of them absolutely together. Great driving from all of them, and by the look of things the order still will remain the same. So Dominic Jackson looked as though he was going to lose a place there. He's hung on to it. Spencer Bourne equally as much still ends up in the same position, and Richard Baxter not too far away as yet again they turn their way through what is Piff Paff Corner. So back onto the steel straight comes this fantastic fight for 8th, 9th and 10th position, being headed by Dominic Jackson from Spencer Bourne. Then the light blue car with its pink flashes in the hands of Richard Baxter. You could argue the car behind isn't that far away either, and that is going to be the number 16 car that is in the hands of Stuart Maloney. Richard Baxter had another look at Spencer Bourne turning in towards Tarzan. Again, it didn't quite work, and again, that's cost him time. It's dropped him further into the clutches of the number 16 car of Maloney behind, who equally as much now is bringing Brian Murphy along with him as well. So we've almost got a quintet of cars for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th positions turning their way round through turn 4, as we have here what is a great battle still going on between Jack Lang and Steve Burgess. This is for 2nd and 3rd places in the race. All of this is allowing Oliver Barker to pull away, but of course the car in 3rd place, the blue car with the yellow flashes, is the first of the cars in the field that come the pit stop window has no success seconds to worry about. So for the man from Nottingham, Steve Burgess, he will already, I'm sure, be doing the maths in his head, already be trying to work out the deficits that exist between himself and his fellow competitors, and just ensuring that come the pit stop window, when he's on scratch and others remain stationary in the pit lane, that he is poised and ready to potentially take up the lead of the race. So out of Gracelands they'll go. Jack Lang still in 2nd place, an additional 5 seconds, as we say, he will remain stationary in the pit lane. That's the success seconds he has following his top 5 finish at Silverstone last time out. He actually finished in 4th position overall. 4th and 5th places both get an additional 5 seconds at the next pit stop race, and well, for the moment he's doing very well on track, hanging on to 2nd place. He's got the reigning champion Steve Burgess right behind him, and then as the pit lane is now open, you can see pit closed being held on the board, side of the board we can see. It will say pit lane open on the other. So at the end of this lap will be the first lap that people can dive for the pit lane. And we've almost now got 3 cars, haven't we, for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place, because number 66, which is Brian Caldwell, is not that far away onto the brakes, turning our way back off the oval circuit in towards the infield on this 1.94-mile Rockingham International Super Sports Car Circuit. Thread their way from the Dean Hairpin towards the right-hander at Yentwood, then climb uphill subtly towards Chapman. And then from Chapman, it's a very, very short straight, which really only gives you the time to position the car from one side of the circuit to the other before you throw the car in towards the left-hander at Piff Path. Further down through the order, this is Sean Byrne, the Irishman, fighting away with Konstantin Gukiev. They've been having a good little battle, and they are squabbling for places that are further down through the order at this stage. Sean Byrne, who moves across from the British GT Championship to race in the Radical Challenge, going very well indeed. So over the start-finish line comes Jack Lang, and now that is Brian Caldwell that's right behind him. So Steve Burgess must have dived for the pit lane, because the number 1 car, the blue car with its yellow flashes, is no longer there. It's going to be a very busy pit lane, because it is a very short pit stop window in the Radical Challenge. There's yellow flags also down at the Dean Hairpin I just spotted there, so somebody's car being moved out of the way by our marshals, I would suggest, as Oliver Barker still continues in the lead. So it's still number 22 Oliver Barker that leads, but is yet to pit and serve the additional 15 success seconds at this stage. Into the pit lane is number 4 Dominic Jackson. Also Barry Liversidge is in. Number 21 by the look of things, that's Bradley Smith is in. Peter Tyler is vacating the seat of the number 80 car and giving way to Tom Gladys. Out of the pit lane goes number 61 Christian Jeffrey. There goes number 16, which is Stuart Maloney. So it is a very busy pit lane. And there is, Steve Burgess in the pit lane. The mechanics just having a look underneath his car. Sean Byrne is in at the wheel of car number 18. I also saw Spencer Bourne at the wheel of number 8 dive for the pit lane. John Caldwell comes to a halt as well. So it's all very busy down there with lots of cars being serviced. Joe Watt is just giving way to Adrian Watt, and back out of the pit lane comes Steve Burgess. Remember, that car had no additional time penalty, which puts him in a very strong position. Here is Jack Lang under huge pressure now from Brian Caldwell by the look of things. The two of those fighting tooth and nail at this stage. And as they come down in towards the braking area for what is the Brook Chicane, Brian Caldwell is able to go through just as Jack Lang is heading for the pit lane. So into the pit lane comes the number 2 car of Jack Lang, as the rest of the cars feed their way back down the pit lane. This is Sean Byrne and Spencer Bourne returning into the race. So both of those cars at the bottom of the pit lane can take their finger off the pit lane speed limiter and start to accelerate their way back onto the track, whilst this car still leads at this stage. So it is still Oliver Barker that leads. We're at the back end of the pit window. Back into the race goes Jack Lang. Let's see where he might be able to feed his way back out. He only had an additional 5 success seconds to serve, so he should come back out in a reasonably strong position, but I suspect behind both Steve Burgess and possibly behind Brian Caldwell. Those were the leading cars inside the top 6 that had no additional time penalties to serve, but it will take another lap or so before the order shakes itself out fully here in the 3rd and final race at Rockingham for the weekend. Brian Caldwell coming in, so he comes to a halt now. Another one at the tail end of the pit stop window that opts to dive for the pit lane. Steve Burgess is looking good here, potentially to take up the lead of the race. He's just threading his way through the Brook Chicane, back up onto the banking at turn 4, and Brian Caldwell still remains stationary in the pit lane. He's flagged away by the team, accelerating his way back down pit lane, but I suspect may well not come out just ahead but behind Steve Burgess. Great fight going on with Bradley Smith, number 21, now threading his way through the order. Bradley had to remain stationary for an extra 20 seconds, and it is now this car that leads. Steve Burgess locking the brakes as well, so hard is he trying to anchor the car up for the Dean Hairpin. So number 1 leads the race. Oliver Barker in the pit lane. He should come out behind Steve Burgess, because Oliver Barker's got an additional 15 success seconds to spend in the pit lane. So the standard period that everybody stops for, plus an extra 15 thereafter, as a result of finishing second in the pit stop race that we had at Silverstone. So the Nielsen Racing prepared car of Oliver Barker threads its way back down pit lane exit, out onto the circuit. And where is he going to feed out? He is going to feed out just behind, by the look of things, Jack Lang. So yeah, Oliver Barker feeding his way back out onto circuit behind Jack Lang, and that is going to mean that the battle is back on again between those two. Number 2 Jack Lang looking to try and work his way back into potential podium places. So here they come up towards what is Chapman Curve. at this stage. Last few cars still to head for the pit lane. I think one of those that hasn't stopped as yet is the number 88 car, which will be one of the last of the pit stoppers, which will be Richard Baxter. And this is now a fight for position as Bradley Smith squeezes his way up the inside of Spencer Bourne. Also trying to squeeze his way through was number 16, Stuart Maloney. But for Bradley Smith, that is another place gain. Richard Baxter, there he is. Yep, he's the last of the pit stoppers. I think that now means that everybody has conducted their mandatory pit stops, other than Richard Baxter, who's in the process of doing so, and I think number 57, Brian Murphy, who is going to be one of the last of the cars to stop. But the squabble's now starting to build again on circuit. This is Spencer Bourne having to stick his elbows out and try and hang on to the place. Stuart Maloney not looking as though he's going to finish on the podium in this race. We saw him on the podium in the first of the two races, but with an extra 5 seconds to spend in the pits, the Beijing driver is a little bit further out of contention this time through, as Oliver Barker dives up the inside of Jack Lang to take the place away. Another place gained by Oliver Barker. Well, he is well on course here to maybe finish on the podium. Jack Lang, we ride on board with Oliver Barker as the inside line now as they head through what is Yentwood Corner. Oliver Barker just washing out wide a little bit going through that right-hander, but he's able to gather it up and indeed does hang on to the place. That is now going to put Oliver Barker up into what will be third position. Jack Lang down into fourth place, so it's number 1 Steve Burgess that leads, the number 66 car of Brian Murphy in second, and then these two cars in third and fourth positions respectively. The blue car is Oliver Barker, the orange car is Jack Lang. Right behind Jack Lang is where we see car number 61, that is Christian Jeffrey. He sits there in 5th position currently as they thread their way out of what is Tarzan and back onto the school straight. So what we always see is cars that have these pit stop penalties, or pit success seconds as they're known in the Radical Challenge, for the second part of the race, they've really got to work their socks off to pick their way back through the order. Here is our race leader, so Steve Burgess leads. That's the gap between himself and the white and black and red car of Brian Caldwell that sits there in second position. So not a huge amount of daylight between the first two cars. A bit of a gap back though before we see Oliver Barker in what will be third position. Jack Lang still sitting there at the wheel of car number 2 in fourth place, and right behind him is Christian Jeffrey, who's going well in this particular one. Let's see what he might be able to do towards the tail end of the race. So our race leader safely onto the brakes and turning his way through Tarzan for another lap. Steve Burgess looking as though he is well in control of the race at this stage. We've only seen a couple of wins for Steve Burgess so far this season. Both of them have come actually in the pit stop races. He claimed the third race of the weekend at Donington Park, which was a longer pit stop race. He backed that up with another win in the pit stop race at Spa-Francorchamps a couple of rounds ago, and is now leading the race here at Rockingham as he turns his way through turn 1 once more. This is Spencer Bourne still trying to shake away Stuart Maloney. Spencer Bourne at the moment looking good. The number 8 car hanging on to a good position at this stage. He is going to be down towards the bottom of the top 10 or so, and is looking to try and make good his escape from Stuart Maloney. So here they come. Through the right-hander again goes our race leader. That is Chapman Curve and up towards fifth path. So Steve Burgess is just starting to build a slight advantage between himself and Brian Caldwell. Elsewhere down through the order, this is number 57, Brian Murphy, under attack from Sean Byrne, the Irishman, who has got Barry Liversidge right behind him, and then the charging Tom Gladys by the look of things. Watch out for car number 80, Tom Gladys. He's taken that car over from Peter Tyler and is now working his way up through the order, the quicker driver of the two, taking behind the wheel, taking hold of the wheel for what is the second part of the race. Safely out of the Dean hairpin, sprinting their way up towards Yentwood. 5 cars together as one as they turn their way through the right-hander. And it is still Brian Murphy that's at the front end of this little squabble of cars. At the tail end of it, it's the number 55 car, which will now be in the hands of Adrian Watt for the second part of this race. And this is going to be for places down towards the bottom and just outside of the top 10. So, 10th through to something like 13th positions as they turn their way through Graceland's Corner. Great fight still going on. We've seen some fantastic racing in the 2 sprint races. Equally as much some good battles going on in the final pit stop race of the weekend. For number 80, Tom Gladys, he is looking to try and attack the number 18 car in the hands of former Caterham racer, former British GT racer Sean Byrne. Irishman's not going to yield there as they thread their way through the Brook chicane. Tom Gladys now is going to have to try and sit himself in the slipstream at the wheel of his black and Dayglow car. Right in the slipstream of the number 18 car. Is he going to jink out? Yeah, heading up towards turn 1, jinks out and gets the car up the inside. So place gained for Tom Gladys, having just taken over that car from Peter Tyler. And that now means that Tom Gladys is going to be knocking on the door of a top 10 before too much longer, as Sean Byrne tries to start to fight back, but makes a big mistake heading in towards what is the Dean hairpin, and has to do a 360-degree spin to get the car back round and back out onto circuit. 2 places lost out to Barry Liversidge, lost out to the number 55 car of Adrian Watt, and has left himself more work to do there, Sean Byrne, unfortunately. That's going to drop him outside now of the top 12 and into the mid-teens almost. So as for Spencer Bourne and what is Stuart Maloney, they can continue their great little squabble that they've got going on, and that is, as things currently stand, going to be for a place just towards the very bottom of the top 10 at this stage. As for what is Tom Gladys, well, again, following his little moment, he's having to try and fight his way back through. He's got himself back ahead of Brian Murphy now, so another place gained by Tom Gladys, as over the start-finish line comes this battle between number 8 Spencer Bourne and number 16 Stuart Maloney. They turn their way through turn 1, and as they now head up towards the braking area for the Dean hairpin, they are still very much inseparable. Spencer Bourne looking to try and hang on to the place. Stuart Maloney, who we've already seen twice on the podium so far this weekend, a couple of third places for the man from Barbados, looking to try and mount a challenge, but as yet he has not again been able to squeeze his way through. But it is, either way, a great little fight that the pair of them are getting on, working hard. The Suzuki engine revving away, the Dunlop tyres working hard, the Radical chassis continuing to do what it needs to do, and this man here out front leading the race. He's put a lap now on the number 91 car of David Frankland. Here is what is second place, which is Brian Caldwell, and he is now without question being caught by the number 22 car of Oliver Barker. Oliver, having had an extra 15 seconds where he's had to remain stationary in the pits, is closing in on the 66 racing car in the hands of the man from Southampton. So onto the brakes goes Brian Caldwell, and now is looking to try and hang on to the place and deal with David Franklin's car that he needs to lap before too much longer. So I'm sure David will move out of the way. Huge amounts of racing experience in Radicals over the years. The number 91 car with its light blue and red and Dayglow livery will be shown the blue flags by our marshals, and then Brian Caldwell will look to try and squeeze his way through. Another place gained by what is Tom Gladys, as locked brakes cause Dominic Jackson to head onto the grass. So Dominic Jackson having lost the place there. And Brian Caldwell hugely under pressure, has to dive up the inside very decisively of David Franklin to put a lap on the number 91 car. So it is still Brian Caldwell that's hanging on to that position, but Oliver Barker has closed right onto the coattails of the second place car, and the fight for the final 2 podium places is very much on. Arguably, you could say that Oliver Barker is the quicker of the 2, but what he needs to do is try and find a way through and past Brian Caldwell, who is not exactly going to make it easy. Over the start-finish line they come, and Brian Caldwell, who took race 2 third on the road but was given a time penalty, which dropped him off the podium, would dearly like to hang on to second place. A podium either way would be a great way for him to end what has been a mixed weekend. But Oliver Barker's having another good look at the inside as they head in towards the Dean hairpin. Again, the door is closed, and again it is still Brian Caldwell that comes out with his nose just ahead at the wheel of the number 66 car. Oliver Barker's having another nibble, this time as they head in towards Yentwood, and again Brian Caldwell just chops across the nose. Rightly so, he's entitled to do that because the door was going to close either way. He was always going to have to turn in towards the corner, but great racing from both cars, wheel-to-wheel stuff, nose-to-tail stuff as well, and at some point surely Oliver Barker will be able to pick the pocket of Brian Caldwell, but for the moment Brian is doing a superb job of hanging on to the position safely out of Gracelands, up towards the braking area for Tarzan yet again. They will go towards the right-hander, get on the power nice and early, try and straighten up the exit of the corner if you can, which allows you to get on the power that little bit early, and that's exactly what Brian Caldwell is doing. The gap between himself and Oliver Barker this lap through is a little bit bigger than it was on the lap before, not by a lot, but an extra half car length, and that's all he needs in reality, Brian Caldwell, as he sweeps his way back up towards turn 4, but makes a big mistake coming out of turn 4. The car almost in the wall there coming out of turn 4, and that is just what he needs, Oliver Barker. One slight mistake from Brian Caldwell, he had to get off the gas as the car went sideways, and he's able to sweep his way through and take second place away from Brian Caldwell, who's going to fight back this time on the run in towards turn 1, but the job is done for Oliver Barker. It took him a few laps to do it, but eventually there was just a slight chink in the armour of the man from Southampton, and it is the graduate out of the Radical SR1 Championship, Oliver Barker, who now goes through to take up 2nd position. And for Brian Caldwell, well, he is down in 3rd, but a fairly safe 3rd at the moment. He's still got time to attack the car ahead if he wishes, but he's got plenty of time in hand between himself and Jack Lang, who is a fairly distant 4th place at this stage, the orange car. A long, long way into the distance is he. So the race now just starting to settle down as we enter the last lap or so of it. And it is a long way out front, Steve Burgess, and it is this 2nd car, the number 22 car, the blue car with its white flashes of Oliver Barker, that sits there in 2nd position, and already just starting to fall away is Brian Caldwell in 3rd position as he heads onto the brakes and turns his way through the Brook chicane yet again. This was the point at which he made that very slight mistake on the lap prior. This time, however, there's no such mistake for what is Brian Caldwell. Spencer Bourne is still under pressure by the look of things. He has got Stuart Maloney right behind him, and then John Caldwell as well, which is Brian's brother. They're fighting away for 7th, 8th and 9th positions at this stage. Spencer Bourne has had a busy old race, rather disappointing retirement in race number 2, but it has overall been by far his best race weekend so far, as he turns his way back up towards turn 4, trying to keep at bay Stuart Maloney, a driver that's raced with us at Silverstone. He's raced with us here at Rockingham, has travelled all the way from Barbados to compete. Rockingham very different to Bushy Park, which is the local circuit that he knows like the back of his hand. But despite his relative lack of experience with Rockingham, he's been going well this weekend, and now he's looking up the inside of Spencer Bourne. Is he able to squeeze his way through? No, locked brakes. Spencer Bourne takes the apex of the corner and very bravely hangs on to the position. So it's still Spencer Bourne in 7th position. It's still Stuart Maloney there in 8th place, and it's still John Caldwell in 9th position. But time is running out for the order to shuffle, because the checkered flag is not far away now as they turn their way through Chapman once more and up towards Piff Paff, out onto the far reaches of the circuit, and it's still somehow the same order at this stage. Watch out, however, for the car that's now closing in on them, which is Tom Gladys, car number 80, because he's looking to try and join in. In fact, this is now joining in to try and make it 4 cars fighting over what will be 7th, 8th, 9th and now 10th positions. So they thread their way back onto the school straight, and it is 4 cars as one, all fighting for position. And as they weave one way, weave the other, all trying to outfox each other. It's a bit like playing a game of poker, isn't it? You don't want to show your hand too early, and if you show it as late as you possibly can, you stand yourself the best opportunity of not allowing the person behind to respond. So another lap completed, another lap in which it's still Spencer Bourne at the front of this little quartet, and now Tom Gladys is looking to try and dive his way through at turn 1. They are on the last lap as well, so opportunities to overtake running out, and we await the arrival of our race leader, which is going to be Steve Burgess. Over the start-finish line comes Steve Burgess to claim his 3rd win of the season in the 2017 Radical Challenge Championship. Oliver Barker finishing in 2nd position, and well, Brian Caldwell caps off his weekend at Rockingham with a podium place. He will finish in 3rd place ahead of Jack Lang, who comes over the start-finish line now and will finish in 4th position. 5th place will go the way. That looks as though it is going to be Richard Baxter that will finish in 5th position. Confirmation of the results then. It's the 3rd win of the season for Steve Burgess, and the charging Oliver Barker's in 2nd place. Brian Caldwell 3rd, ahead of Jack Lang, Richard Baxter and Tom and Brian Harvey, the leading team car, in 6th place. 7th is Spencer Bourne, ahead of John Caldwell, Stuart Maloney and then Peter Tyler and Tom Gladys, who complete the top 10. Top 3 drivers on the podium. Let's hear from the winners.
Steve, that has obviously helped you in maintaining your champion title.
Yeah, the way it was going this morning, I thought the championship was dead and buried, so to get a win, it's clawed a few points back, but yeah, still not a great day, but nice way to end it.
And how was it in total, the endurance race for you, this particular one?
I knew I had a bit of an advantage because the guys in front all had penalties from the previous round, so I knew if I could stick with them, and then hopefully after the pit stop I'd come out in the lead, which was the case, and then just manage the gap to Ollie till the finish.
Ollie, a good end to your weekend.
Yeah, really pleased with that. It's been a really difficult weekend with a DNF in the first race, but to get 2nd in the final race, I'm really happy to be up here on the podium.
This is your first podium here in the UK this season, is that right?
That's right, yeah. I think last year I was fairly quick, podium most time if I didn't crash, and I came into this season fairly full of confidence. But I think the pace upped, you know, we got some new drivers came in that were all fast, and all of a sudden I was relegated down to about 5th on pace. And I've just wrestled with that and overdrove, and it just doesn't work, you know. So hopefully I've sort of cooling the red mist down a little bit, and maybe I'd like to see sort of the new me now. Stop drinking and trying to just get a bit of control and sort of try and drive technically well, and hopefully this is the result.
Well, a completely different podium for the endurance race there. And that's it from Rockingham. We're going to take a short break for the summer, but the Radical Challenge Championship will be back in August at Snetterton.
We're all ready to go. Yesterday's victory was taken by Rupert Death, number 23. He fought his way through fabulously during the race. But the good thing about this championship is that the grid for this second race is based on their fastest laps in the race, which I think is a great way to do it. Now, we've got a car missing, I've just suddenly noticed. Kane Aston, who actually had issues yesterday, and I was really hopeful they'd get this sorted, but they've not been able to. So Kane Aston is not out there on this grid. That's a real shame. So the second row has only got Peter Baldwin, car number 50, on his own. But it looks like we are ready. The 5-second board has been given. Aaron Smith in number 21 on pole position fought hard with Rupert Death the whole time. Red lights are on. And off they go, and a great start by both cars on the front row. Peter Baldwin's wasn't particularly great, which means that 88 and 29, that's Dan Wheeler and Dave Drew, are about to sort of try and gobble him up. But actually, I think the second phase for Peter Baldwin was quite good there. Second group are just being shown the Union flag, and it is Rupert Death from second on the grid that has swept around the outside and managed to pass our pole sitter Aaron Smith. So Aaron Smith down to second position at the moment. Then it's a fair old gap that looks like it is still car number 50, Peter Baldwin, I think, that is sat there in third at the moment. And fourth is the distinctive livery Dan Wheeler, 88, black with the sort of day-glow green front to that car. That one's easy to tell that it's him. But it did look as though Peter Baldwin was going to be swallowed up by Dave Drew and Dan Wheeler, but I think somehow he managed to wrestle that away and keep hold of it as we wait to see them come down for the first time in this 20-minute race to Brundle and Nelson. And we should see Rupert Death, Rupert Death in first, Aaron Smith 21 in second, and yes, I think it is Peter Baldwin sat there in third, 88 Dan Wheeler in fourth position, and a small gap, and it's a gaggle of cars sat there, and I believe it is 29 Dave Drew that's holding that one out. So around they come towards us. They'll be coming back into our sight, and look at this side by side for the lead, and it's changed. It looks like our pole sitter Aaron Smith 21 wasn't happy, sat there in second. He suddenly managed to throw it round a lot faster, and I got a feeling, I remember him doing this yesterday, that he was absolutely monster in Coram, and then suddenly the advantage flips the other way in some of the other areas for Rupert Death.
Well, you remember yesterday's race, of course, he started ninth and he was first going into Rich's on lap 2 because he got a mega run through that last section of the track.
Right, yeah.
And drove past everyone down the pit straight. Well, this time he's the one punching the hole in the air for Rupert Death to try and attack. Now, Rupert's got two choices here, the first of which is to race Aaron Smith right here, right now, and try and take the lead as soon as possible. The other is that they could potentially work together and try and build a gap on the rest of the field, then fight it out between themselves later. I have a feeling which way this one's going to go, but that is certainly an option for them. At the moment, they're certainly racing hard for it, and they're not escaping from the rest of the pack.
It's not an option any of them have been taking so far, is it? A car that I've just noticed done an incredible job on that opening lap. Car number 85, Sam Summerhay, started 12th on the 6th row, and he's now sat there running in 5th position, so he's got ahead of the 29 car of Dave Drew that started in 5th, and his next target is 88 Dan Wheeler, sorry. That what a fantastic opening lap for him. So we wait to see them appear. There they are in Brundle and Nelson, and it's as you were for the front three. And in fact, it looks like Summerhays has got past Dan Wheeler and up into 4th from 12th on the grid. That is fantastic. He clearly had issues with that car yesterday, and equally clearly he managed to resolve it at the moment at least, and he's done a sterling job up there into what will be 4th position. His next target, of course, is the number 50 car of Peter Baldwin that started all alone on the second row in the end, and already you can see he's closing in on that third. But he's spun it.
Oh, two of them have. There was fluid down.
Yeah, that's quite an unusual place. Although, as you say, they're still kind of turning, aren't
Another one off as well. There must be some fluid being laid down by somebody through corner. The leader's got through. Okay, so that suggests it may not be one of those two. Let's have a look. Aaron Smith looks fine. Rupert Death looks fine as well. That is very strange. Then Dan Wheeler side by side now and then with Summerhays, having both recovered from moments up at Coram Corner. Wheeler on the inside line. Summerhays won't go round the outside. Then it's Tony LeMay is now 5th place with Dave Drew in 6th.
I think Summerhays was already lining up a challenge on the exit of Riches there, but the one that really lost out there was the number 50 car, Peter Baldwin. I don't think he could get it moving again on the grass, which is so unfortunate. As they make their way around Wilson, it is still just about somehow Dan Wheeler, the black and Dayglow green car, that has managed to hold on to that third position and keeps Summerhays at bay in that 85 car. But that was a great run initially by Summerhays, and it looks like Summerhays has done it down the Bentley straight. You could see just about see the colour of the roof as they make their way down to Brundle and Nelson. There go the lead two, as you were. And appearing into our sight this time, it's going to be Summerhays. He's up into third position. You saw that he was challenging to get further up, and then he was one of the ones that did the beautiful pirouette as he was going in towards Riches. And just very odd. And it'll be interesting to see how they're going to behave when they come around to this part of the circuit now. Potentially, the leaders haven't necessarily experienced this yet, if it was either of them that dumped something, but they both looked fine as they went through. They both looked fine coming down to Riches. And everybody seems to be behaving this time. Sorry, not Riches, Murray's, sorry. Getting it all confused. But yeah, everybody's cleanly through this time. But there was a good few of them that went spinning off into the distance. Through goes our leader, Aaron Smith, and he's starting to pull away from Rupert Death at the moment. But we saw this yesterday.
I've got a theory for you, Chris. Now remember, Mini Miglia's run, or have the options run, on slick tyres. I wonder if there's a wet patch of tarmac up towards Coram Corner that just caught people out on that first full flying lap on slick tyres, because there's no doubt slick tyres will work around the rest of the track, but if there's one wet patch on the racing line, it may have just caught them out slightly. Who knows? We may find out at the end of the race. But
on a challenging part as well, where you were saying yesterday about how the fact that you're actually braking and turning, which of course is against the rules officially. If you're in with driver training, it's don't do that, but you don't have a choice down there. So it's very, very challenging. Another car that's done a great job at the moment, Tony LeMay in car number 69. He's got himself up into 5th position. He had issues yesterday that saw him come into the pits and into retirement, fighting his way up.
Side by side again, I think, for third place between Summerhays and Dan Wheeler, and Wheeler is back in front now. So yes, I just caught a flash of the green roof moving ahead down the Bentley Straight. He is back into third place. And the more those two squabble, the more the top two are escaping. So the top two, they're not exactly working together, but they are escaping for the rest of the field. So Rupert Death set the fastest lap last time around in second place, 1 minute 31.3. I reckon he's maybe inching closer to Aaron Smith again this time around. Gap was 9/10 of a second. It's probably down to about 7 or so this time, I reckon, as they come out through Murray's corner. That's Tony LeMay. Oh, and a spin further back for Dave Drew.
Yeah, that Dave Drew spun it.
Well, half spin anyway. Same part of the track, isn't it? Up through Coram Corner. And these cars, they're short wheelbase. They're stiffly sprung. They don't like corners like Coram anyway, because they do get a little bit oversteering. Side by side once more for third. And wow, that was a slipstream and a half, wasn't it, from Sam Summerhays? Drove straight past Dan Wheeler.
Yeah, it's all happening now. We've got another side-by-side, the recovering Drew that's there with the Alfie Brown number 81, the black and the luminous pink sort of flashes across it as well. So it's all happening throughout this. It's very much Noah's Ark 2x2x2x2x2, I think, is how we kind of got there. So it's all happening. We've got side-by-side, and I think that was the number 69 car of Tony LeMay. I'm not sure whether he was, I think he was defending from the 92 car of Jason Porter, who's also doing a great job up there getting involved. And Summerhays is now pulling away from Wheeler. So not only did he get the great slipstream down the straight, he's actually managed to make that count and start pulling away again.
Yeah, absolutely. Worth mentioning, by the way, in the Libra class, only 2 cars entered in in today's race for the Libras. I'll talk about that in a moment, because Sam Summerhays ran wide coming out of Nelson, and Dan Wheeler surely has gone back through. Yes, he has. So all going on up towards that part of the circuit, isn't it? So the leaders make their way back towards us. They are pretty much nose to tail. So just before that kicks off, in the Libra class, 126, Peter Hills is leading the way by only 0.3 of a second over Peter Cruz, who was yesterday's winner. So keep an eye on those two. Cars 126 and 177, they are battling for a class victory further down the order. Battling for the overall race victory, though, are Aaron Smith and Rupert Death, and this is as close as Death has been for a long, long time. Only 0.2 of a second back. He's just done his third successive fastest lap of the race, 1:29.638. Now, if we compare that to yesterday's race, the fastest lap in that one set by Aaron Smith was 1:24.5, so we're still about 5 seconds away from a full dry time. That tells me that, yes, they're on slicks, and yes, they're struggling a little bit still for grip and traction out there. Down towards Wilson they go. The leaders onto the Bentley straight. Chris could not be closer.
Yeah, and it's no wonder they're on slicks. You can even just look on the straight here, and the lighter, drier tarmac is showing quite clearly. It's taken quite a while to actually dry up this time, hasn't it? Yesterday it seemed to dry quite quickly.
Turn the microphone on. That helps. Rupert Death, I think, was sizing up Aaron Smith for a move there, Chris, down towards Brundle.
He's not quite managed to do it as they turn left. Brundle right for Nelson. It is still Aaron Smith that is in the lead in the number 20 car. Black, pink and white mix of colours across his car. He's still sat there just about holding on to the lead as they make their way through the bomb hole and in towards Coram. In third position we've still got the black and luminous green 88 of Dan Wheeler. There's got a little bit of daylight at the moment between himself and Summerhays after Summerhays ran wide on the last lap as he exited Nelson. But don't expect that gap to stay like that for very long. And in fact, it looks like the two behind maybe just started to reel them in ever so slightly. And that is the orange car of Tony LeMay, number 69, with Jason Porter, 92, just behind him. Through go the leaders, and in fact, Aaron Smith's managed to pull away ever so slightly from Rupert Death this time. New personal best from Smith that was 0.2 quicker than Rupert Death this time. But side by side for that third position, Summerhays has managed to reel in that gap I was talking about. I don't know whether that means that Wheeler actually got a slightly bum run through sorry, what?
Sam Summerhays had the fastest lap, which is why he's probably caught up to Dan Wheeler, 1:29.5.
Yes, that's the one. So Summerhays got fastest lap. Apologies, I thought you were pointing to like a safety car or something. Then I was miles away.
Entirely believable, in fairness. Every time he points somewhere, there's usually something going on. But yes, the fastest lap for Sam Summerhays, so no wonder he's going quite quickly.
Yeah, it was a great move. It's ironic that I'd just been saying about the fact that there was the gap there between those two, and that the fifth and sixth cars of LeMay and Porter were closing in on them. But suddenly Summerhays got a great run onto the start-finish straight, got the job done as he was crossing the line. I mean, it said they were separated by 0.057. And no sooner had they crossed the line than they'd switched those positions. But the leaders are now making their way round Coram for what will be the 7th time in this 20-minute race. 9.5 minutes remaining, so we're past the halfway distance, and that looks as though our second place, Rupert Death, just had to check out a little bit there as he went through Coram. Big gap back before we then get to Sam Summerhays and Dan Wheeler that have now managed to pull away again from the two behind them, that is still being led by Tony LeMay from Jason Porter. And it just really has let the front two just escape into the distance, hasn't it?
It has. Aaron Smith, I noticed, has a bit of flapping bodywork. The right rear wheel arch, easy for me to say, is flapping away in the wind. That won't be helping the aerodynamics in a straight line, but he's certainly managing to hold on to the race lead for the time being. Another fastest lap of the race, though, for Sam Summerhays, 1:28.4. So track conditions definitely starting to come to the drivers now. He's still 8.7 seconds behind the leading two. He's not likely to catch them in the remaining 8 3/4 minutes or so, but he is now lapping quite a bit quicker than anybody else is out on the track is Sam. He, of course, was third at the line, but I think that's Dan Wheeler back in front now as they go out onto the Bentley straight. It is. So I'm not quite sure how that happened.
Look at the run from Summerhays as they head down towards Brundle and Nelson. I think he's going to be on the inside by the time he gets to Brundle, and he's going to have it done again. We wait to see them appear, and he has, and he's done it very comfortably, but he's now thrown it. He's gone to turn left round Brundle, and the car carried on turning left, even though he should have been turning right, and he's spun to exit stage left. He's kept it out of the barriers, but he's lost a handful of positions there, and he's got all the work to do again. That is such a shame. I was surprised by not only had he made the move on Dan Wheeler, but how far ahead he was, and we saw the reason why is he just took way too much speed into Brundle and just spun that car round towards the left-hand side, which is such a shame. He's got to do it all again. Leaders through for the 8th time, and it is, I see what you mean about the bodywork. Rupert Death now just suddenly thrown it towards the inside as they head towards Riches. Aaron Smith is going to chop his nose off, slam that door closed.
That was close, wasn't it? Aaron Smith was not letting Rupert Death speed through. And look at the momentum it cost Rupert on the exit of the corner as well. The gap has shot back out between them. Dan Wheeler third. Porter is now fourth though. So Porter's going to have ahead of Tony LeMay. So 92 and 69 have swapped over. Dave Drew is sixth. Then it's Brown. Summerhays is eighth after his moment. And you're absolutely right. He carried so much speed into Brundley. Just could not get the car stopped. And even on the slightly grainy CCTV footage we've got, you could see the car bouncing its way through the corner. It was so unsettled. And unfortunately, he just lost control of the car. So Sam, with 7 minutes to go, I mean, he's 2 seconds behind anybody else, so even a top 5 I think now is going to be a little ambitious really. He is going to have to hope that he can just pick up as many places as possibly he can. Of course, the Miglias and the Sevens, they only have the 2 races over the course of the weekend, so this is it for them. Peter Cruz comes through. He's got the lead of the Libra class, but he's got a bit of bodywork now loose on the nose of his car. So quite how he got the class lead away, we'll leave you to draw your own conclusions.
And I have to say is that, as you were saying about how he was bouncing around that corner, you did the impression you nearly bounced me out of the commentary box up here. But here come our leaders to come down towards us for the 9th time. It's just over 6 minutes remaining. It is still number 21, Aaron Smith, that is in the lead, but only just. Rupert Death again gets a great run onto the centre straight, heading down towards Riches. I think he's deliberately made sure he's not going to make the move this time because he's trying to carry that momentum all the way up the straight towards Wilson. Is he going to make a little bit of a challenge there? Doesn't look like he's close enough, so I think again he's going to be looking to see if he can do it down the Bentley straight. Yeah, well, that's why we've seen a lot of moves made, isn't it? Dave Drew, by the way, has just made the fastest lap now. The first man into the 127, 127 even, 0.879. So good lap from Dave in 6th place. He's now only a second and a half behind the LeMay and Porter battle. As Sam Summerhays has lost another place. Yes, you're quite right. The 150 car, that is the recovering Peter Baldwin, of course, who has clawed his way into 8th place. Yes, absolutely. It is, as we look now to see whether we've had any change for the lead. No, not yet. So he's not managed to carry the momentum through there. It kind of looked quite deliberate, didn't it, as he went down towards Riches, that he decided against making the challenge, but he hasn't been able to make it count this time round. But is he just going to try and get himself closer and closer? Here come the lead two then into Coram, and again Rupert Death's got a great run. Is he going to try anything here? Surely not. He's going to try and make sure that he carries this momentum through Murray's onto centre straight. He's managed to do that, and they've got a back marker ahead of them. Now, are they going to encounter that back marker by the time they get to Riches? We're not sure, but Rupert Death in the number 23 again has got a great run onto the start-finish straight, and he's dragging up the inside. This time he's doing it, and I think he's going to have this done before they get anywhere near the corner, and he chops back towards the outside. Done. Signed, sealed, delivered. Rupert Death gets up into the lead. You could see over the last few laps that move developing, couldn't you? The first time he tried it, he was a bit too late up the inside, didn't quite work. The second time he decided not to bother at all, and then that time around he timed it to perfection. Now Dave Drew, who just flashed past in the middle now, he's caught up to the Porter and LeMay squabble. LeMay's got past Porter there. He has, yes, and Dave Drew tried to follow him through, but it didn't quite work. So those three now absolutely together, fighting over 4th place, with the orange car of Tony LeMay back into the 4th position now. Leaders are onto the back straight. The back marker is still ahead of them, I think. We're waiting for them to appear down at Brundle and Nelson. It's Dan Wheeler still in the 3rd position. In fact, they're already at Brundle and Nelson. They're so far ahead of Dan Wheeler. They're 14 seconds clear of Dan in 3rd place. So they've got past that back marker, in fact, and are already heading on their way up towards the bomb hole. The gap suddenly has just extended pretty dramatically between Rupert Death and Aaron Smith. So Rupert, having got through, is proving here that he's got the pace to pull away. It looks like number 29 Drew has also managed to get past Porter. So Porter's lost 2 positions on this lap. There's 3.5 minutes remaining. They're about to complete their 11th lap this time round as the leaders come onto the centre straight. And you're right, Rupert Death has not only made that move, he's cleared off, but we've seen this yesterday. We've even seen it several times in this race as well, where that someone is able to suddenly check out for a little while, but it gets reeled back in again. That said, there's no chance that 3rd position, Dan Wheeler, number 88, sat in a very lonely 3rd position after the demise of Summerhays, throwing it an exit stage left at Brundle and Nelson. But actually, Dan Wheeler, it looks like he is being closed in by the LeMay-Drew Porter battle as they're heading towards Riches. Slow lap there for Dan Wheeler. The new fastest lap set by Rupert Death is a 25.8, and Dan did a 29.4, so he is going quite slowly at the moment. Tony LeMay, though, is his best friend right now because he's defending from Dave Drew, and therefore holding that second group of cars up, allowing Dan to just inch
further ahead again. LeMay is still in fourth. Fifth place for Dave Drew, but he was slow out of Chapman that time. And yes, drawing up alongside him now is the number 92 machine of Porter, Jason Porter that is, down the back straight. And I think, has Jason gone through? Well, they look like one mini, but they were absolutely together as they made their way down towards Brundle and Nelson, who is going to appear there first. There is Wheeler, there's a back marker, there's Tony LeMay, and it is still going to be Jason Porter in front, but he encounters the back marker at the worst possible point. Had to go round the outside of it. That got very close for comfort.
Wowzers, I think I felt just as sorry for the back marker there, to be honest with you, because of course they can't just suddenly disappear, and I think that was keep my eyes closed and please let them just disappear around me. Leaders come through with 1 minute 55 to go, so we should be seeing 2 more laps yet, which is good to see. And a new fastest lap for Aaron Smith in second position with 1:25.404, so 4/10 quicker than Rupert Death. Hence that lead has sort of reduced a fair old bit. It's still just over a half a second. But it's certainly, he's trying to find a way back again.
Exactly as you suggested, it's so hard to escape in mini racing, isn't it? And Rupert Death, I thought, might have done it, but Aaron Smith has put in a mega lap there and closed right back in. Side-by-side battles towards Rich's corner. That was Sam Summerhays, wasn't it? I think, and Peter Baldwin side-by-side. And I think Sam got ahead, didn't he? Sorry, Peter stayed in front, excuse me, for 7th position. But yes, new fastest lap for Aaron Smith. Did you see the way that Rupert Death was weaving left and right again down the pit straight, trying to break the toe to stop Aaron Smith being able to slipstream in towards Rich's? It's worked, because the gap, I think, on this lap is going back out again.
Yeah, it could well be, and it looks like our third place car, Dan Wheeler's managed to sort of break the challenge from the cars behind, primarily because I think they're so involved in their own. LeMay, Porter and Drew, that's 69, 92 and 29, so embroiled on their own battle that they've managed to allow Dan Wheeler to escape in that third and final podium position. But the leaders are already onto centre straight for the penultimate time, and you're right, Rupert Death has indeed managed to stretch that out. Remember, that was 0.564 last time. Are we going to see a new fastest lap of the race by our leader, Rupert Death? Through he comes. It is indeed a 1:24.3. Where did that come from? 1:25.4 was the lap that we had last time, set by Smith, that was fastest. We've now had 1.1 second lopped off of that one. That's incredible.
And that is faster than Aaron Smith went yesterday and set the fastest laps of the track. Now, although you wouldn't necessarily know it to look at it, is quicker than it was yesterday afternoon. Dan Wheeler still third. Can Tony LeMay catch Dan over the remaining lap? There are only 9/10 between them. He was 3/10 quicker on the previous lap, though. Then the battle on behind, and that's a brave attempt to move by Dave Drew up the inside of Jason Porter. It didn't quite pay off, though, into Rich's. But yes, at that rate of closure, LeMay is going to be maybe within 4/10 or so of a second behind Dan Wheeler coming onto the pit straight at the end of this, the final lap. So he may just get there. Blimey, Rupert Death still pushing on, isn't he, through Brundle and Nelson. He's got an over 1 second margin now, though, probably over 2 seconds, in fact, now over Aaron Smith in second place. He's looking good for the race win. The question is, who's going to finish third?
Yeah, it's pretty tight. It looked like Aaron Smith got bulked by a back marker that was between himself and Rupert Death, so they're already making their way round corner. In fact, our leader is just about to make it into Murray's. And look at this, third and fourth are together now as they exit Nelson, head towards the bomb hole. It is still Dan Wheeler, number 88, that sat there in third position. But my goodness, Tony LeMay, number 69, is glued to the back of him. But the leader is now coming through to take the checkered flag. Round of applause there for Rupert Death. He comes through and takes the victory by a long way in the end. I think Aaron Smith knew that he was broken. 2.9 seconds was the gap in the end. But look at this challenge for third position. It is still Dan Wheeler that has it. Coming through Murray's, lights are praised by Tony LeMay. Does he think he's going to psych Dan Wheeler out? No chance. Dan Wheeler is still sat there in third. It's going to be a drag for the line. It is still the number 88 car that's got it, but diving out at the line is going to be 69. And we wait for the time in. It's Wheeler that's got it by 0.020. How many times are we going to have this today where it's that close? And understandably, number 88 Dan Wheeler and the fourth position 69 Tony LeMay go side by side, clearly congratulating each other for a great race. The sad figure of Kane Astin's number 11 Mini just coming down the pit lane, so they obviously hoped they were going to get that one to start, but it wasn't able to make it out, which is such a shame. But Rupert Death takes a fabulous victory there. He's had to work very, very hard for that. So that's 2 out of 2 for Rupert Death. Aaron Smith, 2 second places, taking that second, and Dan Wheeler taking the 2 third places. It doesn't tell the story. If you look at it and see when a race finishes the same both races, potentially even the same as in qualifying, if you just saw that in text, you would assume that it was a boring race already pre-written. Not a chance. It was so exciting. So well done, Rupert Death, Aaron Smith, Dan Wheeler, Tony LeMay. Then it was 92 Jason Porter in 5th position, Dave Drew, the number 29 car in 6th, 7th Peter Baldwin, number 50.
Class, after a hardcore tussle early on in the going, ended up just about hanging on. Well done, Dan, back on the podium, 3rd step once more for him, and a consistent congratulations to Aaron. He is once more on the 2nd step of the podium. Well done, Rupert, back onto the top step, a familiar vantage point for him here at Snetterton this weekend. Gather as closely together as you can. If you can all fit on the top step, then please do. If not...
Yeah, no, I was biding my time. I knew that we'd broken from the pack and the conditions were still a bit slippy, and I thought it's not worth risking it. I thought let Aaron do the hard work and I'll stick behind him. And I saw it as the time was ticking on, and I seized my moment, and yeah, away we went. So another win, and yeah, massive thanks to Stuart and Charlie, who obviously helped prepare the car, and my sponsors, Mini Spares.
Seeing it, Chris. 2 by 2 by.
Welcome back to Snetterton for the 2nd race of the weekend for the Radical Challenge Championship. Still ideal conditions as well. A slight breeze, but the sun able to poke its nose through the clouds. And the grid is lining up. Oliver Barker, race 1 winner on pole position. Steve Burgess, the reigning champion, alongside. Row 2 of the grid is Richard Baxter and Dominic Jackson, with Mark Richards and Jack Manchester on row number 3. Jason Rishover has Peter Tyler for company on row 4. And it's Christian Jeffrey and ex-British GT racer Sean Byrne who is there on the 5th row of the grid. The cars are lining up. The 5-second board has been held aloft. The red lights are about to come on, which they do now. The revs rise, and as the lights go out, it's a good start from both front row men by the look of things. Both Oliver Barker and Steve Burgess matching each other for pace as we ride on board with Jack Lang leading the championship, but only 15th on the grid for this 2nd race of the weekend. So work to do for Jack Lang, and well, he's already started to try and carve his way through the field out of Ritchie's and up towards the braking area for Wilson for the first time. Oliver Barker leads the race. Steve Burgess in 2nd place. Jack Manchester side by side with Sean Byrne, and has just got the light blue car up into 3rd place. Sean Byrne now needs to try and defend 4th place, because trying to sneak his way through up the inside is Dominic Jackson. The two of them side by side round through Palmer. That orange car there just going through shot is Jack Lang, the championship leader, having started down in 15th position. Well, he's made a bit of progress, but still has got a raft of cars to overtake as we ride on board with him in towards the braking area for Agostini. That's another one picked off as he turns his way in towards the left-hander, picks up the throttle and accelerates his way up towards Hamilton on the first lap of this race. So up the short straight in towards the left-hand flick at Hamilton, that then brings them in towards the right-hander at Oggies. After they've come out of Oggies, they're up towards this next corner coming up, which is the right-hander at Williams, that brings them onto the Bentley Straight for the first time. Oliver Barker leads, Steve Burgess 2nd, the light blue car Jack Manchester in 3rd place, and there, that light blue car with its pink flashes is Richard Baxter. He started 3rd, he's dropped to 6th by the look of things in the early stages of this one as they all head down the Bentley Straight. Oliver Barker not under pressure from Steve Burgess, but in 3rd place Jack Manchester is under pressure from the all-black car number 4 in the hands of the man from Lincoln, Dominic Jackson, who turns his way through Brundle, through the slightly tighter right-hander at Nelson, and then the short straight that brings him up towards the daunting bomb hole. As for Jack Lang, well, he's still looking to try and work his way through the order at the wheel of car number 2. He's up behind Stuart Maloney at this stage, but Oliver Barker looking to try and make good his escape through Murray's Corner, picks up the throttle, up through the gears as he heads on to the centre straight, completing the first lap of the race. and having daylight between himself, not a great deal, but daylight, importantly, between himself and Steve Burgess as they go over the start-finish line. Jack Manchester is the cork in the bottle, really. He's got right behind him Dominic Jackson, and then the next of the black cars as well as Dominic Jackson has a quick look at the inside, heading in towards Richie's corner. Couldn't quite get the job done there, but he was certainly keen to try and make his presence known, and the difficulty is that overtaking manoeuvre didn't work, and that has allowed Mark Richards now to try and squeeze his way through as Jack Manchester goes side by side with Stuart Maloney, almost contact between the pair of them as they head through Wilson. And also now side by side through Palmer. That's Mark Richards, who has got himself through and ahead of the black car of Dominic Jackson. So Dominic Jackson looking to gain a place, has ultimately lost one and is now under pressure from Sean Byrne. But Mark Richards still running side by side with Dominic Jackson. There's almost contact between the pair of them. They break as late as they can for Agostini, and Dominic Jackson has left the door open here for Sean Byrne to try and squeeze his way through. The Irishman can't quite manage to do so, and they're still side by side, Mark Richards and Dominic Jackson. Something has to give, and eventually Jackson slots himself through as the middle car of those three black cars. So Mark Richards, Dominic Jackson and Sean Byrne all still absolutely together, and that has allowed now Jack Manchester to breathe a sigh of relief there. The third place car has disappeared up the road a shade more. Out of Williams onto the Bentley straight they work their way. Cars trying to pick up the toe off the other, but certainly the leading pair are not close enough so as to slipstream each other. Jack Manchester in third place is starting to get away, and then everybody wanting to be fourth. It is still car number 52, Mark Richards, that sits there in fourth place, but just look at the queue of cars that sits behind him. Dominic Jackson, Sean Byrne, Richard Baxter, then the next of the cars which is going to be going through, that is going to be the car of Jason Rishover. That is the next of those in the train, but even after Jason Rishover, there's car after car after car, and, well, for the moment, Mark Richards is very much the cork in the bottle, under pressure from Dominic Jackson, who equally as much is under pressure from the number 18 car of Sean Byrne that sits directly behind, and Sean Byrne has got Richard Baxter's light blue and pink car very close for company as they head onto the centre straight. This is the fight for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th places over the start-finish line, with the 8th place car of Jason Rishover not that far behind either. So safely out of Ritchie's, onto the brakes at Wilson Corner. Richard Baxter closes up right onto the coattails of the Irishman, but Sean Byrne just is able to get the car turned into the apex in time, so nothing doing for Richard Baxter at that corner at least, and then they flick their way through the left-hander at Palmer and start to accelerate their way down the short straight that will bring them up towards the braking area for Agostini once more. Onto the brakes, in towards the left-hander they'll go. Dominic Jackson taking a wide sweep in towards Agostini so as to try and straighten up the exit a little bit, to try and hopefully get a bit more momentum on the very short straight that brings them up towards Hamilton, to at least try and stay in touch with the car that's currently in fourth position. Raising the dust though is Dominic Jackson in his efforts to try and keep right up onto terms with Mark Richards, and now a critical corner coming up Williams. If you can get a good exit coming off Williams, that gives you all of the momentum down the Bentley straight, but Dominic Jackson just isn't quite close enough, and if anything, Sean Byrne is slightly closer to him than he is to Mark Richards ahead. So down the Bentley straight they'll go, the lead advantage stretching all of the time between Oliver Barker and Steve Burgess. Equally as much Steve Burgess looking very comfortable now in second place, because Jack Manchester is just that little bit too far away. This is the fourth place car here. Mark Richards, Dominic Jackson, a sideways Sean Byrne trying to accelerate his way out of Nelson. Driver who used to race in Caterhams, then moved over to the British GT Championship and is having a great season in the Radical Challenge in 2017, learning an entirely different car that has been getting quicker and quicker and quicker as his knowledge of the car and the setup of it, of course, continues to improve. Dominic Jackson, whose body language still looking very racy indeed for Dominic, who throughout the course of this season we have seen on the podium only once so far this year. That came at Silverstone in the third of the races there, but we've not seen him back on the podium as yet. As we ride on board with Jack Lang looking to try and squeeze his way up the inside of Mark Maloney on the brakes, heading in towards the right-hander at Wilson, and yet place gained for Jack Lang over the number 86 car of Mark Maloney. So the Beijing driver losing a position, and Jack Lang, the championship leader, looking to try and work his way up through the order. The next car that he needs to deal with is going to be the next of the Maloneys, which is Stuart Maloney, car number 16, but he's got to try and close the deficit that exists at the moment and shake off Mark Maloney at the same time, who he's just taken the place from. So the number 2 car of Jack Lang turning his way through the left-hander at Agostini, looking to try and get himself right up onto the coattails of the next of the cars he's tried to attack, Stuart Maloney. Then it's Elliot Goodman will be the next one thereafter that Jack Lang has got firmly fixed in his crosshair. As for Sean Byrne and Richard Baxter, well, they have got themselves together still busy squabbling away over what is at this stage the final place inside the top 6. That is currently being occupied by Dominic Jackson, with Richard Baxter in 7th place, Jason Rishover in 8th place, Christian Jeffries there in 9th place. Then it's Elliot Goodman in 10th. Stuart Maloney in 11th place, but under attack from the charging Jack Lang, who is up to 12th from 15th on the grid, so making a bit of progress, but it is taking him a while just to pick the cars off in what is a very, very competitive championship. And Jack Lang might have the momentum here on the run-up towards the bomb hole. Not quite, so the door is closed. Stuart Maloney hangs on to the position, and then from there they feed their way through the right-hander at Coreham and try and straighten the car up, get it on the brakes and turn it in towards the left-hander at Murray's. Into the centre straight goes Dominic Jackson, still looking to try and nip at the heels of Mark Richards. Our race leader of the weekend seems to have the upper hand over Steve Burgess, the reigning champion, the man from who sits there in second position. Oliver Barker turns his way through the left-hander at Palmer, up towards Agostini. There's Steve Burgess, number 1, in second place. Jack Manchester, the light blue car, in third place. And then this great fight still going on for 4th and 5th place. Mark Richards still under enormous pressure from Dominic Jackson, who thought about having a look up the inside, but again just wasn't quite close enough, unfortunately. So out of Agostini, using all of the curbs, but no more goes Dominic Jackson. Flicks his way through the ladder at Hamilton, onto the brakes and up towards the right-hander at Oggy's. Very easy to run wide at Oggy's corner on the exit. We've seen several cars do it over the course of this weekend, but nice and neat and tidy from both Mark Richards and Dominic Jackson, who seems to have good momentum this time heading on to the Bentley Straight. He will pick up a bit of a tow from the car ahead, and Mark Richards will be feeling the pressure here. Further down through the order, that's number 28, Elliot Goodman, who is running inside the top 10 at this stage. As for Mark Richards, has he hung on to the place? Dominic Jackson was behind heading on to the Bentley Straight. Yeah, he's still behind as they go through Brundle and Nelson and up towards the bomb hole once more. These two squabbling away. They're not particularly holding each other up either, because Jack Manchester, who is there in third place, is not exactly disappearing up the road. There is Jack Manchester, then the two black cars, but the one with the silver stripe is that of Mark Richards. And that is Steve Burgess on the inside of Murray's corner. That was Steve Burgess's car, so there's been a problem for the car that was in second position. So that now means that this fight here is for the final podium place. And Steve Burgess has had some sort of problem heading down in towards Murray's, and well, his car looked rather stranded on the infield section. And there is Steve, the reigning champion, running away from the car, which I've got to say is not particularly in the safest of places. Sean Byrne is still under attack from Richard Baxter. Richard having qualified third quickest, but when the lights went out just didn't get the car off the line, and he's now had to try and spend his valuable time working his way back up through the order, and not that far behind Richard Baxter. He's got to be careful. Is Jason Rishover, a driver we've also seen racing in the LMP3 Cup for P3 Le Mans prototype cars in the UK over the course of this season. So safely out of Agostini go that little trio. Christian Jeffrey is the next car behind. Then it's the orange car, Jack Lang. So Jack making a bit more progress, qualified only 15th, his second fastest time from qualifying, setting the grid for this one, and is now just starting to work his way up through the order. Locked brakes down at Agostini. That's Konstantin Gukiev as he tried to have a quick look at the inside of Barry Liversidge. Onto the Bentley Straight goes Sean Byrne, raises his hand aloft, and not entirely sure why he raised his hand aloft there, Sean Byrne. Can't quite see any obvious reason as to what the problem is, other than, right, probably a safety car coming out, I would have thought. Yes, Steve Burgess' car in a dangerous place. Safety car boards are indeed out, and that means that just as Oliver Barker had thought he'd made good his escape following the retirement of Steve Burgess, then surely that's now going to mean that Oliver Barker will have Jack Manchester very close for company when we get the restart of this race underway. So there is Oliver Barker. He is the race leader under safety car conditions here at Snetterton, and now absolutely behind him. Yeah, you can see the light blue car of Jack Manchester. So all of the advantage that Oliver Barker had has been whittled down to absolutely nothing as the field all bunch themselves back up under safety car, weaving from side to side to try and maintain the temperature in the controlled Dunlop slick tyres that all of these cars run. As into the pit lane comes the safety car, which means that Oliver Barker can get the race back underway here at Snetterton. Over the start-finish line, he's about to charge his way, and it looks like it's a good restart as well. Daylight between himself and Jack Manchester already. Dominic Jackson there in third place, Mark Richards in fourth, and Sean Byrne still under pressure from Richard Baxter for fifth and sixth places. They were squabbling away before the safety car period, and they're back at it again now. Through the right-hand hairpin at Wilson goes Oliver Barker. There's Jack Manchester slithering his way out of the hairpin. In third place is Dominic Jackson. Mark Richards is ever closer to him as they head up towards Palmer. Shows the nose of the car up the inside of Dominic Jackson, who looks as though he's got a little bit of damage, hasn't he, on that front right-hand corner of the number 4 car. And Dominic Jackson desperate to try and hang on to a podium place. We saw him on the podium in race 1 of the weekend. Mark Richards having a quick look up the inside though, and he's able to work his way through, and up into 3rd position goes Mark Richards on the way in towards Agostini. Dominic Jackson tries to fight back on the way out. Jack Lang also looking to try and make a bit more progress as well. He's trying to pick the pocket of Jason Rishover, and I think probably gained the place there as well, Jack Lang, so keep an eye towards that orange car, because now that the field has punched themselves up again, it's given Jack Lang a good opportunity to go through and take that place. So Jack Lang's next target is going to be Richard Baxter. Out of Williams, onto the Bentley straight they'll go. Oliver Barker leads, Jack Manchester in 2nd place. The dust being raised, I think, by Jason Rishover coming out of Williams in the background. 3rd is Mark Richards, but under pressure again from the all-black car of Dominic Jackson as those who turn their way through under Brundle, and then up towards the right Hamilton. And up to 6th, Ship lead Jack Lang through the causes above. It's got Jeffrey, Stewart, and then sensible before acting will take up here. Through, well, he goes as Scotland. Elliot Goodman, who's just about Sean Bird, so Sean Bird has dropped down through the order with some sort of issue, and he's worked his way back into some cars as well. Circuit must stay within terms of the circuit, i.e. the white lines. There's a good little fight going on between the who come from Carolina. Maloney pressure from Stewartman. Has managed to get off back through and ahead of Richards once more. So back up to 3rd goes Dominic Jackson. Down to 4th has gone Mark. Under pressure from the blue car of Richards. They're closing on him. The orange machine now in the hands of Jack Lang. Runner-up in last year's championship, Jack Lang, leading this year's championship and looking to trust his championship rival, which is Oliver Barker, is leading this race at this stage. Of course, the other championship rival, Steve Burgess, is out of the race. Jack Lang really looks to try and gain as many points as he can. The lead advantage between and Jack Manchester. And Dominic is a busy chap here, but he's riding on a podium hit earlier on in the season at Silverstone, earlier on the end. Paul Domingo really like to try and gain his 3rd podium of the camp. Through area 4 Murray's goes the trio for 3rd, 4th and 5th position. Richard Baxter really closing on the brakes onto the coattails of Mark Richards, but nothing doing again. He's going to pick up a little bit of toe as they head struck high and options by Richard. A little bit of Suhos thought that release to the over the way out race lead towards what will right hand bench. Second going to run more Nelson to order still remain when that back and to lead the time. Nice to be as they head round through. I don't think they head towards. He is really closed up. Coattails of Barker on the pressure a little bit. Here's head onto the centre straight, up towards the start finish line. Where checkered flag waves in already here at Snett claims 2nd of the weekend. Mr. Dominic Jackson, Mark Richards, and Jack Lang will top 6. Oliver Barker. Well, he has a gap on his main championships. Steve Burgess for the race and Jack finishing behind him. Confirmation of the result then of a bar claims weird from Jack Mann 2nd place and Dominic Jackson, Mark Richards with 4th, Baxter, Jack Lang completing the top 8 ahead of Christian Jeffrey and Stewart is the top of the Radical Challenge. The drivers are live
in the house. I started getting embarrassed, and then started losing the front end of the car. The grip totally went. Unfortunately, just managed to hang on until the end. If there'd been another lap, I don't think I could have done.
Yeah, it was a bit close, wasn't it, at the end? But you got the victory, and this is really good. Captain race. You leading the champ.
Yeah, things are looking good. A lot of points behind weekend, and we're going to back slowly, but
really wanted to nail that stuff, see what I could do, and it perfect. Same as last race, but I managed to climb to the podium. Yeah.
Just had a really first few laps, which was a shame because then the front guys got away. But by the time we came in,
I mean, after the restart, you were in broader sorts of that you could have easily been sort of you weren't that podium slip.
No, it was there. Then it was there again. So good.
From Netterton for the moment, but don't disappear because with race 3 very shortly. No, in position now. That's the 8th for the green jumping in, which is the black and gold car. Row 10 coming into position. Is there a gap on row 10? There is a gap on row 10 where we have got Paul Allen's car. There is one gap there. Number 5, Paul Allen has not, by the look of it, clearly had some issues in qualifying, but the green flag waves at the tail end on the field. 20 minutes are on the clock. The red lights come on, which they do now. Bradley Smith on pole position. Oliver Barker alongside. Red lights go out. It is a very slow start from Oliver Barker, who is gobbled up instantly by the first 2 or 3 rows of the grid. And it's a fantastic start from Steve Burgess, the champion, from 3rd on the grid up to the lead of the race as they head up towards Redgate Corner for the first time. So it's Steve Burgess that leads. It's Bradley Smith there in 2nd position, and that was another very good start by the look of things from Jack Manchester, who qualified 5th and was up to 3rd but under attack as they headed onto the top of Hollywood. But Oliver Barker just got too much wheel spin when the lights went out and really struggled to get the car off the line, and as he eventually got some momentum already, the Cars on the second and third rows of the grid were siding their way through and past him. Steve Burgess was leading when they disappeared out of view. He is still leading as they reappear into view, heading up towards Schwantzkirch and McLean's for the first time. So it's Steve Burgess that leads. Bradley Smith there in second position. A great fight going on for third and fourth. It's the light blue car of Jack Manchester that hangs on to what is third position. Harry Cockill's going to be there in fourth place. Fifth place looks as though it's probably Brian Cordwell that slotted himself through into fifth position. And for poor old Oliver Barker, I suspect the bottom of the top six is as good as it's going to get for the race. Roberts for the first time of asking. Top making away. It is the reigning champion Burgess that leads, but he's coming under pressure from Bradley Smith, who opts not to sit in the slipstream particularly. Moves out to one side and then throws one up the inside, heading in towards Redgate Corner. Very close, very late on the brakes, but can't quite squeeze his way through, at least not yet, for as Bradley Smith is concerned. So Burgess leads, Smith second, it's Jack Manchester in third place, ahead of Harry Cockill. It's John McLeod who's up into fifth position, car number 14. That's from ninth on the grid. That's a very good first lap of the race. And as for the car that didn't get off the line, well, Oliver Barker, he is there in sixth position at the end at the first lap of the race, with the car of Brian Cordwell there in seventh place. Eighth place is Christian Jeffrey. Ninth place is Dominic Jackson, and it's Brian Murphy that completes the top 10. At least it was, as they came over the start-finish line at the end of lap number 1. As they turn their way through Coppice now on lap number 2, the gap between first and second looking as though it has just extends line. They're starting to prop a little bit after the race. They're fighting over third. They're fighting over position as they head down towards the bottom section of the circuit, and then are about to Robert. The time can prevent them. We've got some boats. No, we have it. Down towards it is here, and lead stage. Pulled in of them. Run over the fastest on the flying lap. On a championship, Cockhill. So turning to the chip of course of the right up end, the champion, and let me screen off and got any batteries back on. Bob, thank you. So this sounds. We press the button and it's coming again, Bob, but the remote doesn't seem to work. It's off there. So just press the button if it does it again. Here they come, back into sight. We've lost one car off on the exit of Starkey's Bridge by the look of things. It's retired to the left-hand side of the circuit. It's out of our sight. We were just picking up on the camera screen, so there will be one that doesn't come back through. We can account for Paul Allen because he was absent on the grid. I have a feeling it might be the hugely unfortunate Richard Baxter making his debut in the Radical Challenge, having stepped up from the SR1 Cup, because that car did not come through at the end of lap number 1. Maybe he was absent from the grid as well. Couldn't quite see any other gaps on the grid. But the lead advantage that time has grown. 0.4 of a second is the gap between first and second as they came over the start-finish line. Still Steve Burgess, the champion, the man from Nottingham at his local circuit, looking to try and pull away from Bradley Smith, who's having none of it, and I think is reeling him back in again over the course of this lap. It certainly looks as though the gap has come down between the pair of them. You can see we've still got Jack Manchester in third place, the light blue car, fighting away with Harry Cockill. Those two are very much shoulder to shoulder at this stage, and then we've got John McLeod, who is still hanging on to fifth place. The slow starting Oliver Barker, when the lights went out it all went wrong for him. He hasn't as yet made any progress at all from the sixth position which he occupied on the first lap of the race. Well, they're now on lap number 4 with 15.5 minutes to go. The gap was 0.4 of a second. It certainly appears to be less than that this time as they come over the start finish line. It is down to just 0.4 of a second. New fastest lap of the race for Bradley Smith, so the gap did close up, and again he tries to throw one up the inside heading in towards Redgate Corner. There's a problem and a spin for Harry Cockill. Himself and Jack Manchester went in towards Redgate together. Not sure whether they leant on each other heading round through the corner, but either way, Harry Cockill's car had a spin. He's now heading on the grass on the inside of Redgate Corner. Now, is he going to be able to rejoin? He's disappeared behind the trees. Right now he reappears. A bit of rally crossing gets him back onto track, but that's going to drop the number 3 car well down through the order. He's going to be down towards the bottom of the top 10, I suspect, by the time he is managed to recover. One car who sort of again went backwards when the lights went out and hasn't made progress is the runner-up in last year's championship, number 2, Jack Lang, who is only circulating in 10th position at the moment, the orange and silver car. So that's one car that is substantively further down through the order than one would have thought. And another car we also lost on that lap was the car of Sachin Nuri. So over the start-finish line they'll come, and still for the lead of the race it is still Steve Burgess, but again he's under attack from Bradley Smith, who throws one up the inside again, heading up towards Redgate Corner. Every lap he has a quick look up the inside of Steve Burgess, and I think he's hoping that Steve might make a mistake on the exit of the corner, which he's almost made now. So they go side by side through Hollywood and down through the Craner curves. Let's have a look and see whether we might then have the shuffle in the order by the time they get down toward the Old Hare. And they are, look of things, still very much together through the Old Hare. One, I think, which of order, Bradley Smith through and into the race with that move. There is still there. What has happened? Yeah, it's Steve Jack Manchester place. Now he was seconds down the road by Hollywood through the slow 19, beginning to win again on them. the braking area. Roberts for the number 6. 13 minutes. It'll be Lee Smith. The car is coming out by the look of things. So yellow flags on circuit. Safety car parks at the end of the pit lane as the pack is heading round. Now, why is the safety car out? I did see some marshals heading in towards the gravel trap at Roberts, but I saw them sort of running back out of the way. Can't see a car there. So we've got something around the circuit that was, or still is, causing concern. But then that means that everybody now needs to slow their pace. The safety car, however, is just exiting Coppice Corner and does turn its lights out. Right, so we're happy that we're going to go racing at the end of this one because the course vehicle is almost out of harm's way up at Coppice Corner. The pack has already passed it, so by the time they get round next time through under racing conditions, he'll be well and truly behind the barriers. So lights out in the safety car, 6.5 minutes to go. We're about to get racing back underway. Bradley Smith leading the race. No overtaking until they reach the start-finish line, let's not forget. So they could be side by side, but they can't have changed position. It's a fantastic restart by Bradley Smith. A big mistake for Jack Manchester, who spins coming over the start-finish line. Really mucked up the restart. Had a big 360 spin. That's where it looks because he's on the moment with a big pack behind him. Henn comes out of the car and trudges away rather disappointingly, understandably, because that was a scary old moment for him. It is going to be Bradley Smith leading the race. It is Steve Burgess in second place. Oliver Barker now third place. Who said he had a bad start? Because he's right there with the leading pair following the restart and the spin for Jack Manchester. But that has sort of split the pack a little bit, that spin for the hugely unfortunate Jack Manchester, who's having a chat to our Donington Marshals now on the start line, because John McLeod's there in fourth place, and then on back at Caldwell, who will be there in fifth place. Leading trio in towards Roberts, tries to the car in third place because the charging Oliver Barker is in. The reigning champion stop finish under pressure from Oliver Barker, who started in third second. This is his way through 5 minutes to 12 through the Grainer curves. Of course, if they continue to squabble for second and third, making good his escape all of the time will be Bradley Smith, who is looking to try and stretch the advantage. He led by a second and a half at the start of this lap, and it looks as though it's grown further because Oliver Barker is now under attack from last year's champion at his local circuit. He takes a wider line through McLean's Corner to try and give himself a bit of an advantage on the run up towards Coppice Corner. Still no opportunity there for Steve Burgess to return the favour to the Radical SR1 graduate, that being Oliver Barker, and now he's having to defend again. So sitting in the slipstream is going to be Steve Burgess. This might give him the opportunity down the exhibition straight to squeeze his way through into braking for Roberts Corner. Are we going to see a change in the order? There goes Bradley Smith in the lead. No, it's still Oliver Barker in second position. His blue car, but with the white flashes to it. Steve Burgess, similarly liveried car, same colour blue, but it's got the yellow flashes to it. There in third place, John McLeod, number 14, in fourth place. Jack Lang, who was in 10th a few laps ago, is now up into fifth place. And Dominic Jackson, number 4, another driver making his debut in the Radical Challenge, the former Singer-Seater champion. Over in Germany, BMW, sits there in Jeffrey. 8th place is number 29, Marcelo Maritiotto. 9th place is number 57, Brian Murphy. And number 20, Mark Crader, completes the top 10. Our race leader, however, is now on lap number 13. Last time through, Bradley Smith posted the new fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far, 1 minute 5.955, extending his advantage substantively so between himself and the pair behind. Whilst they were squabbling, he did make good his escape. He built the advantage from 1.5 seconds up to almost 3.4 seconds within a single lap. So really is going well at the wheel of the MECTEC prepared number 21 machine. Bradley Smith back over the start finish line, the former Sunoco Challenge winner. And what's the gap this time? From 3.356 seconds, it goes up to 3.8 that time through, because it's another new fastest lap of the race for Bradley Smith. Keep an eye on the fourth place car, number 14, John McLeod. He is being reeled in now by the number 2 car, the runner-up from last year, the orange and silver car in the hands of Jack Lang, former Formula Jedi front-runner, Jack Lang. Yeah, former Formula Jedi champion, and then went on and raced in the BRDC Formula 3/Formula 4 championship for a season or so. He closed the gap to the tune of a full second on that lap over the largely white number 14 car of John McLeod. So now he's only a second adrift. They're arguably going to be pretty much nose to tail at the end of the lap. In fact, there they go, round through McLean's Corner now. The orange car of Jack Lang closing in on John McLeod. All of the time whilst the leading 3 are getting away. And since taking up second position, Oliver Barker, Steve Burgess put him under pressure for a lap, but is now starting to fall away a bit more. So the top 3 just spacing out. There are 2 minutes to go. So on to the penultimate lap of the race now goes Bradley Smith. And it's another new fastest lap of the race for Bradley Smith, a 1 minute 5.574 from Bradley Smith. Oliver Barker is still They're just ahead of Steve Burgess for second and third place. The gap between the two of those did come down by a quarter of a second, but Steve Burgess is still not close enough to attack this time as they head down through the Craner curves. For what will be the penultimate time. They're currently on lap number 15. John McLeod is being caught by Jack Lang. All crumbs with 3 wide further back. And the meat in the sandwich there, heading up towards Redgate Corner, is Spencer Bourne's number 8 car. And who's he doing battle with there? Spencer Bourne. By the look of things, it was Mark Richards and the number 44 car, which will be Tony Barwell in this particular race. So that was a great little squabble going on. They're fighting for 16th, 17th and 18th position, but the 3 of them were all side by side as they came over the start-finish line. Our race leader, though, Bradley Smith, is about to very shortly head on to his final lap of the race because there are less than 60 seconds to go. He turns his way for the 15th time through Roberts Corner, car number 21, over the start-finish line, onto the final lap. Another new fastest lap of the race from Bradley Smith, a 1 minute 5.522. The gap between second and third comes down further as Steve Burgess starts to close in on what is Oliver Barker. Equally as much fourth and fifth, getting ever closer. Is this Jack Lang's opportunity on the run up towards Redgate Corner? No, not on this occasion. He opts to sit behind the white machine of John McLeod, who sits there in 4th position. So the battle's starting to hot up. Second and third close to each other, 4th and 5th close to each other. Then we've got 6th and 7th close to each other, which is Dominic Jackson and Christian Jeffrey respectively. So the only car inside the top half dozen or so that's not got anybody to play with is the race leader, who's now built a 5.2 second advantage, Bradley Smith, as he heads through Coppice Corner on the final lap of the race. And as for the car of Oliver Barker, he's still got work to do here, because sitting within touching distance, ready to pick up a little bit of the tow heading down the exhibition straight, is going to be Steve Burgess, but he's going to have to be very brave on the brakes coming in towards Roberts Corner. Race win's going to go the way of what is Bradley Smith. He comes through and claims the win. Second place will go the way of Oliver Barker, who's neat and tidy through Roberts, so gives the reigning champion no opportunity to have anything other than the final step of the podium. So Steve Burgess finishes in 3rd place. 4th place goes away of John McLeod. 5th is Jack Lang. 6th is going to be Dominic Jackson. 7th place is going to be Christian Jeffrey. 8th place will go the way of car number 29, Marcelo Maricciotto. 9th place will just be Mark Crader, who's chased all the way to the start-finish line, coming over the start-finish line by the Irishman Sean Byrne, who finishes in 10th place. We have a shuffle for 11th and 12th on the final lap, because Elliot Goodman finishes in 11th place, ahead of Harry Cockhill, who's 12th. Barry Liversidge is there in 13th. Mark Richards 14th. Spencer Bourne in 15th in the end, so he got the upper hand over that little trio that were doing battle last time through, which means that Tony Barwell drops down into 16th place. 17th is Peter Tyler. 18th place is Gary Patterson. 19th place is number 55, which is going to be Adrian Watt. And it will be Brian Cordwell, who really struggled in that race towards the end. He had just whatever it was, a car underneath him that wasn't quite working, because he qualified 6th quickest and ends in 20th. So he really has dropped hugely down through the order. It was midway through the race, lap number 11 really, where he clearly must have had some issues, and from there it all went rather wrong for him.
Brad, come down and have a little chat to me. First of all, well done, congratulations. Good way to open the season, isn't it? Start, first of all, take us through the start.
Many wheel spins, I think. Yeah, just where the grid's just slightly on a downward slope, I was quite cautious about that, and I think, yeah, probably overcautious and just ended up lighting up a little bit, and obviously Steve got past.
And then you had to be careful, think about it, work it out, calculate it. That worked, and then faster slap after faster slap at the end of the race. Clearly the car and the tyres had come in by the end of the race.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, because it's such a high-speed circuit, especially with these radicals, you know, when you're behind another car, you can lose all that front grip because of the loss of, air on the front. So, yeah, it was a difficult challenge, but, once we got a bit clear track, we just tried to put laps in.
That was mega.
Yeah, I launched it there. I saw Brad do front runners spin off, and I thought, oh, here we go, brilliant start.
Nice one.
Had a good few laps with Brad behind me, but he puts a lot of pressure on me. I was struggling through the last chicane for some reason. I think that always gave the guys a good chance into Redgate on me, and then I had to go defensive. And then, side by side through the Craners with Brad's quite entertaining.
It's frustrating, isn't it, when you know that there's one particular area on the circuit that maybe I'm just not good enough there today.
It's strange, because in qualifying I was flying through there, but, in the race then it was bouncing and losing a lot of traction.
It's not right, is it? No, no. Oliver, well done. You must be delighted with that.
Yeah, I'm really delighted. Yeah, first race in the Radical SR3, and I've had a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, well, it is all about fun, and conditions today are perfect for having fun in these cars, aren't they? They are beautiful and need to be opened up, don't they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I made it difficult for myself at the start. Terrible start, dropping back down to 5th or 6th.
Well, you and Brad can talk about that then.
Yeah, so I knew I had a lot to do. Managed to make up a couple of places, and then the safety car came out, and I knew that was my opportunity to strike and get onto the podium, and fortunately it worked out.
But you have to make the most of those opportunities when they present themselves, so everything was right at the restart.
Yes, yeah, they don't come up very often, so you've just got to make the most of it.
Welcome along to Snetterton for the final rounds of the 2017 Radical SR1 Cup Championship. Ideal conditions, a slight breeze but beautiful sunshine. And for Jerome Desadlier and James Pinkerton, they are the two drivers that will fight it out for the crown. Let's catch up with them before qualifying got underway.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm going to push quite hard, make sure I follow the track limits and try to do a good job.
And you can win it in this first race?
It's possible. It might be tough, but we're going to try. I could.
So you've got to really stay in touch with Jerome, have you, for this first race?
I have. I don't think it's going to be easy, but I'll try my best. I've had the best out of the tyres at Donington, so we'll have to do the best we can. Jerome's always very fast, so he won't make it easy.
Back at what happened in the qualifying session for the Radical SR1 Cup Championship. A qualifying session which would see the drivers' fastest times dictate the grid for the first race of the weekend, and their second fastest times would dictate the grid for race number 2 of the weekend. So an important qualifying session for both number 3, Jerome Desadlier, who led the championship coming into the Snetterton weekend on 38 points. And well, for the number 22 car of James Pinkerton, he would be hoping to set pole position time, start on the front row of the grid, and of course gain the extra championship point that would be available for each of those races if you set the pole position time. So Jerome Desadlier set the pace early on in the session, looking to try and see what he could do. James Pinkerton, though, got out onto track and straight away popped in some very quick times in the qualifying session. And, well, he was then a driver that was happy with the times early on in the session and opted to come into the pit lane, sit out the rest of the session just to see as to whether Jerome Desadlier was able to do anything about what for him was the quickest time in the session. It can be a dangerous game just sitting patiently in the pit lane with your eyes peeled to the screen and seeing whether anybody could improve their times, and that's exactly what Jerome Desadlier was continuing to try and do out on circuit.
Yeah, James is he's done his laps in qualifying, just trying to hold on to the tyres, so they do go off quite a lot, so he's just trying to keep them as fresh as he can, ready for race 1 and 2, so, but his teammate's coming after him at the moment, and he's now 6/10 behind, so it's getting close.
It got very close towards the end of the session, but it was the right call for James Pinkerton ultimately. He sat out the vast majority of the qualifying session, having posted the fast laps early on, and it was good enough to start from pole position for the first race of the weekend.
That looked pretty risky sitting there.
It was probably, I was just trying to save the tyres, so I'm not sure how good my second fastest lap was, so I think that might set me back a bit in the second race, but I'm really happy with that. So, yeah.
No, I thought I'd be a little quicker, to be honest. I know my rear tyres are pretty used, but I still thought I'd get away with it. 4th is really not where I guess I want to be, but I'll be pushing in the race to make up some places.
Are those the tyres for the race, or can you change?
I've got some other tyres for the race. They're not new, but they're better than this.
Also amongst the entry list at Snetterton was Motorsport News journalist Rod Ladbroke, who was driving the recently launched Gen 2 Radical SR1, a car entirely different to the car that he regularly races, which is a Puma in the Dunlop Puma Cup.
So Rob, first time out qualifying, how was that?
Fast. It's a bit different from a Ford Puma. Round here it's just the corner entry speed you have to carry, particularly for turn 1, the bomb hole and Coram. It's it's quite phenomenal when you're literally breathing on the brake, coming down one gear and then getting straight back on it right the way round turn 1. Car felt mega. So I only drove it for about an hour on Friday, so I'm still learning it and learning this kind of racing with aero. I'm just getting to that point where you can trust it and you know what the car's going to do.
So let's have a look at the grid for the first race of the weekend then. James Pinkerton on pole position, Christian Jeffrey alongside. Row 2 is Andy Chittenden and championship leader Jerome Desadlier. It's Rob Courtnidge and Andrew Ritchie on row 3 with Nigel Payne and Rob Ladbroke on row 4. And on the 5th row of the grid is Peter Devlin for this penultimate race of the season. Championships to be decided this weekend. James Pinkerton sits on pole position. Red lights are on. Red lights go out. The number 22 car goes absolutely nowhere when the lights go out. Rob Courtnidge just is able to squeeze his way through and past the stricken pole sitter's car. Christian Jeffrey will lead as they head up towards Ritchie's corner for the first time. And Jerome Desadlier has slotted himself through into second position by the look of things. And well, now for James Pinkerton, if he can't get going, that is going to put Jerome Desadlier, who we ride on board with, in a very handsome position in terms of his championship aspirations as he chases down Christian Jeffrey round through Wilson Corner for the first time. And already the front two are just starting to break away a little bit. Christian Jeffrey, however, is a guest in the championship this weekend. We regularly see him racing in the Radical Challenge, the man who's based out in the Caribbean, and he's not eligible for championship points. So even though Jerome Desadlier is in second place, he would gain maximum championship points. And for poor old James Pinkerton, his car just went nowhere when the lights went out. Andy Chittenden is through into third position. Fourth place is Rob Courtnidge. He was just able to squeeze his way through and past the stricken car of James Pinkerton when the lights went out. But it is going to be Christian Jeffrey that is pulling away in the lead of the race as they head through Oggies for the first time, with the championship leader Jerome Desadlier sitting right on his coattails in second place. Andy Chittenden has got his sleeves rolled up and fights it out with Rob Courtnidge for what is third and fourth place. The fifth place car is just that little bit further back as they work their way out of Williams and onto the Bentley Straight for the first time. James Pinkerton has not got going by the look of things, which that now means that all Jerome Desadlier really needs to do is finish this race. It almost doesn't matter where he finishes, as long as he posts a finish and is classified in the results, he will be the champion for this year. But ideally he wants to try and take a race victory. Fantastic low camera angle as we ride on board briefly with the car that's there in second place, trying to hunt down Christian Jeffrey. 3 cars now for third, fourth and fifth place, because it looks as though Andrew Ritchie is trying to join in as well, as they thread their way through Coram for the first time and then in towards the braking area for the left-hander at Murray's that concludes the lap here at Snetterton. So through the right-hander, then through the left-hander, accelerate their way onto the centre straight. Andy Chittenden having to still work terribly hard to keep Rob Courtnidge at bay. Andrew Ritchie in fifth place is not too far away as well. And of course all of these cars identical as well, all running on Dunlop tyres, all powered by the 1340cc RPE tuned Suzuki engine. And what a fight it is as Rob Courtnidge, is he going to squeeze his way up the inside of Andy Chittenden? Yes, he does at Ritchie's corner. So up to third comes Rob Courtnidge, down to fourth goes Andy Chittenden. He's got another car looking to try and attack, and that is Andrew Ritchie as they head up towards the braking area for Wilson. They're side by side for fourth and fifth, and the place is gained by Andrew Ritchie. 2 places lost there in the space of a couple of corners for poor old Andy Chittenden, driver who we also see out racing regularly in his Radical SR1 in the Radical Challenge in the UK. So through the left-hander at Palmer, the leading pair starting to ever stretch the gap between themselves and the trio behind, with Christian Jeffrey making his debut in the Radical SR1 Cup, still out front and leading the race, largely because these 3 behind are slowing each other up at the moment. Such an enjoyable battle they're all having. And as they work their way up towards Hamilton, keep an eye towards Nigel Payne, who at the wheel of his light green and black car is beginning to close in on the little trio ahead as a result of their squabbling, holding each other up. So through the right-hander at Oggies, up towards the right-hander at Williams, that will bring them onto the Bentley Straight yet again. And it just looks as though these 3 now have settled in a little bit more now, with Rob Courtnidge still under pressure from Andrew Ritchie, but Andrew Ritchie's just not close enough really, is he? Leading pair still pretty much tied together. Still with Christian Jeffrey leading the race. Jerome Desadlier not too far away, but not picking up enough of a tow down the Bentley Straight so as to close in. Then it's Rob Courtnidge from Andrew Ritchie from Andy Chittenden, and the ever-closing light green and black car of Nigel Payne. Keep your eye towards him because he's not that far away. You can see those 3 cars and then Nigel Payne just in the distance of the shot as they flick their way through the right-hander at the bomb hole and up towards the never-ending right-hander at Coram yet again. One of those corners that Rob Ladbroke was referring to after qualifying, the cornering speed that you can maintain in these Radical SR1s on their treaded Dunlop tyres, absolutely astonishing. Onto the brakes, through the left-hander at Murray as they accelerate their way onto the centre straight to conclude yet another lap. It's another lap that guest driver, not eligible for championship points, Christian Jeffrey, continues to lead, whilst James Pinkerton is a rather frustrated spectator from the pit wall there. He can see his championship hopes ever evaporating, because he knows he'll have done the maths already. As long as Jerome Desadlier maintains second place but is behind a driver who is not eligible to score championship points, well, that's it. Absolutely, there is no hope for James Pinkerton. The championship will be gone at race 1 of the weekend, but he will come out, I'm sure, fighting for race 2 of the weekend, where he will again start from pole position, because he did ultimately secure pole for both race 1 and for race 2. So the championship gap is 36 points coming into this race, and at the moment Jerome Desadlier, albeit second on the road, would be on for maximum championship points. That would be 40. There is also one additional championship point for the fastest lap in each race. Now, the fastest lap so far has been posted by Christian Jeffrey, but again, he's not eligible to pick up that championship point, so that point would also go the way of Jerome Desadlier, who may not be aware that James Pinkerton didn't even get going when the lights went out. It was a broken chain, ultimately, we've been hearing, for the hugely unfortunate James Pinkerton. So Jerome Desadlier will keep pressing on, perhaps in the blissful ignorance that his main championship rival is now out of the race. We're right on board with Rob Ladbroke, who's looking to try and work his way through past Peter Devlin, who runs a little bit wide. That's at Agostini, and at the wheel of the Gen 2 Radical SR1, a car that was recently launched at Rockingham earlier on this season. He has gone through now to pick up what would be 7th position, and Peter Devlin drops down into 8th place. 3rd, 4th and 5th place are down at the bottom of the Bentley Straight at the moment. Rob Courtney's looking ever more secure now in 3rd place. The white car with the red flashes is Andrew Ritchie in 4th place. The white car with the red flashes, but a few more of them, a bit more red coloration, is Andy Chittenden. He's still within touching distance of Andrew Ritchie as they thread their way through the right-hander at Coram. You then need to get the car braking in a straight line before you turn into the left-hander at Murray, so it's a very difficult corner at the exit of Coram and up towards the entry to Murray's Corner. And well, any mistake at all from Andrew Ritchie, and Andy Chittenden is in prime position. He ideally needs to close up by another 4 or 5 car lengths, so if he wants to try and mount a real challenge on the car ahead. This is the new Gen 2 Radical SR1 in the hands of Motorsport News journalist Rob Ladbroke, who has been getting quicker and quicker and quicker as the race weekend wears on. Rob, who's been racing in the Dunlop Puma Cup in his Ford Puma throughout the course of this season, is sampling the Radical SR1 for the first time, and every time he's got out of the car there is the most enormous grin on Rob Ladbroke's face, who is thoroughly enjoying his weekend here at Snetterton, and looking forward to seeing more of these Gen 2 cars coming out over the course of the 2018 season. We are now on the last lap though, which means that for Jerome Desadlier, he might be second on the road, but he's now less than a lap away from being crowned the 2017 Radical SR1 Cup champion. And it looks as though the battle for 4th and 5th isn't fully resolved yet either. Andrew Ritchie has been caught by Andy Chittenden over the course of the last lap or so the amount of daylight ever diminishing between the pair of them. They flick their way through the left-hander at Hamilton, and the best bet for Andy Chittenden, if he wants to mount a challenge to retake 4th place, having lost it a few laps ago, is to get a good exit out of Oggies, a good exit out of the next right-hander coming up, which is Williams, and that will bring them onto the Bentley Straight. And if he's close enough, he might pick up a tow from the car ahead. He's just that little bit too far away though as they head onto the Bentley Straight for the final time. And this is our race leader at the wheel of another one of the Gen 2 Radical SR1s. It looks so Christian Jeffrey making his debut in this championship, not running for championship points. He's going to come through and claim an overall victory. Not a bad start to his weekend of SR1 Cup racing. So through Coram and through Murray's for the final time, Christian Jeffrey is going to win the race, but it looks so Jerome Desadlier, the man at the wheel of the number 3 car, is going to win the championship. Checkered flag flies, and it is a win for Christian Jeffrey. He comes through and claims top honours and wins the penultimate race of the season in the Radical SR1 Cup. But Jerome Desadlier, you can see by his reaction, he knows he is the 2017 champion. Ideally, I'm sure he would have loved to have gone wheel to wheel with James Pinkerton, but that failure of the chain on the start for James Pinkerton means that Jerome Desadlier, with one race still to go in the championship, will be the 2017 Radical SR1 Cup champion. So confirmation of the results then. Christian Jeffrey claims the win with Jerome Desadlier, the champion, in second place. Rob Courtnidge is there in third, ahead of Andrew Ritchie, Andy Chittenden, Nigel Payne, Rob Ladbroke and Peter Devlin, who finished in 8th position. So some delightful scenes in Parc Fermé as our new champion Jérôme Desadlier receives the congratulations of team members and fellow competitors as well. Christian Jeffrey will head to the top step of the podium, but let's hear from the new champion, also gauge Rob Ladbrokes' thoughts on his first SR1 race.
Bubbly, all squeezing in together to...
Very pleased. Listen, the Team 360 Racing did an amazing job at prepping the car. We did it quite a few days before the championship. The goal was always to win it. And so I did, and I'm very excited. James Pinkerton was close enough to be, to challenge me. Unfortunately, he had a mechanical failure, so I feel bad for him, but I'm very happy.
First race in SR1, how was it?
It was really good when I got it going. Getting these things off the line, I've never tried it, never practiced it or anything, and my foot got caught between the clutch and the footrest, and when it came up, it just bogged down, so I lost a few seconds then. That fired me up, I like to think, and from then on it was actually brilliant. It was great. I managed to catch another car, make up a couple of places. I'm really sorry for Pinky, who snapped his chain off the start. He deserved a bit more than that, but times are coming down as well, so I ended up just about 3 seconds off the fastest lap of the weekend against guys that have been racing all year, and I've done about 2 hours in the car now, so shows how accessible they are if nothing else.
Well, that's it for race 1. The championship is decided, but race 2 is still to come from Snetterton. Row 1 is fully into position. Row 2 is just coming into position now as George Line is about to line up on this 1-by-1 staggered grid. Row 3 about to get into position, which it does now. Row 4 with James Heffernan on. His car's always ran well in the early stage of the race, but then seems to suffer a misfire as the race wears on. Hopefully the number 8 machine will have better fortunes in this one. The 5th row of the grid's in position. Row 6 is not quite in position because Philip Jeans could do with moving up a row at this stage. He's not quite where he ought to be, and Cian Carey's aware of that, so we've got a bit of shuffling that needs doing towards the tail end of the field. But the red lights are on. The lights are about to flash out now, and it's a fantastic start from George Line, the champion from last year, but a fabulous start from Tony Bishop from the 3rd row of the grid. He slots himself through into 4th as Shane Kelly tries to protect the inside line for Redgate Corner and trying to sweep his way around the outside. Go Jacopo Sebastiani. He's not quite going to make it stick though, so it's Shane Kelly that leads. Jacopo Sebastiani there in 2nd position. It looks as though it's just Stuart Wiltshire in 3rd place, despite the good start. George Line, I think, is still there in 4th position. Where's Tony Bishop going to reappear? Because he, from the 3rd row of the grid, seemed to get the better start when the lights went out, but I don't think the gap's quite opened up as he would have wished. And in fact, no, he is still there in exactly the same position as he started from. So the good start didn't really come to a great deal for the man from Whipsnade. Also keep your eye towards the tail end of the field, because I think that Robbie Watts is already starting to try and push on and gain the odd place or two. As we look towards the conclusion very shortly of the first lap of the race, these cars really do get round the Donington Park National Circuit very, very quickly indeed. Onto the brakes, in towards Roberts they come. Shane Kelly leads the race. Jacopo Sebastiani sitting there in 2nd position. It's going to be Stuart Wiltshire in 3rd place, under attack from the red and white car of George Line, the champion from last year, who sits there in 4th place. Tony Bishop in 5th place, Peter Venn completing the top 6 at the wheel of car number 9. And what of the cars from the tail end of the field? Well, Robbie Watts is, by the look of things, has not come through on that lap. I'm just having a quick look to double check. No, Robbie Watts is not showing as having completed that lap. Fingers crossed it may well just be a transponder not working as we look towards, where is he? Oh, he's there, isn't he? Yeah, he's on the inside of Schwantz Curve. Thank you very much. Yeah, car pulled off to the left-hand side, just on the approach towards Schwantz Curve. So problems for Robbie Watts as he is not going to conclude this race. 2 retirements from the 3 races for this weekend for Robbie Watts, who was hoping to mount a championship charge. And when you consider in this one that they can drop 3 of the worst rounds throughout the course, so qualifying rounds less 3 determine the final championship places. Well, 2 non-finishes means that he's on the back foot really for the rest of the year now. Over the start-finish line comes Shane Kelly in the lead of the race, opened up a 1.3 second advantage on conclusion of the first lap of the race. Jacopo Sebastiani falling away in second place. It's still Stuart Wiltshire having to stick his elbows out to a degree to keep the champion from last year, George Line, behind him at the wheel of the number 1 machine, as they head onto the top of the Craner curves for what is already the 3rd time in this race. After George Line, and it's Tony Bishop, Peter Venn, James Heffernan at the wheel of the number 8 car, then Mark Harrison, Malcolm Scott making progress in the tail end of the field at the wheel of number 96. He's now up into 9th position, having started down in what would have been 15th place, and Dave Gillett, number 18, completes the top 10 at this stage, with Richard Purcell 11th, Cian Carey in 8th place, Adrian Holy in 9th place, and Philip Jeans as the last of the runners thereafter. So that's the order that they are in, as our race leader is already turning his way out of Coppice Corner and is heading down towards a conclusion of lap number 3 with 17 minutes remaining. We should get 50, we should get, I would imagine, something like 20 laps possibly out of this one. In the 15-minute races earlier on, we secured 15 laps in both of them, so if this is a 20-minute race, you could argue we should get 20 laps out. Might just be 19 though, it depends on how they get on, and traffic, which will come into play to a larger degree in this one. Further down through the order, good little fight going on. Cian Carey in 10th place now, has got Dave Gillett behind him and Richard Purcell. That's a little trio heading up towards Redgate Corner, as it looks as though there was a change in the order there. That was Richard Purcell looking to gain the place there, and I think dived up the inside of the number 18 car of Dave Gillett to give him 11th position and drop Gillett down into 12th place, as already we could see the gaps opening up between the top 3 cars. A second and a half separates Shane Kelly from Jacopo Sebastiani. A further second and a half separates Sebastiani from Wiltshire.
George Line for a podium at least?
I wouldn't be surprised, absolutely, yeah. I mean, at the moment, he's hanging on to the coattails, isn't he, of Stuart Wiltshire? But if we get George Line on the podium, it means you won't get Stuart Wiltshire, possibly.
No, but it does mean that we can find out the story of the weekend, because we've not really spoken to George, have we?
No, we haven't, no. His off in qualifying really compromised his grid position for the first 2 races, didn't it? And therefore, for the champion from last year, George Line, who sort of secured the championship by being Mr. Consistency. We're talking about Shane Kelly wanting more consistency in terms of his championship aspirations. 4 wins last year, missed out on the championship by a point. Shane Kelly last year, George Line last year, 1 win, secured the championship by a point because he was consistent throughout the course of the year.
Stuart Wiltshire is having none of it because he's responded on that last lap. He's gone a bit quicker, hasn't he? He's extended the gap to almost a second now.
He has, yeah. The gap has come out by another 1/10 of a second, hasn't it? So it's up to 0.923 of a second between Stuart Wiltshire in 3rd place, George Line, who sits there in 4th position. There's also a good fight going on by the look of things for 6th and 7th place. At number 9, Peter Venn is having to drive a fairly wide Dallara to try and keep the aspirations of James Heffernan at bay at this stage, as Shane Kelly is now about to conclude another lap. The amount of daylight certainly growing between himself and Jacopo Sebastiani in 2nd position, and yet Stuart Wiltshire responding again on that lap, is he? No, the gap's come down by another 10th, so Stuart Wiltshire eking it out by a gap. George Line thinking otherwise and bringing the gap back down to just 0.8 of a second on that occasion. Peter Venn in 6th place, still under pressure at the wheel of car number 9 from James Heffernan, very much together as they turn their way through the right-hander at Redgate Corner. And also now Malcolm Scott under attack from Cian Carey. That is the number 66 car of Malcolm Scott in 9th position, just heading out of Redgate Corner. He's got the Irishman right behind him and giving him plenty to think about as they worked their way up towards what is these top of the Craner curves. Shane Kelly, in the meantime, is sort of pressing on and starting to run away and hide to a degree. He is comfortably in the lead of the race. A new fastest lap of the race from him last time through, a 1 minute 2.5 exactly for Shane Kelly. And he's about to thread his way back over the start-finish line yet again. The fastest lap should be down in the 1 minute 1s, I would have thought, by the time we get there. He goes even quicker, another 1/4 of a second quicker on that lap, 1 minute 2.263. The lead advantage extends up to 3.1 seconds between himself and Jacopo Sebastiani. Stuart Wiltshire in 3rd place, now under a greater amount of pressure from George Line, who's managed to close the gap back up again once more. He's not quite as yet in a position that he's able to attack, but he's only now 0.6 of a second behind, so he really has closed the gap. And now Malcolm Scott is side by side with Cian Carey. Cian Carey's on the left-hand side of the circuit. The outside line heading up towards Redgate Corner is not quite going to work for him, so he tucks himself back behind once more. And that is the 4 cars for 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th position. Malcolm Scott, Cian Carey, Richard Purcell, and then the car of Dave Gillett, that are all very much together, threading their way down through what will be the Craner Curves. Clock ticking away of the scheduled 20 minutes for this slightly longer third race of the weekend. We've got 12.5 remaining. Shane Kelly continually posting faster lap after faster lap after faster lap. On that occasion, however, he's just a shade slower than his previous best, but more importantly, he's still 0.4 of a second quicker than the car in second position, Jacopo Sebastiani. Stuart Wiltshire in third place, again responding to the pressure of George Lyne, so the gap comes back out to almost a second between those two. And poor old James Heffernan's car, all of a sudden, sounds rather sick as it goes over the start-finish line. Hugely frustrating for James. I'd imagine enormously frustrating for Huell Lloyd and the CF Racing team, because the first part of the race, the car's very sweet. Thereafter, it starts to misfire. Into the pit lane comes Malcolm Scott, possibly for retirement again. Certainly for retirement is car number 49, with front wing missing as well now for Richard Purcell, who is going to retire the car opposite the start line.
A torrid weekend it's been for Malcolm Scott. He trudges down the pit lane and is inevitably going to turn left and finish up in the paddock. That's an unpleasant finish to a very disappointing weekend.
Well, Malcolm Scott only posted 2 non-finishes over the course of the whole of last season. He's posted 3 non-finishes this weekend already.
It's not fair, is it?
No, just such a tough weekend, but he'll bounce back. He'll be back out at Snetterton, I'm sure, for what is another treble header meeting there for the second event of the season. Shane Kelly now is leading by some 3.7 seconds from Jacopo Sebastiani. You'll be able to hear, Alan Hyde, the sickening car again of poor old James Heffernan.
Yeah, I can hear it. Yep, I don't even need to be on the pit wall to hear it. I'm standing by the garages, and yeah, it's worse than before, isn't it?
Yeah, it starts well in the race, and just as the engine gets warmer and warmer and warmer, it sort of comes on, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We've also now had a change for 8th and 9th position, because Mark Harrison made a bit of a hash of Redgate Corner that time through, so the number 28 car is no longer in 8th. Cian Carey, the Irishman, who retired in the race earlier on today, has managed to move his way through at the wheel of car number 19, and Mark Harrison, sort of, by the time he turned in and managed to keep the car from going into the gravel trap up at Redgate Corner, has not just lost the position, he's probably lost a few seconds thereafter as well by the time he got back up to racing speed. The race leader is now onto his 10th lap of the race. Lap after lap after lap, the gap just keeps coming up by a tenth or so. It's now up to 3.8 seconds between first and second, but Jacopo Sebastiani is comfortably pulling away from Stuart Wiltshire in third place. There's a 5.2 second deficit between second and third. Stuart Wiltshire in third place is still keeping George Lyne's aspirations at bay. They're lapping within a tenth of a second of each other, but the gap has now increased to almost 1.2 seconds between Stuart Wiltshire, on for his second podium of the weekend, and the champion from last year, George Lyne, who has had a difficult weekend, what with the off in qualifying and 2 starts from the tail end of the field, and at the moment is not really making an impression on a potential podium place in this one. 5th place is number 4, Tony Bishop. 6th is Peter Venn. 7th is the rather poorly car of James Heffernan. Cian Carey in 8th, Mark Harrison in 9th. Dave Gillett still completes the top 10 the way things stand, and we are now past the halfway point of this race. 10 laps completed, 9.5 minutes just under to go. The lead advantage having stretched yet further to now 4.4 seconds almost between first and second. And in third place, Stuart Wiltshire has further increased the advantage between himself and George Lyne. Yeah, he really has.
Going really well.
He's just got on with it, hasn't he? And quite surprising that George Lyne hasn't quite had the pace this weekend that we would have thought.
No, it's a good point. Yep.
So George Lyne, Mr. Consistency in the championship last year, so he won the championship by just 1 single point, took only 1 win. He had 5 second places and a couple of thirds, and 5 fourths, a 5th and a 6th as well. So there's only a couple of occasions throughout the whole year he was outside of the top 6, George Lyne, and it was that consistency that wrapped up the championship for him. Poor old James Heffernan has decided enough is enough. The number 8 car that's been a little bit poorly all weekend is heading down the pit lane, so that's another retirement. So Robbie Watts retired early on. We saw Richard Purcell retire with damage to his front wing opposite the start-finish line. We lost Malcolm Scott into the pits a few laps ago, and now we've lost James Heffernan as well. So we are now down to 11 cars circulating in this final F3 Cup Championship race of the weekend. And Shane Kelly leads Jacopo Sebastiani by 5 seconds now. He pulled out another 3/4 of a second on that lap, so 5 seconds between first and second. Sebastiani's got 6 seconds in hand between himself and Stuart Wiltshire, who is again pulling out to the tune of another 1/10 of a second per lap over George Line. The relative gaps between everybody at the moment are increasing, other than in 7th place, car number 19, Cian Carey, is actually the second quickest car that's circulating at the moment. The Irishman making progress from the tail end of the field, started 14th in this race. He is now up to 7th, so he's passed half of the field. Not necessarily on circuit, some of them has been as a result of retirements, and he is lapping almost 2 seconds quicker than Peter Venn, who's in 6th position. So keep an eye towards car number 19, the black car with the green flashes down the side of it in the hands of the Irishman. May well get himself inside the top 6 if he can. He's got plenty of time in which to do so. There's still 7 minutes at this stage, as the leading 4 cars are over the start-finish line. You wait the arrival of the 5th place car, Tony Bishop, now into sight. And then let's just have a quick look at the gap between Peter Venn and Cian Carey. It was 9.7 seconds, almost 10 seconds. Peter Venn heads over the start-finish line. Cian Carey appears into sight now. Peter Venn's time was a 1 minute 4.4. Cian Carey's a 1 minute 2.9, yeah, so the gap's down to 8.3 seconds, so it's going the right way, but there's still a lot of daylight between Peter Venn in 6th place and Cian Carey in 7th, and it may well be that Peter Venn is driving with a little bit of extra time in hand. The closest fight that we've got is down for 8th and 9th place. Car number 18, Dave Gillett, the blue and yellow machine, under pressure from number 28, Mark Harrison. In fact, having gained that place from Mark Harrison on the lap that they've just concluded, Mark Harrison looking to return the favour. And James Heffernan, Alan, back out of the pits, is he?
They've not done anything to the car. A conversation was taking place, and I thought it was all rather sort of doom and gloom and, you know, back off to the paddock. But I think they've probably said something along the lines of, you're not going to do any damage, so go out and enjoy and finish.
Well, he may as well in reality, because the points are awarded regardless of class and go all the way down to 15th position. So James Heffernan is 12th at the moment, so even if he keeps circulating, that's still 6 championship points, which could be handy at the end of the year.
Could be, yep.
So back out and circulating goes James Heffernan. Shane Kelly comfortably in the lead of the race now, some 5 3/4 seconds up the road from Jacopo Sebastiani, with the further 6.3 seconds in hand has Jacopo between himself and Stuart Wiltshire, who's now pulled away to the tune of 2 seconds from George Line. Let's have a look at Cian Carey. The gap is now down to 6.2 seconds between Peter Venn in 6th position and Cian Carey in 7th place. Cian was a full 2 seconds a lap quicker on the lap that they've just concluded, so I think he's going to catch. It's whether he can then get past, because of course once he catches, at some point he'll get in the dirty air. New fastest lap of the race from Shane Kelly that time through as well. The race leader now is 8 3/4 seconds before too much longer up the road, 1 minute 2.217, and whatever was said to James Heffernan clearly was, go out, try it. If it doesn't work, come back in, I would imagine, because he instantly trundles back down the pit lane again. Hugely frustrating weekend for him as well. In fact, that looks as though that is in towards Parc Fermé this time through. Yeah, he turns left at the end of the pit lane, Alan.
Shame, yep.
Well, I suppose a bit like Malcolm Scott's weekend, it's been pretty frustrating for James Heffernan, wasn't it? Because he non-finished.
Hugely frustrating, yeah.
Non-finished in race 1, didn't he? Race 2, he'd got that misfire, and race 3, it still won't go away.
Engine woes, and obviously engine woes are big woes.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's possible for, if you were competing in British Formula 3, yep, they can change an engine, they can do things very quickly. When you're racing in other forms of motorsport, it's not quite so simple, is it? We get so blasé with teams being able to pull an engine out of a touring car and pop another one in just an hour and a half or 2 hours in between a race. Well, you can't always do that sort of thing, so it's a shame.
Yeah,
Big
it is.
shame.
Yeah, CF Racing, a very good team, and had they have had the facility to do that, without question, Huell would have done it. But there just isn't time within the timetable, within the manpower that they have at the race meetings when they're running multiple cars as well. So normally frustrating.
And it's the cost as well, of course. You know, it's hugely expensive. You don't carry around spare engines all the time, would one?
Absolutely not. Cian Carey, I did say watch out for him. He is now within 1.6 seconds of gaining 6th place from Peter Venn, but more importantly, he's just posted the fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far. That does come with 1 championship point as well, the fastest lap. So a 1:02.025 is faster than anybody else has done in this race so far. That gives him 1 extra championship point, but it now moves him right up onto terms potentially with the number 9 car of Peter Venn at the end of this particular lap. Let's just have a quick look. Yeah, they are pretty much together this time coming out of Coppice Corner. Cian Carey will pick up a bit of the tow as they head onto the exhibition straight. Are we going to see a change in the order for 6th place? Is the Irishman going to go through and ahead of Peter Venn? Not quite is the answer. There'll be nose to tail coming out of Roberts. Here they come over the start-finish line. Cian Carey from 14th on the grid, now looking for 6th position. He's looking to try and muscle his way up the inside, is he? He's going to be as late on the brakes as he can at Redgate Corner, through, up the inside, place gained. Cian Carey now up into 6th position from 14th on the grid. He now needs to try and gain another 4 seconds if he wants to catch the car ahead of him now in 5th place, which will be Tony Bishop. Tony Bishop been lapping in a 1-minute 4 second lap. Cian Carey, we know, is capable of doing 2-minute 2s in clear air, so be interesting to see exactly how he gets on. Our race leader, Shane Kelly, pressing on, now having to deal with the traffic as he heads on to lap number 18. Plenty of time to deal with it, however, as he's got a 9.8 second advantage between himself and the number 6 machine of Jacopo Sebastiani. We've still got Stuart Wiltshire, number 5, in 3rd place, but the gap between himself and George Line has started to be eroded again. It's now down to 1 1/4 seconds between the cars in 3rd and 4th places respectively. Number 4, Peter Bishop, in 5th place. Is he being caught by Cian Carey? Yes, he is. Cian Carey 1.3 seconds quicker that time in his newly acquired 6th place. That means that he's now just 3 seconds adrift of Tony Bishop, but there's only 1 minute and 20 seconds to go in this race, so he might catch. It's going to be a very big ask for him to try and squeeze his way through in the remaining time in this one, as Shane Kelly will very shortly come through and head on to another lap. 1 minute and 6 seconds to go, so only onto his penultimate lap potentially, onto lap number 19. I think we will squeeze the full 20 out of this one, but it's somewhat in Shane Kelly's hands. If he eases off his lap time to the tune of about 1.5 seconds, we probably won't get the extra lap in. If he keeps pushing, then we probably will get the full 20 in. So Shane Kelly leads 10 seconds now is the advantage, 10.5 between himself and Jacopo Sebastiani. Stuart Wiltshire in 3rd place, responding to the fact that George Line was closing, pops in his best lap of the race so far, so the gap really extends back up again now for the final podium place. There's 3.5 seconds between Wiltshire in 3rd and George Line in 4th. What of the charging Cian Carey? He closes up to the tune of 1.6 seconds on that lap and is now within 1.5 of getting himself up into 5th position from 14th on the grid. So the Irishman, who used to compete in Formula Renault, is looking to try and really turn the screw and perhaps ask a few questions of Tony Bishop, the man from Whipsnade, in this what will be now the penultimate lap of the race, because with 2 seconds to go, Shane Kelly gets back over the start-finish line. So now clock is already at 0 as Shane Kelly's down towards Redgate Corner. So he is on his 20th and final lap of the race. He can afford to just stroke it home, and it does look as though he's going to repeat the feat of 2016 and claim a clean sweep of victories here at Donington Park to get his 2017 campaign off in an identical manner as he did last year as well. What of the squabble for 5th and 6th place? Tony Bishop heads in towards Roberts, and Cian Carey has certainly caught him on this lap. 1 lap to go, and Tony Bishop's going to have to try and cling on to 5th place here, but Cian Carey's a little bit quicker, heading onto the Wheatcroft straight. Tony Bishop's going to go defensive at Redgate Corner. Cian Carey tries to take a wide line in to cut back on the exit of the corner, but the man from Whipsnade still hangs on to it. The Irishman still sitting there in 5th place. They charge their way down through the Craner curves in towards the old hairpin, so through the left-hand element of the Craner curves and then onto the brakes and carrying as much speed as Tony Bishop can through the apex of the old hairpin. But Cian Carey looked to be a little bit quicker as 3 victories out of 3 go the way of Shane Kelly in F3 Cup. He has made it a clean sweep of victories. Jacopo Sebastiani is going to come through in 2nd place. The podium will be completed by Stuart Wiltshire in 3rd place. George Lyne will finish in 4th, but who's going to finish in 5th and 6th is still very much up for debate. Tony Bishop still hanging on to the position, heads out of Coppice Corner and then instantly hugs the right-hand side of the circuit so as to protect the inside line in towards the braking area for what will be Roberts. Is it going to be Tony Bishop in 5th place? Is it going to be Cian Carey? It's Cian Carey that swept his way through into 5th place on the final lap from 14th on the grid. That is a good recovery drive from the Irishman. He comes through and finishes in 5th position. Tony Bishop in 6th place. Peter Venn, number 9, will finish in 7th place. 8th place, a lap adrift, will go the way of Dave Gillett. 9th place is number 28, Mark Harrison. And 10th place, we'll see him on the podium because he was the sole representative in the trophy class, but 3 finishes out of the 3 races and didn't embarrass himself amongst the Cup cars either. Car number 58, Adrian Holy. So a clean sweep of victories for Shane Kelly. He's got a bit more hugging to do, Alan, I suspect, before he gets up onto the podium, because if they were happy with 1 win and they were happy with 2, they surely got to be delighted with 3.
Elated, I reckon. Yeah, the team will make their way down already. The media crew are making their way down, recording all of it on video. There we go.
Number 6, Bob Berridge, now on his own. Race.
Well done, mate. Well done, son. Well done, mate.
Anders will do the first one for us because that is the Sunoco Fastest Driver of the Weekend award, and that goes to, after a very impressive drive, number 19, Cian Carey. Well done, Cian. The next award we will present is for the winner of the trophy class. He is the only driver in trophy class, but he has to win everyone. He has to finish everyone to win. Adrian Holy, well done, Adrian. Congratulations, onto the podium. It's his 3rd trophy of the weekend, and I hope he's got a big trophy cabinet. Makes his way off the podium now. 3rd place, Stuart Wiltshire. Well done, Stuart. Congratulations. Here he comes. 2nd place, Jacopo Sebastiani. Congratulations, a great weekend on the podium for all 3 of the races. And the winner, the treble, the hat-trick, Shane Kelly. He really is the king of Donington Park in F3 Cup. Big cheer from the students and the team down there on pit wall.
We didn't quite get the fastest lap, but you know, Cian done a good job from the back, I think, and so he deserved.
Going well for that. It was lap after lap was fastest lap.
Yeah, it just 3rd race on these tyres. It seemed to get a little bit away from us at the end, so I thought there's no point pushing for it. We just stay as we are.
It's a lovely moment when you get out the car and meet up with all the team that worked so hard on the car.
Just looking at Stuart, actually.
He's a worry at all times, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, every time they work hard all weekend, don't miss a beat, really. You know, skipped lunch earlier and just carried on through. You know, it was a tight schedule. And yeah, like I said, I got into a rhythm out there and just kept pushing and pushing. I saw the gap, and as soon as you get traffic, the gap seems to extend, and then just save tyres.
Now, you started the season in this way last year here at Donington Park, and then maybe as the season went on, the consistency ebbed away from you. This year it's got to be a consistent season. It's got to maintain this momentum, if you like.
Yeah, we have a year's experience so with the car, and we have it's a new team, but you know, we started well again, but we have that data, that you know, that a bit of know-how, and I'm not saying everything, but it makes the life a little bit easier.
welcome to Snetterton for round 13 of the 2017 F3 Cup season. Second race of the weekend has a grid dictated by second fastest times in qualifying. So it's Jacopo Sebastiani on pole position, alongside him is Shane Kelly. Row 2 of the grid is Robbie Watson, Stuart Wiltshire, with George Lyne and Tony Bishop on row 3. Gino Ussi has Cian Carey for company on row 4, Mark Harrison and Oliver Searle on row number 5. Watch out for Wade Eastwood off the back of the grid. He had problems in qualifying, didn't even take part in race number 1 and has work to do in race 2 from the tail end of the field. Red lights on, red lights go out now, and it's a good start by both front row men. A couple of cars towards the tail end of the field, a little bit slower away, but it is going to be Jacopo Sebastiani that leads, Shane Kelly in second place, and Robbie Watts weaving one way and the other in third place. Needs to close the door on George Lyne, who's got Stuart Wiltshire to his left as they head round through Ritchie's for the first time. But the front two look to have got a little bit of a break actually in the early stages. Onto the brakes and through Wilson. It is still Robbie Watts in third place. Yeah, Stuart Wiltshire and George Lyne side by side coming out of the corner for what was fourth and fifth place, and already Wade Eastwood making progress by the look of things. He was behind Tony Bishop's car when they headed up towards what is Palmer now. Jacopo Sebastiani having broken away though, he's bringing Shane Kelly with him. Then it's the blue car with its silver flashes of Robbie Watts. George Lyne has picked the pocket of Stuart Wiltshire, so George Lyne in the red and white car is now up into fourth place. Stuart Wiltshire's down into fifth, and for the tail end of the grid, Wade Eastwood is already making progress. He's now ahead of Tony Bishop's white and day-glow yellow car by the look of things, so great progress being made in the early stages by the man who so far this year has won more races than anybody, Wade Eastwood. But those problems that befell him in qualifying meant that he did not set a lap time for this second race. There he is, up behind Cian Carey now, making great progress, and looking to sit in the slipstream of the Irish driver. Might be able to pull out from behind and gain another place possibly as they come down the Bentley Straight. So Jacopo Sebastiani now heads in towards Brundle and Nelson, still with Shane Kelly in second place and Robbie Watts in third, George Lyne in his newly acquired fifth place, Stuart Wiltshire in sixth place, and that looks like it's Gino Ussi, is it, that's there in seventh place, with Cian Carey in eighth place, under pressure with Wade Eastwood, who's up to ninth now from 15th on the grid. So fantastic first lap having been made by the UK-based South African. So he's won more races than anybody so far this year and has left himself a big old chunk of work to do, but more than capable of doing it from what we've seen of Wade Eastwood so far this year. Sitting in the slipstream now of Cian Carey, who is also picking up the tow from the car ahead. Over the start-finish line comes the race leader. There goes Shane Kelly through Ritchie's in second place, losing a little bit of ground over the course of the first lap, but safely in second place. He's not really under a huge amount of pressure from Robbie Watts, who remains in third. And Shane Kelly, who is looking to try and propel this University of Wolverhampton prepared Dallara right up onto the coattails of the championship leader, but not a great deal he can do about it as yet. Starting to disappear up the road is race 1 winner Jacopo Sebastiani. So the field just feed their way out of Palmer. Cian Carey under huge pressure from Wade Eastwood, so jinks to the left-hand side of the circuit to protect the inside land, then moves back to the right, and Wade Eastwood switches back. Up the inside he goes at Agostini, up to 8th now from 15th on the grid, and the next target that's very firmly within the crosshair is going to be Gino Ussi. They flick their way through the left-hander at Hamilton. The white and red car of Gino Ussi, the charging blue and silver machine in the hands of Wade Eastwood. Up towards Oggies they'll go, and Wade Eastwood is very easily able to just draw himself alongside and now in front of Gino Ussi, so 2 places gained in the course of just 3 corners for the charging Wade Eastwood. Down the straight they will go. He might pick up the tow off another car, but I think that next car is just a bit too far up the road at this stage, and indeed it is. Yeah, it is going to be Stuart Wiltshire, who's just a long way up the road. And Gino Ussi in danger of losing a further place here, because Cian Carey looking to try and squeeze his black and green Dallara through and ahead. Can't quite manage to do so, so still sitting just behind as he turns his way at the wheel of the number 19 car through the bomb hole and up towards Coram, ready to chalk another lap into the book. Comes Robbie Watts, who's going well. He had the spin, of course, in race 1 of the weekend, which dropped him down through the order. He's sitting not that far behind the second place car of Shane Kelly. So here comes Jacopo Sebastiani. Shane Kelly under pressure from the number 7 machine in the hands of Robbie Watts, the man from Essex. Flick their way through the right-hander at Ritchie's corner. George Lyne sitting there in 4th position, not too far away. As again, they'll head on to the brakes and turn their way through Wilson, the top 5. Fairly equidistantly spread actually, and here is a good little fight going on. Number 96 Oliver Searle is fighting away with Dave Gillette, but Dave, by the look of things, is being handed a 10-second penalty for being out of position at the start, so that in reality means that the number 96 car goes ahead of the number 18 car of Dave Gillette. Race leader already safely out of Agostini, pressing on up towards Hamilton. We've got really a quartet now, 4th for second, 3rd, 4th and 5th position. And at the front of that, i.e. the cork in the bottle, it is going to be Shane Kelly, who has got Robbie Watts very, very close for company. And Robbie Watts, if he can get a good exit off Williams, will pick up the toe from the car ahead and might be able to draw himself alongside and possibly in front. So on to the Bentley Straight they'll go. Robbie Watts at the wheel of his Dallara, starting to close in all of the time onto the coattails of what is Shane Kelly, but can't quite get the job done as they head down the Bentley Straight this time. So again, pretty much nose to tail through Brundle and through Nelson, with George Line poised and ready to pounce as well should this pair in second and third trip over each other. Safely through the bomb hole, they then head through the right-hander at Coram, this just allowing Jacopo Sebastiani now to pull away ever more in the lead of the race. Whereas for Robbie Watts, he's in that unenviable position that he needs to attack and defend at the same time. He's got Shane Kelly just ahead. He's certainly got George Line right behind the red and white car of the reigning champion, who we've not seen on the podium so far this year. Well, he is now knocking on the door of a podium place, but he needs to try and work out somehow how he can squeeze his way through and past the man from Thundersley in Essex, whilst being conscious that he's got Stuart Wiltshire's car not overly far behind as well. So first, second, third, fourth and fifth all turning their way through Wilson pretty much at the same time. As out on circuit, that is a problem for the number 96 car of Oliver Cyril, and by the look of things he is removing the steering wheel and clambering out, so the car looks as though it's on the circuit. I suspect he's probably had a spin somewhere and can't get the engine restarted, because you could see a lick of flame at the back where the unburnt fuel was igniting, as I suspect he was trying to fire the ignition up, but walking away from the car. I think, yeah, receiving the instructions of the marshals as to where to go. Yeah, leave it there, get out of the way, get to safety, I would suggest is the right thing to do. Race continues for the meantime, but it might bring about a safety car period. And as they head down the Bentley Straight, yeah, OK, yellow flags waving, safety car boards are out, which is going to bunch everybody up. We've also had an off by the look of things. That is going to be Tony Bishop that's had a spin and an off somewhere. So the number 4 car of Tony Bishop, a regular competitor in F3 Cup over the last few years, gets the car pointing back round in the right direction and will be able to continue in the race by the look of things. No harm done for Tony Bishop in terms of damage. Well, there is Oliver Cyril's car, and that is on the exit of Murray's by the look of things, and that is not a safe place to be. So sensible decision by the officials to bring out the safety car. That will bunch the pack up. The clock will continue to tick, of course, whilst all of this is going on. So for Jacopo Sebastiani, he hadn't really broken away, so it's not overly compromised him. And of course what it does do is it gives less time now for those behind to try and overtake. Safety car will be going in by the look of things at the end of this lap. Quick recovery of the number 96 car, so Jacopo Sebastiani needs to decide when he wants to punch the accelerator pedal. Shane Kelly is right with him though as we go back racing here in F3 Cup, race 2 of the weekend at Snetterton. Over the start-finish line they'll go. Good restart by Shane Kelly in second place, who is sitting in the slipstream of the race leader and might give himself half a chance here. Jinks out from behind, but to the left-hand side of the circuit, that's the outside line as they head round through Ritchie's corner. So still hanging on to it is Jacopo Sebastiani, who now takes the defensive run, I would think, in towards the braking area for Wilson. Yeah, just hugs that right-hand side of the circuit. Everybody's bunched up, which includes Wade Eastwood now, who's up to 6th place now from what was 15th on the grid. So keep your eye towards the tail end of this little pack. Number 15, Wade Eastwood, has joined in the fun as well. So they turn their way out of Palmer. The order still remains the same. Jacopo Sebastiani from Shane Kelly, George Line. Then it's Robbie Watts under attack from Stuart Wiltshire, and the charging Wade Eastwood sitting right on his coattails. 6th for the lead of the race. Then we start to get a gap back in 7th place, and it is going to be Gino Ussi who's there in 7th place. And see the Irish flag on the tail end of the wing of Cian Carey, who is at the moment sitting there in what will be 8th position. The leaders just picking their way out of Oggies, and already Jacopo Sebastiani is starting to stretch the advantage once more. And if anything, Shane Kelly in 2nd place is under a little bit more pressure from George Line, who's sitting behind him and should pick up a little bit of the toe this time as they make their way down the Bentley Straight. Shane Kelly is not overly concerned though as they head in towards Brundle and Nelson. He knows he's got the car positioned where he needs it to be, so onto the brakes, through the left, through the right, then start to accelerate again as Robbie Watts looks to try and put one up the inside heading in towards the bomb hole. More of a distractive tactic than anything else. Then Stuart Wiltshire does exactly the same to Robbie Watts, so lots of weaving around being done as cars are very much close to each other. And Stuart Wiltshire trying around the outside of Robbie Watts at Coram to give him the inside line for Murray's and makes it stick. What a move from Stuart Wiltshire, but now what he needs to do is defend as they head onto the centre straight, and Robbie Watts draws himself alongside. On the left-hand side of the circuit is Robbie Watts, on the right-hand side is Stuart Wiltshire, which means Stuart Wiltshire has the inside line for Ritchie's corner and will, by the look of things, just about be able to hang on to the play. So a great move that was teed up at Coreham is eventually done and dusted when they get towards Ritchie's corner. And now Robbie Watts needs to try and keep the door closed on Wade Eastwood, who tried round the outside briefly at Wilson. That did not quite work. So he now needs to try and gather his thoughts, scratch his head and see whether he might be able to open the door elsewhere around the course of this lap. He sits there in 6th place. Either way, it's a great drive from the tail end of the field. But of course, every time he gains a place, the next one becomes ever harder to gain as he threads his way up through the field, sitting right underneath the rear wing of Robbie Watts as they turn their way round through Agostini. Nothing going as yet, so through the left-hander at Hamilton they work their way, and up towards the right-hander at Oggies. Great little fights that we've got going on through the order, but Jacopo Sebastiani all of the time just stretching the lead, just stretching the advantage and continually pulling away from the charging pack behind whilst they're busy squabbling with each other, and less so concentrating on trying to close the gap to the race leader, who comes underneath the vehicle bridge and back in towards Brundle and Nelson once more. Then it's still Shane Kelly fighting away with the red and white car of George Line for 2nd and 3rd place. Stuart Wiltshire in 4th position. The blue car with its silver flashes of Robbie Watts in 5th has been let off the hook a little bit for the moment by Wade Eastwood, who I think has just dropped back a little bit, maybe to give himself a little breather after what was a frantic lap or so following the restart. So the rest of the cars then just about to thread their way back over the start-finish line. Another lap about to be concluded, and a lap on which Jacopo Sebastiani is surely looking good again for another potential victory here. Over the start-finish line, he threads his way, and they are now on the very last lap of the race. So just 3 more miles to go between Jacopo Sebastiani and his 2nd win of the season. 2 on the bounce. The first one was a long time coming, and he may well be they'll do the double here at Snetterton. Cian Carey still busy fighting away. He's not given up his aspirations to squeeze his way through past Gino Ussi, and you can see the two of them, pretty much together, turning their way round through Wilson now. The Irishman just behind the red and white car of Gino Ussi, and as they head up towards Palmer, he jigs to the inside line, can't quite squeeze his way through there. Gino defensive but fair, and as they then thread their way out of Palmer and in towards the braking area for Agostini, if anything, that attempt to try and take the place has cost Cian Carey a little bit of time on the exit of the corner. So onto the brakes, through the left-hander at Agostini, they'll thread their way up towards the very fast left-hand flick at Hamilton, and then it's onto the brakes, down a couple of gears and in towards the right-hander at Oggies, all of the time whilst Tony Bishop, following his spin, is trying to work his way up through the order. He's now got very much for company the number 28 car in the hands of Mark Harrison, so Tony Bishop, fresh from his spin, is now up to 10th position and looking to try and make it 9th if at all he can, but he's on the final lap of the race and has got work to do, as has Robbie Watts by the look of things. The blue car has caught back up with Stuart Wiltshire once more. Wade Eastwood has sort of faded away. I think all of the hard work done working his way up through the order has probably taken the life out of his tyres in this 2nd race of the weekend, so he's struggling towards the end, but what a drive either way. And what a drive for Jacopo Sebastiani, who is looking good to try and make it a double here. Onto the brakes goes Wade Eastwood, out of Murray's for the final time. Great drive from 15th up to 6th, but what a drive for Jacopo Sebastiani, who comes through and claims back-to-back victories at Snetterton. A bit like buses, you wait for a win, and 2 come along at once for Jacopo Sebastiani. He wins round 13 of the 2017 F3 Cup Championship here at Snetterton. Shane Kelly came through in 2nd place, and George Line, the reigning champion, takes his 1st podium of the season. A delighted Jacopo Sebastiani, punching his fist in the air, claiming his 2nd victory of the weekend. Shane Kelly in 2nd place, George Line in 3rd. Stuart Wiltshire was there in 4th place, ahead of Robbie Watts in 5th, and a great charging drive from Wade Eastwood from the back of the grid to 6th. Cian Carey, Gino Ussi, Mark Harrison and Tony Bishop complete the top 10. So our happy-looking drivers make their way up onto the podium, and it's another top step of the podium for an absolutely delighted Jacopo Sebastiani. The championship leader strengthens his stranglehold in F3 Cup 2017.
Congratulations, you took a little bit of time to get your wins this year, but now 2 in a row.
Yeah, things are coming together. I'm starting to like this, I'm starting to like this, despite Stuart going for me all the time. But other than that, yeah, it's good. It's good.
What did you think when the safety car came out?
Oh, I saw that's another challenge. And actually, I must say, Shane really positioned his car fantastically. He gave me a proper run for my money at the restart, but then everything worked out.
A good 2nd place, I suppose, but you just need to finish ahead of Jacopo to try and close him down in the championship.
That's right. When I went in the dirty air behind him, it's always hard to do something around Coreham or anything like that. So safety car was quite nice, and I thought I'd just tuck up behind him, and he was in the inside, so I went on the outside to get alongside him and just got the dirty stuff, and then we're back to where we were before.
And that was very eventful to watch. How was it from your point of view?
Very tricky race. Managed to get a good start, jump a place at the start, and then it was just a case of trying to keep up and then stay behind with the turbulent air. Luckily, the safety car came out, so managed to get another place, and then from there on, he was just trying to hold on to second and maybe push for third. Stay third to push to second. But the car is very good. I'd like to say a big thank you to TF Racing, Hull, and everyone in the team, and a big thank you to my sponsor, Komatsu.
It's the third and final race of the day and indeed the season. This is the 40-minute endurance. Now this is the last chance for Steve Burgess and Dominic Jackson to take over second place from Jack Lang, but also further back on the grid it's the battle for second in the team championship with Tyler and Gladys trying to overtake the Watts.
On to the formation lap then for the final race of the Radical Challenge season. And this the longer pit stop race with Steve Burgess and Ollie Barker on the front row. They've been the class act all weekend. It's Brian Murphy and Christian Jeffrey row 2, with Jack Manchester and Dominic Jackson on row 3, Richard Baxter and Mark Richards on row 4, with Spencer Bourne and Jerome de Sadler completing the top 10. But pit stop race always unpredictable. The element of strategy comes to the fore, and that is where you can start to see a fascinating race unfold. Bunching up then, ready for the rolling start. Burgess and Barker comprising the front row once more. It's Burgess who paces the field, waiting for the lights to change and the race to get underway. Looking to the gantry and away we go. And Jack Manchester already jostling for position. John McLeod also trying to get a little bit of ground as they sprint towards Richards for the first time. Burgess and Barker go side by side through the first corner, the front half of the field all safely through, behind some jostling, somebody running out very, very wide. They'll rejoin as Burgess leads from Barker, then it's Christian Jeffrey in third. Pack all negotiate the hairpin without any drama. Head on towards Palmer. It's Dominic Jackson's up into fourth. Jack Manchester, the sky blue car, in fifth. And then Jerome de Sadler has made an excellent start. He is there in sixth position as well. Mark Richards looks to the inside of Brian Murphy. John Caldwell looks to the inside of everybody, locks up his tyres as a result. Pick their way through. Joe Watt a little bit lower down the order, coming under some pressure. At the front of the pack, Burgess and Barker trying to stretch the field. There's Jack Manchester already looking to gain some ground. He's alongside Dominic Jackson as they head into Williams. Jackson forced to the slightly wider line, but Manchester I don't think has carried the corner speed that he'll need to be able to challenge down the Bentley straight. Accelerate under the bridge in towards the braking zone for Brundle and Nelson for the first time. The field all fanning out. It's still side by side in that scrap for fourth. The leaders sprint towards the bomb hole. Who's going to emerge in fourth? It is Jack Manchester. He seals the move on Dominic Jackson, and Jerome de Sadler is going to look to try and pick his way past as well. De Sadler to the inside line, sneaks clear of Jackson through the bomb hole. They're going to be joined by Brian Murphy as well. Frustrating first lap as a result for Dominic Jackson. No such dramas for the leading duo. Barker just checks his touchboard, ensuring everything is up to temperature as they head uphill along the centre straight, past the pit boards, in towards Riches. Meanwhile, Jackson looks to fight back inside to Sadler, and he's got a good run here, Dominic Jackson. Oh, lovely stuff though from Jerome de Sadler, shut the door. In fact, closes up on Jack Manchester as a result. They both have moved to the inside line. It means Jackson has a little bit of a sneak to the outside then. Takes the tight apex, hoping for the slingshot and cutback. He can't quite do it though. Through Palmer on towards Agostini. Just falling away ever so slightly. Very slight downhill braking zone as well. into the hairpin. Agostini, and De Sadler just slightly runs wide, doesn't quite clip the apex. This opens the door to Dominic Jackson on a section of the track where Jackson has gone very well all weekend through Hamilton, but both of them just kick slightly sideways. De Sadler keeps his foot in. Means that the opportunity doesn't really present itself for Dominic Jackson. A pair of them sprint out of Williams on to the Bentley Straight once more. Meanwhile, the race leader Steve Burgess not exactly romping clear of Ollie Barker here, and they've both got Christian Jeffrey for company. Then a little bit of daylight to Jack Manchester in fourth. It's Richard Baxter trying to thrust his way past Mark Richards in a fight a little bit lower down inside the top 10. It's the dark car of Richards who prevails, ahead of the brightly liveried entry of Richard Baxter. Which again uses the camber of the bomb hole. It's not sufficient for him to propel his way past. Jerome De Sadler still doing an excellent job of keeping Dominic Jackson behind him. And this has been the frustration for Jackson all weekend. He's had absolutely fantastic race pace, but he's struggled to make progress in the early going. Also struggling to make progress, that's Spencer Bourne's car, and sadly Spencer's season coming to a disappointing conclusion. Retirement early on in the final race of the year. Crader trying to his way through the pack. Again, he's caught up in a little bit of traffic, some quick cars in and around him. Tony Barwell just to the fore of that queue. Brian Harvey just behind him. John McLeod tucked up meanwhile behind John Caldwell. Both Caldwell and McLeod, they've had good weekends. They've always been in the thick of the action. McLeod in particular has been showing solid top 10 pace. As Harvey looks to the inside of Barwell, slips past. No such opportunity for Mark Crader to follow through with as they head towards Hamilton. Ooh, and just a little bit sideways there from Barwell. That's going to open the door maybe for Mark Crader on the brakes to Oggies. Nothing doing, however. The Williams on to the Bentley Straight. It's less than 300 circuit, very different challenge for the drivers compared to some of the tracks they race at. All the technical sections with then lengthy straights, you've got to get a really finely balanced setup to get the car working. Caldwell and McLeod continue to tussle. They're now being joined by several others, the first of whom is Barry Liversidge. That is the bright red number 6 car. It's Liversidge who's leading the charge to try and overhaul McLeod through Coram Curve, back to the race leaders, and they've just shaken off Christian Jeffrey, and Ollie Barker is right with Steve Burgess. This has really been the story of the weekend, but for the first time it's Burgess who's out in front and has now got the opportunity to control the race from Barker. Barker there lurking in second, not quite closing the gap down. As they head into Palmer, just ride a little bit of the low line curve, not too much. Careful only to get a couple of wheels out over the white line on the exit before heading towards Agostini in the autumnal afternoon sunlight. The sun just beginning to dip a little bit. Sprint to Hamilton through the very rapid left-hander. This fantastic scrap further back through the field still continues as Tony Barwell has got Mark Crader all over his tail. They've got Brian Harvey just in front of them, Barry Liversidge and John McLeod. Oh, and a slight mistake there from Barwell. That's the opening for Mark Crader, and he's not going to say no to an invitation like that. A gap presents itself on the racing line at Agostini, and Crader zips through. Good tussles going on throughout the pack. Of course, the strategic element of this race will come to pass where they've got the pit stops. Can't win the race in the pits, but they can certainly lose it. And then that will open up some gaps to chase down in the second phase of the race. Liversidge still under pressure from the dissimilar car of Brian Harvey in terms of colouring. Harvey, though, with the black flashes, gets right underneath the rear spoiler. Barry Liversidge able to maintain the track position through towards Coram Curve. A couple of drivers picking up the black and white flag for track limits. It's already at 1/4 race distance and therefore they will be turning their attention towards the pit window before too long. The incline of the centre straight towards Riches, as Burgess has still got Barker right with him. Only Barker just keeping Steve Burgess very honest. Then Christian Jeffrey, and then Jack Manchester in 4th position. A little bit of a gap back to Jerome de Sadler and Dominic Jackson. Leading group of cars. They've been by and large the front runners all weekend, but this very impressive so far from Jerome de Sadler. It's not been flustered by the pressure from Dominic Jackson. Has now built up a little bit of a buffer. And de Sadler following the wheel tracks as so many of having had success in the Radical SR1 Cup and then beginning to progress up through the Radical Motorsport ladder. Liversidge and Brian Harvey continuing to go at it wheel to wheel. It's giving John McLeod the opportunity just to break free ahead of them. It's also giving Mark Cray the opportunity to get right with them as they come out on to the Bentley Straight. Towards Brundle Nelson, still John Corville it is, who is at the front of this tussle. Plenty of jostling behind. Nobody quite close enough to force the overlap, to force the move that they really need to make the move stick. So through the bomb hole on towards Coram Curve. Cars flashing through, all running as a tight bunch. To Murray's, accelerating out of Murray's along the centre straight. All the while they will see the race clock ticking down. They'll have their pit boards. They'll know when they're going to be summoned into the pits. Again, Crader just looks to the inside of Brian Harvey as they battle. So we give Tony Barwell the chance to join in as well. More dust gets kicked up over at Coram. Sedge taking a slightly abrupt approach to the hairpin. Doesn't really give an opening though to Brian Harvey. As this battle continues to ebb and flow. Out of Palmer, the run towards Agostini. Then bunching up under braking into the hairpin. Crader certainly looks very comfortable at the wheel of his car, not moving around quite as much as the rivals surrounding him. In turn, that suggests maybe he's not exerting quite as much from his Dunlop tyres as some of those around him. So the sprint from Oggies to Williams and then fed on to the Bentley Straight. So they really pick up the speed. Again, the road just falls away slightly under braking to Brundle and Nelson. John McLeod, having broken away from Barry Liversidge a couple of moments ago, is now under threat again from Liversidge as they come out of Nelson. And Liversidge right with McLeod, almost has to kick the car sideways to avoid running into the tail of him. That in turn brings Brian Harvey right onto his tail. So these battles very, very close. We've got a 5-second penalty being applied to Brian Harvey for track limit infringement. So that's disappointing for Harvey. Oh, and into the pits is Steve Burgess from the lead of the race. And this is not within the pit window, so real problem here for Steve Burgess. And whatever the issue would appear to be, it seems fairly serious, because the mechanics aren't hard at work on the car trying to get him back into the fray. So really disappointing there for Steve Burgess. And that, as a result, releases Ollie Barker to go on his way as Burgess out of the cockpit. In a very disappointing way for him to conclude his 2017 season. So, a little bit of drama is Mark Richards, who's now been caught by John Caldwell. So Caldwell right up with Richards. Richards, who's had great pace all weekend. Just looking to see there's the issue there. He's got a little bit of flapping of the rear bodywork. That shouldn't be delaying him too much. To head through Coram on towards Murray's. And now we'll see if Richard's got everything he needs in the straight line as they head along the centre straight. Indeed he doesn't, because he pulls straight off into the pits to get the car inspected. race leader, meanwhile, Ollie Barker, well on his way, accelerating towards Hamilton. But he's got the pit stops to play through. He's got success seconds in the pits to consider as well. As all change, Tom Harvey takes over from Brian Harvey. Seat inserts and seatbelt adjustments to work. Also Elliot Goodman busy having a little bit of work done as cars sprint on towards Riches. There is Christian Jeffrey now into second place. He has got Jack Manchester starting to close up onto his tail. So Manchester, who feels the success seconds scenario could work out in his favour, is just letting the race come to him. He's up behind Christian Jeffrey. Jeffrey will also fancy his chances of a good result once the pit stops have worked through. Still got the progress of Ollie Barr to consider as well. Dominic Jackson, we've not yet seen his true hand either, as the multitude of battles continue further down the order. Barry Liversedge under pressure from the Barwell car as dust gets kicked up. This is also right up with Mark Crader. So those that have pitted being fed back pretty much exactly into the battle they were participating in before the pit stops. Change. Joe Watt and Adrian Watt switch places. It's now Adrian at the wheel of the car. Just to check for the tyre pressures. John Caldwell in the background. So this is now the big question, is whether or not we can get the slingshot and overlap in the pits for Jack Manchester and Christian Jeffrey. And here is Manchester. He emerges from the pits. Now where is he in relation to Christian Jeffrey? They were absolutely together pre-pit stop. Manchester has got Jeffrey right behind him, so the fight for the lead comes together absolutely perfectly. Manchester comes out with his nose in front, but he's side by side with Christian Jeffrey. Jeffrey, of course, has got the benefit of the high-speed run through Riches. He's still right in the rhythm of it. But Manchester would appear to have prevailed. He's withstood the initial charge. Now Jeffrey has got the boot on the other foot. It's his turn to attack Jack Manchester. Now, underpinning all of this, of course, is that if they slow themselves down battling too much, that is going to bring Ollie Barker back into contention. Possibly Dominic Jackson, possibly one or two others as well. Mark Crader completing his pit stop and rejoining the action. Crader just consults his mirrors, sees the track is clear, rejoins. He's looking set for a fairly solid midfield finish as things currently stand. Meanwhile, David Franklin on his way as the fight for the lead into Riches once more. And again, Christian Jeffrey has a little bit of a look to the inside of Jack Manchester. And Manchester, if he's got to sustain this sort of pressure for 30 minutes or so, that's going to be heavy going. Here is Ollie Barker. So Barker has got several seconds to try and chase down. He's got a little bit of traffic threatening him at the moment as well. So this is going to be worth keeping tabs on. Manchester and Jeffrey, by my reckoning, they're about 7 seconds up the road. Ollie Barker could split a little bit more as well. So Barker has got the gap to chase down. He's got half the race to do that in. He's going to try and overtake the cars as well. The race leaders, meanwhile, head to Hamilton. Mark Crader possibly gaining the spots through the pit stops. So we may have got the jump over Barry Liversedge through the pits. So here is Ollie Barker. Barker, thus far this weekend, has had a great time. He's had a second place, a race victory, and he sealed the championship. Now Manchester in amongst a little bit of traffic. That's the multicolour car of David Franklin. Then you see Christian Jeffrey, and just behind them the black car of Dominic Jackson. So again, strategy and success seconds have worked out in favour of Dominic Jackson. He's got the chance to close down on the dicing duo at the floor of the field. As Manchester looks to cut to the inside of David Franklin through Coram. Franklin now is overhauled into Murray's by almost both of the race leaders. Christian Jeffrey went for a gap that was always going to close because David Franklin although he's being lapped, had to take the corner at Murray's. Track limits warning flag going out to Barry Liversidge, but there's yet no penalty. The race leaders scythe into Riches, and all of this is allowing Dominic Jackson to really close the gap to the race leaders fairly rapidly. There is Jackson. So leading trio all closing up on each other. Meanwhile, Ollie Barker behind them is setting lap times that are substantially quicker than leading trio, so he is inching ever closer as well. Out of Palmer, the run towards Agostini, and after that initial flurry, here is our leading quartet, so they all are converging on each other, and it is Ollie Barker who is currently the quickest of them in 5th and 6th. We've got a good scrap as well between Richard Baxter and Jerome de Sadler, so some excellent fighting all the way through the field, going right to the wire in this final race of the Radical Challenge season. John McLeod, meanwhile, switched down a little bit through the pits, as has John Caldwell. Caldwell, who was at the front of the tray, has dropped to the back and has now got a gaggle of cars to try and overtake. So the front of the field, the leading quartet all continuing to close up. Adrian Watt, meanwhile, under a little bit of pressure from Rod Goodman. Not seen much of Rod, other than him running wide at the first corner, but he is steadily making a little bit of progress through the order. Let's go and scrap this with Adrian Watt as the pair of them head towards Palmer. Watt just into a little bit of the curve, as does Goodman. Meanwhile, the fight for leaders come back together once more, and Christian Jeffrey lining up for another crack at Jack Manchester. And Manchester is going to have to take this one carefully. If he goes into full-on defensive mode, their lap times are just going to plummet, and that is going to bring Dominic Jackson and Ollie Barker into this fight much sooner than Manchester would like. So instead he's caught in a slightly invidious position of having to defend from Christian Jeffrey, whilst also maintaining very competitive lap times, as Jackson's certainly closing up. There's still a little bit of ground for Ollie Barker to make up, but he's got a few laps to play with yet, Ollie Barker. So this is far from settled. Towards Hamilton. Out of Hamilton into Oggies. And the key for Oggies is really a nice crisp exit to Williams, and then out of Williams, carry the pace down the Bentley straight. And we're talking here about differentials of hundreds, thousandths of a second, nothing between them. Down the Bentley straight we go, into Brundle and Nelson. In the background, looming ever closer, is Ollie Barker, but each and every lap takes a couple of minutes off the race clock, and that just closes the window of opportunity for Barker to finish the season with a podium. Through Coram Curve into the flick at Murray's. Has Christian Jeffrey got one last push in his locker? Has he just got one more opportunity here, Jeffrey, to try and fight his way past? Through they come, on towards Riches. There is Dominic Jackson in third position. Jackson has been getting ever closer, particularly when the cars in front have been engaged in wheel-to-wheel battle, but he's not yet been able to fashion an opportunity for himself to try and push through. He just struggles a little bit to get the car stopped in time for the hairpin. That will cost him maybe a tenth or so. Through Palmer, the track well and truly rubbered in from the weekend. Drivers in the Radical Challenge, a lot of track time to enjoy. At this stage of the season, the drivers are absolutely in sync with their cars. They know exactly where they can push with them, exactly where they can't. Out of Brundle and Nelson, Barry Liversidge. Oh, and he misses a gear, possibly Liversidge, because he's going to lose out here to Tom Harvey, as Harvey leaps to the inside through the bomb hole, and John McLeod may also try and follow through. That gap stays open, which it does, into Coram Curve. So disappointment for Barry Liversidge. Tries to fight back to the inside of McLeod through Murray's. Nothing doing. Somebody darting to the pit lane, and that's possibly John McLeod, who peels in. So as we get towards the latter stages of the race, there's possibly, apart from Barry Liversedge, he's got some rear bodywork that's coming a little bit loose. Oh, as leading quartet now very, very closely bunched, and we could be in for a grandstand finish to the race, because Ollie Barker in fourth, appreciably closer to Dominic Jackson, who in turn is that little bit nearer to Christian Jeffrey as Jack Manchester kicks up the dust. They're all on the limit, and they're all running out of time. For Jack Manchester, he just wants to come out of Murray's and see the last lap board or the checkered flag, because that means that his work is almost completed. What he will see is his pit board telling him how much longer is left in the race. As they flash through, and it's into the last lap. So for Jack Manchester, he's just got 3 miles to fend off Christian Jeffrey. Christian Jeffrey's got a choice. Does he go all out to challenge Jack Manchester for the win? Does he just play it safe, make sure that he finishes on the podium and the points that will bring him? Dominic Jackson, well, this is an opportunity to take some ground off of Steve Burgess, of course, because Burgess, the early race leader, forced into retirement in the first half of the race. Barker just shows himself in Dominic Jackson's mirrors, lets Jackson know that he's there. Maybe tries to force Jackson offline through Agostini. Doesn't happen. Instead, Jackson closes up to Christian Jeffrey. And for Jack Manchester, the first half of this last lap has been exactly what he would have hoped, which is that he's been able to build a couple of car lengths over Christian Jeffrey, whose mirrors are very full of Dominic Jackson. Ollie Barker in fourth, possibly just slipping slightly adrift as they head down the Bentley Straight for the final time. Into Brundle and Nelson, moving about again, Ollie Barker, to no avail. Out of Nelson, just 3 corners to go now for Jack Manchester. He's had to work hard for this one. It's this quick quartet who have all closed up on each other as the race has unfolded through Corham for the final time. We've just got Murray's to go. Can Jackson close up on Jeffrey? No, he can't. But he gets a very good run out of Murray, so this isn't settled just yet as they sprint towards the checkered flag. It's going to be victory for Jack Manchester, but who's going to finish in second? It is just Christian Jeffrey who crashes through. 2 tenths clear of Dominic Jackson, with then Ollie Barker finishing in a very solid 4th position. Thoroughly entertaining race to bring the season to a conclusion. For Ollie Barker, it's a season which has seen him crowned as the Radical Challenge champion for 2017. Check then at the final result. Manchester wins it from Christian Jeffrey. Dominic Jackson completes the podium ahead of Ollie Barker. Richard Baxter in 5th from Jerome de Sadler, a great debut weekend. Elliot Goodman in 7th from Brian Murphy, with Barry Liversedge and John Caldwell completing the top 10. Bubbly and trophies on the final podium of the season.
So, Jack, you must be thrilled to bits with that.
Yeah, I am. I couldn't ask for anything else. Finally getting a win after just so many times on the podium, but not quite making it up to the top step. I couldn't ask for more. I've got to thank Scorpio for just giving me a great, just helping me everything. I mean, it's, what a result.
Well, you must be thrilled to bits with that finish.
It was a really good year and a good way to end the season. Again, hats off to everyone at Radical. They really worked hard on my car. I felt really confident in it, and I was hoping to get that P1. Jack didn't make any mistakes. The one that he did, he recovered really fast, and then there was Dominic coming up right behind me. So it was a very interesting race, and consistency was a key in that race.
How did the race go for you? Talk us through any challenges.
Well, at the beginning, I just wanted to make it around the first lap and then remain with the leading pack because of the penalty system from the last race, and managed to do that and had a little bit of a run on the top 2 guys at the end, but it was getting a little bit tight and I didn't want to throw it off because that would sacrifice second in the championship.
Yeah. So is it confirmed? Have you managed to take second from Jack?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it would have been Steve Burgess, but he had a failure, so it's unfortunate for him. But
good result.
Well, Jerome, you were right up there in that race. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, that was awesome, finishing 6th. Never been in an SR3 before, never raced on slicks before. So I did a 10th place, a 6th place. Couldn't be happier. Yeah, delighted.
How did you actually find that endurance race? 40 minutes, it's a long time.
Well, I'm still on like riding a high of driving this car, so I had a lot of adrenaline. That helped me. But easier for me to do the running starts versus the standing starts. So got ahead. I think I went up 5 positions in the first lap, which was solid, and then I just stayed there, continued pushing. It was great.
After such a good day of racing, would you like to be back with the SR3s next season?
Well, listen, it's the dream. I'm gonna go back home, figure it out. Hopefully, I can be at the first race next year.
It's been a great day's racing and a fantastic end to the season. Huge congratulations going out to Ollie Barker. Well, Radical have loads of exciting developments planned for 2018, but as the sun sets on Snetterton, from the Radical Challenge Championship for this year, it's goodbye.
Really shaping up for a great year. Bigger grids than ever. Cars look fantastic. Incredibly close racing.
Well, after 6 rounds and 18 races, the 2017 Radical Challenge Championship screeches to a final here at Snetterton, and what fantastic weather we've got for it too. Now, crucially, this weekend, championship leader Ollie Barker's main rival, Jack Lang, isn't racing, and his absence leaves the door open for a challenge from below.
So perfect conditions then for qualifying to start to form the grid for the final event of the season, and as ever a very full field of cars taking to the circuit, which meant for our title protagonists that qualifying was all important. Ollie Barker comes into the weekend with a fairly substantial advantage in the championship, and for the driver of the 22 car, staying out of trouble is the name of the game. Nonetheless, an excellent second position gives him every opportunity to challenge for victory. For Dominic Jackson, his task a little bit tougher as he lines up in 5th. Overhauling Barker is going to be a tall order. Overhauling Jack Lang could be on the cards, but Jackson is going to have to make progress around a circuit where it can be challenging to overtake. He gets away from the lie well. That's not an issue though for Steve Burgess, putting the car onto pole position for the first race of the weekend. Another new face on the grid is the SR1 champion Jerome de Sadler, who lines up an excellent 12th on his debut in the SR3. And as the flag came down to end qualifying, Michelle caught up with him.
My first SR1 race was my second race ever, and I had done quite a bit of go-karting and things like that, but yeah, never before SR1.
Okay, so now today you've just qualified with the SR3s. What happened? Why the change?
Yeah, so for winning the SR1, the guys at Radical, which I thank, by the way, told me, come along, we'll gift you a full racing weekend in an SR3, so you get a taster of it. You know, an offer that I couldn't turn down. It's going to be 22 Celsius today. The amazing race cars, beautifully prepped, so thanks to the guys. It's really a different car, but the amounts of grip, brake, the slick tires, it's really completely different to drive. And qualifying went quite well, so I'm quite happy.
So this is our line-up then, with Steve Burgess and Oliver Barker on the front row of the grid, clear of Richard Baxter and Christian Jeffrey. And Dominic Jackson looking to move from 5th as he shares row 3 with Mark Richards, Jack Manchester and Brian Murphy on row 4, with Elliot Goodman and Brian Caldwell completing a very competitive top 10.
Well, the cars are on the grid for the first of 2 sprint races. Now, while things are looking good for Oliver Barker, he actually finds himself in 2nd position. Meanwhile, main challenger Steve Burgess is on pole, and he certainly won't have given up hope on taking the lead just yet.
Very full field of cars there, ready for the first of 3 races this weekend in the Radical Challenge season-ending weekend here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. Red lights go out and away we go. It's a brilliant getaway from Steve Burgess. Not so well away though for Richard Baxter, and he backs the whole field up behind him as they accelerate towards Richards for the first time. Baxter there, the pink and sky blue car to the inside, 3 wide as Jackson goes around the outside of Jack Manchester. As behind they search for all contact behind, and around goes one of the Caldwells, and there is more contact, a big thump there, and that's the Barwell car, I think, into Brian Caldwell, and they are potentially stranded in the middle of the road. Everybody else on their way, as you can see. Burgess already stretching his legs clear of Oliver Barker. Everybody else sweeping through on towards Agostini. Oh, and there you see, sadly, a couple of very damaged racing cars. The safety car is poised ready to go, but the track is blocked, so the red flag comes out. Such frustration there for Steve Burgess. He made a lightning start and had leapt into a fairly commanding advantage. With the damage cleared and the marshals doing an excellent job, the cars are quickly re-gridded for the restart. And away we go, and that time around a much better start for Oliver Barker. Got another car that's stranded further back. That's Mark Richards, but it's Barker who leads into Richards for the first time. 2nd place Burgess, 3rd is Christian Jeffrey. Another great getaway from Brian Murphy as he slots through in 4th. This time around they all stay out of trouble and head towards the hairpin for the first time. And sprint on towards Palmer that will feed them on towards Agostini. Steve Burgess though immediately right up there with Oliver Barker. Plenty of good squabbles as ever in the midfield. Spencer Bourne looking to make a little bit of progress in the dark number 8 car as Dominic Jackson sides to the inside of Brian Murphy. He should have made the move stick there. Richard Baxter again shuffled down the field as Jerome Sadler getting used to the power and grip of the SR3. He's cleanly away and well up in the midfield. This the fight at the front of the field. Now, Oliver Barker doesn't have to win this race to claim the championship. A good finish should do that for him, but of course we want to claim the crown with a checker flag as Jack Manchester darts to the inside of Brian Murphy as well. And Manchester, there's some smoke there. I think he's got some bodywork rubbing against a rear tyre as he pounds down the Bentley straight in towards Brundle and Nelson and then towards the bomb hole. So the leading trio trying to stretch away from Dominic Jackson. Steve Burgess doing an excellent job here. He's right in that turbulent air behind Ollie Barker into Coram. And then towards the flick at Murray's that will bring them through towards the end of the lap. Barker just consults his mirrors, has a little bit of a look at where Steve Burgess is. They accelerate past the pits and the pit boards along the centre straight. Burgess tucked up right behind Oliver Barker. Through Rich as they go, really quick right-hander. They can just use a little bit of a camber, and the road just spurts away from them into the hairpin. Constantine up once more, and certainly Ollie Barker not running away with it. At this stage, Burgess was about 500ths quicker than Barker in qualifying, so nothing between them there. They've got Christian Jeffrey behind them, and Jeffrey, who's been successful on occasion this year in the Radical European Masters, had a great weekend at the Hungaroring back in July. And he's there in a very solid third. He's got Dominic Jackson tucked just behind him. And this leading quartet now beginning to ease away from the rest of the field as Brian Murphy and Jack Manchester do battle behind. Into Oggies. And then Williams will feed them out on to the Bentley Straight. Snetterton 300 circuit really suited as well to the characteristics of the Radical SR3. So the drivers can use the huge amount of aerodynamic grip and really enjoy the very, very short braking zones. Through Brundle and Nelson. Barker just trying to open up a little bit of daylight over Steve Burgess. He's put himself a car length or two. Burgess has got Christian Jeffrey filling his mirrors but not causing any undue threat at this moment. Oh, lovely shot there. The angle of the cars through Coram. You can really get a sense of the aerodynamic forces at play. Amount of buffeting as well the drivers get in the cockpit as Dominic Jackson is steadily homing up onto the tail of Christian Jeffrey. Now, Jackson qualified in 5th. He's made a good start and he's certainly got the pace to run with this leading group of cars for the moment. The challenge being, however, it's one thing to catch the car in front, quite another to find your way past. Also bouncing back well from a difficult start, Richard Baxter. He has got John McLeod as well behind him. Quick glimpse of Jerome de Sadler. And then some super tussles going on throughout the field. And that's the beauty of the Radical Challenge, is that wherever you are on the grid, there's always somebody to have a little bit of a battle with. So they pick their way out of the hairpin. It's like it's Tom Harvey who is trying to carve his way up, gain a little bit of ground. Return then to the leading quartet. So they accelerate towards Hamilton. Ollie Barker beginning now to build a little bit of a buffer over Steve Burgess. So this could be interesting. The really close battle is the one for third because Christian Jeffrey has got Dominic Jackson right with him now. Jeffrey's got to get a good run onto the Bentley Straight because the run towards Brundle and Nelson does give a little bit of an opening. Tom Harvey looking to try and carve his way through if he possibly can. It's Mark Crader who's just in front of him, and they're also joined by a couple of other cars as they head on to the Bentley Straight. The race leaders already towards the bomb hole. Christian Jeffrey, the way he's withstanding the pressure from Dominic Jackson is now by starting to hustle Steve Burgess. So this could be interesting through Coram. Then we've got the slight gap back to Brian Murphy. He has still got Jack Manchester with him. Fortunately, whatever it was that was rubbing on that tyre for Manchester appears to have been ground away. Jack, another of the drivers in the field who we've seen on occasion in the Radical European Masters this year. Consistent front runner in the Supersport class in that championship.
Losing all of the grip through Riches. Jackson trying to hustle up onto the tail of Christian Jeffrey. Jeffrey, however, not having any of it. Just sticking to the racing line. As soon as he starts to drive defensively, that's when he'll open the door to Dominic Jackson. But if he can just stay behind Steve Burgess, below what Burgess is doing, much more he can do. Now Burgess would appear to be a little bit closer to Ollie Barker, because last time we saw them, Barker was about 5 car lengths clear. That has come down to only about 1 or 2 car lengths. Meanwhile, challenges further back, John Caldwell coming under a little bit of pressure from Adrian Watt. That's a tussle, I'd imagine it's going to go all the way to the flag. Leading quartet out of Williams on to the Bentley Straight. As we return to the Mark Crader and Tom Harvey tussle. It's Mark Richards who's tucked up just behind them as well in a very similarly liveried car to that of Mark Crader. These 3 cars have been together now for several laps, as indeed have the leading quartet. As they spurt out of the bomb hole on towards Coram Curve. All the while, of course, the race time is steadily ticking away. For Oliver Barker, with an eye towards the championship, the name of the game this weekend is staying out of trouble. Where his title charge starts to come into a little bit of jeopardy is if he has a disagreement with a tyre wall. For Steve Burgess, however, it's all about winning and getting as many points as he can in each and every race. And again, he just has a little bit of a look to the inside of Ollie Barker. Barker, though, rebuffs the pressure. Oh, and the problem, around goes Tom Harvey. Round he goes again. He's going to lose a lot of time and ground. Meanwhile, John McLeod coming under a little bit of pressure as well from Elliot Goodman. Jerome de Sadler looking to try and join that group as well. Some dust being kicked up from various earlier adventures. Towards Agostini. Can still pretty much throw a blanket over the leading quartet. It's a great race. But at the moment, they're all shadow boxing. They're all just waiting until the latter stages to really launch that challenge. As again, Barker just trying to open up a little bit of daylight, if he possibly can, over Steve Burgess. Burgess, though, whenever Barker pulls clear, it only seems to take him a lap or so to reel that gap back in. Likewise, Dominic Jackson, just from the poise of that number 4 car, would appear to maybe have the legs over Christian Jeffrey, but as yet hasn't found a chance to get through. Meanwhile, Brian Murphy is being challenged. It's Barry Liversidge who's just trying to dart to the inside. Meanwhile, Mark Crader and Mark Richards, part of this train as well. As Murphy's just slipped down the order a little bit as the race is unfolding. Crader having a look to the inside, Barry Liversidge. Not a lot of space there for Mark Crader. Crader, like many of the drivers in this field, a graduate of the Radical SR1 Cup. And Mark Richards tried to fight past as well. Crader's to the inside, it leaves half a door open to Richards. And that's well defended from Mark Crader. Had to position the car absolutely perfectly. The race leaders into Richards, still very closely bunched. This time around, it's Jackson who was just dropping back, and he's dropped back further still. A huge lock-up for Dominic Jackson on the way into the hairpin. That means he's going to really lose ground all the way to Agostini, which is the next heavy braking point. And that gap has opened out to about 7 or 8 car lengths, up into 5th place now. Has come Jack Manchester. He is being pursued by Richard Baxter. John McLeod continued to have a good tussle with Elliot Goodman. Jerome de Sadler, likewise, in pursuit of Spencer Bourne. So all these battles that formed in the first couple of laps of the race still running together as we head towards the latter stages. The cars in the field immaculately prepared and turned out. It's one of the characteristics of the championship. Very high standard presentation of the cars as they go to the grid. Sadler still trying to look for any opportunity to overhaul Spencer Bourne. Sadler flies right foot to throttle down the Bentley Straight. He'll get a little bit of benefit in the toe from Bourne in front of him, but then braking distances of these cars so short with the aerodynamic grip available. Really De Sadler would need to be alongside to challenge through Brunton. Nelson's not quite in a position to do that. Oh, lovely though as he slides the car coming out, just tries to close up. Now here is Steve Burgess, who really has closed up to Ollie Barker, and he's leaving it late now. Barker consults his mirrors. They come out of Murray's onto the centre straight. The pit boards will tell them that there is not long to go at all as they head into the final lap. And Burgess has got a good run here on Barker, who tries to shut the door, but Steve Burgess goes for it into Riches. Brilliant move that from Steve Burgess. Beautifully executed. So they came out of Murray's, he was with him, and Barker just couldn't fight it. Good news for Ollie Barker though is if he stays in second, he's going to claim the championship in about 2.5 miles time. That was a wonderfully executed move from Steve Burgess. That's a slightly less wonderfully executed move from Mark Richards, and he should rejoin. Towards Agostini, still the leading quartet, all bunched up. Dominic Jackson might yet have one more opportunity to try and zip his way through. We'll see whether or not that is the case. Just a couple of corners to run, and Burgess already has pulled out about 3 car lengths or thereabouts, and that means that Ollie Barker is going to have to find something pretty substantial, one would suggest. Meanwhile, Elliot Goodman and John McLeod still running as one. They're being joined by Spencer Vaughan and Jerome De Sadler. De Sadler just kicks up a little bit of dust as they head on to the Bentley Straight for the final time. Just 1 corner to go though for our race leader. The battle is now for second. Christian Jeffrey shaken off Dominic Jackson. He's right with Ollie Barker as they head out of Murray's for the final time. The checkered flag is waiting. It's been a really enjoyable race this in the Radical Challenge, and it is going to be victory for Steve Burgess. Second place in the championship to Ollie Barker, with Christian Jeffrey completing the podium after an incredibly hard fought tussle around.